World of Immortals Chapter 553 to Chapter 588. The yellow platform was suppressing the stone head. It was actually the stone man who had seized the shell of the stone man in the ghost city and reincarnated in its body. The majestic heavenly sound shook heaven and earth, cleansing everyone's souls. The supreme power made the stone men in the divine city change their expressions. The 8 sounds passed through the barrier of the great world and shook the ancient starry skies of all realms. Bang, the petrified hand blotted out the sun and covered the sky. It came crashing down from an unknown region and enveloped the stone head below. Buzz, the first heavenly sound of the 8 original sounds reverberated and shook the surrounding ancestral gods. It even pierced through the stone hand, causing the huge stone to fall with a rumble. The terrifying attack power was like a raging sea. The sound wave blasted the gods away. This was the true power of the 8 original sounds. It could even pierce through the petrified hand. It could even shatter the ancestral gods. Xianxia was deeply astonished. The heavenly sound he had displayed in the past was far inferior to the yellow platform. Roar, a furious roar came from the distant sky. The 3 petrified hands had been shattered several times by the stone men, but their foundations were not destroyed. They kept returning to the battlefield. Only this time, the stone hand was injured after being pierced through. Same here, kill him. The surrounding ancestral gods roared and launched all kinds of divine techniques and curses. Divine rainbows rushed towards the stone head in the sky. Clang, at this time, the first sound of the 8 original sounds resonated. At the same time, another mysterious power was activated. Like a great bell, it shook the other world. The sound wave swept through all directions, causing the attacking ancestral gods to tremble. Among them, 2 directly fell down, their blood staining the sky. Their souls were severely injured by the heavenly sound. The terrifying yellow platform contained the 8 original sounds. It was invincible at this moment. Bang, at this time a petrified hand appeared again. It passed through time and space and grabbed the stone head in the sky. This is the chance to kill him. The otherworldly ancestral gods became spirited. Peerless divine techniques flooded the sky and struck the stone head. Clang, the stone blade in the stone head's mouth flourished with yellow splendor. It immediately cut through the sky and isolated most of the divine techniques. At the same time, the yellow platform in the stone head shook continuously. Ah, roar, moo, huff, the heavenly origin voice burst forth one after another. At this moment, the stone hand in the sky shattered completely, turning into a hazy yellow light before dissipating into the horizon. This time around, it could no longer reform. The heavenly sounds trembled together, and in an instant, a great fighting force of the otherworld was destroyed. Gather your divine consciousness and kill him. Far off in the distance, a super elder god coldly and mercilessly gave the order to kill. Kill. The surrounding ancestor gods' killing intense and divine senses gathered together, forming a world-shaking killing sound. Not long ago, it had pierced through the stone golems that were causing trouble. This mighty force formed by the combined might of the ancestor gods could temporarily traverse the past and present. Its might was truly unfathomable. Noisy, roar, right at this moment, the 7th and 8th notes of the 8 origin source sounds vibrated out. While continuing the previous 6 notes, an even more mysterious and unfathomable power was activated. The killing sound collided with the heavenly sound, causing all of the attacking elder gods to tremble. They had to endure an unimaginable divine sense pressure. The yellow clay platform that was suppressing the stone head was also trembling. The heavenly origin voice it emitted grew louder and louder, causing even the heavens to tremble. At the same time, the enormous god city on the otherworld's land also began to shake. The walls that were comparable to mountains rumbled, and huge cracks appeared on them. The god city was about to be destroyed again. The 8 origin source sounds linked together, and it was unstoppable, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Roar, the stone golem in the god city had a gloomy and terrifying expression. It let out a low roar, and its hands rose into the sky, forming a yellow barrier of light. The final step was about to be taken. It did not wish to be obstructed again. Boom, however, the 8 origin source sounds linked together, gradually condensing into a single note. Its power was vast and unfathomable. The ancient god city was gradually unable to withstand it, and it began to crack. Stop him. The otherworld ancestor gods guarding the god city were even more anxious than the stone golem in the city. All of them soared into the sky and blocked the 8 origin source sounds. Boom, just at this time, the stone head in the sky suddenly shattered with a loud sound. It finally couldn't withstand it anymore and was destroyed by the many ancestor gods' divine senses. The stone golem shell that was causing trouble was finally destroyed at this moment. However, the culprit, the yellow clay platform, was still preserved. The 8 origin source sounds were still vibrating, and it emitted a misty radiance as it soared into the sky. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the platform with the stone saber across his knees. He was as motionless as a fossil. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the yellow clay platform. At the same time, the 8 origin source sounds were linked together, and they merged into one. It shook the heavens and spread to all the starry skies. Although the otherworld ancestor gods worked together to block the origin source sounds, they were unable to shatter the yellow clay platform in a short time. Because at this moment, the roar heavenly sound released by the yellow clay platform displayed a mysterious power that represented time and space. It seemed like it had already left the otherworld. It seemed to be suspended in the sky, but it was actually separated by a boundless spacetime. The power of the many ancestor gods' attacks was either transmitted to the ancient times or scattered to another universe. This was the mysterious and powerful yellow clay platform. Otherwise, how could it snatch away the stone golem shell in the ghost town and reincarnate in its body? The great dog's heavenly sound shook every world. The yellow clay platform seemed to have boundless divine power. However, at this moment, only Xianxia knew that the yellow clay platform couldn't advance or retreat. It was fixed here and couldn't break through the heaven and earth to leave. Although it could still hold on, it would be destroyed in the end. An arrow at the end of its flight. Right at this moment, a terrifying figure amongst the universe enlightened ancestral gods saw through the root of the problem with a single glance, and he shouted, "There's no one in this world that can endure the attacks of 10 extraordinary universe enlightened ancestral gods, unless he's able to take that final step. He's already been imprisoned in the sky. Don't let him go." Boom, just at this moment, a divine diagram condensed outside Xiaoqian's body. A misty aura shook the otherworld. He used his body to complement the diagram and fused with the divine diagram. At the same time, 2 heavenly marks appeared and turned into 2 huge stone tablets. They stood erect on the left and right side. And at this moment, the stone saber emitted a hazy yellow light and laid horizontally below the yellow clay platform. The majestic power combined with the 8 origin sounds caused the sky to tremble and the otherworld to almost collapse. Many ancestor gods revealed shocked expressions. PFFF, a radical otherworld ancestor god, wanted to ascend the yellow clay platform. At this moment, many divine objects appeared at the same time and immediately shattered him under the 8 origin sounds. The divine diagram flickered and immediately obliterated the last of his consciousness. The heavenly steel trembled slightly and cleanly erased the remnant he left behind. The otherworld ancestor god sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's expression changed drastically. According to the legends, the formation diagram and the heavenly steel will reappear on one person. They have finally appeared, a super ancestor god muttered to himself and then suddenly shouted, "Shatter them. Even if you let the yellow clay platform go, don't let the divine diagram and that person go." Just at this moment, the divine city suddenly trembled. Below, the stone golem in the divine city let out a roar that shook the 3 realms and 6 paths. The roar shook the heavens and suppressed all worlds. The sky was filled with yellow light and drowned that place. The stone golem's figure could be seen clearly in the yellow light. He looked down on the world and had an aura of supremacy. His body emitted waves of rumbling as if there were bolts of heavenly lightning shaking his stone body. In the divine city, the stone golem's roar actually suppressed the 8 origin sounds. An unimaginably terrifying existence was about to be born. Yellow light surged in the divine city. The stone golem was about to rise from the ground and a brand new life form was about to be born. A monarch descending to the world and reigning supreme. The heavens shook and all worlds trembled. All living beings felt this terrifying aura. However, at this moment, the heaven-shaking roar of the stone golem that was about to descend to the world suddenly turned into a furious roar. It caused all the ancient starry skies to tremble violently. A shocking change occurred. The divine city with yellow light soared into the sky. Endless mysterious power suddenly gathered towards the walls of the divine city like a tidal wave. The terrifying power accumulated by the stone golem was completely absorbed by the divine city. Moreover, the city that was flickering with divine light was still fighting for the stone golem's mighty power. It was continuously extracting power from its legs that were rooted in the ground. It was about to become invincible in the heavens, but at this moment, it was as if the stone golem had fallen from the sky into an abyss. A feeling of despair filled its heart. The monarch descending to the world was about to become a reality, but it was suddenly beaten back. An incomparably powerful life form was fighting with him for the mysterious power that had been accumulated for thousands of years. There was another stone golem hidden in the walls of the divine city. Roar! The stone golem that was about to succeed was enraged. This was an eternal hatred. He knew that he had truly failed this time and there was no turning back. Once he attacked, the divine city would definitely collapse. It was impossible for him to instantly kill this enemy that had suddenly appeared. Rumble! The divine city shook and a huge stone body walked out from the city walls. Its entire body was enveloped in yellow light and an ancient and vicissitude aura filled the air. All the ancestor gods were stunned. How could there be a second stone golem in the divine city? This was truly unimaginable and exceeded everyone's expectations. Failure on the verge of success, a regret that would last for eternity, the master of the divine city, that stone golem, had completely gone mad. A pair of huge hands reached out and obliterated the newly appeared stone golem. Bang! The newly appeared stone golem was very straightforward. With a violent shake, it directly shattered the divine city that was on the verge of collapse. It no longer continued to extract divine power and let the myriad of divine lights soar into the sky. Boom! At the same time, the newly appeared stone golem decisively cracked the ground, destroying the foundation of the divine city and stepped out. Roar! The master of the divine city was completely in despair. The newly appeared stone golem had cut off his last trace of hope. This kind of hatred would not be appeased for eternity. Rumble! The master of the divine city, the crazy stone golem, rose from the ground and finally came into being. He was unable to take the final step. Although he looked like a complete stone golem, all the gods knew that he had ultimately failed. The ancestor gods couldn't accept this reality. He was just one step away, but at the most crucial moment, such an unforeseen event happened. It was truly infuriating and unreconciled. If I don't kill you all, I will destroy myself. The master of the divine city was almost possessed. He moved his body, and his first target was the stone golem that suddenly appeared. The stone golem that stood not far away was not afraid. Two beams of yellow light shot out from the stone pagoda and welcomed the master fearlessly. An earth-shattering battle between the stone golems erupted. The ancestor gods of the other world were all very confused. Until now, they still didn't understand why a second stone golem appeared. Only Xianxia knew the origin of the second stone golem. It was the existence sleeping in the immemorial demon city that he brought over from the death world. The instant the immemorial demon city entered the other world, it was shattered. The city fell into the divine city and became a part of it. Even Xianxia didn't expect that the stone golem in the immemorial demon city, whose flame of life was about to extinguish, would actually radiate such a vigorous vitality and appear at the most crucial moment. At this moment, the aura of the stone golem from the death world flourished. It fought with the stone golem from the other world endlessly. It actually seemed to be on par with the stone golem and didn't show any signs of being at a disadvantage. The yellow mud platform and Xianxia took advantage of this rare opportunity to break free from the shackles of the gods. Wang, ji, ah, roar, moo, duo, noisy. The 8 origin source sounds vibrated in unison and condensed into a terrifying sound wave that directly bombarded the stone golem from the other world. Rumble! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The 8 origin source sounds crushed everything in its way. The divine spells of the ancestor gods and the yellow light emitted by the stone golem were all penetrated. Bang! A stone arm from the other world crossed the sky and directed the 8 origin source sounds to another part of the sky. It avoided most of the attack, but its left shoulder was still grazed. Dong! As if it had hit a heavenly drum, the other world trembled. The stone golem swayed 3 times, and fresh stone blood flowed out of its shoulder. Roar! The stone golem from the death world seized the opportunity. Its palm pierced through the protective light formed by the yellow light and struck its neck. Crack, a bone-chilling sound rang out. The neck of the stone golem from the other world was broken, and its head tilted to the side on the spot. All the ancestor gods were shocked. They immediately roared and attacked the stone golem with all kinds of spells. But at this moment, Xianxia was not pleasantly surprised. Instead, an indescribable fear arose in his heart. All the hair on his body stood on end. Whoosh, he and the yellow mud platform soared into the sky, wanting to leave the battlefield in an instant. But it was still too late. The stone golem from the other world, whose head was tilted to the side, shot out two incomparably cold rays of light from its stone eyes. It suddenly stretched out a huge hand that covered the sky. The stone golem from the other world injured him just to lure the yellow mud platform closer. The one he hated the most was the stone golem that started the chaos. He wanted to destroy the yellow mud platform, the culprit, at all costs. Wang, ji, ah, roar, moo, duo, noisy. The 8 origin source sounds vibrated in unison. At the same time, an incomplete divine diagram appeared. The 2 heavenly steels also stood tall in the sky, and the stone saber was behind it. A vast power blocked the stone hand together. Bang, the huge hand that covered the heaven and earth was pierced through. The blood of the stone golem splattered everywhere, but the stone hand did not turn into ashes. The broken part still shrouded the sky. The formation and the heavenly steels were suppressed until they dimmed, and blood seeped out of the yellow mud platform. The 8 origin source sounds vibrated to the limit. In the end, the majestic heavenly sound completely destroyed the huge hand. It soared into the sky with great difficulty. Rumble, the yellow mud platform finally rushed out of the range of the blood-stained stone hand, but the figure sitting cross-legged on the yellow mud platform turned into ashes. That was Cho Tian's flesh shell. At this moment, it no longer existed. The powerful ancestor god's physical body turned into ashes in Xiaoqian's place. Xiao Zhan himself merged with the divine diagram and escaped this calamity. At the same time, the victor between the 2 stone golems on the ground was decided. The stone golem from the other world clearly had the absolute advantage. After displaying its true strength, it tore the stone golem from the world of death apart with a single hand. Only a small portion of the stone golem from the world of death succeeded in turning into stone. Most of them were just petrified and not a true stone human. Moreover, its life was almost at its end. Normally, it could only sleep to prolong its life. Even if it absorbed the majestic power of the carbon in the divine city today, it could not compare to the stone golem from the other world who almost took the last step. The divine technique of the ancestor god covered the sky and covered the earth. The stone body of the stone golem from the world of death that had just reassembled was once again smashed into pieces. Rumble, in the end, it struggled a few times, but it still fell into the dust and completely turned into yellow soil. Without truly taking the last step, even a stone golem could not withstand the attacks of more than 10 super ancestor gods. It could only die with a grievance. The fire of life of the stone golem from the world of death was already extinguished. After this battle, it completely turned into ashes. Roar, the stone golem from the other world let out a long roar. The stone hand that was shattered by the 8 origin source sounds grew back. Then, it stomped its foot, and the ground of the other world shook. Whoosh, the stone golem suddenly disappeared and directly appeared behind the yellow clay platform that was about to disappear into the other world. The 8 origin source sounds resonated in unison and blocked the pursuit of the stone golem. The yellow clay platform quickly rushed towards the only passage and escaped from the other world. Kill. The gods were furious. Such an outcome made all the ancestor gods feel incomparably disappointed. They blamed everything on the yellow clay platform and chased after the stone golem together. Of course, the craziest one was still the stone golem itself. It flew up into the sky and dove into the ground in hot pursuit. It could be said that the stone golem was a crazed rock right now. After escaping from the other world, the yellow clay platform carried Xiaoqian into the 9 prefectures first, then into the soul world, and not long after, it rushed into the immortal world. The stone golem was like a shadow that could not be erased. It thoroughly exhausted the yellow clay platform. If it did not chase after the stone golem, it would be hard to vent its anger. Bang, in the end, the yellow clay platform rushed into the curse world. The moment the stone golem descended, the great formation activated and a black light enveloped them. Boom! However, the stone golem directly pierced through the black light and did not suffer any destructive damage. It continued to chase after the stone golem. Behind them, the ancestor gods of the other world were also chasing after the stone golem. This was truly a cross-realm pursuit. The crazed stone golem could not shake them off. In the eternal unknown, the martial ancestor confronted the supreme ancestor god. The divine melody shocked the world. Its might was unfathomable. It destroyed the primal chaos and then reappeared. The lament of death of the 7 divine melodies was nearing its end. The martial ancestor's soul seemed to have been obliterated. The fluctuation of his life was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, his physical body started to crack and blood runes appeared. Perish, the emotionless voice of the supreme ancestor god resounded. The divine pagoda pressed down, wanting to take the martial ancestor's battle physique as the spoils of war. Boom! Just at this moment, the martial ancestor suddenly erupted. Vigorous life force surged out and he moved in an instant. The martial ancestor was extremely fast. His movements were simple and direct. He used his body to destroy the eternal and slammed his palms forward. Bang! A pair of bronze palms instantly smashed the body of the supreme ancestor god into a paste. The martial ancestor charged through the mincemeat. The number 1 martial artist's black hair fluttered behind him like a waterfall. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. The martial ancestor's move was simple and direct. He crushed the supreme ancestor god with his bare hands and dashed through his mutilated body. His divine might was unparalleled. He stood silently in the void. His black hair fluttered despite the absence of wind, draping over his shoulders and back. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, and his stalwart figure seemed even taller. A deep roar echoed in the eternal unknown. The shattered supreme ancestor god swiftly reformed his true body. He couldn't possibly be killed so easily. It had been so many years. He had almost forgotten the feeling of having his body crushed. The almighty existence that looked down on all living beings, a near-invincible existence, had ended up in such a miserable state, causing his emotionless heart to be filled with negative emotions. A cold killing intent condensed in the void. It was bone-piercingly cold. The blood of the supreme ancestor god that sprinkled in the sky was sparkling like blood agate. It gently trembled and rolled together. A total of 108 drops of blood did not return to the supreme ancestor god's body. At this moment, they were like joyful musical notes. 4th chapter of Divine Melody, Doomsday Lament. The 7th chapter of the Divine Melody, Lament of Death, was ineffective against the martial ancestor. He directly skipped over the 5th and 6th chapters and summoned the 4th chapter. The mournful divine melody echoed in the eternal unknown. The 108 drops of the supreme ancestor god's blood turned into 108 divine melody notes, forming the most terrifying killing weapon in the world that enshrouded the martial ancestor. This was a peerless divine art that couldn't be avoided. As long as the world existed, the divine melody would never be extinguished. Once the target was locked onto, there was nowhere to hide. This was the terrifying supreme ancestor god. Their divine arts and magic power were unfathomable. They were the highest achievements in the ancestor god realm. The lament shook the world as the peerless divine art obliterated the martial ancestor's body. His body let out creaking noises as if it would crumble at any moment. Boom! At this moment, the martial ancestor god physique suddenly burst out with a divine radiance that gushed into the boundless void like a waterfall. An ancient sacrificial chant suddenly resounded as if it came from the ancient times. It sounded like 30,000 Buddhas chanting and 90,000 demon kings roaring, shaking the world. The martial ancestor god physique released the sacrificial chant, the 4th chapter of the supreme ancestor god divine melody. It was the evil taboo chapter's ultimate technique created by the martial ancestor, holy sacrifice. Xianxia had once used this profound technique to sacrifice several ancestor gods' bodies. Now that the martial ancestor personally executed it, its might was even more unimaginable. Bang! The 108 beads of blood that were pulsating like musical notes suddenly became chaotic at this moment. The blood-like droplets of blood in front of the sacred sacrifice lost their rhythm. A martial arts fanatic actually practices divine powers. Is this a reflection of your lack of confidence in martial arts? The cold and emotionless voice of the Supreme Ancestor God reverberated in the void and pressed down on the martial ancestor like a tidal wave. This was a clash of spiritual will and a battle of beliefs. The martial Tao, as the name suggests, has both martial arts and Tao. It is the Tao of martial artists. Holy sacrifice is but one of the Tao of martial artists. The martial ancestor replied calmly and forcefully. His aura shook the heavens and the earth and instantly repelled the divine sense of the Supreme Ancestor God. The word martial Tao reverberated in the air, and his firm belief could never be shaken. Bang! The 108 blood-like droplets completely lost their rhythm at this moment. Among them, 9 droplets of divine blood even shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The 4th chapter of the Divine Destruction Melody, Sacred Sacrifice, disrupted the melody of the Doomsday Lament. Sacrifice! The martial ancestor yelled. The 9 broken blood beads condensed into a crimson light and connected with the divine light of the sacred sacrifice. A mysterious and terrifying energy surged out. The martial ancestor used the 9 droplets of divine blood as a guide to establish a connection with the Supreme Ancestor God. The divine light of the sacred sacrifice seemed to have penetrated through the ages. The ancient scriptures shook the heavens and earth, causing the starry skies to tremble. The number 1 martial artist, the martial ancestor, was actually going to sacrifice the Supreme Ancestor God. He was the one who established holy sacrifice. As long as there was a trace of opportunity, he could still display it, to the extent where he could even create opportunities out of nothing, defy the heavens. The martial ancestor sat in the void motionlessly like a clay statue, but his body was emitting a divine radiance. The 9 broken blood beads turned into crimson light and charged toward the other blood beads. In an instant, the 108 droplets of divine blood were linked together. It was like a blood-colored thread of life was wrapped around the body of the Supreme Ancestor God, making it impossible for him to break free. It was his lifeblood. As long as the Supreme Ancestor God's body was not destroyed, the God blood would never disperse. Humph! The Supreme Ancestor God let out a cold harumph. His jade-like fingers gently swept across the sky, severing the heavens and isolating the blood-colored thread of life from his body. However, something shocking happened. Although it seemed like he had isolated the crimson light, his body had established an unbreakable connection with the blood thread of life. What he severed was the physical distance, but what he couldn't sever was the mysterious internal connection. A raging flame ignited in his body. The blood of the Supreme Ancestor God was boiling. At this moment, he was engulfed by an indescribable flame. His flesh blossomed with a divine radiance as boundless potential surged and soared into the sky uncontrollably. The ancient sacred ritual tone echoed in the eternal unknown. The martial progenitor had really sacrificed the Supreme Ancestor God. It was a shocking sight. The martial progenitor sat in the rift in silence, while the Supreme Ancestor God was engulfed in flames as he struggled to break free from the pressure. In just a short period of time, the peerless martial progenitor had used the sacred ritual art to summon half of the Supreme Ancestor God's life force, causing the flesh of the Supreme Ancestor God to become slightly dimmer. It was a terrifying signal of danger for the Supreme Ancestor God. A part of his immortal flesh was destroyed in an instant. Bang! A pagoda with 33 floors sprang out from the burning body of the Supreme Progenitor God, suppressing the martial progenitor. Meanwhile, the Supreme Progenitor God who was being sacrificed uttered a roar, first part of the divine melody, eternal mourning. First, it was the 7th divine melody, then the 4th divine melody. Now that the situation was extremely dangerous, he finally performed the 1st divine melody. As soon as the 1st divine melody was executed, the heavens and earth shattered and the eternal silence suppressed the sacred ritual tone. It immediately stopped the sacred ritual tone from being executed by the martial progenitor. The peerless God art of the Supreme Ancestor God was indeed extraordinary, to the extent that ordinary people could not even look up to it. The Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God Realm was the peak of the 9th level of the Universe Enlightened Ancestral God Realm. It was an attempt to take another half-step forward, and it was an attempt to explore an unknown domain. Perhaps, if he took another half-step forward, he would be like the Golem Enlightened Ancestral God Realm and open up a whole new world. Although the path of the stone golem was filled with death, there was still hope. On the other hand, the path of the Supreme Ancestor God had never been seen before. Therefore, it was the unanimous decision of the gods to remain stagnant after reaching this realm. The first divine melody was unstoppable. It pushed the light of the sacred sacrifice toward the martial ancestor, trying to sacrifice the martial ancestor instead. At the same time, the divine pagoda was already pressing down. It was only a few feet away from the martial ancestor and was about to completely crush him. This was the true strength of the supreme ancestor god. Boom! At that instant, the martial progenitor was surrounded by a brilliant glow as his battle strength surged into the sky. The roars of dragons, tigers, snakes, galloping horses, and bulls, the strongest clones of the 12 zodiac battle progenitors appeared around him, as if 12 battle progenitors had materialized. They were the ultimate profundities of the ancient battle progenitors, which were merged into one by the martial progenitor to create a peerless martial art. At that instant, it was as if there were 12 battle progenitors standing together with the martial progenitor, resulting in an invincible and tyrannical aura. This was the terrifying battle strength of the strongest cultivator at the peak of the martial path. Manifesting 12 battle progenitor bodies was simply a heaven-defying act. Rumble, a destructive battle strength burst out, knocking the tower that was about to crush the martial progenitor into the sky. It even pushed the boundless blood-colored brilliance toward the supreme ancestor god for another step of the sacred ritual. At the same time, the 12 battle progenitors moved in unison with the martial progenitor. They swung their fists at the supreme ancestor god. It was too terrifying. The martial progenitor's battle intent soared into the sky. It was as if he possessed the ultimate power of the 12 battle progenitors combined. Raging waves surged as the blood-colored brilliance instantly arrived before the body of the supreme ancestor god. The sacred ritual began once again. 7 pieces into 1, sublimation. The supreme ancestor god let out a furious roar. The strength of the martial progenitor had exceeded his expectations. He unleashed his strongest move, combining the 7 pieces into 1. The melody shook the world as if it had connected the past and present for a brief moment. The 7 pieces of the divine melody merged into 1, sublimation. The divine melody had the power to destroy the world, but at that moment, it was all focused on the martial progenitor. The martial progenitor seemed to possess the power of the 12 battle progenitors. He stood at the peak of the martial path and resisted the ultimate divine melody. On one side was a peerless divine technique, while the other was a peerless martial force. It was a great battle at the pinnacle. 33 layers of the pagoda shone brilliantly, pouring down the blood of the stone golems toward the martial progenitor. However, the light from the sacred ritual directed the blood toward the supreme ancestor god. Divine technique versus martial force, a battle at the peak. Once the outcome of the battle was determined, one of the peerless experts would surely fall. Kacha, around the martial progenitor, the 12 battle progenitors condensed from the ultimate mysteries of the martial path actually began to crack. The sound was weak, but it was incomparably terrifying. Crackle, meanwhile, the flesh shell of the supreme ancestor god also dimmed. The terrifying sacred ritual continued, mercilessly burning the divine splendor. However, the martial progenitor was unable to absorb it, and all of it melted into the void. In the back, the old celestial race and the other 2 supreme ancestor gods were ready to take action at any time. Experts of this level would only unleash a fatal strike at a critical moment of life and death. The 2 supreme ancestor gods had been waiting for this opportunity all along. They had the absolute advantage in numbers. Even though the old celestial was a bit serious, he wasn't too worried. Even if he and the martial progenitor couldn't defeat Shifang's group of 3, they could still retreat. At their level, it was very difficult to kill them. Boom, right at this time, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in the eternal unknown. The yellow platform broke through the great world's barrier and arrived here. It was chased here by the stone golems. Wang, ji, ah, roar, moo, duo, noisy. The moment the yellow platform appeared with Xiaochen on it, it immediately unleashed the 8 origin source sounds, sweeping towards the 3 supreme ancestor gods. The expressions of the 2 spectating supreme ancestor gods changed, and they tried to block it. However, the supreme ancestor god was still affected. The heavenly origin source sounds and the divine tune naturally countered each other, disrupting the rhythm of the divine tune. Boom, at this moment, not only did the supreme ancestor god lose 10% of his divine power, but the tyrannical martial progenitor also rushed over and smashed the upper half of his body. Roar. Just at this moment, a horrifying roar shook the heavens and the various worlds. The stone golem rushed into the eternal unknown, chasing after the yellow platform and Xianxia. His speed was not commensurate with his combat prowess. His combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary ancestor god, but his speed was only comparable to an ancestor god's. The appearance of the stone golem was earth-shattering. Ignoring all enemies, it was his arrival that resolved the crisis of the supreme ancestor god fighting the martial progenitor. He just happened to rush in between the two and interrupt the sacred ritual. Roar. The stone golem's roar was similar to the divine tune and the 8 origin source sounds. Ordinary ancestor gods would find it hard to withstand it. He sent a palm strike at the martial progenitor, wanting to destroy him. Dang, unexpectedly, the martial progenitor's aura was unstoppable. He condensed the 12 war ancestors with overwhelming combat prowess. He neither dodged nor retreated, and his bronze-colored palm clashed head-on with the stone golem. Clang! The sound shook many worlds, causing the eternal unknown to shatter into primal chaos, and then reappear. Roar! The stone golem roared, and the various worlds shook. He was incomparably furious. Roar! The golem's roar shook the heavens. His strength was so great that his roar was comparable to the 8 primordial sounds. His casual movement could cause the entire space to tremble violently. His battle prowess had reached a terrifying level. Bang! The martial ancestor was indeed a hero of his generation. He fought the golem head-on, causing this eternal space to collapse. The heavens shook and the earth to tremble. It was as if 2 immortal iron men were fighting on a wooden bed. The wooden bed, which was also the space, was unable to withstand the impact. Clang! The martial progenitor clashed with the stone golem 3 more times, causing the eternal unknown to be in chaos. Even the towering stone steps not far away were trembling. The golem's battle prowess was enough to kill an ancestor god, but it was blocked by the martial ancestor. He couldn't help but be enraged. Each of his attacks shook the souls of others. Spacetime was destroyed and terrifying energy waves wreaked havoc in all directions. Roar! Another stone man's roar shook the surrounding worlds. Even the starry sky was shaking. The surrounding experts all frowned. Boom! At this moment, the martial ancestor decisively retreated after clashing with the golem. The golem was too terrifying and powerful. Even an ancestor god expert could only die with a grievance after being hit by him. There was practically no one in this world who could contend against him. Only supreme existences like the martial ancestor god and the supreme ancestor god could contend against him for a period of time. Ordinary ancestor gods wouldn't be able to last long before being reduced to ashes. This wasn't an exaggeration. This golem was just a step away from taking the final step. His strength was enough to sweep through the world. The martial ancestor clashed with him a few times with his body. This was enough to shock the world. Roar! The golem's roar drowned out all other sounds in this world. He was in a frenzy. He would kill gods and devils in his way. After being temporarily blocked by the martial ancestor, boundless killing intent enveloped him. Even though the martial ancestor dodged and retreated, the golem wasn't willing to let him go. His battle prowess pierced through space and chased after the martial ancestor. He raised his fist and punched. The massive stone fist instantly pierced through Shui Hang's back. The terrifying might was indescribable and could be said to have reached the limit of this world. Rumble! In the surroundings, primal chaos surged, and then it completely collapsed, rushing in all directions. The martial ancestor made a tug in the void and an ancestor god's soul immediately appeared in his hand. He then threw it behind him. Swish! Right at this moment, figures flickered through the skies. The otherworld elder gods who had been chasing after the stone golems and the yellow clay dais arrived, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. Li Huiyu! It's Li Huiyu! The soul summoned by the martial ancestor was Li Huiyu's incarnation. However, his divine sense had already been crushed by the martial ancestor in the darkest place. But as the strongest incarnation, his divine power was still unfathomable. The soul reassembled and charged at the golem ferociously. Bo! Something shocking happened. The stoneman fist directly pierced through and turned Li Huiyu's avatar into dust. This result was very shocking. Clang, the martial ancestor turned around and summoned the 12 battle ancestors. It was as if the 12 ancestor gods had appeared at the same time. They gathered their strength and clashed head-on with the golem. The terrifying sound of the collision made even the otherworld ancestor gods feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone retreated. After personally witnessing the ancestor god's soul being punched through by the golem, and now seeing the martial ancestor clashing head-on with the golem, everyone felt how terrifying the number one expert of the martial Tao was. Perhaps one day, the martial ancestor's peerless combat body would really be able to clash head-on with the golem. Clang, another violent quake rang out, causing the ancestor god's eardrums to buzz. The ancestor martial was sent retreating once again. His palm had split open, causing blood to gush out. The stone golem's strength was heaven-defying and incomparable. Go! The martial ancestor growled. At this moment, there were too many enemies. The otherworld gods had arrived, and the enemies were extremely terrifying and powerful. There was no benefit in staying here any longer. Want to leave? Not so easy. The 3 supreme ancestor gods were already standing together. An immense pressure shook the eternal unknown. Eternal seal. The voice of the supreme ancestor god who had suffered a bit from the martial ancestor was bone-piercingly cold. He hadn't tasted pain for countless years, but today, he was in such a passive position. The 3 supreme ancestor gods had sat here for many years and understood everything here. In an instant, they had sealed the eternal unknown. The eternal unknown had been sealed. The situation was extremely bad. There were 3 supreme ancestor gods above, otherworld gods below, and the invincible golem in front of them. There was simply no way out. The otherworld ancestor gods all watched coldly. None of them stepped forward because there was no need to take the risk. With the invincible golem here, there was no need for them to face the terrifying martial ancestor head-on. The golem roared. He was simply an invincible war tool as he rushed towards the martial ancestor. Bang! At this moment, the celestial race's old man broke through the air and blocked in front of the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor didn't say anything and quickly retreated. He stood in front of the 10 stone steps and watched quietly. The oracle bone map fragments danced around him. It is just an incomplete map. You want to open the eternal unknown? Wishful thinking. The 3 supreme ancestor gods' voices were incomparably cold. The old celestial's figure was hazy, wrapped within a sphere of white mist. He didn't use his divine body to resist. He wasn't someone who cultivated martial arts, so his physique naturally couldn't compare to the golem's. However, his divine techniques were extremely miserable. Divine light shone resplendently, becoming eternal in an instant, directly submerging the golem. The celestial race's old man who dared to take action against the 3 supreme ancestor gods at the same time naturally had incomparably profound methods and abundant combat experience. However, the enemy in front of him wasn't ordinary. The golem's body destroyed eternity. With a raise of his hand, all of the divine light collapsed. He immediately rushed forward, grabbing towards the old celestial's chest. Shwa, the old man immediately disappeared. A hazy mist curled about the void. It was as if he had become one with the void. Boom, right at this time, it was as if a heavenly drum was beating. The golem's body released a muffled sound. He staggered in the void, almost falling down. In the distance, the otherworld ancestor gods were all shocked. The golem's body was actually shaken. Just how great of a divine force was needed to accomplish this? Dong dong dong, the muffled sound shook heaven and earth. The golem's body continued to shake, as if it was being struck by a giant hammer. However, they didn't see any divine force rush towards the golem's body. Noisy, the golem roared. Streaks of yellow radiance appeared on the surface of his body like a layer of water ripples, immediately isolating that mysterious attack. So powerful. In the distance, the eyes of the 3 great supreme ancestral gods released splendor. They said, even though the golem didn't take that final step, it can still cut off the past, rendering the celestial clan's ultimate technique useless. Below, when the otherworld ancestor gods heard this, they were all shocked. The golem was actually enduring this type of attack. It was just too horrifying. The celestial race's old monster was attacking his past body. If it was an ordinary ancestor god, they would definitely nurse a grievance and die. Pong, the golem's fist smashed through everything in front of it. The celestial race's old monster's face became pale. He staggered backwards, his arms shattered and blood flowed out from his mouth. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't contend against the golem. Wang, ji, ah, ho, mu, duo, noisy, jiao. Right at this time, the Origin 8 sounds trembled. The yellow clay platform merged with Xiaochen, releasing the 8 sounds of heaven and earth. Divine light swept down, blocking the golem. The old celestial quickly retreated. Ho, the golem was furious. It could be said that the yellow clay platform was the main culprit that prevented him from taking that final step. He hated the yellow clay platform bitterly. He raised his fist and smashed over. The golem shook heaven and earth, his entire being controlling everything in eternal land. Heaven overflowing combat prowess surged. The 8 sounds trembled together, condensing into one. Wisps of blood seeped out from the yellow clay platform, using the most powerful sound to forcefully shake the golem. Boom, in eternal land, heaven and earth were turned upside down. Mysterious yellow energy pervaded the air, and the ancestor god's essence blood dyed the sky red. The yellow clay platform was overflowing with blood splashing into the sky. Even though it had the Origin divine sound, it didn't have a suitable body in the end, so it couldn't contend against the unmatched golem. The golem let out a long roar and rushed forward with a single step. A pair of large hands stretched out, wanting to tear the yellow clay platform apart. Suddenly, an extremely weak mysterious sound that made even the ancestor god's soul tremble rang out. The 8 sounds had reached their peak, and the incomplete and mysterious 9th heavenly sound was trembling slightly. Dang, the golem's hands seemed to have suffered the most terrifying hack. The indestructible stone hands actually cracked open, and the bewitching and scarlet golem's blood flowed out. Ho, the golem was shocked and furious. That weak 9th heavenly sound actually injured him. The yellow light was hazy, and the golem's hands let out creaking sounds. They were quickly repaired, and he hacked forward once more. The Origin heavenly sound's 9th sound wasn't perfect. It only trembled once before stopping. The divine diagram was hazy, and its might was shocking. It slowly revolved, and Xiaochen shook it fiercely, sending the formation diagram with boundless power towards the golem. At the same time, the Origin 8 sounds merged into one, and a mysterious yellow energy swept out once more, blasting towards the golem. Hong, the divine diagram crushed down, and the 8 sounds trembled. Unparalleled divine power surged out, clashing intensely with the golem. The hazy radiance immediately submerged that place. Bang, however, the golem was too strong and terrifying. After a huge clash, the divine diagram actually dimmed, and the 8 sounds weakened, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Xiaochen didn't use his body to mend the diagram this time. Otherwise, even someone as strong as him would probably shatter. Boom, 2 heavenly marks appeared, and the huge heavenly steel stood tall in the eternal land, smashing towards the golem. Dang, the golem hit the heavenly steel with his bare hands, giving off a deafening sound. The heavenly steel shook, and gradually became blurry. Kill him. Just at this moment, the 3 ancestor gods saw the formation diagram and the heavenly steel appear at the same time. Their eyes instantly shot out an incomparably terrifying light as they shouted at the golem. Their reactions were intense. Seeing this scene, they wanted to completely kill Xiaochen. The invincible golem moved unhindered in the eternal land, forcing Xiaochen into a dead end in an instant. Kill. At this moment, Xiaochen displayed the terrifying sword formation that he had never succeeded in before, but he had always been trying hard. He went all out, and this time, he finally succeeded. The hazy formation diagram appeared, and Xiaochen used his body to mend the diagram. At the same time, he successfully merged the 30 swords into it. This was something that had never happened before. The swords and the divine diagram merged into one, turning into an eternal divine splendor. Xiaochen was in the middle, and he charged at the golem. The dazzling splendor became the only thing in front of everyone, and all other colors paled in comparison. Dang, the terrifying sound of the collision made all the deities feel like their spiritual sense was collapsing. It had an unparalleled destructive power, and everyone had no choice but to defend their souls. Boom, the dazzling divine light rushed up and gradually dimmed, Several cracks appeared on the body of the unparalleled golem, which was injured by the swords and the formation diagram. The golem's blood flowed, and the insufferably arrogant golem shot out two exceptionally glaring rays of light from its stone eyes. It dragged its injured body into the sky and charged at Xianxia. Dang, just at this moment, the old celestial made his move again. He intercepted the golem in midair, and the golem's blood dyed the sky red. Many otherworldly ancestor gods roared and wanted to rush forward together, but the three supreme ancestor gods stopped them. At this moment, the old celestial and the others were like trapped beasts, and they were in the most dangerous situation. Only the golem was fearless, and it could sweep away all enemies in all directions. Roar! The golem's roar shook the heavens, and its body let out a kacha-kacha sound. It recovered its stone body once again, and it was simply indestructible. Such a physique could really look down on the world. On the yellow clay platform, Xianxia was almost turned into ashes. The formation diagram and the swords merged into one, and the might was indeed unparalleled. However, it was difficult for him to control it. The supreme power of the sword formation not only killed the golem, it almost killed him as well. If not for the yellow clay platform below him, continuously repairing his cracked body, he would have really died here today. If he didn't die under the sword formation, then he would have died in the golem's hands. Break! Just at this time, the martial ancestor who had been standing in front of the stone steps suddenly shouted. The surrounding oracle bone fragments all flickered with dazzling splendor, and formed a mysterious ancient formation. Go! The martial ancestor shouted, and the ancient formation blossomed with divine radiance, enveloping Xianxia and the old celestial. Their figures gradually became indistinct. Break! The three peerless ancestor gods shouted, and their divine power shook the heavens, cutting off the eternal land. At the same time, the deities also made their move, and the sacrificial divine radiance severed the connection between the ancient formation and the outside world. None of you can leave today. The three peerless ancestor gods acted as if they were announcing the fate of death. All of you will be killed. At this moment, all the human ancestor gods made their move. Retreat! The old celestial and the martial ancestor shouted at the same time. At this time, they tore open space, and each of them carried a huge immemorial devil city. Rumble! The two ancient cities started burning, and the dazzling radiance immediately made all the oracle bone fragments burn to the extreme. You guys, the expressions of the three peerless ancestor gods changed. These two were clearly well prepared, and they actually refined two huge cities. This was simply a heaven-defying act, and they had nothing to fear. It was clear that these two immemorial devil cities were prepared to fight their way up the 99-layered stone steps. They couldn't charge up the 99-layered stone steps, but the two of them burned the immemorial devil cities in front of the stone steps. They used the two cities to replenish the mysterious power of the oracle bone fragments, and at the same time, they were prepared to use the cities to shake the foundation of the 99-layered stone steps before leaving. Boom! The two immemorial devil cities collapsed, and raging divine flames filled the sky, drowning the foundation of the 99-layered stone steps. The eternal land shook violently. At the same time, the oracle bone fragments' radiance soared into the sky, and the ancient formation suddenly disappeared with the martial ancestor, the old celestial, and Xianxia. The attacks of the deities all missed, and the invincible stone man at the very front roared furiously. They appeared in the sky above the curse world. Go and kill them. The three peerless ancestor gods ordered the deities. The three of them sensed the traces of the martial ancestor and the others, and the stone man was even sharper. He had already taken action and chased after the curse world. The deities chased after them, not giving Xianxia and the others a way out. With the invincible stone man at the front, they could indeed sweep through any opponent in the world. In the abyss of the curse world, the seventh heavenly steel suddenly expanded. An old stone turtle swayed and slowly climbed up the steel. Swish! The old celestial and Xianxia appeared not far from the heavenly steel. The old stone turtle finally swayed up and sat at the top of the heavenly steel, quietly waiting for the stone man. Boom! The stone man's power was too great. The instant he entered the curse world, he nearly caused the mountains and rivers to collapse. He rushed over with one step, and when he saw the old stone turtle, his stone eyes immediately shot out two beams of yellow light. He shouted, "Who are you?" Tortoise, what kind of gaze is that? What are you looking at with those big eyes? The old stone turtle said to the stone man in the same way he scolded Xiaoqian in the past. The seventh heavenly monument soared like a towering mountain piercing through the clouds. The old tortoise swayed back and forth on top of it in an old and clumsy manner. He scolded the stone man, "What a waste of a pair of stone man eyes that can see through the source." Roar, the stone man in his invincible state roared, shaking the mountains and rivers of the curse realm. What are you roaring for? You're just shouting like a donkey. The old tortoise's mouth was quite venomous. He criticized the stone man's roar to the point where it was nothing good. The stone man was furious. Ever since he was born, he was filled with hatred. His anger had almost driven him mad as he raised his fist to attack. Boom, the stone fist pierced through the heaven and earth and arrived in front of the heavenly temple in a flash. The peerless stone man looked down on the world like an incarnation of invincibility as he closed in on the old tortoise. Slurp, the old tortoise, who was originally staggering, nimbly slipped to the back of the monument in the blink of an eye. Bang, the heavenly monument swayed and smashed down violently against the stone man's fist. Clang, the stone fist collided with the monument. The terrifying sound was deafening, like metal and stone striking each other. It was like a divine weapon tearing through the air, causing everyone's ears to ring. The stone man was immediately flung away while the heavenly monument trembled and returned to its original position. Old tortoise, come out and accept your death. The stone man's eyes shot out two beams of yellow light towards the heavenly monument. It could see through the source and wanted to imprison the old tortoise, but the yellow light was completely obliterated after approaching the monument. Are you a stonehead? Do you think I'll go out just because you tell me to? The old tortoise stuck its head out and peeped at the stone man behind the heavenly monument. Slurp, the stone man directly pierced through the heaven and earth and appeared behind the heavenly monument, grabbing at the old tortoise. At this moment, the old tortoise was like a lively rabbit. With a swoosh, he fled once again and hid on the other side of the monument. However, the stone man's hand covered the heaven and earth and continuously expanded as it followed the old tortoise forward. Boom, at this time, the patterns on the seventh heavenly monument blossomed with divine light and blasted the stone man's hand away. The old tortoise and the monument seemed to be one. He was not affected at all and directly stuck to the monument's body. Roar, the stone person roared angrily, shaking heaven and earth. It swooped down, grabbing the heavenly monument, wishing to snap it apart. Bang, the heavenly steel shook, and the entire curse realm shook as well. The stoneman, who was powerful enough to sweep through the world, failed to break the steel 3 times. In the end, the diagrams on the steel shook his hands until they were dripping with blood, and he quickly retreated. His stone eyes shot out a cold light as he stared at the old stone turtle and said in a low voice, "You have a stone body as well, yet you don't dare to fight me, what an unenlightened rock. If I was in perfect condition, why would I waste my breath on you? I would have smashed you with a single slap." Old tortoise looked desolate. Hearing those words, the stone man revealed a cruel smile. Then, he mercilessly said, "It seems that there is no one in this world who can fight against me. Even if I don't take that final step, I can still sweep through the world." Right at this moment, the gods descended. The alien ancestor gods appeared high up in the sky. Boom, the Curse Realm Great Formation was activated. Black light overflowed into the sky and swept towards the deities. Kill. More than 10 ancestor gods rushed over. They roared and shot out resplendent divine lights that blocked the black light in the sky. At the same time, the stone man let out a long roar. The Curse Realm Great Formation trembled. He instantly disappeared from the heavenly steel and appeared in the center of the Curse Realm Great Formation. He brandished his fists, and divine energy filled the sky. With a loud boom, the black light in the sky was scattered by him. The Curse Realm Great Formation already had a soul of its own. It seemed to have sensed danger and instantly retracted the black light. The stone man was still unwilling to let it go. He punched the ground, and silently, an unfathomably deep hole appeared in the ground. The Curse Realm Great Formation almost collapsed. Such might shook all the realms. The Curse Realm Great Formation was so intimidated that it no longer appeared. The stone man's divine might was unparalleled. He could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Sigh, what a pity. I'm already crippled. All that's left is an illusory image. The old stone turtle had a desolate expression as he said, otherwise, I would have smacked this bastard to death. Under the foundation of the heavenly steel, Xianxia and the others were speechless. This old turtle seemed to have forgotten that he was a turtle. You guys should leave. You can temporarily stay safe in that world of death. This stone man is already undefeatable. No one can do anything to him right now. The old turtle advised. Woo, the ancestral lord worship roared, shaking the curse realm. A jet black hull appeared in front of the heavenly steel. Yan Huang, the ancestor dragon, and the others had carried out a super operation in the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds. Everything that could be taken away was taken away by them. It could be said that not long ago, when the battle in the eternal unknown was in full swing, they had used the great cosmos shift. They had taken away everything they could and were preparing to leave. Let's go. The celestial race's old antique sighed and instantly rushed onto the ancestral lord worship. Xiaochen and the martial ancestor followed. Woo, the ancestral lord worship roared, and black light rushed into the sky. Bang, at this moment, the 3 supreme ancestor gods in the eternal unknown made their move. They sealed the space and prevented them from leaving. At the same time, the stone man pierced through the sky and appeared in front of the ancestral lord worship, blocking its way. The deities all made their moves, shooting out tens of thousands of beams of divine light that enveloped the ship. The heavenly steel shook, and dazzling divine light blossomed. All the patterns seemed to have come to life, breaking through the converged divine power of the deities and opening up a path for the ancestral lord worship. The hull of the warship became more and more blurry, and it was about to disappear. Without my permission, no one will be able to escape. The stone man's eyes were cold. He slammed his hand into the void, and with a loud bang, the ancestral lord worship was shaken out. His divine power surged, and with his back to the heavenly steel, he looked down on the world. His stone hand enveloped the ancestral lord worship, and he was simply insufferably arrogant. Suddenly, all the patterns on the heavenly steel fell off at this moment, turning into a dazzling divine splendor that entered the old turtle's body. With a crackling sound, the old turtle stood up and turned into a human form. The stone turtle shell protected his body like armor, and he erupted with a monstrous battle prowess. In an instant, he rushed up and punched the stone man's back. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It surpassed the speed of light, causing time to reverse and space to become chaotic. One could see the surrounding space-time collapsing. The old turtle turned into a stone man with matchless divine might. His tyrannical aura soared into the 9 heavens, shaking all the realms and making the heavens tremble. Roar, the stone man was furious. At this moment, he felt a destructive danger. He thought he was invincible, but he didn't expect the self-proclaimed cripple old turtle to erupt with such a terrifying aura in the blink of an eye. He instantly understood that the martial ancestor and the others had chosen to retreat here to create an opportunity for the old turtle to attack. Bang, the tall and burly stone tortoise man clad in tortoiseshell punched a hole in the back of the stone man's chest. Boom, the chest of the otherworld stone golem was instantly split into pieces, and the demonic blood of the stone golem splattered everywhere. The old stone tortoise's humanoid form was too fast. His attacks were decisive, and his power was boundless. There was no way to dodge. Ah, the stone man roared and reversed space-time, wanting to change everything. His cracked chest emitted a brilliant yellow light. However, the old stone tortoise's humanoid form did not give him the chance. At this moment, the world pulsed for him and sealed off space-time. Bang, the second punch landed squarely on the head of the otherworld stone golem, instantly splitting it into pieces. There was no brain matter, only the stone man's blood splattered everywhere, and the yellow light dissipated. The moment the stone man was struck by the first punch, he had already lost the initiative. He was one step behind and could no longer reverse the situation. Roar, the stone man's soul roared, shaking the surrounding worlds and causing the entire starry sky to tremble. The old stone tortoise was completely different from before. At this moment, his attacks were ruthless and decisive, and his eyes were cold and chilling. Bang, at this moment, the old stone tortoise's humanoid form punched out a third time, eternal annihilation. His divine might covered the 3 worlds and 6 Tao. He did not give the stone man any chance to escape. Space-time was under his control, and he became the sole ruler of this world. This punch completely smashed the stone man into pieces. Crimson blood dyed the skies red. The stone man let out a furious roar as he was struck until he lost his physical form. Not only were the deities a few steps behind, but even the three supreme ancestor gods reacted a bit too late. The old stone tortoise had just reversed space-time, and by the time they attacked, the three world-shaking punches had already ended. After these three punches, the peerless humanoid form suddenly faded away. Dazzling divine splendor rushed towards the heavenly monolith, and the diagrams on the heavenly monolith reappeared. The old stone tortoise was almost destroyed, and only a shadow remained. It then imprinted itself on the heavenly monolith, turning it into a turtle carving. Although I'm crippled and only a shadow remains, I'm still a peerless expert in 3 moves. Today, I've finally vented the anger that has been pent up for tens of thousands of years. The old stone tortoise's voice came from the heavenly monolith. At this moment, everyone knew what was going on. As expected, the ancestor gods of Jiuzhou had created an opportunity for the old stone tortoise to attack. All the otherworldly ancestor gods were shocked. Boundless divine splendor of life shot towards the stone man's blood in the sky, helping it repair its stone body. Roar, the stone man roared, and the stone man's blood condensed again. However, the stone body had been smashed into pieces. Although it had reformed, the cracks on its surface could not be removed. One could imagine how terrifying the attack just now was. Even now, it was still preventing him from recovering. Hum, cluck, ah, roar, moo, duo, noisy. The 8 original sounds vibrated, piercing through the boundless divine splendor of life to attack the wounded stone man. Bang, the otherworldly stone man shattered again, and blood filled the air. Kill. The otherworldly gods were enraged. Divine light filled the sky, and the heavenly monolith trembled, blocking the light. Let's go. Yan Huang and the ancestor dragon shouted. The ancestor warship flashed, passing through the great world screen and disappearing. Just as the otherworldly gods heaved a sigh of relief, the blood mist that had just reformed suddenly let out a deafening sound. Dong, 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 the stone man's cracked body shattered again. The celestial old man didn't retreat. Instead, he pierced through spacetime to attack the stone man's past body, heavily injuring it once more. Courting death. The otherworldly gods roared. At this moment, in the eternal unknown, one of the 3 peerless ancestor gods' eyes suddenly turned blank. His divine soul rushed into the spacetime tunnel to kill the old celestial. Boom, at this moment, the curse realm trembled again, and the incomplete divine diagram appeared. At this moment, the 8 original sounds vibrated simultaneously, suppressing the blood. Mist in the sky. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out as the stone man's blood splattered everywhere, and the blood mist dissipated. All the otherworldly ancestor gods roared. Although they were doing their best to protect the stone man, because the stone man had been shattered in front of the heavenly monolith, the divine light of the divine steel had diminished the majority of the gods' protective divine power, making it impossible for them to effectively protect the shattered stone man. Boom, at this moment, the martial ancestor appeared, forming the 12 war ancestors. Their divine power was incomparably domineering as they attacked the shattered stone man. Boom, boom, in the eternal unknown, apart from the peerless ancestor god who had gone to kill the old celestial, the other 2 made their moves, and a terrifying barrier of divine techniques descended. The 12 war ancestors raised their fists to meet the attacks of the 2 peerless ancestor gods. At this moment, a hazy yellow light suddenly flashed in the martial ancestor's right hand. An ancient stone saber appeared in his hand, and he chopped down. It was the terrifying stone man soldier, the most terrifying weapon. The stone man that had gone to the otherworldly realm to wreak havoc had been destroyed, but this stone saber had remained intact. Rip, sky traversing. The stone saber chopped down, and a faint yellow light flashed, causing the surrounding world to tremble. This was a peerlessly powerful saber strike. Even if the stone man was in perfect condition, it would still be injured by this saber strike. Boom, the blood mist in front of the stone man was immediately dispersed, and the stone fragments floating in the sky fell like sand. The yellow light dissipated, and the stone man's essence was rapidly dissipating. Rumble, just at this time, the heavenly steel that was constantly emitting divine light suddenly shook, as if it was running out of divine power. It quickly shrank and disappeared into the abyss in the blink of an eye. Only at this time did the divine techniques of the deities arrive. Let's go. The old celestial appeared, returning from the past to the present. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and then he disappeared in an instant. Swish, Xiaoqian also disappeared without a trace. As long as the ancestral god's worship was in the death world, he could easily return. Bang, the martial ancestor held the stone saber and chopped the sky. He swung it a few more times, and then he also pierced through the heaven and earth, disappearing without a trace. He also had a secret method to return to the death world. The deities went crazy and rushed towards the shattered space of the stone man. Everyone made their move together, condensing the divine light of life. Rumble, after an unknown amount of time, a pile of stone powder finally condensed again, but it could not reform the stone body no matter what. In the eternal unknown, the voices of the three peerless ancestor gods resounded. With the nourishment of the ancestor gods, perhaps it will take 10,000 years for him to reappear in this world. The three of them were already as calm as an ancient well. Even though the stone man was shattered, they did not leave that space. They sat down cross-legged as if they were petrified, and no longer moved. The deities were speechless. The invincible stone man that could sweep through the world was crippled in less than a day. It was truly infuriating. Our race's peerless experts are about to awaken. When they come out, we will completely sweep through the death world. Someone among the otherworldly ancestor gods roared. Yes, we only need a few peerless ancestor gods to lead the army, and we will be able to trample that country of the dead. Regarding this, the three peerless ancestor gods in the eternal unknown did not have any reaction. The otherworldly ancestor gods in the curse realm looked towards the eternal unknown, and then they looked at each other. Everyone said in a low voice, "It is time to invite an ancestor to take charge. We will first destroy the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds. It is time for a new race to appear, and the cycle of reincarnation needs to be restarted. Perhaps it is even more time to completely deal with the heavenly steel." An otherworldly ancestor god said in a cold voice. It had been 10 years since the last earth-shattering battle. During this period of time, the world of death had been peaceful and without any unforeseen events. After entering this world, not a single person had returned to the 9 provinces. The sun has risen 6 meters high. I've climbed to the waist of the mountain. Little sister, don't run away. In the world of death, only an optimist like Toady could sing loudly every day. 2 bald heads, one big and one small, and a young girl as tranquil as water appeared on the top of the mountain. They were Bosch's family. Sorry, I climbed the wrong mountain today. Toady flicked his long golden hair and said, "The little sister I'm waiting for is on the other side." After he finished speaking, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The mountain of death on the other side was cleared out by the practitioners using their divine power. Even in this world of death, many mountains were filled with flowers and plants. Who am I? I'm Crisis. Have you never heard of me, little sister? From far away, the voice of Thrice Stutterer could be heard. Hey, 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 don't run. I'm not that scoundrel Toady, Crisis. A golden light flashed and Toddy appeared. He had once received the help of the eternal light, so his cultivation experience was not weaker than the 3rd stutterer. He was very confident as he said, "You're ruining my reputation again." "I'm sorry, I said something wrong. I actually wanted to talk about that Juga fatty. I accidentally said the wrong name." Crisis explained very sincerely. "Thrice Stutterer, are you talking about me?" The white-haired Juga fatty became more and more confident. The demonic art passed down by the martial ancestor allowed him to nourish himself with whatever he ate. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. His white hair was as white as snow and very shiny. His chubby face was flushed red like the skin of a newborn baby. All the excess fat had been refined, and the divine power in his body was surging. "Look at me. Look at me, I'm too careless. I'm talking about that scoundrel Vanquisher." Crisis's face was not red at all. He took back the words he said just now. A headless skeleton with a sparkling body slowly walked out from the forest. It was patiently wiping its skull with a piece of silk. "Are you talking about me?" The skull that was being wiped emitted such a fluctuation of divine sense. "F*CK, are you kidding me?" I said one person and one person appeared. Did we discuss this beforehand? Why did you guys come to this place where female cultivators live? Crisis wiped off his cold sweat as he pushed the responsibility away. This time, I will curse that scoundrel Xiao Chen. Let's see if that block of wood will appear. Boom, at this moment, the sound of the earth shaking could be heard. 100 miles away from this mountain range brimming with vitality, billowing smoke rose into the sky. Even from such a distance, he could see the cloud collapsing and the smoke of war wreaking havoc. That bunch of battle maniacs fight every day and all the time. I reckon that there will soon be another sovereign king who will be alerted and come looking for trouble. The white-haired Zhuge Fatty muttered. Swish swish, the few of them flew up high into the sky and headed towards the distant sky. It was Zhu Xingquang, Wu Xingfeng, Yan Zhongkong, Absolute Blade, Samo, and the others who were fighting intensely. On the other side, there was Meng Zani, Shui Wu, Song Hai, and Zhao Chongyang who were fighting intensely. Even further away, there was the immortal heavenly divine bell above Wu Ming's head. The experts of the great war god village. In that area, there were many figures. It was extremely chaotic as the battle continued endlessly. Honestly speaking, their cultivation is really growing too fast. We should really put in more effort. Crisis sighed, but he was actually trying to divert their attention. That's easy, we can also fight every day. Torty, Zhuge Fatty, and Killing Vanquisher replied at the same time. Crisis immediately felt that something was amiss and said, alright then, let's fight as a group. Alright. The three nodded at the same time and charged towards him together. I hashtag it %%. I said group up, not gang up on you. That's right, we've already grouped up. The three of us will form a group and we'll fight you alone. F***CK. Crisis was also very straightforward. He took out the Doomsday Spear and made a clean sweep. After that, he fled for his life. The three of them began to chase after him. This was the current world of death. Most of the people were training bitterly, but there were also some cheers and laughter amidst the depressing atmosphere. For the past 10 years, Kiki had always been in a deep sleep, while Xiaochen spent his time in the huge city of the young sovereign. In the past 10 years, he didn't seem to train much. He didn't emit any divine power at all. Every day, he would just casually make a few gestures. Sometimes, he would even stroll around outside the city leisurely and go to Lord Ji's dilapidated temple to stay for a few days. At this point, he had already mastered his combat physique. It would be very difficult to improve it any further, unless he stepped into the ancestor god realm. Right now, what he needed to train was his divine sense. Only by strengthening his spiritual power could he truly surpass it. Although the 9 provinces side had an impressive battle record in the previous war, Xiaochen was no longer optimistic after learning about the current situation from Yan Huang and the others. The otherworldly realm had an absolute deterrent force. What they saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. The 9 provinces had already been destroyed for God knows how many times. And during this process, the experts of the otherworldly realm had always been accumulating. According to the old antiques of the celestial race, the peerless figures of the early otherworldly realm that he knew had already disappeared for several civilizations. They hadn't appeared for a very long time. And 10 years ago, the invincible stone man who had appeared in the otherworldly realm and swept through the heavens was the peerless figure of the celestial race's era. After the war, the old celestial race had slowly figured out his identity. This kind of terrifying accumulation was enough to make one tremble just thinking about it. There were less than 10 ancestor gods in the 9 provinces, and this was only the situation on the surface. In reality, in the history of every civilization, there must have been 1 or 2 people who had escaped the great calamity and survived. For example, the old antiques of the celestial race. With this kind of potential power added together, the number of ancestor gods was definitely more than 10. Not only did the ancestor gods of the 9 provinces know this, but even the gods of the otherworldly realm could completely figure it out. However, the ancestor gods of the 9 provinces still couldn't reverse the situation. The accumulation of the otherworldly realm was too terrifying. No one knew their true trump cards. The old antiques who had escaped the great calamity didn't dare to act rashly. After all, they were the defeated ones. Although the peerless figures of the otherworldly realm who had defeated them had disappeared for several civilizations, it was certain that they were still alive and well. It was very likely that they were using all kinds of methods to make the final step. The more he understood, the more despair he felt. Xianxia felt a sense of loss and felt powerless to defy the heavens. Perhaps it was as the old antique of the celestial race had said, only by allying with the people of the great desolate realm could they completely turn the situation around. Actually, the living beings of the 9 provinces are truly astonishing. Proud sons of heaven appear from time to time. Legend has it that there was once a person who completely took that final step. He could simply sweep through the heavens and earth, leading the experts of the 9 provinces to kill their way into the otherworldly realm. He killed so many of the otherworldly gods that they fled at the mere sight of him. This was what the old antique of the celestial race had said to Xianxia 10 years ago. It seemed to echo in his ears even now. But for some reason, he still split into pieces. In the end, his body was split into 9 parts. As for that stone man who had successfully taken the final step, the old antique of the celestial race couldn't say for sure which era it was. There were 2 civilizations that had been destroyed before the celestial race. After taking the final step, he still split into pieces. Could it be that the otherworldly gods had worked together to destroy him? This was very chilling. However, the answer given by the old celestial wasn't like this. Rumor has it that it might have something to do with the thing at the end of the 99 layered stone steps. No one knows the specifics. The stone man who had successfully taken the final step still split into 9 parts in the end. This was a huge deterrent to the ancestral gods of the 9 provinces. The celestial emperor was also an unparalleled genius. After he reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of ancestor god, he didn't take the path of the stone man in the beginning. Instead, he used the body of a supreme ancestral god to take the risk and advance. He almost took the final step, but he stopped when he was just a hair's breadth away. During this period of time, he swept through the world and directly went to the eternal unknown. He smashed the 99 layered stone steps. It's strange. The celestial emperor couldn't compare to the first stone man, but he almost tore that place apart. In the end, for some reason, he escaped. Perhaps he sensed danger. After that, the eternal unknown was permanently guarded by 3 great ancestral gods. Rumor has it that the thing at the end of the 99 layered stone steps, although it split the first stone man into 9 parts, it probably also crumbled. Some speculated that if there was no one guarding it, 2 or 3 supreme ancestral gods would have the strength to shake the 99 layered stone steps, and the celestial emperor eventually took the path of petrification. At this moment, he almost took the final step with his body of flesh and blood. It's easy to imagine what kind of combat prowess he would have if he succeeded. He would be invincible in all realms and would be unrivaled throughout the ages. However, he perished in the end. Some said that the celestial emperor failed to take the path of the stone man. Some said that he succeeded in taking the final step. However, he followed the footsteps of the first stone man and was mysteriously destroyed. As for what exactly happened, no one knows. 10 years had passed. Although the current Xianxia was very powerful, he was even more afraid of the unfathomable mysteries of the other world. He even felt a sense of helplessness. He held the half of the stone bone in his palm and observed it repeatedly. He wanted to find out the truth, but it was as fruitless as before. This was the skull of a stone man who had truly taken the final step. The stone man was split into 9 parts. No wonder the ancestral gods of the 9 prefectures treasured it so much. It's been 10 years. It's time for me to move around. Xianxia took a step out of the huge city of the young sovereign girl. The distance was unknown, but he only took a dozen steps to arrive at the divine village. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds were all rescued. Currently, there were traces of cultivators in every ancient battlefield and mountain range outside the Death Continent. Because of the arrival of these people, the barren Death Mountain range was decorated with fresh flowers and fragrant grass with divine power. It had greatly recovered its vitality. In front, there were cultivators fighting. Naturally, it was not a life and death battle. It was purely a battle for mutual benefit. Swordlight soared into the sky and magic treasures danced in the air. That place was extremely dazzling. There were many people fighting. Xiaochen stopped not far away and quickly found many familiar people. Wu Ming was fighting Zhao Liangyang. The immortal heavenly divine bell's radiance soared into the sky and the sound of the bell lingered. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongyang's acupoints were releasing resplendent sword qi. The clanging sound was extremely sharp. On the other side, Chu Lane, Wu Xingfeng, Absolute Blade, and the others were fighting Shui Wu, Meng Xianni, Songhai, and the others. Roar, with a roar that shook the sky, a handsome, golden-haired figure charged into the group of experts. He was unstoppable, actually sending a king of the 100 races flying with a single punch. It was the Golden Lion King, whose talent was only second to Kiki. Dang, he shook the immortal heavenly divine bell with his fist and charged over. None of the experts could stop him. The Golden Lion King turned into a golden divine light and instantly arrived in front of Xiaochen. He raised his fist and attacked. 5th layer of half-ancestor. Xiaochen was very shocked. This Golden Lion King's talent was truly rare. It was indeed second only to Kiki. The other party definitely did not have the various fortuitous encounters that Xiaochen had. He relied on himself to cultivate to this realm. In just a few hundred years, he had already left his peers far behind. Bang, although Xiaochen was shocked, he did not fear it. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed that sparkling fist that flickered with golden light. This was definitely the 5th layer of half-ancestor divine force. The Golden Lion King's tall and sturdy body shook violently. That kind of violent wave soared into the sky like a vast sea. However, Xiaochen blocked it. With your talent, how could you have stayed behind? You should have boarded the ancestral dragon ship and left. Xiaochen grabbed the Lion King's fist and said doubtfully. I left the opportunity to my son. The Golden Lion King replied coldly. A layer of mysterious golden radiance enveloped its majestic body. Their bloodline had always been passed down to only one person. Even father and son rarely met each other. The Golden Lion King was afraid that the tragedy would repeat itself. So, he left the opportunity to escape to the little Lion King. I'll let you have a taste of my other power. Just at this time, the Golden Lion King reminded coldly. After that, its 3rd vertical eye opened a small crack. A great danger was approaching. Even someone as powerful as Xiaochen could feel the aura of danger. His reaction was lightning fast. His palm streaked across a mysterious trajectory and blocked in front of him. Bang, Xiaochen's palm actually felt a little pain. He was incomparably shocked. The Golden Lion King's vertical eye had only opened a small crack, but it only emitted a weak radiance. Xiaochen activated his divine power and slowly pressed down with the hand of heaven. He was prepared to test the true power of the Golden Lion King's vertical eye. However, just at this time, the Golden Lion King closed that eye that was not completely opened. It took a few steps back and said, I am even more confident now. Squeak. Squeak. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter Kiki rubbed its big eyes and walked over crookedly from the sky. It mumbled in a daze, you guys fight every day, you even woke me up. It's you. The Golden Lion King's eyes immediately widened. It soared into the sky and rushed towards Kiki. Mau Mau, Kiki's words immediately made everyone speechless. The powerful Golden Lion King would always be called Mau Mau in its mouth. The Golden Lion King threw a punch. With a loud dang sound, Kiki threw out the rainbow-colored jade bowl in a daze. It covered the Lion King's fist and said, Mau Mau, you can't beat me. I slept until the 6th celestial layer of half-ancestor. Below, many practitioners felt like they were going to faint. Others were training, but this little critter was sleeping. There was no justice in this world, the heavens were really unfair, only a few acquaintances knew that Kiki's family's training method was very special. They had to grow and train in their dreams. Xiaochen was very gratified. The little critter's speed of growth was very fast. It wouldn't be long before it reached the 9th celestial layer of half-ancestor. At that time, it would be able to go to its mother to receive the so-called ultimate gift. And he also had to make a trip out. He had to obtain the other few heavenly marks. Just at this time, a graceful figure walked over. It was precisely the elegant and otherworldly Yan Qingqing. Some things might never happen again once they were in the past. Time could erase all the traces of the past. A lot of things happened between Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing in the past. Time flew by, a lot of the past had already become blurry. At the front, Yan Qingqing's style was peerless. She walked leisurely like a lotus, her figure was graceful and elegant. Her beauty could even make many immortal cultivators feel extremely tempted. Those with weak willpower felt suffocated. Having traversed through death and blood for many years, Xiaochen's experiences had determined that it was very difficult for him to be moved like an ordinary person. Now that he was facing Yan Qingqing again, it was already very difficult for him to find that kind of breathtaking feeling he had in the past. The biggest problem he had to consider now was survival and resistance. The exceptionally beautiful Yan Qingqing was wearing clothes whiter than snow. She looked like a fairy that didn't eat the food of this world. She walked closer and looked at Xiaochen. She felt that this was a familiar yet unfamiliar person. He was very different from the person she knew in the past. If it's convenient, accompany me for a walk. Yan Qingqing opened her red lips and said with a pleasant voice. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He nodded and walked shoulder to shoulder with her towards the mountain range. Some of the cultivators in the surroundings knew about the grudges between them, but no one wanted to get to the bottom of it. It was also impossible for them to stop the two from walking together. Xiaochen was no longer the same as before. He dared to compete with the otherworldly ancestor gods. Even the 100 races that had a grudge against him in the past had no choice but to retreat. They didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Clang! 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 In the distant sky, the snow-white little critter Kiki and the golden lion king started a fierce battle. They were natural rivals. They gradually got further and further away. Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing walked into the depths of the mountain range. Both of them didn't say anything. Only after a long time did Yan Qingqing say, "You are very different from before. People will always change. Everyone is constantly changing. It's just that sometimes we don't even realize it. You are also different from before." Yan Qingqing nodded and said, "Yes, we are all made up of many different selves. Looking back at the path we came from, there is a different figure at every fork." Silence reigned once. Again. The two of them walked forward without saying a word. Only when they had completely walked out of this mountain range and arrived at a plain did Yan Qingqing reveal an enchanting smile and said, "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Yan Qingqing." Xiaochen was stunned. He felt that the girl in front of him was very different. She seemed less real and more ethereal. "You, shatter the demon seed god. Shatter the original me and create a new me. Let the god seed grow and let the demon body weaken." Yan Qingqing was still smiling. She was as beautiful as a pure and holy flower. She was like an orchid with dewdrops rolling on its petals. She was ethereal and pure. That kind of smile didn't contain any impurities. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Yan Qingqing." The voice of this beautiful girl before him was very pleasant to listen to. However, Xiaochen found it hard to be influenced. "Is this still you?" "Of course it's me, a brand new self that ascends according to my will. Throwing away the past and starting everything anew, this is the true meaning of the obliterate demon absolute God, the ultimate ascension. If you abandon the past, how can you still be yourself?" Xiaochen gazed at Yan Qingqing. "Of course I have a choice. Those that I don't want to remember, I will destroy them. Those that I want to keep, I will naturally keep them. Everything is according to my will. This is the wonder of the obliterate demon absolute God. Give yourself a chance to forget the past that you don't want to recall." "So you're saying that by getting to know me again, it can be considered as putting an end to the past?" Yan Qingqing smiled sweetly and said, "You can't say it like that. Now that I am using myself as a cauldron, it will be very difficult for me to break through. The risk is very high. I will use you to refine my heart and eliminate the demon body of the past. Of course, I can't use you as a cauldron. The relationship between me and you in the past has already ended. It can be considered as using a shadow of you as a false cauldron. I will use this as a breakthrough point first." After hearing these words, Xiaochen nodded his head and said, "Is there anything I can help you with? I really want to go back to the 9 regions and the world of immortals to take a look. I want to experience the path that I have walked on. Only then can I make a real breakthrough and advance my cultivation. Alright, I am going to the 9 regions and the world of immortals to take a look. Hearing Xiaochen's reply, Yan Qingqing nodded her head. However, Xiaochen seemed to have heard a sigh. Just that, with his level of cultivation, unless it was a sigh from the bottom of his heart, it was impossible to hide it from his ears. Therefore, he was a little suspicious. Before returning to the Divine Village, the battle between Kiki and the Golden Lion King had already ended. The snow-white little critter seemed to be the natural nemesis of the Golden Lion King. It made the Golden Lion King taste defeat once again. Squeak. Mau Mau, you are actually very powerful, it's just that you can't compare to me. Hearing Kik's consolation, the Golden Lion King had the urge to vomit blood. It transformed into a streak of golden light and flew away. The little critter scratched its head and had a puzzled expression. It felt that its good intentions were ignored. It mumbled with dissatisfaction, "Next time, I will defeat you even faster." Kiki, train properly. Wait until you reach the 9th celestial layer of half-ancestor. At that time, you will be able to receive the ultimate gift from your parents. Yeah, Kiki nodded its head seriously. After that, it opened its mouth and yawned again. It rubbed its big eyes and said, "I'm sleepy again, I'm going to train." After that, it walked towards the Divine Village in a crooked manner. The most diligent little critter? All the practitioners in the surroundings were speechless. The land of the 9 prefectures, the mountains and rivers were still there. It was extremely beautiful and magnificent. However, when Xiaochen returned once again, he had a peculiar feeling in his heart. All the practitioners had fled to the world of death. They were a group of losers. They felt ashamed to return to their homeland today. What Yan Qingqing wanted to walk on was a road of reflection. Therefore, they didn't stay for long in the 9 prefectures before they entered the world of immortals. The southern wasteland was close to the southern sea. The Undying Sect's important place was deserted. They hadn't returned for 10 years. The doors and windows were covered with spider webs. It was a desolate scene. Yan Qingqing stood there quietly for more than 10 days. After that, they went to the Taboo Ocean. The Dragon Island was no longer here. After traveling in the sea for half a day, they returned to the 9 prefectures again and appeared on the Dragon Island. The trees were lush and luxuriant, but the dragons had already migrated, they were no longer here. Following the path they once took, Yan Qingqing walked forward silently. After that, she heaved a sigh and said, "Immortality might not necessarily be as blissful as the mortals." When she finished speaking, a strange crack appeared on the left half of her face, which was as translucent as jade, as if it was made of exquisite porcelain. Xiaochen looked at her in surprise, but Yan Qingqing didn't say anything else. When they arrived in front of the dragon's sacred mountain, they walked around the mountain. After a long time, Yan Qingqing asked Xiaochen, "If we didn't become enemies on the Dragon Island, what would have happened?" "I don't know." Xiaochen shook his head. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing heaved a light sigh. "Didn't you erase everything related to me in the past?" Xiaochen looked at her in surprise. "I just said it casually, don't take it seriously." Yan Qingqing replied indifferently, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. "I only want to make a breakthrough in my cultivation." Xiaochen felt that the current Yan Qingqing was very contradictory. It was very different from what she said before. However, he couldn't say anything. "Let's go." Yan Qingqing heaved a sigh. She didn't linger any longer and walked towards the exit of the Dragon Island. At the edge of the island, Yan Qingqing pointed with her finger. A towering ancient tree broke into pieces and turned into a wooden ship. She walked on the waves and landed on the ship like a fairy from the moon. "Go through the last stretch of water," she muttered to herself softly. "This is not the southern sea of the world of immortals, there is no taboo ocean, and there is no sovereign kingship either. Leaving the Dragon Island from here is not the previous stretch of water." Xiaochen reminded. "This is not the past, I will go through this stretch of water now." Yan Qingqing stubbornly rowed on the ship. "Alright then." Xiaochen landed on the wooden ship and headed towards the continent of the 9 provinces. The stronger a person is, the more self-centered they become. Do they forget a lot of their original memories? Yan Qingqing suddenly asked inexplicably. That might be the case. Xiaochen was silent at first, then he answered like this. Ever since he was born, he had always been walking on the edge of death. Even his body was crushed and his bones were crushed. He naturally neglected a lot of ordinary things. Is this the price you have to pay for your strength? Yan Qingqing suddenly turned around. Her beautiful eyes were like water as she looked at him calmly and said, do you have to forcefully eliminate a lot of thoughts when you are as powerful as an ancestor god? Even if it's not intentional. You will still become more and more indifferent, even heartless? Thinking about everything that he had experienced, Xiaochen was silent. That was indeed the case, he missed out on a lot of things that ordinary people should experience. Rather than saying it was a kind of indifference, it would be better to say it was a kind of helplessness. He was practically bathed in blood all the time, fighting to survive. How could he have the time to indulge in romance? How could he have the mood to experience all kinds of emotions? Now that he had to fight against the otherworldly world, how could he have the time to appreciate the so-called charming sky? Under this kind of dangerous background, he could barely be considered as a powerful force. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to have the mood to experience another kind of life. His personal emotions and all kinds of emotions had already been thrown behind him. This was not what he wanted, this was the limit of the current situation. Xiaochen nodded his head silently. Seeing Xiaochen like this, Yan Qingqing suddenly smiled, but it seemed a little bitter. After that, it completely blossomed. She was like a flower that bloomed under the morning sun. The multicolored light was brilliant, beautiful, and holy, it made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Crack, it was also at this time that a slight crack appeared on Yan Qingqing's entire face. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment forever. She resolutely and mercilessly shattered her ego. She no longer had the slightest bit of reluctance. This kind of scarred beauty was very shocking. Xiaochen's expression turned sluggish. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and placed it on Yan Qingqing's body. Boundless divine power gushed out to stimulate Yan Qingqing's vitality. The immortal body, which had almost dried up and was on the verge of complete destruction, finally began to pulse with life. Specks of radiance of life blossomed. Kacha-kacha sounds resounded. Yan Qingqing's body cracked like porcelain. At the next moment, a perfect naked body suddenly emerged from her already peerlessly beautiful immortal body. The feather coat naturally covered her body. She was like a graceful butterfly that flew around the wooden ship 3 times. She revealed a brilliant smile. Thank you for reintroducing me. My name is Yan Qingqing. Hearing this, Xiaochen felt a tinge of sourness in his heart. Perhaps he really shouldn't have responded like that just now. In the past, Yan Qingqing didn't destroy anything. But today, she had truly made a firm decision. At this moment, she was reborn as a butterfly. She was elegant and peerless. Although she was right in front of him, he felt that she was very far away. At this moment, Xiaochen suddenly felt that he couldn't let go of a little bit. Although he felt a little disappointed in his heart, he also revealed a brilliant smile and said, "All right, let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Xiaochen." The two left the wooden ship and walked side by side on the waves. The golden morning glow seemed to have dyed the two of them with a hazy layer of holy radiance. They gradually went further and further away. At this moment, on the coast of the 9 prefectures, a tall figure was standing there with his back facing the Sea of Dogs. He was like a heavenly monument, quietly standing there. His left arm was actually the most sturdy and terrifying stone arm. It had perfectly fused with his flesh and blood. I haven't come out for 3 civilizations. The 9 prefectures didn't let me down. I can feel the aura of a powerful expert. The voice of this tall figure with his back facing the sea was calm, but it made the 4 otherworldly ancestor gods beside him feel fear. They quietly stood at the side. Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing walked on the waves under the morning glow and gradually approached the 9 provinces. They could already see the hazy mainland. Just at this moment, Xiaochen stopped moving. His expression turned serious. He didn't feel any dangerous aura, but his intuition told him that there was something strange ahead. This was a very bad signal. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't sense it clearly. It was enough to show how serious the situation was. A long laugh resounded like a huge drum shaking the sky. It was oppressive and powerful, echoing in this coastal area for a long time. Let's return to the world of death. Xiaochen stood on the clear and crystalline sea surface and said to Yan Qingqing calmly. However, his eyes didn't leave the hazy coastline ahead. The outstanding beauty Yan Qingqing was wearing a feather robe. She nodded indifferently. She was getting more and more aloof, intelligent and faintly discernible. An unfathomable powerhouse was standing by the seaside. Although he was in Xiaochen's field of vision, he actually didn't sense it until his intuition woke him up. After the other party's long laugh, he finally caught a glimpse of that tall figure with his back facing him. Why are you in such a hurry to escape? Why don't we sit down and talk? That tall figure at the seaside slowly turned around. He stepped on the blue sea and walked over step by step. Four otherworldly ancestor gods followed behind him. That was a middle-aged man wearing ancient clothing. He had a head of grayish-brown long hair that was slightly curled. It naturally draped over his shoulders and back. His skin was pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. He looked a little sickly. His pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life were as deep as the ocean, as if they could see through people's mind. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was that left arm. It was completely petrified and perfectly fused with his flesh. Although it was simple and unadorned, it made people's heart palpitate. This was a very contradictory person with an unconventional temperament. He made people feel peaceful, but also frightening at the same time. The peaceful part was the appearance, but the frightening part was the mighty power contained within. Based on his intuition, Xiaochen knew that this should be a supreme ancestor god. However, he had an extra stone arm compared to the supreme ancestor god. It seemed like he had tried both methods before. He was definitely a peerless character that stood at the peak. When facing such a person, Xiaochen could only retreat. He didn't want to say anything, he just wanted to bring Yan Qingqing back to the world of death. Slow down. Even if we're enemies, we don't have to fight to the death. This unparalleled character with an unconventional temperament revealed a peaceful smile and stopped in his tracks. He sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Guqian, and I have been silent for 3 civilizations. Many people, including myself, did not expect that I would be able to survive in silence." Guqian's tone was flat, without the slightest killing intent. It was as if he was talking to an old friend. Let's sit down and have a chat. At this cultivation realm, after experiencing thousands of tribulations and hundreds of tribulations, do you still fear death? Behind him, the 4 alien elder gods were completely unmoving, as though they had been petrified. They stood there very cautiously, and one could tell that they were filled with reverence towards Guqian. Xiaochen felt more and more that this otherworldly ancestral god was not ordinary. He and Yan Qingqing also sat on the surface of the sea. Death is nothing. Living might be even more terrifying. Guqian had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the two. He said, "All the fear and hardships are for the living. The dead do not feel such pain, because everything is already over. If that's the case, you are looking forward to death more?" Xiao Chen did not have any reverence in his heart. He rebutted him without any trace of politeness. No, because living is an additional choice compared to death. After death, everything will be for naught and cannot be reversed. On the other hand, living means that you can choose to die at any time. Furthermore, living is not only filled with fear, but also with hope. When there is no hope, living becomes meaningless. It is indeed better to choose death. Guqian was calm as he swept his gaze over Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing. He said, "Just like the current 9 prefectures, there is no hope, and you two are also hopeless people. Are you saying that people like us are living a life worse than death?" Xiaochen's expression was indifferent. "Actually, what I'm saying is that I can give you hope." Guqian's aged eyes became even more abstruse. They were like 2 concretely formed oceans. He said unhurriedly, "My realm can accommodate hundreds of rivers and nurture boundless hope. I welcome you two to join us." Haha, Xiaochen let out a long laugh. The quaking sea shook. The blue waves rolled and the waves soared into the sky. His voice was very cold as he said, "Are you joking?" "I am not joking. The 9 prefectures has already become a pool of stagnant water. There is no longer any hope. Soon, I will wipe out all the living beings in this land. No one can stop me. You want to wipe out all the living beings in the 9 prefectures, but you want me to join your world. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Xiaoqian's eyes became colder and colder. The unparalleled expert Guqian sighed and shook his head. He said, no wonder even though you have unparalleled battle prowess, you still can't step into the realm of ancestor gods. You have too many fetters, too many things that you can't let go of. If this goes on, you will stop here. Guqian paused for a while and continued, what does the death of those ants have to do with you? You have already transcended and are no longer an ignorant ant. You should be living together with the same kind of people in your realm. Why do you still need to continue rolling around in the dust? It really is the law of the jungle. The tyrannical side is suppressing the righteous side. Xiaoqian sighed. Survival of the fittest, survival of the strong. This is the law of nature. Guqian's expression became even more indifferent. He said, let me give you the simplest example. Sheep eat grass and humans eat sheep. Is there anything wrong with this? In your eyes, isn't this the law of nature? From this, you can stand at a higher position and look at the world. Compared to you and me, what are the people in the mortal world if not ants? The relationship between those ants and us is like that between grass and sheep, and between sheep and humans. If you can't even understand this, it will be hard for you to advance in your entire life. Your parents gave birth to you, and in the end, you became far stronger than them. At that time, did you think of them as ants, creatures different from you? Guqian smiled faintly and said to an otherworldly ancestor god beside him, tell him how I achieved my current status. That otherworldly ancestor god replied, not long after Lord Guqian was born, his parents died in battle. He grew up in the battle with his 9 elder brothers. He killed all his elder brothers one after another and devoured their soul energy of the same origin, becoming an unparalleled ancestor god. Xiaoqian sucked in a breath of cold air. This seemingly calm middle-aged man with a special temperament was simply a demon. I have nothing to say to a heartless, cold-blooded person like you. Guqian shook his head and said, you are very stubborn, but do you know that one of the geniuses of the 9 prefectures has already joined our world? As long as you can think it through, you can turn the sea into the sky. Who is it? You won't know even if I tell you. However, if you can survive, you will see him one day. Speaking until here, Guqian looked in the direction of the 9 prefectures emotionlessly and said, now, I invite you to watch the show. Speaking until here, he gently pointed, and a divine rainbow immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the 9 prefectures. Xiaoqian immediately sent out a heavenly mark to block it. Can you really stop it? Guqian revealed a cruel smile on his calm face. He pointed again, and a long rainbow soared into the sky, descending towards the 9 prefectures. At the same time, the 4 great otherworldly ancestor gods turned into 4 beams of light and flew towards the 9 prefectures. Rumble, blood light soared into the sky, and all the living beings in a certain area of the 9 prefectures had their blood evaporated. With the clairvoyant, one could clearly see the tragic scene there. Hundreds of thousands of corpses were too horrible to look at. Boom, the moment the 4 great ancestor gods descended, another 4 areas crumbled. Millions of living beings collapsed between heaven and earth, and their blood dyed the ground red. Xiaoqian stood up from the surface of the sea, but he knew there was no way to stop it. The demon in front of him was definitely a supreme ancestor god, and with the 4 great ancestor gods by his side, there was nothing he could do. Actually, I didn't want to kill those ants so early, but you have disappointed me today. I feel that there is no need for a stubborn race like the human race to continue existing. Perhaps it really is time to change to a new race as soon as possible. Xiaoqian didn't say anything else. He brought Yan Qingqing through the barrier of the big world in an instant, and was about to return to the world of the dead. He couldn't stop the tragedy from happening here, and he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Don't be in a hurry to leave, it's not impossible for me to change my mind. The demon Guqian said indifferently. The moment he was about to disappear, Xiaoqian appeared again and said, are you threatening me? Tell me, what do you want? I have a ruined city here. Speaking until here, a yellow light flashed in Guqian's petrified left hand, and a ruined immemorial demon city appeared. Although it was only the size of a palm, the dreadful aura it emitted was fluctuating like a vast ocean. This is the ancient city where I once slept. What a pity, it ended up like this in the end. I woke up in advance. Xianxia sighed and said, I'm very sorry about this, what do you want? I've already heard that you brought 2 divine cities to my world last time and caused a huge commotion. Since you have such resources, I want to make a deal with you. You repair this divine city for me with the help of the other wastelands, and I'll let all the living beings in the 9 provinces go. Xianxia said in an indifferent manner. What a big appetite you have. You still want to take the last step? Xianxia looked at him coldly. I've already walked out of the divine city, it's impossible for me to take the last step. Xianxia caressed the ruined ancient city in his hand and said, I only want to strengthen this city a little, so that I can petrify another arm in the future. Speaking until here, Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, how about this, I'll give you another hope. If you help me repair the divine city, I've decided to completely preserve all the living beings in the 9 prefectures and not kill them. Although I know that your ancestor god has already done his best to bring away a large number of ants, and there are already seeds of hope, I think you won't be willing to let all these ants be killed just because you're unwilling to cooperate, right? There's no need to rush to answer me. Speaking until here, Xianxia directly took out the ruined divine city and flew toward Xianxia. The palm-sized ancient city was already simple and unadorned. Xianxia only managed to get his hands on it after using his supreme strength. He had an urge to immediately smash it into pieces, but he endured it in the end. You can take the divine city away and give it to me after you repair it. Xianxia didn't seem to be worried at all. Xianxia used his powerful divine sense to search every inch of the ruined divine city. After that, he didn't say anything and disappeared from this world with a flash of light. Just at this moment, the 4 ancestor gods flew back from the 9 prefectures and appeared in front of Xianxia. Lord, how can you take such a risk? You can't hand the divine city over to him. What if he ruthlessly destroys your city? What should we do then? Don't worry, that's a small matter. Xianxia's expression was gloomy and unfathomable. During the process of returning to the world of death, Xianxia had been using the incomplete divine map and the 2 heavenly marks to suppress the palm-sized ancient city. After returning, he chose an uninhabited area and carefully sized up the city. After standing there silently for a long time, he finally made a decision. Bang, the divine map pressed down and shook repeatedly. In the end, the city was crushed into pieces, but just at this moment, the moment the divine city collapsed, a stone mountain flew out from within. There were actually 3 swords stabbed into it. The divine city shattered, and a stone mountain flew out. 3 swords were stabbed into it. Specks of divine light flickered as sword chi radiated in all directions. Suppress. Xianxia shouted the word suppress, and the incomplete divine diagram in the sky instantly pressed down. At the same time, 2 heavenly marks also appeared, blocking in front of him. The stone mountain trembled and tried to break through the encirclement, but it didn't break through. Instead, it was fixed in place, and the 3 swords on it clanked. Xianxia frowned. Although the stone mountain was very hard and could be called a divine mountain, there was nothing strange about it. It was easily suppressed. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Break! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. The formation rotated slowly and pressed down. That stone mountain cracked on the spot. Although it was a sacred mountain that had been refined, it still cracked like porcelain in front of the divine diagram. The 3 swords trembled unceasingly and issued a sonorous defense. It seemed like they had sensed the misty formation in the sky and were about to join in. Xianxia was stunned at that moment. How could this be? What was the human demon Xianxia trying to do? Why did he seal the 3 swords in the dilapidated immemorial demon city? Wasn't this helping him in vain? Could it be that Xianxia really thought that he didn't dare to break the city and would help repair it completely? Wasn't this too arrogant? Even so, he shouldn't have left the swords in the ancient city because there was no need to take such a risk. At this moment, Xianxia thought of a lot of things, but the expression in his eyes became sharper. He didn't dare to be careless. He fixed the collapsed divine city and the broken stone mountain in place. At the same time, he brought the 3 swords closer to him and carefully sized them up. The 3 swords clanked. There was no spiritual imprint left on them, and there were no special marks. It could be said that they were ownerless. Go. Xiaoqian didn't stand on ceremony and threw the 3 swords into the divine diagram. Using the misty formation to refine them, a mysterious aura flowed out like primal chaos. The 3 swords slowly gained intelligence and finally seemed to have a life of their own. They shot out a soaring divine radiance and tore apart the thick silver clouds in the sky of the Death Continent. Clang, 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 a burst of sword chime filled with vitality resounded through the sky and shook the outer region of the Continent of Death. The 3 swords were activated just like the 30 swords in the past. A misty fog shrouded them. The 3 swords floated motionlessly in the sky. The tips of the swords shot straight into the sky, and an ancient pattern gradually condensed between them. Then, they violently shook. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and a majestic power shook everyone's mind. It was vast and mighty, but immediately after, all the divine power was retracted. A small corner of a damaged formation diagram condensed, floating in the sky, misty and mysterious. In that instant, Xiaoqian was startled awake. Could it be that the human demon Gagan was using him to summon the formation diagram? Repairing the dilapidated immemorial devil city and petrifying another arm were all fake. Perhaps this was what he wanted. Xiaoqian quickly took action. The 30 battle swords condensed into a divine diagram and pressed down. In an instant, it covered the formation diagram that was missing a small corner. Rumble, after a series of violent collisions, the formation diagram slowly fused. The dense fog lingered, and it became more and more mysterious. Gradually, a small corner appeared, and it was bigger than before. In the process of becoming complete, the mysterious divine power it possessed was naturally more powerful. Fusing smoothly, nothing unforeseen happened during this process. At the same time, the 33 swords in the sky trembled at the same time. The brilliance soared into the sky, and the 33 divine rainbows completely ruined the dusky sky. Boom, Xiaoqian soared into the sky and used his own body to mend the diagram. Patterns appeared all over his body and fused with the divine diagram in the sky. The primal chaos fog fluttered, and this part of the sky was completely sealed. As time flowed, the formation diagram became hazy, and Xiaoqian fused with it. At this moment, he seemed to have fused with the Tao, and his body turned into eternity. The divine diagram rotated unceasingly, and the space-time there gradually became chaotic. In the end, it became an eternal point. The mysterious power seemed to have frozen the heaven and earth. Only after more than 10 days did a loud sound come from the sky. Boom, Xiaoqian and the divine diagram separated. He stood there quietly for 3 days, and then slowly opened his eyes. His understanding of the divine diagram had deepened by 1 step. What is the demonic human Guqian trying to do? Could it be that he really wants to use me to summon the divine diagram, gather the swords, and then snatch it? Isn't this too arrogant and conceited? Xiaoqian had displayed the divine diagram more than once, and the ancestor god of the other world already knew about it. Apart from using him to condense the formation diagram, it was hard for him to imagine what Guqian was planning. However, he was still bewildered. Wasn't this too arrogant? Now, it was equivalent to helping him first. How could Guqian be so confident that he could snatch his formation diagram? Carefully recalling everything that happened not long ago, Xiaoqian noticed that Guqian initially wanted him to betray the other world, and only at the end did he mention the matter of restoring the divine city. Betray, thinking of all this, Xiaoqian shivered. Countless years ago, there was once a proud son of heaven in the 9 prefectures who betrayed the other world. Could this person be him, Guqian? As for what Guqian said, that Xiaoqian would meet that person in the future, it didn't contradict this kind of conjecture. Perhaps only when his true identity was exposed would they truly meet. This was a bold and absurd conjecture. Even Xiaoqian himself felt that it was a little inconceivable. Could it be that Guqian was really a proud son of heaven from back then? Could it be that he was enduring humiliation to carry a heavy load, and now he was secretly helping him? This was too shocking. The demonic human Guqian killed his 9 elder brothers. Was this something that the supreme ancestor god of the 9 prefectures would do? It could be said that he was heartless to the extreme. If he was really enduring humiliation to carry a heavy load, then his sacrifice was too great. Did he kill his 9 elder brothers with his own hands to show his loyalty? This was a kind of cruel devastation and mental torture. It was simply unbearable. If this was true, this kind of suffering was truly unimaginable. How much courage did he need to make such a choice? Extraordinary willpower. He was simply a demonic man. Xiaochen sighed and shook his head. He didn't know Guqian's true origin. Therefore, he couldn't make an accurate judgment. This bold conjecture was only a conjecture in a split second. It couldn't be used as a true conclusion. Moreover, when he thought of how Guqian mercilessly wiped out the creatures of the 9 prefectures, causing millions of people to turn into corpses and blood to flow like a river, Xiaochen felt that his conjecture was too absurd. Regardless of whether it was because he wanted to seize his map or because he had other secrets, in short, Guqian was very mysterious. This man was not simple at all. Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. From now on, he needed to be even more cautious. The otherworldly experts were too terrifying. It was not hard to imagine that there would be other unparalleled characters appearing. Xiaochen confined the sand-like fragments of the divine city between his fingers between the 30 battle swords. Then, he sealed them in his own acupoints. Perhaps there really was a need to repair the city. Yan Huang, the ancestral dragon, and the others went to the depths of the Death Continent. Xiaochen felt that he should also explore further. He decided to find a desolate ghost city and refine it. Just like that, Xiaochen set out on his journey alone. With his previous cultivation, he could naturally advance at lightning speed. Even the Sovereign King's gigantic city would not be able to stop him. However, he was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he advanced on foot and even sealed his divine power. He once again experienced the hardships of a mortal traveling over mountains and rivers. He used the mentality of returning to the starting point to sharpen his will. He wanted to raise the level of his divine sense. Along the way, Xiaochen fought against the vile environment. He fought against the skeletal creatures that frequently appeared. He used all kinds of mysterious techniques to retrain himself. He experienced the dangers that he had never experienced before in order to gain new insights. This journey lasted for more than 10 years. Xiaochen slowly transformed from a mortal who could only fight against ordinary fire seed creatures into a cultivator who could fight against super colorful diamond fire seed creatures. After going through a whole new experience, all kinds of hardships made his will a lot more tenacious. His divine sense had clearly become a lot more condensed. In the 17th year, Xiaochen killed 3 multicolored skeletons and finally provoked the Sovereign King to attack. In the end, he was forced to remove the seal and kill the Sovereign King. After a whole 17 years of training, from fighting against the skeletal creatures to the final battle against the Sovereign King, he had been tempering the power of his divine sense. Finally, his divine sense broke through from the 7th celestial layer to the 8th celestial layer. It was also at this time that he entered the depths of the world of death. After entering this brand new domain, he could no longer see the Sovereign King's city. After stepping into this place, even someone as powerful as Xiaochen had no choice but to be cautious. Qi, a ray of killing light pierced through heaven and earth. It traversed 100 miles and brushed past Xiaochen in an instant. This was the depths of the continent of death. Danger always existed. Even an ancestor god-level expert could not let his guard down. Otherwise, he might suffer a heavy injury at any time. I'm finally close to the mysterious world of death, Xiaochen muttered to himself while standing on this land filled with demonic power. It was not the deepest part of the world of death, but it was already a truly mysterious place. After walking for less than 1,000 miles, Xiaochen saw a lot of unimaginable sceneries. He saw a 10,000-meter-tall skeleton standing quietly in front of a mountain of bones. The body of the skeleton was very hard and hard to destroy. However, there was no fluctuation of divine power at all. He saw an immortal garden. It was lush and lush, overflowing with spiritual energy. However, the surroundings of the immortal garden were filled with countless skeletons. A baleful aura lingered in the surroundings. He saw an ancient ruin. It was desolate and frightening. Every hour, there would be a miserable shriek. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find the source of the sound in the ruins. He saw a white fog. There was a hymn coming from it, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to it. That hazy white fog was like a specter passing through time and space, quickly disappearing before his eyes. This was the true important place of the world of death. Xiaochen only walked for 1,000 miles, and he already felt a strange feeling. He kept feeling that everything was very abnormal. Several days later, Xiaochen finally found the first immemorial demon city in the depths of the world of death. The ancient city stood quietly on the ground. It seemed exceptionally quiet. Xiaochen walked forward with large strides. He wanted to test whether the existence in this city had completely withered or not. However, just at this time, he suddenly stopped. Because a figure suddenly appeared in front of the city gate. It was an illusory figure that solidified. "You are here," a calm voice transmitted over. That person was not a creature made of white bones, nor was it a stone man. It was a tall Taoist wearing an ancient Taoist robe. There were 4 immortal swords on his back. His back was facing Xiaochen. The tall Taoist was wearing a very old Taoist robe of the ancient era. He had 4 immortal swords on his back, and his back was facing Xiaochen. In the depths of this world of death, although skeletons could be seen everywhere, it was really not easy to see a person with flesh and blood. "Are you waiting for me?" Xiaochen stopped and stood on the cold ground. He asked, "Who are you?" The Taoist slowly turned around. His hair and beard were jet black, his expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. He said, "Have you forgotten?" Speaking until here, his appearance gradually became blurry. Then, a Taoist with a threatening aura reappeared in front of Xiaochen. "It's you, Tong Tian." Xiaochen was startled. How could he forget all the past events? During the false god tribulation, he personally sent a group of super experts to their deaths. And Tong Tian's illusory body even appeared in the world of death. He had interacted with him a long time ago. He once said that he would wait for him in front of the immemorial demon city in the depths of the world of death. "It seems like your background is not small." Xiaochen fixed his gaze on him. Now that his cultivation was comparable to an ancestor god, he naturally did not fear any enemy. The Taoist in front of him revealed a cold smile and said, "Tong Tian is just a symbol. He no longer exists. As for me, I exist with the world and cannot be erased." "What exactly is your background?" Xiaochen vaguely knew a terrifying fact a long time ago. In the real world, the human's mind possessed an unimaginable power. The gods of the other world made use of this to make many originally illusory figures walk out from the hearts of the common people and manifest themselves in this world. And in the world of death, there were some unparalleled tyrannical creatures that were so powerful that they could project their shadows in the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world. Part of their shadow fragments could merge with the illusory false gods. This Taoist in front of him, if he did not guess wrong, he was probably one of those tyrannical existences. He was an extremely dangerous and terrifying character. "Tong Tian has already perished. You can call me Illusory Sky." The Taoist in front of him had an indifferent expression. His appearance had returned to its original appearance. In the world of death, a tyrannical unknown creature had once projected its shadow fragments into the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world. Now that he was standing in front of him, Xiaochen had no choice but to be on guard. "If that's the case, the other illusory false gods have also come back to life?" Xiaochen asked. "You're wrong. Let me correct you again. The illusory body of the past has already been destroyed. The me you see now is the true original powerhouse." The Taoist in front of him had a calm expression on his face, but it sent chills down everyone's spines. He said, "However, other than me, you won't be able to see anyone else's original form." "Why?" Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. "Because time is too long. Time can erase everything." The Taoist priest in front of him said calmly, "Many of the projections of the world of death entered that world countless years ago. During this long period of time, the projections may have been preserved, but the original body of the master of the world of death has slowly disappeared in the long river of history. Until now, apart from me, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the original body of anyone else." Xiaochen didn't feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His expression was still very grave as he said, "In that case, there were many experts who took the final step in this world? How is this possible?" There aren't many supreme experts who can project their projections into another world. Perhaps it should be said that they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The projections are fragmented. Perhaps a supreme expert's projection can be split into more than 10 parts. The Taoist priest in front of him, who called himself Su Tian, had been very indifferent from the beginning. There wasn't any fluctuation in his emotions when he spoke. Then, what is your purpose in stopping me here today? Xiaochen raised this most crucial question. Naturally, it's to settle the grudge between us. Speaking up to here, the Taoist priest's expression became even colder. The 4 immortal swords on his back clanked and jumped out of the scabbard on their own. A cold murderous aura immediately broke through the thick lead clouds in the sky. I'm afraid it's not just that. Xiaochen stood in the distance and said, in the past, not long after I awakened in the world of death, I already fought with your illusory figure. You said that you would wait for me in front of the immemorial demon city in the depths of the continent of death. Speaking up to here, Xiaochen frowned and said, at that time, your strength in the outer region of the world of death was not that strong. Now, it seems to have soared to a shocking level. You. Xiaochen looked at him in surprise. Thinking up to here, he instantly deduced many things. He said, right now, you are also a projection, not your real body. This place shouldn't be very far from your divine city, so your projection is very strong. At this moment, Xiaochen was shocked by his own deduction. Then, he stared at the immemorial demon city in front of him and said, could that be the immemorial demon city that you are sleeping in? Right now, you are the illusory figure of your real body in the city. You are wrong. I am not an illusory figure. The tall and indifferent Taoist priest said calmly, I am formed from a part of my divine sense. This was very bad news. If the terrifying existence in the immemorial demon city didn't want to give up the last step, then no matter what, they couldn't take even half a step out of the divine city. And these 10 people in front of him were actually formed from a part of the divine sense of that terrifying existence. They actually had such means to successfully step out of the immemorial demon city. You are right. I indeed have another purpose for waiting for you. The distance is too far, I don't have the ability to walk there. After all, I am breaking through the last step. My divine sense can't be too far away from my real body. I can only wait for you in the depths of the death continent. I want. Speaking until here, the eyes of the Taoist priest in front suddenly shot out 2 terrifying rainbow-colored lights towards Xiaochen. Clang! Clang! 2 battle swords appeared in front of Xiaochen and blocked the 2 rainbow-colored lights, emitting an ear-piercing metallic sound. What do you want? Xiaochen asked coldly. I want to kill you. The Taoist priest's body immediately became hazy, but there was a sharp sword intent that deeply shook the death continent. A cloud of faintly discernible mist rose up, and it really looked like a fairy mist. However, in an instant, 4 sharp sword chi slashed out. They were tyrannical and tyrannical. Without a doubt, they definitely had the battle prowess of an ancestor god. Dang! Dang, dang! Xiaochen changed his position. His body was like an illusion as he dodged that hazy white mist. At the same time, a few battle swords blocked in front of him. They crisscrossed and collided with the 4 immortal swords. It's impossible for you to be waiting here to kill me. What exactly is your purpose? Xiaochen didn't believe his words. You can ask again if you can survive. The cold Taoist priest became more and more fierce. He turned into a cloud of white mist and controlled the 4 immortal swords to slash horizontally. Do you want to test my strength? Xiaochen said coldly, I dislike people who pretend to be profound to test me. Don't blame me for being merciless. I will destroy your divine sense and shatter the immemorial demon city behind you. I will make you regret it for eternity. Xiaochen's voice was cold. 33 battle swords rushed out and slashed at the 4 immortal swords in front of him. Divine radiance soared into the sky. Clang! 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 The deafening sound of metal clashing lingered in the ears. 30-odd battle swords tore apart the dark sky that was shrouded in dark clouds like 30 lightning. Sparks flew in all directions. Sword chi filled the air. Ghastly cracks appeared on the 4 immortal swords. Some parts were almost completely broken. Boom, after a short moment, the 4 swords shattered with a loud bang. They were crushed into iron filings by the divine radiance emitted by the 33 battle swords and fell to the ground. Swish, 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 the battle swords danced in the air and went straight for the hazy white mist in front of them, a cold snort transmitted. 2 terrifying rays of light instantly lit up in the white mist. That was a pair of eyes. They were actually flickering with a yellow radiance that made people's hair stand on end. The yellow radiance that was close to gold wasn't holy at all. On the contrary, it gave off a gloomy feeling. There were no pupils, only 2 yellow pupils. It was very frightening. The hair on Xiaoqian's body immediately stood on end. He felt a great danger. That was the divine power that only the Supreme Ancestor God possessed. Moreover, it wasn't the first time he saw that kind of yellow radiance. More than 10 years ago, the stoneman that was only a hair away from successfully taking the final step. It could be said that he was unrivaled under the heavens. The radiance he emitted was yellow radiance. Moreover, the stoneman that was wreaking havoc in the other world also emitted yellow radiance. This kind of not dazzling and very hazy yellow radiance seemed to be exclusive to the stoneman. Clang, the sound shook the vast sky. The 33 battle swords flew back in an instant and burst out with resplendent radiance in front of Xiaoqian. After that, the hazy and incomplete divine diagram appeared and slowly rotated. Chi. Chi. 2 yellow radiance rushed over in a flash. This part of the world immediately trembled. Bang. Bang. The divine diagram rotated like an immortal heavenly shield. It collided with the 2 yellow radiance and let out a muffled sound. It was as if the heavenly drum was beating. It was as if the sun and moon were trembling. Everything in the surroundings became hazy. The mysterious and demonic power collided violently. Rumble, even the majestic primordial demon city in front was trembling. It burst out with a terrifying aura that overflowed the sky. This area was completely sealed by a supreme power. Thump. Thump. The horrifying sound directly affected people's souls. The hazy world was filled with the fluctuation of the supreme divine power. In the end, it was as if the vault of heaven was smashed by a huge hammer. After a violent tremor, this part of the world gradually became clear. Xiaoqian was deeply shocked by the strength of the other party. Although it couldn't be compared to the stoneman's battle prowess and couldn't compare to a genuine supreme ancestor god, it definitely surpassed an ordinary ancestor god. One must know that this wasn't the other party's main body, it was only a condensed part of the divine sense, a tyrannical existence that could project itself into the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world. It had experienced countless years and didn't perish. It was really hard to estimate its depth. Sure enough. The white mist gradually dispersed. That Taoist appeared once again. He stood in front of the primordial demon city and gazed at the divine diagram in front of Xiaoqian. He said to himself, this escaping formation really appeared again. My feeling was not wrong. The other party's words contained a lot of information. Xiaoqian's heart immediately trembled. This Taoist was actually waiting for him for the sake of the divine diagram. The other party had a premonition a long time ago. This divine diagram seemed to have a great connection with the world of death. I already had a premonition that the escaping divine diagram would reappear. I didn't expect it to appear in the battle sword this time, the Taoist muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes became brighter. However, Xiaoqian was shocked. The information revealed by the Taoist's words was really shocking. Could it be that the formation diagram didn't exist because of the battle sword, but was only reappearing through the battle sword? The words of the other party were very credible. It expressed his inner thoughts. The battle sword was born in the eternal light, and the most evil place that gave birth to the eternal light was in the world of death. The divine diagram seemed to be even more ancient than the battle sword. If that was the case, it was really scary. The divine diagram might have existed countless years ago before the battle sword. It was very likely that it was born in this world of death at the very beginning. The Taoist in front of him might be a very ancient creature. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so tyrannical that he could project himself into the other few worlds when he was reborn in the primordial demon city. The escaping one was born from the earth. This was the divine diagram. It was born long before the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world. It seemed to be true. And in this world of death, what happened in the distant past? The whole world was destroyed, and the divine diagram disappeared. After countless years, it reappeared. Rather than saying that you are waiting for me, it would be better to say that you are after the divine diagram. Xiaochen stared at the Taoist in front of him. I really want the divine diagram, but it seems that if my main body doesn't come out, I won't be able to get it. The Taoist wearing an ancient robe stood there quietly with a calm expression on his face. He said, I've been waiting here for the godly diagram to appear. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I am willing to cooperate with you and not take it by force. Cooperate with me? Xiaochen sneered. Even if the other party took it by force, he could still protect it unless the other party revealed his main body. Therefore, he was very calm and asked, what are your plans? I want to use your divine diagram to kill someone. The Taoist's voice was a little cold. It seemed that he was very afraid of that person. What does it have to do with me if you kill someone? Why should I cooperate with you? Do you still remember Hongjun? The Taoist's eyes were shining as he asked. Of course I remember. Xiaochen replied. Hongjun is that person's projection. The Taoist's voice was very powerful. It was like the rumbling of thunder. His projection, Xiaochen's pupils suddenly contracted. He had always been thinking about this question. There was always a shadow in his heart. The Taoist was so powerful, but his main body was definitely at the final step. His projection was only half ancestor level. And how terrifying was that tyrannical creature that projected Hongjun? Its projection had already become an ancestor god by borrowing the power of human soul. The original body of that existence really made him feel uneasy. Only the divine diagram can kill him. The Taoist's words seemed to prove how terrifying that person was. What does killing him have to do with me? Xiaochen's reply was very cold. Even though the destroyed Hongjun was only a projection, he was still a universe-enlightened ancestral god. Creating a universe-enlightened ancestral god from a different world requires a huge price. Do you think that person would be like me, who would be able to wipe the slate clean with you? He won't let you off so easily. When he comes knocking on my door, I will naturally reply to him. Xiaochen was still calm and unperturbed. He didn't have any intention of cooperating with the Taoist. I am really talking to you with sincerity. The Taoist in front of the immemorial demon city stared at Xiaochen and said, otherwise, would I explain it to you patiently? But I can't even take care of myself now. It's impossible for me to help you kill a stone man who is probably about to take the final step or has already taken the final step. Xiaochen wasn't moved. Instead, he said, how about you help me deal with some strong enemies in the other world first? This way, I might be able to calm down and help you. A cold laugh immediately came from in front of the immemorial demon city. The Taoist's figure gradually became hazy. He said, don't think that I really can't kill you. Xiaochen immediately became indifferent. He said, then you can try. I'm afraid that the one who dies is not me, but you. Boom, just at this moment, a monstrous yellow light burst out. The Taoist's body seemed to be petrified. It actually condensed a layer of stone armor and emitted a heart-palpitating aura. He stared at Xiaochen like a wild beast. Bang, the Taoist shattered the heaven and earth with a light shake. He rushed to the front of Xiaochen with one step and shouted, this is the world of death, not the 9 prefectures or the 4 corners of the world. I'll ask you again, are you willing to cooperate? Xiaochen sneered. He didn't want to fight head-on. His body moved like lightning and moved 1,000 miles in an instant. He left this area in an instant. He didn't want to fight to the death with the other party. In his conjecture, the Taoist couldn't be too far away from his body. Therefore, he couldn't be too far away from the immemorial demon city. Otherwise, his strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, even if he really wanted to fight with the Taoist, he had to be thousands of miles away. Swish, a yellow light flashed. The Taoist wearing stone armor instantly intercepted in front of Xiaochen. His speed was almost terrifying. I really want to cooperate with you. Otherwise, you will regret it. The person I want to kill will definitely be your enemy in the future. Moreover, he will be an undefeatable and terrifying enemy. The Taoist was still trying to persuade Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen responded with action. His body shook, and he traveled through time and space, disappearing in front of the Taoist. Boom, the Taoist slashed open the space-time tunnel with his palm, forcefully cutting off Xiaochen's path. Bang, Xiaochen shook the divine diagram. His eyes were ice-cold as he pressed forward. Rumble, the terrifying sound was deafening. The hazy fog surged forward. The divine diagram obliterated everything in its way. The Taoist seemed to be very apprehensive. He didn't dare to face it head-on. He instantly dodged to the side and made his move against Xiaochen. Boom, the divine diagram spun at an extremely fast speed and suppressed the Taoist. You forced me to do this. The Taoist shouted coldly. A stone spear actually appeared in his hand. Although it was simple and unadorned, it made people's heart palpitate. The stone spear is actually in your hands? Xiaochen was very shocked. He immediately recognized that it was the stone spear that was suppressed in the broken ancient city in the river Styx. That day, it flew to the depths of the death world. He didn't expect it to be obtained by this Taoist. Boom, the Taoist used the stone spear to poke the divine diagram. Immediately, a monstrous divine power burst out. The two of them shook violently and were sent flying. Xiaochen was shocked. This Taoist wasn't in his body, but he still had such a terrifying power. It was hard to imagine how terrifying his body would be when he was born. Shua. This time, Xiaochen successfully broke through and passed the Taoist's obstruction. Far away from your immemorial demon city, let's see if you still dare to chase after me. Xiaochen stopped in the distance. He wanted to have a decisive battle with the Taoist. Boom, just at this moment, in the distant region behind the Taoist, the immemorial demon city suddenly rose from the ground and rushed forward at high speed. In an instant, it flew to the sky of this region and hovered above the Taoist's head. Very well, I will prove it to you. The Taoist pointed at Xiaochen. The immemorial demon city above his head immediately became like a huge seal. With a rumble, it pressed down on Xiaochen. This unforeseen event was very sudden. Xiaochen didn't expect that the other party would dare to uproot the divine city. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of destroying his own foundation? My strength isn't something you can imagine. This is my first immemorial demon city that is used for nirvana. The Taoist's voice was very cold. It emitted a strong self-confidence. He was still patiently persuading Xiaochen, there are only benefits and no harm in cooperating with me. It is not too late to consider it now. Boom, at the same time, Xiaochen used the divine diagram to forcefully resist the immemorial demon city that was descending from the sky. The tremor caused the depths of the death continent to shake. He flew backward for a long distance before he stopped. He said, if you want me to cooperate with you, that's fine. Tell me the secret method to break through to the golem realm and give me this immemorial demon city. If you want to take it, you have to pay first. Alright, no problem. The Taoist agreed without hesitation. The Taoist did not hesitate at all. He gave away the immemorial demon city that was related to taking the final step. He was very straightforward and decisive. This made Xiaochen ponder. Was the divine map really that important? It seemed to have an extraordinary meaning in the eyes of the tyrannical creatures of the world of death. What, you don't believe me? The Taoist was covered in stone armor. He stood in the sky, and above him was the immemorial demon city. It stood tall and straight, suppressing the world. The surrounding clouds were rolling. Tell me the secret method to break through to the Stoneman realm first. Xiaochen stood in the void, facing the Taoist. Are you sure you really want to know this secret method? Why not? Xiaochen asked. If you don't reach the corresponding realm, if you break through to the Stoneman realm rashly, I'm afraid you will die instantly. My self-control is not that bad. Although Xiaochen looked calm, he was indeed curious in his heart. What kind of secret was hidden in the Stoneman realm? The Taoist looked at him and said, my Stoneman path is here. As he spoke, two yellow lights flew out of his eyes and shot towards Xiaochen. Ding, Xiaochen intercepted the two rainbow-colored radiants with his sword. After that, he pointed his finger at the top. Specks of light surged out and flowed into Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness like water ripples. He began to refine them with his divine sense. The mysterious and terrifying golem path slowly appeared in front of his eyes. The stoneman path could no longer be described as a narrow escape. It could almost be called a path of self-destruction. All kinds of hardships and tribulations were like a natural moat in front of him. There was simply no way to go. There was only a faint light flickering at the end of the hazy horizon, indicating that there was a higher realm there. However, where was the path? It was almost impossible to see. Xiaoqian memorized them one by one. Perhaps it couldn't become his practice manual, but it was a kind of precious and important reference. That was because it was almost impossible to see stone men in all the realms. Their practice method was too precious. Everyone has their own path. My stoneman path might be different from others, and it might not be suitable for you at all. The Taoist in the sky reminded Xiaoqian. I naturally know. Xiaoqian nodded and then asked, but how can I be sure that this is the real stoneman path? I won't lie to you. If you want to verify it, you'll have to walk the golem path right now. That's impossible. Xiaoqian shook his head. The path of the stone golems was too difficult. The experience of the predecessors was very important. Xiaoqian wanted to collect enough stone golem cultivation techniques before he truly reached that realm. Of course, that was on the premise that the cultivation techniques were correct. Then let's use this as an initial preparation. Speaking till here, the Taoist threw the stone spear in his hand towards Xiaoqian. The stone spear was simple and unadorned. However, it instantly pierced through space and appeared in front of Xiaoqian, hovering there quietly. Use the stone man technique to activate this spear and see how powerful it is. However, I have to remind you not to go overboard, or else you might be petrified on the spot and lose your life force. This was a dangerous attempt, but Xiaoqian was not afraid at all. He held the simple and unadorned spear with both of his hands and activated his divine power according to the golem technique. Boom, just at this moment, a monstrous aura burst out with Xiaoqian's body as the center. The land of death immediately let out a cracking sound as a terrifying chasm was split open. The stone spear emitted a hazy yellow radiance. Meanwhile, Xiaoqian's arms also stiffened. A layer of stone skin appeared on the surface of his arms. He was about to petrify. Bang, Xiaoqian shook both of his hands. Specks of yellow radiance rippled out. His arms were freed from their stiff state. That stone spear became simple and unadorned again. I want to add another condition now. Because it's very hard for me to determine whether this golem technique is real or fake, I want this stone spear as compensation. Xiaoqian raised such a request. You are really demanding an exorbitant price. I have already told you the method to break through to the golem realm. Even my immemorial demon city was gifted to you without any hesitation. Are you still not satisfied? The Taoist in the sky had a gloomy expression. Xiaoqian was very calm as he said, it's already very difficult for me to fight against the ancestor god. If I were to get involved in the dispute of your realm, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Without the corresponding temptation, it would be hard for me to take the risk. That's impossible. The Taoist in the sky had a gloomy expression as he said, your request is too much. Now that Xiaoqian had already obtained the golem technique, the Taoist obviously wouldn't let him go just like that. The immemorial demon city above Xiaoqian's head rumbled as if there were millions of demonic mountains above him. The berserk aura pressing down became even sharper. You are even willing to give the immemorial demon city to me. Why would you value a stone weapon so much? Xiaoqian had already suspected this long ago. He felt that this stone spear might be a weapon left behind by a golem that successfully took the final step. Otherwise, it would not be so valued by the tyrannical beings of the death world. Currently, it is my strongest support. I cannot give it to you. The Taoist's expression sank as he said, you might have already guessed it. This stone spear has an extraordinary origin. It is a complete stone weapon. Indeed. Xiaoqian knew that even if he forced it, the other party would not compromise. Furthermore, it was very likely that the other party would make a move on him. He stared at the second immemorial demon city and said, you said that this is the second ancient city used for nirvana. What is going on? Since I can successfully split off a portion of my spiritual sense, I can naturally reconstruct a new me and snatch the ancient city of some dying golem. The Taoist's reply was very calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, Xiaochen was rather shocked. Wouldn't this be equivalent to having a second life? The chances of becoming a golem were slim. If he did this, he would have another foundation. I know what you are thinking. However, I'm sorry to tell you that if you want to take the final step, you need to merge all your spiritual sense into one. Only then will you have a slight chance of success. I did this just so that I can control everything in the outside world. That way, I won't be ignorant of the changes in the world. The Taoist's words extinguished the little hope in Xiaochen's heart. In this world, as long as you have not reached consummation, you cannot ignore the changes in the world. Otherwise, even if you are just a step away, you might still turn into a pile of dirt. The Taoist seemed to be touched as he spoke very casually. I obtained your golem dharma, but you are not willing to give me the stone spear. If I just leave, it will indeed be unfair to you. However, I don't want to get involved in your dispute too early. If I get involved too early, I'm afraid I might turn into ashes at any time. I can agree to cooperate with you, but you have to wait until I reach the 9th heavenly layer of Ancestor God realm before I can join forces with you. I never thought of asking you to make a move now. The Taoist shook his head and said, but I can't wait until you reach the 9th heavenly layer of Ancestor God realm. I think when you reach the 6th heavenly layer, you will be able to shake the experts of the 9th heavenly layer. Speaking until here, his gaze suddenly turned sharp as if he wanted to see through Xiaochen's every move. But we are going to face the golems. I won't make a move before I reach the 9th heavenly layer. Xiaochen was very determined. He did not want to put himself in a dead end. 7th heavenly layer, I can only wait until you reach the 7th heavenly layer. The Taoist's tone was very firm. I'll take a step back. 8th heavenly layer. I won't make a move before I reach the 8th heavenly layer. Xiaochen did not treat the Taoist in front of him as a kind person. It was impossible for him to help him for no reason. The other party was definitely not a kind person. They might turn against each other at any time in the future. Alright, the 8th heavenly layer it is. I'll wait for you. The Taoist seemed very confident. His gaze turned sharp as he said, I think your world will cease to exist soon. It's impossible for you to hide even if you want to. You can only return to the world of the dead. Cut the crap. Give me the immemorial demon city. Xiaochen looked straight at the Taoist and the huge city in the sky. I'll give it to you in 3,000 years. The Taoist said. That's impossible. Do you think a person of your realm would bargain like a commoner? Xiaochen sneered. Alright, I'll give it to you. The Taoist's aura suddenly turned sharp as he said, if you think you can leave after getting the benefits and have nothing to do with me, then you're wrong. If you go back on today's agreement, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll wipe out everyone related to you from this world. Rumble, the immemorial demon city trembled and landed on the ground from the Taoist's head. After that, a soaring yellow radiance submerged this world all of a sudden. The immemorial demon city trembled violently. The life essence inside flowed up like a huge waterfall and condensed towards the Taoist. I don't want a ruined city. Xiaochen shouted from afar. Don't worry. I'll only take what belongs to me. Everything in the original city will be preserved. The Taoist was enveloped by the endless yellow radiance. He was like a black hole that kept absorbing the life force. Rumble, with a final loud sound, the immemorial demon city stopped shaking and became completely quiet. The yellow radiance around the Taoist slowly converged into his body. His aura became even more oppressive. He formed a hand seal towards the huge city below. Rumble, inside the immemorial demon city, a dilapidated stoneman was detained. However, its life force had already been extinguished. At this moment, it seemed to still be in a deep sleep. Its body was extremely dilapidated. Only a leg bone and skull had been petrified. The rest of its body was almost rotten, and its flesh was festering on the bones. This is the original master of the ancient city. However, its life force can't last for more than a few years. The Taoist proved to Xiaochen that he didn't touch anything that originally belonged to the immemorial demon city. After that, he sent the stoneman back to the city. A proud son of heaven in the past actually fell to such a state, Xiaochen sighed ruefully. How could a person who could walk out of the stoneman's path be a mediocre person? He must have been a peerless expert who looked down on the world. But what was the result? He wanted to improve further, but in the end, he decayed and returned to the earth. He was originally an unrivaled hero, but in the end, he was detained like a dead dog. It was truly pitiful and lamentable. No wonder the three supreme ancestor gods of the otherworldly world would rather be as still as a boulder and guard the eternal unknown than walk the stoneman's path. The ending of this peerless expert in the past was simply too miserable. The Taoist. In the sky continuously formed hand seals, displaying a profound technique that Xiaochen had never seen before. Beams of yellow radiance shot towards the immemorial demon city. In the past, I already refined this city. Now, I will pass it to you. I believe that it should be easy for you to take over. As the yellow radiance continued to strike, the immemorial demon city quickly shrank. Eventually, it actually became like a huge seal floating in the air. Finally, the immemorial demon city was refined until it was only the size of a palm. Then, he held it in his palm. Use the divine diagram to refine this city. At the same time, I want to see if there are any changes to the divine diagram. The Taoist threw the palm-sized immemorial demon city at Xiaochen. Fog surged. Although the immemorial demon city was very small, its aura did not diminish. It still gave off a heavy and majestic feeling, making one feel uneasy. Xiaochen took out the divine diagram and slowly rotated it, suppressing this ancient city and starting to refine it. The hazy fog surged. Divine energy surged here like raging waves crashing against the shore. It was like rocks piercing through the sky and shaking the heavens. Time passed. After 3 days, Xiaochen completely took control of this ancient demonic city. If you want to walk the stoneman's path in the future, you will save a lot of life energy with this ready-made ancient city. The Taoist said. If it is not a divine city condensed with one's life energy, it will probably just be a sand castle in the end. Xiaochen smiled coldly. After refining the immemorial demon city, he put it into the divine diagram. With a flash of light, the divine diagram and the sword entered his body. Huh? Just at this moment, the Taoist seemed startled. He shouted, "Wait a moment. Summon the divine diagram and the sword." Xiaochen stared at him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you regretting it?" "It has nothing to do with me. It concerns your safety." The Taoist shouted, "There's something wrong with the sword." Hearing this, Xiaochen was startled. 17 years ago, when he left the 9 prefectures, the human demon Guqian asked him to repair the divine city. When he came back, he smashed the ancient city and 3 swords rushed out. Xiaochen put them away and refined them. Regarding this matter, he always had doubts in his heart. He didn't know if Guqian was helping him on purpose or if he was plotting something. Xiaochen took out the swords at the first moment. 33 swords floated in the void. Every one of them was shining brilliantly. It was so bright that it made the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers lose their color. The Taoist in the sky held a stone spear and arrived in front of Xiaochen in an instant. He pointed at the 3 swords and said, "There's something wrong with these 3 swords." Xiaochen's heart sank. They were the 3 swords of the human demon Guqian. "Put away the other swords. Let me take a look." The Taoist revealed a solemn expression. Clang! Clang! Xiaochen put away the other swords and retreated. The divine diagram remained in front of him. He had to be on guard against this Taoist. Someone left an imprint on these 3 swords. The Taoist used the stone spear to suppress the 3 swords. His expression was grave as he said, "This person is not simple." It can be said that he is not simple at all. Impossible. Xiaochen didn't believe it. He said, "I've already checked and refined them. How could there be someone else's imprint? This person is very powerful. He has already simulated the divine power of the swords and imprinted that extremely weak imprint on the divine power of the swords. He himself is also a part of this divine power. It is really hard to detect. This person's spiritual power is very terrifying." The Taoist gave such a high evaluation of the human demon Guqian. Xiaochen's expression was very unsightly. He didn't expect that he would almost be hoodwinked by Guqian. It could be said that he was crossing the sea with the heavens. He said in a deep voice, "By doing this, can he attack me at any time? I don't think so. After all, it is just a weak imprint. As long as you notice it, you can be erased at any time." Speaking until here, the Taoist said seriously, "This person is indeed not simple. He wants to simulate everything about the swords, assimilate with them, and slowly strengthen his spiritual power. In the end, he will use his spiritual power to understand everything about the swords. He even wants to forcibly simulate the divine diagram. However, I'm afraid he doesn't know that the divine diagram cannot be simulated by others. He can't do it." At the end, the Taoist looked at Xiaochen and said, "I didn't expect such a person to have his eyes on you. This person is not simple. He is a difficult person to deal with. His strength is very impressive. He only petrified one arm." Xiaochen waved his hand, and the figure of the human demon Guqian appeared in the air. That stone arm was especially eye-catching. The Taoist faintly glanced at him and said, "How much petrification is done cannot be used to judge a person's combat strength. Some people are just a step away from the last step. They seem to be the strongest and invincible, but in the end, they are failures. They have consumed too much of their life-blood essence, and they may not be able to defeat those who walk out of the immemorial Devil City on their own because of their blood essence and vitality." What? Xiaochen was shocked. This was the first time he knew that the Golem Road had such a secret. The amount of petrification was not the only way to determine one's combat power. That human demon Guqian, he seemed to have walked out of the divine city on his own. Because he once said that many people, including himself, did not expect that the flame of life was not extinguished. In the end, his essence blood was vigorous, and he survived. He left the divine city on his own. Xiaochen was startled and said, "With these imprints, can he find out where I am? He might even be able to use his divine power to break through the barrier of the world of death and come here." "I don't think so." The Taoist smiled coldly and said, "The world of death contains too many secrets. How can it be as easy to enter as the other worlds?" However, speaking until here, the Taoist frowned slightly and said, "If there are several experts of this level, then it is hard to say." Xiaochen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He made his move in an instant and enveloped the three swords with the divine diagram. He carefully sensed the imprints that simulated the divine power of the swords and destroyed them in an instant. At the same time, on a small boat outside the 9 prefectures, a somewhat dispirited, somewhat melancholic, somewhat faintly discernible, middle-aged man with an extremely complicated temperament suddenly raised his head. 2 incomparably sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. The fingers that were playing the zither suddenly broke the divine string with a ding sound. The boundless sea immediately surged into the sky and directly scattered the clouds in the sky. Sigh, he sighed softly. It was that human demon Guqian. In the world of death, the Taoist left. Xiaochen quietly cultivated at the same place for more than 3 months. He completely controlled the immemorial demon city that he had obtained. Moreover, he completely melted the stone fragments of Guqian's divine city into the immemorial demon city, causing the two to fuse into one. I wonder how the 9 prefectures is. Xiaochen decided to return to the 9 prefectures to take a look. Just as Xiaochen made this decision, a stretch of auspicious clouds and auspicious colors lingered outside the 9 prefectures. For otherworldly ancestor gods led the way and led a mysterious cultivator to the sea area where Guqian was. Guqian sat cross-legged on a small boat. He was as tranquil as a lotus and had an otherworldly temperament. He cast an indifferent glance at the mysterious cultivator in the sky and said, "Guests from the heavenly realm, what a good trick. The 7 demon diagram has sealed the heavenly road, and yet you guys still have a way to come down." The person on the auspicious clouds and auspicious colors was a middle-aged woman. She was very dignified and elegant, and had an otherworldly and holy temperament. She descended slowly and said, "I descended only to pass on a command." "Command?" Guqian smiled faintly and said, "Does the heavenly realm really think that they are so high and mighty?" The dignified and holy middle-aged woman's expression didn't change. She descended to the surface of the sea and was only 300 meters away from the small boat. Guqian revealed a hint of a sneer and said, Do you represent the neutral party, the otherworldly party, or the Nine Prefecture sect? I've been neutral from start to finish. Haha, Guqian laughed wildly. It was extremely disrespectful and even presumptuous. He said, neutral party, you're just a fence-sitter. Whichever side is stronger, *T will fall to that side. You, the middle-aged woman's expression turned cold. She said in a chilly voice, what right do you have to humiliate others? You yourself are nothing but a traitor. What are you talking about? Guqian's expression gradually turned cold. The middle-aged woman threw a letter at Guqian and said coldly, you've done it, and you're afraid of others talking about it? With that, she soared into the sky, writing the auspicious clouds to leave. After reading the letter, Guqian calmly stared at the middle-aged woman in the sky who was about to leave. His voice was as cold as the demonic voice in an ice cave, echoing throughout the sea. Since you're here, don't leave. His words were simple, but they seemed to contain a terrifying magical power that shook the souls of the ancestor gods. You want to attack me? The middle-aged woman suddenly turned around and said, you want to start a war with the heavenly realm, AI, Guqian sighed softly. He did not look at the sky at all. He quietly sat cross-legged on the silk, as if he was a little absent-minded. The middle-aged woman coldly glanced down, then turned around again, and was about to fly away. Did I say you can leave? Guqian's chilly voice sounded again. The surrounding four ancestor gods were shocked. Each of them was filled with deep hatred. It was obvious that they were very afraid of the human demon Guqian. However, they still reminded him, my lord, she is. The dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman in the sky also stopped and turned around to stare coldly at him. I know she's from the heavenly realm. So what? Guqian's voice was cold and emotionless. Just now, I thought of some things in the past and felt very uncomfortable. Off to the side, the four elder gods instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This wasn't the first time Guqian had said something like this. There were rumors amongst the experts of this alternate universe that if he were to say something like this, the patriarchs would be put in a difficult position for a very long time. Sure enough, Guqian's temperament changed greatly in an instant. He was like an unsheathed butcher's knife. Although there was no bloody scene, this world was even more sinister and terrifying than the azure field. You really want to attack? The middle-aged woman's expression froze. She was completely ready to fight. Wrong, I want to kill you. Guqian's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, he became incomparably ferocious. Although he did not move, the sleeve of his left arm suddenly shattered. The world around him was instantly shattered. It was that stone arm. Although it was simple and unadorned, it exuded an aura that even ancestor god realm experts would feel terrified. It sealed this sea region. You're causing a great disaster. The middle-aged woman sent out a vast amount of divine power as she prepared to break out of the encirclement. A great disaster? I've always thought that I'm a great disaster. If there's more, then come at me. Guqian stood up. His stone arm expanded and swung out. He shouted, die. The enormous arm instantly became as thick as a mountain ridge. It pierced through the sky and nothing could stop it. The four ancestor gods beside him were all sent flying by the aftershock. The stone arm destroyed everything as easily as crushing dry weeds. The beautiful middle-aged woman discovered to her surprise that she couldn't block it at all. This was simply too terrifying. Her divine shield and several supreme treasures were shattered at the first instant. At the same time, the divine light of life protecting her was also shattered. Bang, the stone fist directly pierced through the middle-aged woman's head. Xianxia really wanted to question Guqian, but just as the words reached his mouth, he seemed to have thought of something and swallowed them back down. He replied coldly, not yet. Aren't you afraid of going down in history and being engraved in the monument of shame? Xianxia did not dare to be careless in front of this incomparably quiet middle-aged man. That was an unparalleled demon king. Even with the sword and the divine diagram, Xianxia still felt very uneasy. A heavenly realm envoy was beaten to a pulp just like that, his head shattered. Guqian did not care about the other party's identity at all. He was insufferably tyrannical. He swallowed an ancestor god just like that. Rumble, boom, Guqian's eyes shot out two beams of yellow light that shot towards the divine soul and the corpse in the sky like two golden rainbows. The human demon Guqian descended. His long hair fluttered like a demonic dragon, and his eyes were as sharp as two bolts of lightning. A huge petrified hand came crashing down. This was the final roar of the heavenly realm envoy. It reverberated in the sky for a long time, unable to calm down. Bang, however, the huge hand had already sealed the sky and completely enveloped this place. The token could not struggle free. At this moment, Guqian was a true demon, completely different from the melancholy, decadent, and ethereal temperament he had in the past. At this moment, his messy hair danced wildly, like the arms of a demon waving in the air. There were no pupils in his eyes, they were pitch black and empty, like two terrifying black holes that were bottomless. The four otherworldly ancestor gods felt a chill in their hearts. Such a heavenly realm envoy, an ancestor god-level expert, was swallowed alive just like that. This human demon was truly terrifying. The headless corpse in the sky trembled violently. The divine soul of the beautiful middle-aged woman rushed out and let out a mournful scream. No, the divine soul of this messenger from the heaven realm was as vast as the sea. His divine power rippled out for 30,000 miles in an instant. It dispersed into small waves and rushed in all directions, trying to escape with a wisp of his divine sense. The beautiful middle-aged woman let out a mournful scream. Selah, Xiaochen looked coldly at the human demon Guqian. Xiaochen saw all this from the sky. The horror of the human demon Guqian was simply shocking, unfathomable. The giant hand in the sky did not grab the divine souls in all directions. Instead, it fiercely pressed down in the middle of the sky. Sigh, life is boundless, I can't choose. Sigh, the medallion seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly sped up, reaching an inconceivable speed as it rushed over to Xiaochen. Dong dong, human devil stared blankly at the sea. No one would doubt his words, let alone his strength. At this time, the golden saint flame in Guqian's petrified hand soared into the sky, illuminating the 9 continents and his terrifying demonic form. The demonic human opened his mouth, devouring the sun and moon, swallowing the yellow saint flame and the soul in one gulp. Even the surrounding dark clouds were sucked into his mouth. Guqian's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were empty. He was definitely a peerless demon king. Bang, boom, there was no one who wasn't afraid of death. Death was as light as a goose feather. Human devil Guqian's demonic might was unparalleled. His stone arm stretched across the sky, and his stone fist directly punched through the middle-aged woman's head. Speaking up to this point, human devil stood up and said calmly, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans. It seems like I have no choice but to make my move today." The 2 golden rainbows were so sharp that they were almost demonic and indestructible. The divine soul tried to attack and dodge, but in the end, it was still pierced through by one of the divine rainbows. Bang, I don't want to do anything, I just want to talk to someone. I don't want to kill anyone right now. Guqian looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, could it be that I am abandoned by the heavens, and also by the people of the world? The 4 of them still wanted to say something, but after seeing those empty eyes, the 4 of them shuddered and shut their mouths. At this time, Guqian suddenly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Xiaochen. What do you want? The heaven and earth shook. The middle-aged woman frantically tried to break the imprisonment of the golem-level powerhouse, but the heaven and earth were like a cage that couldn't be broken. Guqian's expression was a little numb as he said, I don't have a second path. Guqian only responded with a cold snort. He took a step forward from the small boat and arrived high in the sky. He said coldly, you're wrong. I'm not going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you. Why is that? Then you better hurry up. Otherwise, I'm ready to massacre the 9 regions and sweep the 4 worlds. The middle-aged woman's tens of thousands of clones all cracked at this moment. They were all shattered by the giant petrified hand in the sky. Swish, Guqian, you actually dare to hurt me. Could it be that you want to start a war with the heavenly realm? Guqian, you're originally from the 9 regions. Why did you betray the 9 regions and slaughter the creatures of the 4 worlds? Human devil was incomparably depressed as he once again sat on the small boat on the sea. Old friends, why the rush? Why don't we sit down and talk? The human demon sighed softly from behind. In the next moment, he shattered the world with a loud bang and forced Xiaochen out of the spatial passageway. Just at this moment, the token in Xiaochen's hand seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly shone brightly and disappeared with a flash of divine splendor. Ah, no, you want to go to the heavenly realm? But, can you really go? My lord, you can't do this. Guqian crushed the shattered soul in his hand with just 10,000 pieces. He was very decisive without the slightest bit of hesitation. But, you will regret this, Guqian was cold and merciless. His voice made people feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. You made me remember the past. I feel very uncomfortable. So, you must die. I knew you were not completely extinct. Now, turn into ashes. The 4 otherworldly ancestor gods immediately felt their hair stand on end. According to the legends, this state of the human devil was the most dangerous. The 4 soared into the sky and fled. Guqian lowered his head and looked at his palms. His expression was somewhat confused as he said, "Ah, I have to kill again. It has been so many years since I last saw rivers of blood and mountains of stone bones." Although these words were very calm, the 4 otherworldly ancestor gods felt fear in their hearts. Like ice and snow being branded by a piece of bright red iron, the soul was pierced, and a gaping hole appeared in its chest. Ah, you can't kill me. Otherwise, the heavenly realm. Just at this moment, the human devil suddenly turned around and looked in Xiaochen's direction with its empty eyes. The soul of the middle-aged woman struggled and roared. Have you repaired my divine city? The human devil extended his stone hand and grabbed at the token. At the same time, he enveloped Xiaochen as well. Abandoned by heaven, abandoned by the world, the human devil Guqian took a step forward and instantly appeared 5,000 kilometers away. With a loud bang, he cut off the heavenly path. Her mournful cry came to an abrupt end as she was caught by human demon Guqian and swallowed in one gulp. At the same time, another streak of golden light instantly pierced through a corpse not far away, and immediately shattered it into pieces. A cruel smile appeared on his face. With a loud bang, heaven and earth shattered. Xiaochen's figure immediately appeared. At the same time, a token also appeared. It wanted to soar into the sky, but it was imprisoned here by the demon's peerless divine power. At this moment, the middle-aged woman was truly afraid. She knew that Guqian was not trying to show off his strength but truly wanted to kill her. Guqian looked coldly at the 4 and said emotionlessly, "Are the 4 of you trying to stop me?" Although the 4 otherworldly ancestor gods were afraid, they still braced themselves and rushed over. They anxiously and uneasily persuaded the human devil. Boom, you can't kill me. Back then, it was precisely because of this sentence that Guqian once went on a killing spree on a rainy night. Blood flowed and millions of corpses were left behind. Want to leave? That's impossible. Boom, I have nothing to talk about with you. You, she made me remember the past, I feel very uncomfortable, the middle-aged woman screamed miserably as all 10,000 incarnations appeared. The token transmitted the terrified cry of the emissary from the heavenly realm. Swish, the human demon Guqian's cold voice resounded. His stone arm swelled, grabbing at the medallion and Xiaochen. In that instant, the strand of spiritual sense in the medallion was forcibly restrained and quickly flew towards the human demon's hand. Boom, the middle-aged woman's scream was interrupted by a cold snort. The giant petrified hand swept across the sky and enveloped all the shattered souls within it. However, the human devil Guqian was really too powerful. That petrified left arm suddenly expanded and instantly covered tens of thousands of miles. It was like a majestic mountain range or a great wall that separated the sea and sealed the world. The hazy radiance it emitted completely confined this place. A ball of dazzling light suddenly soared up from the petrified hand. It was like a ball of blazing golden sacred flame. He was refining the last bit of the middle-aged woman's spiritual sense. He wanted to completely annihilate an ancestral god expert. Crack, it was as if thousands of peach blossoms were blooming on the surface of the sea. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together and splattered everywhere in the sky. Sigh. Xiaochen said sternly. You are a sinner. Can you really find peace in your heart? The 4 of them felt a chill in their hearts. They simply didn't dare to look at Guqian. But in the end, they still voiced out their worries and said, if we kill her, it might lead to a war between the two worlds. Xiaochen took out the divine diagram and forcefully broke through the shackles. He soared into the sky and followed her with the token. Although the emissary from the heavenly realm was screaming, she couldn't change her fate. At this moment, she knew that her doomsday had arrived. She let out a final roar, "The one who controls the sword, take my token. It will bring you to the heavenly realm and change your fate. At the same time, don't forget me, so long-winded. I already said that no one can change your fate if I kill you." Guqian sighed. The aura of a peerless demon king gradually faded, and soon, he became a somewhat melancholic and dispirited middle-aged man. With a trace of loss and confusion, he looked up at the sky and murmured, "Where is my hope? When will my darkness break?" Humph! Xiaochen grabbed it and fiercely shattered the heaven and earth, passing through the space and leaving. Guqian's 2 rays of golden light contained such terrifying divine might that the 4 elder gods next to him were all deeply stunned. This terrifying demon king could fight against the invincible stone golem. But now, he was in such a state. It was even more hair-raising. "I don't dare." Guqian took a step forward. 5,000 kilometers seemed very close. His stone arm tore through the sky, cutting off the heavenly path and forcing Xiaochen out. Guqian blocked Xiaochen's way. His grayish-brown long hair fluttered in the wind. His hollow eyes had no color, like 2 abysses. He was so calm that it was almost cold. He stared at Xiaochen and said, "You can't go to the heavenly realm." Xiaochen looked at Guqian. He did not shout or attack. Instead, he secretly transmitted his voice to Guqian's mind. He said, "Guqian, what kind of person are you? I don't care about other things, but you have to help me repair the divine city. Otherwise, the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world will flow with rivers of blood and corpses." Guqian revealed a cruel sneer. Xiaochen did not want to fight with him because he knew that Guqian was too powerful. Swish, Xiaochen held the token in his hand and traveled through space again, disappearing. "It's useless." After Guqian said this, he directly punched. Boom, that part of the sky was immediately torn apart. It was turned into primal chaos by his fist. Xiaochen was forced out once again. The divine diagram was hazy as it floated in front of him. If it were not for the formation diagram, he might not have been able to withstand that fierce attack. Guqian was as quiet as a lotus. He stood there quietly and raised his right hand slightly. A falling leaf that was tens of thousands of miles away suddenly appeared between his fingers. The autumn wind blows and the yellow leaves wither. "If you don't leave now, you will also return to the yellow soil like this fallen leaf." Guqian's words gradually became cold. "Then come and try." Xiaochen wanted to see how powerful Guqian was. The divine diagram was hazy. 33 swords rotated beside him. At the same time, 2 heavenly marks appeared in his palm and turned into 2 heavenly steels in front of him. At this moment, Guqian's temperament changed greatly. His long hair fluttered like the arms of a demon. His hollow eyes became even deeper and more frightening. With a demonic roar, his stone arm swept forward. Boom, at this moment, the entire 9 prefectures shook. The 9-gu ancient lamp trembled slightly and gave off a dreamy light. It fixed the earth and the 4 seas that were suffering from the world-destroying attack. However, a blinding light exploded in the sky. No one could look straight at it. Outsiders couldn't imagine what kind of realm the divine power had reached. The battle sword let out a light ringing sound, the heavenly monolith rumbled, and the divine diagram shook violently. Xiaochen returned to the world of death at the first possible moment. This time, he retreated immediately after the collision. He could feel the terrifying aura of that unparalleled stone man in the past, so he chose to retreat. Was this Guqian's true battle prowess? Or was he still holding back? Xiaochen did not know. However, he was sure that the demon's reputation was well-deserved. Once he unleashed his might, he could really sweep through the world. In the sky above the 9 states, Guqian retracted his powerful aura and once again became a melancholic and decadent man. He looked up at the sky and then lowered his head to look at the withered leaf at the tip of his finger. He muttered to himself, "Life comes in a hurry and leaves in a hurry. Like falling leaves, it is fleeting and cannot last forever." With that, Guqian walked towards the ocean step by step with an infinite sense of loss. His figure eventually turned into a black dot. Xiaochen did not feel dejected after returning to the world of death. He stared at the token in his hand and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Not long ago, a pattern appeared on the token. The divine power flowing out was about to bring him to an unknown and mysterious place. Was that the heavenly realm? Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the mountain range of death quietly. He closed his eyes and pondered. He could not see through Guqian. It was very hard for him to define the other party. After thinking for a short while, Xiaochen discarded these thoughts and began to cultivate quietly. 3 months later, he opened his eyes on the mountain range of death and stood up. After such a long time, the demon should have let down his guard. Xiaochen decided to return to the 9 states and attempt to charge into the heavenly realm. That was because in this world of death, the token was like a dead object without any fluctuation. It seemed that it could only be moved from the 9 states. When Xiaochen silently appeared in the 9 states, he stood in the middle of a desolate and quiet desert. He silently circulated his divine power and took out the token. In the next moment, Xiaochen moved like a meteor, traveling through the dark space. Soon, motes of light appeared in front of him. He saw a waterfall hanging in front of him, giving off rumbling sounds as it fell from the dark sky. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of kilometers long it was. And it was also at this time that he saw a giant that seemed to be cast from molten iron sitting cross-legged in front of the mysterious waterfall. Although the giant was sitting cross-legged, he was more than 3,000 zhang tall. He was like a wall sitting there. The life aura all over his body was surging violently. It was as scorching as a fire. Even though he was still very far away, he already made people feel apprehensive. This person's physique was incomparably strong. His divine power was as vast as the sea. It was very obvious that he was a supreme ancestor god. You came. The giant opened his eyes. His eyes were like 2 deep pools, cold and deep. He let out a rumbling voice and said, "I knew you would come." Bang! Just at this time, the waterfall suddenly shook. Guqian's figure appeared through the water screen. He sat there quietly and swept his gaze over Xiaochen. He said, "This waterfall that leads to the heavenly realm has been sealed for who knows how many years. Even if you find this place with the token, it will be difficult for you to ascend to the heavens." The supreme experts of the otherworldly realm were already waiting here, not giving Xiaochen the chance to ascend to the heavenly realm. Just at this time, the token in Xiaochen's hand started to melt. It was actually about to disappear. At this moment, he received a set of information. There was only one chance. The token could help him ascend to the great desolate heavenly realm. However, there was a time limit. After this time, the token would self-destruct. Xiaochen was anxious. There was only one chance. If he didn't try, the 9 states would really have no hope. He urgently needed to borrow the power of the heavenly realm. However, there was a great enemy like the demonic humans blocking his way. Could he charge through? Boom! Xiaochen used his body to repair the spirit diagram. At the same time, he merged with the 33 swords. The swords and the diagram merged together. After the battle with the invincible stone man, this was the second time he used such a sword formation. However, this time, he didn't have the yellow clay platform to protect him. It was very dangerous. This was because the power of the sword formation was too strong. Once it was activated, his body could collapse at any time. However, this time, the situation was critical. He had no other choice. He could only take the risk and try. Rumble! At the same time, the divine diagram trembled. The 33 swords trembled. Even someone as strong as Xiaochen's physique started to bleed at this moment. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body. Thousands of rays of divine splendor blossomed. Every ray was the sharpest sword ray in the world. Xiaochen didn't hesitate. He held the melted token and soared into the sky. He went against the huge waterfall. Bang! The giant at the side made his move. The giant's hand tore the heaven and earth apart. It covered the sky and immediately enveloped Xiaochen. That mysterious black palm looked like it was made of shiny iron. It flickered with a cold light. The mighty power of the supreme ancestor god was emitted. Chi chi chi, chi soared into the sky. Xiaochen became one with the divine diagram and the 33 swords. They turned into a resplendent light and soared into the sky. Sword chi shot into the giant's palm. A dull sound rang out. The giant seemed to be struck by lightning. He let out a roar from his throat. His palm was dripping with blood. The blood of the supreme ancestor god sprinkled down and dyed the huge waterfall red. However, it was only dripping with blood. His palm didn't shatter. This was a supreme ancestor god who cultivated the body. His palm and fingers were comparable to a stone body. They were so strong that it was shocking. Seeing that the giant hand was about to hit Xiaochen and the divine diagram, Xiaochen had no choice but to clench his teeth. He shook the divine diagram and the swords to activate the powerful power of the formation. However, his body also suffered heavy injuries. Cracks appeared on his body, like a blood-colored spider web densely covering his body. At the same time, 2 heavenly marks appeared on the surface of his body to prevent his injuries from worsening. However, it was also at this moment that the sword formation unleashed an extremely terrifying power. Thousands of sword chi soared into the sky and swept towards that giant hand. Bang! The giant's hand disappeared in an instant and shot down endless divine light. He didn't dare to face it head-on. Humph! Guqian let out a cold snort and soared into the sky from the dog waterfall. His stone arm expanded and swept towards the void, colliding with the thousands of light rays. Bang! The swords clanged. Xiaochen and the formation trembled at the same time. The formation was unharmed, but Xiaochen's body was bleeding profusely. Guqian's golem-level combat power was even stronger than the invincible golem from back then. Why do I have to face this kind of situation every time? Guqian ascended to the sky and said, I don't want to kill an ancestor god with my own hands. Cut the crap. If you can kill me, then kill me. If you can't, then get out of the way. Xiaochen condensed the formation and 33 swords. He didn't care about his bleeding body and continued to activate the divine diagram. He didn't care about his body being torn apart. Guqian, let me do it. The giant who was sitting cross-legged stood up. There were stars moving in and out of his mouth like the sun and moon, moving along with his breath. Bang! 2 divine stars smashed towards Xiaochen. The stars refined by the supreme ancestor god were definitely not ordinary objects. Kill! Xiaochen shouted and launched an attack at the 2 ancestor gods who were trapped in the sky. The divine diagram was dazzling and trembled repeatedly. Xiaochen himself was almost torn to pieces. Without the yellow clay platform's protection, his body couldn't bear the tyrannical origin power of the divine diagram. Boom! The divine light converged into a light screen and covered the 2 sun-like divine stars, turning them into divine sand without a sound. At the same time, cracks appeared on Guqian's stone arm. 2 cold snorts resounded as Guqian and the giant attacked at the same time. However, Guqian's stone arm was a step faster and submerged that area in an instant. But when he calmed down, there was only a bloody mist drifting in the sky. The giant looked around and asked, Where did you send him? The supreme ancestor god gazed at the huge waterfall falling from the sky. The land of chaos. Guqian's voice was very cold. He stared at the giant emotionlessly and said, Do you want to collect his bones? The land of chaos, is it the wasteland of the race that destroyed our world's origin? Although they are extinct, that place is still very terrifying. It can obliterate everything. The giant shook his head and sat cross-legged under the waterfall. He asked, But what about the divine diagram and the swords? The divine diagram can't be erased. It will rush out one day. The blood-colored dusk was bewitching yet poignant. A thin layer of blood-like sunset enveloped Xiaochen's body. His body was dyed bright red. He was motionless as he quietly sat cross-legged on the cold and hard ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his body had been torn to pieces. At this moment, he was merely using his divine power to forcefully put them back together. However, it was very difficult for those wounds to truly heal. The bloody cracks were still there, and blood was still flowing out. This was the frightening consequence of forcefully activating the divine diagram. He was on the verge of self-destruction. Both his body and soul suffered unimaginable damage. Moreover, his body was swept by Guqian's stone palm. An expert of that level had unimaginably extraordinary methods. Xiaochen narrowly escaped death. Although he did not die on the spot, the terrifying injuries still seriously troubled him. At this moment, even if he used all of his methods, it was still difficult for him to truly expel the destructive divine power in his flesh. The destructive power left by the demonic human was still corroding his flesh and soul. Xianxia was fighting against death. The heavenly sound of the eight origin sounds reverberated in the sky. He wanted to use the power of life to activate his potential and preserve his life. However, he was unable to use the power of life of the heavenly sound due to his severe injuries. Not only did his injuries not improve, they even showed signs of worsening. His life force felt exhausted. His soul weakened. Xianxia's mind was shaken. Could it be that he was going to disappear from this world? Bang! At this moment, he was ready to risk everything. He once again took the risk to condense the divine diagram. The misty fog circulated and the divine diagram slowly appeared. Rumble, amidst the terrifying tremors, thunderous sounds came from Xianxia's body. He almost fell to the ground. His torn body became even more severe. It was about to split up again. Xianxia was risking his life to heal his wounded body. However, he was gambling with his life. He gathered the remaining divine power and suddenly shook his body. He used his body to mend the diagram and fused with the hazy formation diagram. His body immediately split into pieces. Bright red blood sprinkled down. The scene was so cruel that no one dared to look at it. Although his body was split into several parts, every part fused with the formation diagram and formed a semi-complete divine diagram. Divine splendor circulated, and the battle sword clanged. The formation diagram was dyed red by the blood, and it let out waves of faint humming sounds. Afterwards, streaks of colorful light shone out. Exuberant life force surged out, and at the same time, a terrifying destructive power was expelled. At this moment, the formation did not enter a state of slaughter. The life potential contained in it was awakening. It treated Xianxia as a part of its main body and was helping him to recover from his injuries. It forced out the destructive power left behind by the human demon spear. Bang! At the same time, the other half of the stone bone in Xianxia's body was startled. Two beams of light shot out from its hollow eyes and engulfed the rest of the destructive divine power left behind by the human demon Gagan. The formation diagram continued to revolve. It was extremely slow, giving off a heavy, powerful, and solid feeling. A hazy mist enveloped this place. Slowly, the divine diagram separated from Xianxia. Those pieces of flesh reassembled, but the divine diagram did not withdraw, it continued to revolve around him slowly. Xianxia was like a pine tree rooted in the rock, quiet and motionless. The divine origin in his body surged, and his flesh and blood were reforged. He was slowly recovering his vitality. The bloody sun set in the west, disappearing from the horizon. A curtain of darkness fell, and the world became pitch black. The chilly wind swept across the earth, emitting a mournful whistling sound. At this moment, it was as if a giant was pushing a chariot, emitting a rumbling sound as it rolled across the vast earth. Clang, clang, outside the divine diagram, the battle sword vibrated and shot out dazzling rays of light. The rumbling sound was getting closer and closer. A black gale swept over like a flood. It was as if tens of thousands of black dragons were soaring, shaking the heaven and earth. This aura made people's hair stand on end. Xianxia immediately woke up from his silent state. The black gale occupied the entire horizon, as if the vast sea was crashing. Xianxia quickly merged with the divine diagram, because he felt his heart palpitate. That was a black berserk aura that could shock even ancestor god-level experts. As soon as he merged with the divine diagram, the black gale rushed over. The formation diagram buzzed and trembled violently. The black whirlwind could really destroy everything in the world. When it rushed over, Xianxia deeply felt the destructive aura contained within. If not for the divine diagram, he felt that his body would have been torn apart. The gale seemed to be able to destroy everything in its way, including the ancestor gods. Xianxia saw a terrifying scene. Amidst the black gale, the ancestral gods' weapons were attacking. Anything that stood in their way would become their target. The divine diagram was naturally no exception. It was unceasingly hacked by the broken ancestor god weapons, emitting a series of clanging sounds. That is, Xianxia was incomparably shocked. In the end, he actually saw a black giant running in the gale. It seemed like he did not have any consciousness and was completely driven by instinct. The dozen or so battle swords smashed everything on the ground. That was a black giant formed by the gale. It was condensed from the essence of destructive power. It ran and roared. When the black giant and the gale went far away, Xianxia appeared. He had a lot of questions. What kind of place was this? He seemed to have arrived at a wasteland. There was no vitality in this land, only desolation and vicissitudes. When midnight arrived, 3 blood moons rushed out from the dark clouds at almost the same time. They sprinkled down a ghastly scarlet light, making this ice-cold land even more sinister. And it was also at this time that something even more terrifying happened. In the center of the ice-cold land, as the blood moons appeared, a mournful lament resounded. At the same time, a mysterious force instantly attacked the entire land. Xianxia immediately had an extremely bad feeling. His soul nearly left his body, and his spiritual sense nearly shattered. After that, the impact instantly disappeared like a ripple. Then, a strange force pulled Xianxia forward continuously. He could not resist it at all. It was like a ferocious beast from the great desolate Aeon was about to feast. All the weak creatures in the surroundings bowed and advanced in that direction. This was a very bad sign. There was no power in this land that could resist this kind of summoning. He could only move forward and not retreat. Although Xianxia could control the divine diagram, he had just experienced a great battle and was heavily injured. If he forcefully shook the divine diagram again, he might really self-destruct. He had no choice but to move forward. In the center of the land in front of him, the mournful lament directly reached his heart. It was like a demonic sound penetrating into his brain. It was unbearable, and his body felt like it was about to break apart. 2 heavenly marks were summoned and blocked in front of Xianxia. They dispersed the sound waves that were rushing at him. Closer, finally closer. Just in front of him, a scarlet light soared into the sky. There were indistinct figures in it like specters. The lament was coming from there. It was the scarlet light in front of him that was pulling Xianxia forward. The power contained there was terrifying, as if it was condensed from the destruction of billions of lives. Xianxia advanced step by step. From here, he could already see that there seemed to be a majestic palace in the depths of the scarlet light. It was like a symbol of the world. The lament was coming from the huge palace. It was even more terrifying. Ancestor god experts felt like their souls were about to collapse. When he was 150 meters away from the scarlet light, Xianxia shot out a beam of divine light into that scarlet world. Without a sound, that beam of divine light dispersed and merged with the scarlet light. This was a very terrifying scene. Even the power of an ancestor god was swallowed up. What would happen if he went in with his physical body? The result was easy to imagine, and it made people tremble. However, at this moment, that unstoppable force had already pulled Xianxia here. There was no way to retreat. Left with no choice, Xianxia merged with the divine diagram again. The 2 merged into one and entered the scarlet light. Boom, there was a loud sound. Thousands of scarlet lights rushed over, trying to shatter the divine diagram. After an intense confrontation, the divine diagram slowly stabilized. After a long time, the scarlet light rippled in the surroundings like water. In the end, it actually acknowledged the divine diagram and stopped attacking. It seemed to have sensed a trace of a similar aura. Xianxia could already confirm that this scarlet light could obliterate an ordinary ancestor god. If it wasn't because he had the divine diagram, he might have really died here. However, even now, he still didn't know what kind of world this was. Why would there be such a strange place? All the living beings on this land could be summoned by the scarlet light, but they would be obliterated once they entered this place. Didn't that mean that there were no living beings in this world? This was a deserted land worthy of its name. The scarlet light couldn't obstruct one's vision. There were many ghost-like figures in the surroundings. They were like walking corpses, drifting here and there. Xianxia didn't collide with these figures. He was attracted by an unfathomable mysterious summoning force. He kept moving forward. In the end, he actually had the posture of flying into a flame. His body was somewhat out of control, and he almost flew out of the divine diagram. Boom, when he arrived at the depths of the scarlet light, the heaven and earth shook. The majestic palace in front of him clearly appeared in front of him. The vast and unfathomable power was emitted from the palace. At this moment, the divine diagram became hazy. It emitted rays of light on its own and connected with the huge palace in front of him. It immediately calmed down the mighty power that wanted to devour Xiaochen. The divine diagram and the huge palace seemed to be of the same origin. There was actually a trace of similar divine power fluctuation. The huge palace was definitely not an ordinary place. Xiaochen could already feel that the power contained in this majestic huge carving was enough to destroy an ancestor god. Anyone who stepped inside would most likely be obliterated. This place seemed to be the center of the entire world. Although the huge palace had calmed down, the mournful song inside did not stop. The gentle divine power fluctuation was still continuing. That is, at this moment, Xiaochen simply didn't dare to believe the scene in front of him. Through the half-opened huge palace door, he saw shattered rocks floating in the air. It was extremely similar to the broken body of a stone man. Immediately after, a few petrified broken limbs floated past the huge door. Those were the real broken limbs of a stone man. What is this place? Xiaochen revealed a grave expression. What made him even more shocked was that after the broken limbs and rocks floated past, he saw two broken stone skulls slowly floating past the huge door. Stone skulls. Xiaochen was extremely shocked. It seemed like there were more than 2 stone men that were smashed into pieces in the huge palace. The mournful song in the huge palace suddenly stopped. A few sorrowful and heroic voices resounded between heaven and earth. How could our world be a chaotic place? How could our people here be sinners? We are not willing. Divine radiance blossomed. The huge palace was like a sun, sprinkling down endless brilliance. But soon after, it quickly dimmed down. It was as if the extreme sublimation had ushered in endless darkness. At this moment, a realistic and vivid scene appeared in front of the huge palace. It was displayed in front of Xiaochen's eyes. Under the blood-like setting sun, a few tall figures were supporting each other. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were bleeding golden blood. They were actually all stone men. These few figures were originally tall and sturdy, but it was difficult for them to stand on the ground at this moment. They could only rely on each other to support each other. Even the pain couldn't make these invincible kings lower their heads. However, their faces were filled with sorrow and despair. Under the afterglow of the blood-colored setting sun, these few kings were incomparably sorrowful. It seemed like they were powerless to reverse the situation. They were supposed to be invincible kings that could move unhindered in the world, but at this moment, they could only rely on each other's shoulders and borrow each other's strength to barely stand there. The ground under the feet of every tall and sturdy figure was soaked in blood. Their bodies were covered in pain, and their blood couldn't stop flowing. They couldn't even stand up straight anymore. However, all of them were roaring at the sky in grief. How could our world be a chaotic place? How could our people be sinners? We are not willing. This seemed to be a resistance against fate. They were unyielding and unwilling as they roared at the sky. Under the setting sun, the few tall and sturdy figures formed a very stylish outline. They were firm and unyielding. In the end, they supported each other and walked on a path of no return while carrying their bodies covered in pain, heading towards a distant place. The endless blood-colored setting sun elongated the shadows of their backs. There was a sorrowful aura pervading the air. No matter how one looked at it, it gave the feeling that these heroes were at the end of their road, that they were about to reach the end of their lives. Gradually, the few tall and sturdy figures disappeared. The scene in front of the huge palace disappeared just like that. Xiaochen was deeply moved. Even the invincible kings were so tragic. The heroes were past their prime and walked on a path of no return. He immediately thought of the current situation of the 9 prefectures. It was so similar. Chaotic place, sinners. Xiaochen muttered to himself. He kept repeating the 2 words sinful. The divine diagram rotated slowly and emitted an indescribable aura. The huge door in front immediately let out a creak sound and opened wide. Inside the huge palace, several broken skulls were floating. There were also some broken limbs and broken bodies. All of them were made of stone and were slowly floating up and down. After a very long time, Xiaochen muttered to himself, "Are these the late kings who stepped on the path of no return that year?" The divine diagram seemed to have sensed something. With a rumble, it shook and emitted an incomparably gentle radiance. The broken limbs and broken stone skulls that were floating in the huge palace all trembled. Soon after, the mysterious yet realistic and vivid scene appeared once again. A few tall and sturdy figures were supporting each other under the setting sun. They were holding 9 ancient lamps, and their bodies were covered in pain. They were swaying back and forth on the path of no return, leaving behind clear bloody footprints as they walked towards the battlefield once again. "That's the 9 lanterns. Could it be?" Xiaochen revealed a shocked expression and muttered, "The land of sin. Could it be the homeland of the ancestors of the 9 prefectures? Are those kings in their twilight years our ancestors?" A king in his twilight years is really, Xiaochen was incomparably shocked. He found it hard to accept this fact. Chaotic land and sinners, this ending, was too heavy and depressing. The blood-colored setting sun elongated those tall figures. The 9 ancient lamps were always lit, but they were unable to illuminate the path ahead of him. The cold wind streaked across the desolate land, emitting a mournful whistling sound. It gradually went further and further away until it disappeared completely. The few wounded unparalleled kings only left a string of bloody footprints on that road of no return. Nothing else was left behind. The final outcome was easy to imagine. Because in this huge palace, the floating limbs and shattered bodies of the stone men had already foreshadowed everything. Bang! Just at this time, a violent sound transmitted from afar. The earth was shaking violently. At this moment, Xiaochen's body and the divine diagram had fused together. His spiritual sense was even sharper. In this area shrouded in bloody radiance, he looked towards the end of the distant land. First, a black dot appeared on the horizon. Then, along with the trembling of the earth, that black dot gradually became bigger and clearer. An aqua-blue giant was slowly advancing towards this place. He was like a tall blue iceberg. Although he was very far away, he could already clearly see everything about him. The giant was condensed from the essence of water. Only its head was made of stone. The combination of the two was very uncoordinated, but there was an unparalleled divine power fluctuating from it. Tools of slaughter from another world. When Xiaochen saw the giant condensed from the essence of water, he immediately thought of the earthen giant from back then. That was completely condensed from the essence of earth. Only its head was made of stone. Boom. Boom. Boom, the earth trembled. The aqua-blue giant's target was precisely the location of this bloody radiance. He held a huge iron axe in his hand, flickering with a cold radiance. Rumble, just at this time a black gale blew. It was as if there were thousands of black tides surging over from the horizon. The black storm appeared again. A black giant wielded a dozen ancestral god weapons in the middle. They hacked at the tools of slaughter from another world like a torrent, just like how it dealt with Xiaochen and the divine diagram earlier. The stone head of the aqua-blue giant emitted a faint yellow radiance. It turned around and swung its huge axe to meet the attack. Bang! The enormous axe collided head-on with over 10 universe-enlightened ancestral god weapons, and it emanated a wave of deafening sounds of metal colliding. Sparks shot towards the surroundings as if numerous sparks were fluttering about, and it seemed extremely gorgeous beneath the 3 blood-red moons. Violent gales wreaked havoc as the black torrent submerged that place. Although they couldn't see what was inside clearly, they could feel the energy fluctuations. It was as if a volcano was erupting, causing the entire world to shake. In the end, Xiaochen saw the black giant crumble a few times. However, it reformed a few times. As long as the wasteland existed, it would never be destroyed. As for the blue giant, it was gradually unable to withstand the attacks of a dozen or so ancestor god weapons. With a loud crash, the water essence shattered, and blue light sparkled as it splashed onto the ground. A black gale swept past, and the aqua-blue essence quickly dissipated. Only the stone head was not destroyed, and it roared in the gale. Roar! After a loud roar, a yellow radiance burst forth. The 2 ancestral divine weapons were broken by the radiance shot out by the stone head. The black giant was injured once again. However, it was hard to destroy it completely. It was as if it possessed an undying body. After being injured, it would be rejuvenated and rejoin the battlefield. However, the stone head was too strong. Even though it had lost its body, it was still very tyrannical. It used the yellow radiance to clear a path and charged out of the black gale, heading for the light screen. The black gale chased after it. The other world knows about this wasteland. Could it be that everything here is caused by them? When Xiaochen saw the killing tools of the other world, he naturally thought of many things. In the end, the stone head was one step faster. It charged into the scarlet light screen. The black gale lingered outside for a while before it finally went far away. However, although the stone head charged into the scarlet light screen, it suffered an even more horrifying attack. The scarlet light had a strong destructive power. It actually caused some tiny cracks to appear on the stone head, giving off a soft creaking sound. Only now did Xiaochen realize how horrifying the scarlet light screen was. It was formed from the destruction of countless lives. Even the stone head found it hard to endure. If not for Xiaochen having the divine painting, which had an aura of the same origin as this place, he would have been destroyed already. Roar! The eyes of the killing tools of the other world emitted two yellow radiances as it charged towards the huge palace at high speed. However, without a sound, the two rays of yellow light dispersed in front of the gate of the giant palace. Roar! That petrified head struggled and charged over. Its target was not Xiaochen, but the huge palace. It wanted to barge into the palace. Xiaochen was not afraid of it destroying the palace at all. That was because he knew that this kind of important place like the huge palace would be even more terrifying. This petrified head was basically hard to shake. Boom, the stone head smashed over and was about to break into the huge palace. However, just at this time an incomparably powerful divine power suddenly surged out and caused it to crack. Roar! The stone head didn't have too many thoughts. It was only a tool of war. It roared and a hazy radiance appeared on its entire head. It enveloped itself within and persevered as it charged into the huge palace. With a flash of brilliance, it successfully broke into the palace. However, what awaited it were floating stone fragments. Those broken limbs and shattered stone heads were many times more solid than the petrified head that barged in. At this moment, although they were like an ancient well without any changes, the formless aura had already made the petrified head that barged in tremble. However, it was very unwilling to give up. It struggled and roared violently, stirring up the peace in the huge palace. All the broken limbs and shattered stone heads in the huge palace started to rotate slowly. It was still simple and unadorned. However, just at this moment, the petrified head that barged in actually started to crack. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of cracking resounded unceasingly. After that, it instantly shattered into pieces. When all the broken limbs in the huge palace floated up and down and slowly rotated once, the petrified head that barged in was completely shattered without a sound. It turned into specks of yellow soil and fell to the ground. This kind of terrifying power made Xiaochen dumbstruck. Even the killing tools of the other world couldn't escape unscathed. No wonder no one dared to barge in here. The instant the petrified head was destroyed, in the eternal unknown, the three supreme ancestral gods suddenly opened their eyes. A powerful tool of war has been destroyed. Looks like even though the divine power fluctuation in that place has weakened, it's still hard to take it by force. It will take an eternity to slowly erase everything there. Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from the distant horizon. A Xenorace ancestral god was being chased by the violent black winds and was heavily injured. After that, he was drawn over by the blood-red barrier of light, and then he was blasted apart with a bang. The wasteland that was destroyed by my world, why isn't it over yet? This was the last resentment of the foreign ancestral god. It quickly disappeared with the wind, but Xiaochen still caught it. It really is a foreign world. Xiaochen's emotions fluctuated violently. They were old enemies since the ancient era. At the same time, in front of the great waterfall that led to the heavenly realm, Guqian was like an ancient well without any ripples. He was as still as a rock as he quietly sat there, letting the great waterfall from the sky wash his body. And on the other side, the mountain-like supreme ancestral god suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "The life imprint of that descendant of mine has disappeared." The inside of the blood-colored light screen regained its calm. That sorrowful lament had already stopped. Xiaochen merged with the divine map and slowly advanced into the huge palace. The broken limbs and shattered stone skulls did not flow with destructive power. Instead, they trembled a few times due to the arrival of the divine map. When Xiaochen arrived at the center of the main hall, the huge palace shook violently. The divine map became hazy. A mysterious and unfathomable mighty force seemed to have connected with this map, causing Xiaochen to tremble continuously. Many vivid scenes appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. He knew that this was a reenactment of the past. Through the divine painting, he would understand a sealed piece of history. A vast continent appeared in front of him. The people were in a terrible situation. The battle between the ancestral god-level powerhouses had almost wiped out the vitality of that world. There were millions of corpses and bones, and blood flowed everywhere. Xiaochen's eyes immediately widened. He actually discovered 3 familiar figures among those ancestral gods. They were the 3 supreme ancestral gods that guarded the eternal unknown. They had already existed in that distant era. At that time, they had just revealed their extraordinary power. No wonder they had a supreme status now. Their origins were too ancient. The gods of the foreign world were very respectful to them. Even though the 3 of them were not rock men, their identity was still shocking enough. Boom, right at this time, several powerful stone men descended. This continent was immediately torn apart, and all creatures were plunged into misery and suffering. Blood overflowed into the heavens, and countless creatures were blasted high into the sky, turning into a pool of blood that condensed together. At the same time, 9 lanterns were flickering in a huge palace at the border of the continent. The brilliance of the 9 lanterns stabilized the land and reformed the split land. However, it was unable to save the lives of so many creatures. At the same time, the few rockmen who were fighting near the huge palace faced the otherworldly rockmen. The most tragic battle in history had erupted, however, Xiaochen could not see it anymore. That was because the intensity of the energy seemed to have transcended time and space. It radiated out through the scene. His divine sense had no choice but to immerse into the divine map. He could no longer read everything. When everything calmed down, the terrifying radiance disappeared. Xiaochen once again extended his divine sense to observe. The sun was setting in the west. The land was covered in blood. Only a few rockmen were supporting each other. They were covered in wounds as they stood on the wasteland. How could our world be a chaotic place? How could our people here be sinners? We are unwilling. The mournful wind was whistling. The land was drenched in blood. The tragic scene seemed to be replying to them. A few rockmen knelt on the ice-cold ground and mournfully cried, "All of our people were almost wiped out. We are useless. We are useless." In the end, a few tall figures staggered forward, leaving behind trails of blood as they walked into the huge palace in the image. Inside the palace, there was a tall platform with 9 ancient lanterns lit up on it. The flame of the ancient lamp was refining a huge piece of white bone. A misty mist swirled around, and on the bone, there were many mysterious characters and patterns. The strangest thing was that there was a living divine diagram inside the bone, constantly rotating and moving. The origin of the divine map is here, Xiaochen was shocked. The chaotic land was too ancient. It was hard to say which era it was from. At the very least, it should be much older than all the civilizations in the 9 prefectures. In the end, the divine map still hasn't been nurtured. However, there is no more time. A few imposing figures stood in front of the 9 lanterns. Their unyielding faces were filled with endless regret. They were all clenching their fists tightly as blood flowed out from their wounds. Rumble, just at this moment, the entire world shook, and the starry sky in the sky was instantly destroyed. At the same time, a vast world descended and merged with this world, about to be refined together. They want to steal our world and refine it with theirs. Within the huge palace, the kings all straightened their backs and looked at the sky through the huge door. There is no more time. They are already here, however, the divine map still hasn't been successfully refined. It can't be nurtured. The kings were filled with sorrow and loneliness, as well as a trace of determination. Before the divine map is complete, I will use my body to make up for it. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. This was their decision. They walked up the tall platform and grabbed the 9 ancient lanterns. Then, they put away the bone map and supported each other as they walked out of the huge palace. Xiaochen had already seen the latter part of the scene before. They had walked on a path of no return. As those scenes changed, a new scene appeared. Under the blood-colored setting sun, the kings were facing the powerful enemies in the horizon. The dazzling light drowned out everything in the scene. Only the 9 lanterns could be seen flickering. The divine map was hazy, an endless bloody light. Killing our people and seizing our mountains and rivers, we are not resigned to this. Before the divine map is complete, I will use my body to make up for it. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. A desolate and tragic voice resounded in the sky and reverberated between heaven and earth for a long time. Not only did this land become a wasteland, but the origin land of the other world that was supposed to be refined was also shattered into pieces. Ancestor god-level experts from the other world fell one after another, but it was also at this time that the stone golem kings suffered heavy injuries. The stone golems from the other world stood beside the 99 steps and descended with loud rumbling sounds. A terrifying aura instantly shattered heaven and earth and suppressed the kings holding the 9 lanterns. Our people have been exterminated. We have no face to live alone. Our blood will dye the sky and we will die in battle. The kings let out such tragic voices. They all held the ancient lanterns and resolutely melted their bodies into the divine map. Their bodies shattered, but the divine map contained in the bone fragments seemed to have a life of its own. It absorbed the essence and flesh of the stone golem kings and rushed out of the bone map. In the end, it fused with the kings. Killing our people and seizing our mountains and rivers, we are not resigned to this. Before the divine map is complete, I will use my body to make up for it. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. These were the last words of the kings. Xianxia met her end. It was tragic and tragic. The divine map mixed with their flesh and blood and soared into the sky to welcome the 99 stone steps and the stone golem kings from the other world. Boom, the divine map crashed into the 99 stone steps. The divine power fluctuation enveloped the cracked earth and the vast starry sky. Boundless light drowned that place. Xiaochen couldn't look at it anymore. The terrifying energy fluctuation seemed to have penetrated through space and time. He could only hide inside the divine map. The 99 stone steps shattered and went far away. There seemed to be a blurry demonic shadow swaying at the top, taking away the shattered earth. The empty world only left behind a small wasteland. The divine map also shattered and rushed in all directions, breaking the barrier of the big world. Xiaochen remained silent for a long time. He felt very depressed. This sealed history made him feel very bitter. It was hard for him to accept it. The broken limbs and the broken stone skulls in the huge palace slowly floated up and down. This kind of scene made him feel bitter. The stoneman kings of the past used their bodies to make up for the picture. They would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. The sky was dyed red with blood. They died on the battlefield. This was the final destination of the unparalleled kings. Their blood had already flowed out and their bodies had already crumbled. They could no longer show their unparalleled heroic bearing. Xiaochen let out a long sigh. There were too many regrets in this world. Even the powerful stoneman kings passed away with unwillingness and unyieldingness. After tens of thousands of years, everything was ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Who brought the corpses of the experts back here? Xiaochen's voice was gloomy. He had not felt this way for a long time. For a long time, he was used to seeing life and death. He was used to seeing the joys and sorrows of partings. His heart was already as cold as iron. He was even numb to it. However, he felt suffocated today. It was unknown when the huge palace had quietened down. There was no longer any fluctuation of divine power. The broken stone bodies that floated up and down also quietly hovered in the hall. Xiaochen separated from the divine picture and revealed himself. He stood in the hall. There was no destructive power to destroy him. Obviously, he had already obtained its approval. Ta, 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 Xiaochen walked forward. The clear sound of his footsteps echoed in the huge empty palace. It made this place even more quiet. Xiaochen stopped in front of the tall platform. He looked up at the ancient platform that was completely piled up with huge stones. He soared up and arrived at the top. This was the stone platform that once held the 9 lanterns. 9 blurry marks could still be clearly seen on it. Those were the marks left behind by the 9 ancient lanterns. Xiaochen used his hand to touch it gently. He immediately felt a special chill. Tung, in that instant, 9 flames rose up from the 9 blurry marks on the stone platform. It was very sudden. There was no burning aura, only a faint coolness. It was the same feeling as when Xiaochen touched it. The slowly spinning divine diagram beside Xiaochen seemed to receive a summon and descended. It floated above the 9 gentle but cool flames, like it was absorbing a mysterious power. Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. Before this, he had already seen the scene of the past. The flames of the 9 lanterns had once refined the bone painting, causing it to form a divine painting. Now that the 9 lanterns were gone, there was still some godly power left in their seat marks, which the godly diagram could absorb. Just at this moment, the divine painting trembled continuously. Many mysterious diagrams appeared, as well as many incomprehensible words. Xiaochen looked at them carefully, but he could not make them out or understand their meaning. It was hazy and indistinct. After who knew how much time had passed, the divine diagram trembled and condensed into one with the 9 streaks of flames. A vivid scene of the flames reappeared, revealing another piece of history that had been annihilated. Under the blood-colored setting sun, the divine diagram collapsed and scattered in all directions. The largest piece carried the shattered bodies of the stone golem kings and fell onto the broken ground. At the same time, the 9 lanterns also fell and buried themselves in the 9 regions. In the sky, the 99 stone steps carried away everything here, including the Sin land. All that was left was a small piece of wasteland. Due to the huge palace suppressing it, it did not move at all. The scene after that flashed by very quickly. Xiaochen only had a rough understanding of the situation. Although the otherworldly realm won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Nearly all the stone golems died. After that battle, no more stone golems appeared in the world. Furthermore, the otherworldly realm's own world was destroyed. Although their race was not exterminated, they suffered great losses. In the end, they took over half of the Sin land and refined it again, merging it into their own world, allowing it to radiate boundless vitality. From then on, they lived in this broken world. Moreover, many years later, a supreme ancestor god started to search for the 9 lanterns under the ground, wanting to take them for himself. However, this led to the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Boundless energy gathered together, and the might of the world became hazy, forming a new world. The 9 lanterns illuminated everything there. They fell from the otherworldly realm and were fixed in that new world. Even if my body is destroyed, the flower of my heart will not wither, and my wish will not die. The divine flower of hope will bloom once again and spread throughout the 9 prefectures. The moment the new world was formed, the final tragic voices of the stone golems shook the heavens. A broken divine diagram appeared and carried their corpses into the sky. However, their shattered souls remained in the 9 prefectures forever. They turned into flames and rushed towards the 9 ancient lanterns. At this point, their souls were completely destroyed, but it made the flames of the 9 lanterns even more resplendent. The 9 ancient lanterns stabilized the 9 prefectures. Specks of life revived the vitality of this world. In the end, the 9 lanterns sank into the ground. As for the origin of the otherworldly realm, it was completely turned into ruins. The gods of the otherworldly realm lived in the 9 prefectures, but they did not dare to stay for long. They were afraid of repeating the same mistakes, so they began to search for a new world. The broken divine diagram carried the broken bodies of the stone golem kings and flew back to their homeland. Although it was only a small piece of wasteland, the divine diagram brought their broken bodies back to this giant palace. Then, the divine diagram broke through the barrier of the world and left. The stone golem kings died in battle and were buried in a foreign land. Although they were fortunate enough to return to their homeland in the end, they were forever silent. Although they died, their bodies were not mortal. Under the nourishment of the giant palace, they did not turn into dust. Instead, the soul blood of all the living beings in this world condensed and formed a curtain of blood outside the palace, protecting this last piece of wasteland. As a result, the giant palace became even more sturdy and became a forbidden land. Even the supreme ancestor god could not take a single step inside. As for the torrential black gale and the black giant, they were formed from the resentment of all the fallen living beings in the land of chaos. Not only did it contain the resentment of the few people, but it also contained the will of the ancestor god. As long as the eternal hatred was not extinguished, the black gale would not be extinguished and would exist forever. The divine diagram flashed, and the scene inside disappeared. At this point, the 9 flames on the stone platform were extinguished, and the traces left behind by the 9 ancient lanterns had completely disappeared. After understanding all this, Xianxia was very silent. He walked down from the stone platform and looked at the broken bodies floating quietly in the palace. He was filled with endless respect and sorrow. The invincible king of the past, whose soul fire protected the 9 prefectures forever, had turned into cold hard rocks, and their bones were buried in this wasteland that no one knew about. The king who looked down on the world could not appear again, and the unparalleled heroic bearing of the past could no longer stand in this world again. How mighty they were in the past, standing proudly in the world like water. Now, they were in such a miserable state. Xianxia felt like crying. This was a group of real kings, a group of real men. They were the real men. His heart, which had been as cold as iron and stone for many years, was beating intensely at this moment. Xianxia felt hot blood surging in his body. He felt like a piece of dead wood that had suddenly been reborn. After standing in the giant palace for a long time, Xianxia decided to leave. When he was about to step out of the giant palace, the broken stone bones behind him all trembled a few times. Even the divine diagram that was slowly spinning beside him trembled violently. Kacha, kacha, behind him, there was a cracking sound. The stone platform was cracking, and the rubble on the ground was peeled off, revealing a few stone carvings. There were no other sceneries in the stone carvings, only a few men. Xianxia looked at the carvings in shock. Then, he looked at the broken stone skulls in the giant palace. It was them, there was no essence of the great Tao, no supreme battle skills, just their carvings. Xianxia quickly walked closer and gazed at the stone carvings. He felt an unparalleled pressure at this place, and he had the urge to kowtow. These people had different auras. Some were as calm as the deep sea, some were tyrannical for thousands of years, their expressions were all different. They were heroic and lifelike, as if they had returned to the world. However, Xianxia knew that these truly unparalleled men had disappeared forever. It was impossible for them to reappear. The carvings that they left behind would not happen for no reason. Xianxia focused his spiritual sense to observe them. Could it be the inheritance? Could it be the stoneman technique that transcended time? Xianxia found it hard to understand. Was this the inheritance that transcended time? The mysterious power in the giant palace acknowledged him. Could it be that the stoneman technique of the unparalleled kings was going to be passed down? Xianxia observed them carefully, but he did not gain anything. He believed that these carvings could not be that simple. There must be a deeper meaning behind them. He sat cross-legged in front of the first carving and focused his spiritual sense. He carefully pondered and studied it. That man was as calm as the deep sea. His eyes were deep and full of wisdom, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Xianxia sat there for 3 years, but he still could not figure out the meaning of the inheritance. In the end, he decided to imprint this carving into his mind. However, this carving had a boundless charm. When he stopped looking at it, its appearance would immediately disappear from Xianxia's mind. There was no way to imprint it in his mind. Xianxia was even more certain that the carvings of the unparalleled kings were definitely sage-grade. They had an extraordinary meaning. He had to imprint them in his mind. Even if he could not figure them out now, he had to use them to comprehend them in the future. Just like that, he sat in front of the first carving for 5 years. Only then did the image that was as calm as the deep sea appear in his mind. The carving in front of him became much more blurry. He sat there for 10 years. The first carving was finally imprinted in Xianxia's mind. As for the stone platform in front of him, that area was empty. The original carving had completely disappeared. Xianxia was deep in thought. He sat cross-legged in front of the second carving. The charm of this man was very different from the first man. This man could be said to be a tyrant. That kind of "if I can't do it, who else can do it" attitude. It was as if he wanted to break through the stone wall and look down on the world. This was the strong impact this carving gave people. Xiaochen sat there silently for another 10 years. Only then did he imprint this carving into his mind. After 10 years, the original carving disappeared from the stone wall in front of him. Just like that, Xiaochen used 50 years to imprint the 5 carvings into his mind. For an expert of his level, this was simply an inconceivable thing. Just to leave behind a few carvings, an ancestor god-level expert spent so much time. Finally, Xiaochen walked out of the huge palace with large strides. The bloody light outside seemed to have completely acknowledged him and no longer tried to kill him. Clang, just at this moment, a sudden sound came from the location of this deathly silent huge palace. In the distance, the foundation of the huge palace shook violently. A broken stone hand seemed like it would shatter at any time. It was so broken that it almost lost its shape. It shattered the cold hard ground with difficulty and stretched out powerlessly. It was filled with the aura of endless years. Over there was actually a living, stone man. A living stoneman. This sudden discovery made Xiaochen extremely shocked. Just far away, a broken stoneman hand stretched out and weakly clung onto the cold hard ground. It was stretched out from the foundation. It was difficult to shake the stone foundation, but it shattered the hard soil around it and allowed it to see the light of day again. The bloody light that enveloped the surroundings immediately rushed over frantically and began to grind away that stoneman hand. With a rustling sound, the stoneman hand fell to the ground and turned into stone powder. It wasn't that the stoneman hand couldn't withstand a single blow, but rather that it was almost rotten. It was already in the shape of tofu dregs. Its surface was full of potholes like a beehive. When it stretched out, a lot of stone powder had already fallen to the ground. Bang! The stoneman hand that stretched out powerlessly suddenly shook violently. The hard soil around it cracked a lot more and an even longer arm stretched out. It was very miserable and extremely uncoordinated. It was like a piece of rotten wood that had already decayed to the extreme. Many parts of the stoneman arm were decayed, some parts were only connected by a little bit. It seemed like it would break at any time. The powerful and indestructible stoneman was actually even worse than a rotten wood. It was really shocking. It was hard to imagine what kind of torment this stoneman had to go through to end up in such a miserable state. The bloody light in the surroundings rushed forward crazily and swept over in unison. Another pile of stone powder fell to the ground. After Xiaochen recovered from his shock, he summoned the divine diagram in front of him on the spot and rushed over in an instant. He enveloped that stoneman hand in an instant. This kind of almost deformed stoneman arm was attacked by the bloody light as soon as it appeared. It was definitely not a stoneman from the wasteland. Otherwise, how could it be attacked by the bloody light of the same origin? Bang! The divine diagram came down dangerously and completely shattered the stoneman arm that had already decayed to the extreme. It fell to the ground like a broken jar. It didn't have much divine power at all. A very weak voice came from the foundation of the huge palace. The stoneman inside still had a rather strong spiritual fluctuation. Of course, the so-called not weak was only equivalent to an ordinary person. It didn't match the stoneman's status at all. Feeling all these, Xiaochen felt relieved. This stoneman wasn't a threat, he could easily suppress it. After making this judgment, Xiaochen broke open the surrounding rock-like surface. He pushed the crushed hard soil to one side and dug out a huge pit. The situation underground was gradually revealed. It was too horrible to look at. Half of a stone man's body was completely suppressed by the foundation. Only half of his head, right shoulder, and right arm were exposed. It was obvious that this exposed part of his body had struggled for countless years before he managed to escape from the foundation. Xiaochen probed with his strong spiritual sense, wanting to see the situation under the foundation. However, he discovered that the giant palace possessed an incomparably mysterious power that could completely block the probing of an expert of his level. His divine senses couldn't enter. As expected of the forbidden land of the wasteland. In a sense, this giant palace was the sacred palace of the sinful land. It possessed unimaginable power. The world had been destroyed, but it was still perfectly preserved. When Xiaochen merged with the divine painting, he immediately had a similar aura to the huge palace. Thus, he slowly probed the situation under the foundation. The part of the golem that was suppressed under the foundation could be said to have been completely destroyed. It had long turned into yellow soil, and with a light shake, it would scatter. The Golem that only had half of its head, right shoulder, and right arm left now opened its only eye and looked at Xiaochen coldly. Its voice was very weak as it said, "You are not my descendant. You are the descendant of the sinners of this sinful land." Naturally, he used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice. This was because it was difficult to understand the meaning of the ancient syllables that were occasionally uttered. Although the stone body was almost completely destroyed, its natural majesty was still preserved. This was the supreme ruler of the sinful land in the past. "Why are you suppressed here?" Xiaochen looked down at him coldly. The divine painting was suspended above his head, ready to smash down at any time. "Are you interrogating me from above?" Even though the stone man was extremely weak, his deep eyes still shot out two sharp rays of light. The aura of a ruler that ruled over the world in the past could be seen clearly. Even though he was in dire straits, he still had a certain bearing, as if he was in control of the situation. Bang! Xiaochen did not say anything about this. He directly smashed the divine painting down and destroyed the golem's beehive-like right shoulder, turning it into yellow soil. He did not have any sympathy or pity for this old ruler of the past. It was because of these golems that the sinful land became like this. "I know even if you don't tell me. During the war in the past, you wanted to destroy the palace here, but the golem king of the sinful land suppressed you here." Xiaochen stared at him coldly and said, "I didn't expect your life force to be so strong. It is already hard to say how many civilizations have passed. I didn't expect you to still be alive. If I did not come here coincidentally, you might have been able to escape with a strand of your spirit and reincarnate into someone else's body. You, humph." Although the golem only had half of its decayed head left, it still revealed a disdainful attitude. It did not look at Xiaochen directly. That attitude was very obvious. "Back then, I could crush a person like you with a wave of my hand." This was the obvious attitude of the golem from the other world. That kind of arrogance, that kind of attitude of "if I can't do it, then who can," was not concealed. Xiaochen did not get angry. He knew very well that if this was a complete stone man, it would have the kind of power that could control heaven and earth, ruling over all living things. Not being angry did not mean anything. Xiaochen did not express anything. He gently shook the divine painting down and wanted to use his spirit to search the golem's memories. This was because such a supreme existence was simply a living treasure trove. Not to mention the various divine spells and combat techniques, just the unique method to become a golem was enough to make an ancestor god fight to the death for it. This was especially true for a golem king like this. It was the leader of the other world in the past. Its cultivation method was definitely unparalleled. "You want to obtain my divine sense treasure trove?" The golem laughed coldly and allowed the divine painting to descend. It did not have any intention of resisting. Seeing such a situation, Xiaochen stopped the divine painting and did not dare to act rashly. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, this was a golem king in the past. It would definitely have a very evil divine spell. However, he had already merged with the divine painting, so he had nothing to fear. "Come, my divine sense treasure trove is open for you. My great technique must be passed down. It is impossible for it to be erased in this kind of dark place." The golem seemed to be talking to its descendant. It did not seem like it was talking to the descendant of an enemy. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen stared at the golem. "Are you afraid? I have no need to scheme against you. You are unable to pass down my great technique, but I want to use you to spread it. My descendant will definitely obtain this supreme great technique in the future." The golem's single eye was gloomy as it said in a deep voice, "Since you appeared before me, it was already unavoidable. You will become the tool for me to pass down my technique." "Shameless boasting." Xiaochen snorted coldly. Just at this moment, the nearly decayed golem head suddenly shot out a yellow radiance. It was not attacking Xiaochen, but it floated around the golem head. At the same time, that half of the head gave off a kacha-kacha sound and actually started to shatter. "It is impossible for me to die in the hands of others. Only I am worthy of killing myself." Along with these words, the golem head completely collapsed. The last ray of yellow radiance shot out from its single eye. A ball of hazy yellow radiance instantly shot towards the divine diagram. Xiaochen was already prepared for it. The formation blurred and descended to meet it head-on. Boom, a loud sound rang out, and the entire palace shook. The surrounding blood-red light receded like a receding tide, and a large transparent space was torn open. A decayed golem that was suppressed for several civilizations and was on the verge of destruction still displayed such terrifying divine power. It was beyond Xianxia's expectations. If it was an ordinary ancestor god without the divine diagram, they might have already turned into ashes. This was the remaining power of a true golem king. If they were in their peak state, how powerful would they be? The divine diagram shook violently and continuously erased that weak yellow radiance. However, in the end, there was still a ray of yellow radiance that shot into the divine diagram. Recalling the illustrious years, the entire world trembled under my feet. Nothing could stop my footsteps. Just at this moment, a tall figure appeared in the divine diagram. He faced Xianxia with a disdainful and imposing manner. Unfortunately, you can only reminisce, Xianxia replied calmly. With a world-shaking roar, the figure of that otherworldly golem king enlarged infinitely. It expanded to a terrifying state as tall as the sky in the world of the divine diagram. He wanted to shatter the divine diagram and destroy this treasure that caused the otherworldly world to suffer a great loss in the past. The divine diagram was blurred. Then, it shone with a myriad of radiance. A mysterious power flowed out from within and crushed the huge figure from all directions. It was like a sharp blade that sliced through the loose ground and easily shattered that huge figure. I have already said that you can only reminisce now. You are no longer the you from back then. Xianxia stood at a distance and watched all of this quietly. Roar, although that huge shadow was shattered, it still tried to envelop Xianxia. The divine diagram was blurred. Countless rays of light circulated within and converged into a boundless mighty force. It crushed over and destroyed the figure on the spot. However, the purest origin was preserved. It turned into an incomparably clear image in front of him. A golem was standing in the sky. It was extremely demonic, and its gaze was incomparably sharp. This was a demonic and unworldly golem. It was as shocking as the 5 stone inscriptions that Xianxia imprinted in his heart. At the final moment of destruction, the golem manifested such a divine and outstanding image. What exactly was it trying to do? I have said it before, my great technique cannot be destroyed. You will be the carrier for me to impart the supreme mysterious technique. The demonic and unbridled golem displayed its divine charm to the fullest. It displayed its ultimate technique and imprinted it clearly in Xianxia's heart. Since you appeared before me, it was already unavoidable. You will impart the great technique to me. At this moment, the golem did not have any emotional fluctuations. It only displayed its divine charm and wanted to leave behind its own great technique. You want me to impart the technique just because you say so? I will grasp your great Tao imprint, but your descendants can never have any wishful thinking. Xianxia stood quietly at a distance and replied coldly. Ha ha ha, the golem laughed loudly and said, aside from my descendants, no one can cultivate my great technique. Speaking until here, the demonic and unbridled golem suddenly charged at Xianxia. Now, Xianxia felt somewhat apprehensive. It was entirely possible that the stone golem sovereign of the past possessed incredible abilities and had some unimaginable means. Xianxia directly shook the divine painting and sent out 2 more heavenly marks to block that image. Rumble, there was an intense tremor, and the last bit of the golem's origin chi collapsed. However, before that image disappeared, it gave off a bright light as if it had illuminated the ages and connected the past and present. It appeared clearly before Xianxia's eyes, leaving behind an indelible impression. It was impossible for him to forget it even if he wanted to. I will borrow your body to impart the great technique to me. These were the last words of the otherworldly stone golem king before it turned into ashes. Xianxia had once spent 50 years before he managed to imprint the 5 stone golem king's images in his heart. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. However, the otherworldly stone golem king actually used such an extreme method, self-destructing, to quickly imprint the ultimate technique's charm in his heart, forcing him to remember it. I will borrow my body to impart the great technique to you, Xianxia smiled coldly. He was not worried at all. He believed that as long as his realm was sufficient, he would naturally be able to see through the other party's charm. He was not worried that a golem would appear in the otherworldly world because of this. He just treated it as a big gift. Xiaochen emerged from the divine painting and stood on the ice-cold ground. He looked at the surrounding spirits dancing in the bloody light as he slowly walked into the distance. Xiaochen didn't know how to go back. He wandered around in this wasteland and encountered the black gale again. That flood formed from the resentment of the ancient creatures was no longer chasing after him. Just like the huge palace, it had acknowledged him. After walking far away from the bloody screen, Xiaochen turned his head and looked back. The huge palace was majestic, and the bloody light soared into the sky. It seemed to be connected to an unknown place. Xiaochen soared into the sky and rushed towards the deep sky. That place was connected to the bloody light. It flickered continuously, appearing extremely mysterious. Clang, clang, the sword hummed softly, and the divine painting trembled. Xiaochen arrived there in an instant. It was actually a broken space-time tunnel. The primal chaos fog surged, time was chaotic, and space was distorted. It was mysterious and unfathomable. This seems to be a tunnel that has not been successfully excavated. Where does it lead to? Xiaochen felt very suspicious. In this broken world, aside from the 3 blood moons, 1 blood sun, and a few stars, everything else was destroyed. This spatial tunnel had already collapsed to such a state. Xiaochen did not know if he could continue opening it. Xiaochen felt some anticipation. He used the divine painting to open the way and walked in. Immediately, he felt the supreme power of time surging over, wanting to obliterate him. He was no longer the same as before. After all, he was already comparable to an ancestor god. The ancestor god's flesh shell shone brightly, and all the power of time dissipated. Then, Xiaochen walked in with large strides. After walking for several hours, Xiaochen felt that this place was even more mysterious and unfathomable. The spatial tunnel was vast and ethereal. Many stars were refined into pearls, embedded in the surroundings of the primal chaos tunnel. They were resplendent and dazzling, giving off a boundless ancient aura. Just at this moment, a broken rock blocked Xiaochen's path. There were a few mysterious ancient words written on it. They were written in a strong and vigorous manner. Xiaochen did not recognize any of them. These words were too ancient. To him, it was like a heavenly book. However, there was a weak spiritual imprint on them. When he scanned them with his spiritual sense, he immediately felt an incomparably dignified spiritual sense. Halt in the Forbidden Land. The path ahead leads to the heavenly realm. Broken rocks blocked Xiaochen's path. The ancient words on them were written in strong strokes. They were actually the path to the heavenly realm, which shocked Xiaochen. He had tried his best to open the door to the heaven realm, but in the end, he failed. He never thought that there would be such a secret place in the sky above the wasteland. It was truly a dead end, and there was no way out, but there was a village at the end of the tunnel. Xiaochen walked in with large strides. He did not know if this mysterious place would bring him any pleasant surprises. This path was carved out of the primal chaos. Primal chaos surged on both sides, and a hazy fog shrouded the path. Specks of stars shone brightly, looking very dreamy. After advancing for about 500 kilometers, primal chaos rocks blocked the path ahead. It was somewhat strange. The path ahead seemed to be sealed. All sorts of formations were carved on the primal chaos rocks, giving off a mysterious energy. However, due to the passage of time, the formations were clearly ineffective. Many places were broken. The power of time was the most merciless. Even the divine formations could not resist it and slowly crumbled. Xiaochen held a sword and gently swung it. A sword light shot out, and the huge rocks in front immediately shattered, falling to the sides. Hey, Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. It was like a cage in front of him. The divine metal bars were still radiating light. Clearly, they had been refined into ancestral divine weapons, sealing off the area in front. Divine light flowed between every 2 divine metal bars, and it was still glaring. Is there really a cage? Could it be that there are prisoners here? This surprised Xiaochen somewhat. This path clearly led to the heavenly realm. Why was there a place that looked like a cage? Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense to observe and could not sense any fluctuations of life. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Even someone as strong as that otherworldly stone man, who had been sealed in the huge palace for countless years, could not escape the fate of turning into ashes. What more the others? Break! Xiaochen, the divine diagram Xingyi, and the instant bureau charged through the cracks in the divine metals. Although they met with strong resistance, the divine light could not truly stop them. After all, too much time had passed. Even though the cage was still intact, its might was no longer the same as it was in the past. This was a vast and long cage, completely constructed from passageways. After walking for 1,000 zhang, they still hadn't reached the end. Along the way, Xiaochen saw several broken ancestral god weapons and dried up blood. That was the ancestral god's blood, which was said to be indestructible and eternal. However, it had already turned pitch black, losing its light and bright color. Under the power of time, it became ordinary. Every broken ancestral divine weapon was stained with blood, clearly recording the cruelty of that battle. Right at this time, a humanoid figure blocked the path ahead. It was a dried corpse, its flesh and blood dried up like a mummy that had been scraped open. It looked like a malicious spirit. This was a female ancestral god. When she was alive, she should have been very beautiful. However, with her current appearance, she was truly a beautiful skeleton. It was very difficult to find any valuable clues. When Xiaochen circled around her once, the airflow surged. That seemingly intact withered corpse suddenly shattered with a bang. It was so rotten that it couldn't withstand any impact and turned into a pile of corpse soil. Without a doubt, someone who could reach the ancestral god realm had to be an outstanding talent, someone who could look down on a civilization. There had to be a complicated story behind this. However, all of this was not important. In the end, everything was dust to dust. After walking another few hundred meters, Xiaochen was about to reach the end. He saw another 5 corpses. When he passed by them, they all turned to dust and vanished like smoke in the wind. Back then, 6 ancestral gods had been suppressed here, all of them rotting away. Not a single one of them left any valuable information. When Xiaochen reached the end, he was shocked to discover a stone golem sitting cross-legged there. Its entire body was covered in cracks. Clearly, its spiritual sense was already extinguished, and it had lost all signs of life long ago. It really is a stone golem? Xiaochen quickly discovered that it was not the real stone golem king. If he looked closely, he would see that its stone body was not that solid. Below its knees, it had not completely petrified. Its flesh and blood were dried up on the white bones. When Xiaochen approached it, although this stone golem king did not turn into dust like the previous few, it still completely shattered on the ground with a hua-la sound. There was a line of very deep words carved on the chaotic wave boulder behind it. The words seemed to be written with great grief and indignation. Through the agitation of the words, one could see the emotions of the writer at that time. It was impossible for Xiaochen to recognize the words. However, after scanning it with his spiritual sense, he managed to capture some remnant marks of the writer. After he infused his divine energy into it, an angry voice echoed in the tunnel. The heavenly realm is unreliable. These words were deafening, filled with boundless grief and indignation. Xiaochen was shocked. He had just obtained this piece of information from millions of years ago. Furthermore, it was so important. Even though that battle had already become history, it still shocked him. The heavenly realm that he was going to seek help from did not seem to be that glorious. This piece of information was very important. Xiaochen used the mighty power of the divine map to carefully capture the remnant marks left in this prison tunnel. In the end, he only obtained vague and inaccurate information. This place could communicate with the heavenly realm. Back then, during the war between the otherworldly realm and the wasteland, there were changes in the heavenly realm. As for what kind of changes it was, no one knew. However, from the statement that the heavenly realm was unreliable, it should be very disadvantageous to the wasteland. However, the wasteland seemed to be prepared for it. The incomplete stone golem that was guarding this place used the sealed ancient scroll given by the 5 stone golem kings to seal this place. Too much time had passed. Xiaochen was only able to capture this piece of valuable information. He was unable to obtain any other information. As for why the few ancestral gods died in this cage-like tunnel, it was very hard to explain. Some things were destined to be unsolvable. Not everything had a final result. Many things would disappear silently in the long river of history. Moreover, this was a small matter that was relatively insignificant. Clang, Xiaoqin used the battle sword to hack at the huge rock in front of him. However, suddenly, the ancient scroll became hazy. A huge picture appeared in front of him. The mountains and rivers were magnificent. The mountains and rivers were like a painting. 5 stone golems with different expressions stood side by side. Some were as calm as the sea, some were filled with battle intent, and some were tyrannical. They were the 5 unparalleled stone golem kings that Xiaoqin saw in the huge palace. This picture sealed the road ahead. It blocked the path leading to the heavenly realm. Xiaoqin wanted to try to open this picture. However, even after millions of years had passed, this ancient scroll was still immeasurably powerful. He was basically unable to move it at all. It firmly sealed this place. This was definitely a precious treasure. It might be even more mysterious and powerful than the 7-demon diagram that was sealed above the great desolate ancient village. Xiaoqin did not want to use brute force to destroy this treasure. He knew that if he used divine power to replenish it, this ancient scroll might be able to shine again. As a matter of fact, in the end, even if Xiaoqin wanted to forcefully destroy the divine scroll, it was impossible. It was only until he finally fused with the divine scroll and let the imprints of the 5 stone golem kings appear in his heart that the magnificent ancient scroll in front of him became hazy and blossomed with abnormal radiance. Shua, with a flash of light, that ancient scroll gently floated down. Xiaoqin caught it in his hand. Although it was as light as a feather, it felt like he was holding 1,000,000 divine mountains. From a spiritual point of view, it felt incomparably heavy. This supreme treasure was left behind by the 5 peerless stone golems. It was definitely a treasure among treasures. He believed that in the future, it would definitely shake the heavens. Not long after the ancient scroll left the primal chaos boulder, a chilly wind suddenly blew in this passage. It was frighteningly cold. The bodies of the 6 ancestor gods that Xiaoqin saw earlier had already turned into ashes. However, at this moment, all of them suddenly condensed into dried corpses and stood up. There were men and women among the 6. Their dried-up bodies were swelling. It was as if their flesh and blood were about to be reborn. How was this possible? Xiaoqin felt a little strange. Even the shattered stone man in front of him did not have any changes. How could the 6 dried corpses of the ancestor gods that were completely turned into ashes be reborn? There was something strange about this. A chilly wind blew past. The primal chaos boulder that originally had the ancient scroll shattered in an instant. The path ahead was in sight. The chilly wind was blowing from the front. The corpses of the 6 ancestor gods had completely swelled up. They did not look dried up at all. Flesh and blood were reborn, but they lacked luster. They were no different from dead bodies. How could this happen? Even the stone man's body and soul were destroyed. How could they be reborn? Could it be that they were stronger than the stone man? Xiaoqin was on high alert. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormality. This place was filled with unknown dangers. Creak, creak, the sound of teeth grinding could be heard, and energy assaulted everyone. The 6 ancestor gods were actually grinding their teeth like demons, and they looked savage and ferocious. Even the gorgeous female ancestor god was the same. Her face was practically distorted, and her eyes were trembling, but she didn't open them a few times. A heart-wrenching howl suddenly resounded in the passage. It was unknown why that female ancestor god let out such a terrifying scream. It made one's scalp go numb and a chill run down their spine. Following that, the other 5 ancestor gods also did the same. They let out extremely miserable ghostly cries that made one's hair stand on end. That was definitely not a sound that a normal creature should make. It was even more terrifying than a malicious ghost. The passage immediately became bone-piercingly cold like an ice house. It was as if they had fallen into the azure hell. The corpses of the 6 ancestor gods did not have any characteristics that a normal creature should have. Their expressions were malevolent as they ground their teeth and screamed. They were even more sinister and terrifying than the most ferocious malicious ghost. Although their eyes were closed, their noses were twitching. Finally, they pounced at Xiaoqin together. The chilly wind blew, and the passage was bone-piercingly cold. Although Xiaochen was compatible with the divine diagram, he did not want to recklessly make a move against these ghosts. He took out half of the stone bone and immediately disappeared. The 6 cold and sinister ancestor god corpses had twisted faces, revealing their snow-white teeth. Their hair was disheveled as they spun around in circles. Then, they let out sharp roars and charged forward. Xiaochen followed closely behind. He wanted to see what was so strange about them and where they would charge to. He found it incredible that these 6 could regenerate their flesh and blood. He would not be at ease until he figured it out. The primal chaos passageway in front gradually narrowed. The chilly wind howled like snow dancing in the air, like a steel saber splitting open. After flying for several dozen kilometers, spots of light suddenly shone in front. Furthermore, the chilly wind became even more intense. The exit, could it be that we have reached the heavenly realm? The narrow opening allowed only one person to pass through at a time. The 6 ancestor god corpses rushed out of the passageway. The chilly wind blew, and a black, cold fog spread out. When Xiaochen charged out, he happened to see a black demonic chi stretching across the sky like a huge arch bridge tens of thousands of kilometers away. It connected all the way to this place and collected the 6 ancestor god corpses. The surging black fog surged and soared into the sky, instantly going far away. The boundless sinister aura suddenly vanished. All this actually originated from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Xiaochen felt extremely uneasy. That was definitely a horrifying existence. Even from so far away, that person could sense the aura of the 6 corpses and summon them over. At the very least, that person was a supreme ancestor god. Perhaps, that person was even more terrifying. This was because those 6 people were people from before the destruction of the wasteland. The person who could summon their rotting bodies had to be a super antique that existed alongside the world. Could it be that those 6 people are the incarnations of someone? The main body is not dead yet, and when the 6 see the light of day again, they immediately regenerated and returned to the main body's side? Or could it be that those 6 people are ghosts in the first place? Back then, an expert got lost in the passageway? Xiaochen immediately made many guesses. No matter what, that person was definitely not a good person. He had to be a super strong existence. After the overwhelming chilly wind and black fog vanished, Xiaochen had a chance to size up his surroundings. Am I really in the heavenly realm? Xiaochen felt like he was in a dream. In front of him was a beautiful lake. It was blue, translucent, and intoxicating. It was like a huge blue diamond embedded in the ground. The hundreds of white swans that flew up in fright earlier had already landed back in the lake. The surroundings of the lake were picturesque. Wisteria intertwined and bloomed, giving off a refreshing fragrance. The surroundings were lush with beautiful trees. It was like an otherworldly pure land. In the distance, there were ethereal mountains and auspicious clouds. One could vaguely see phoenixes dancing in the sky. The most important thing was that the spiritual energy in this world was very dense. It drifted on the surface of one's body and turned into specks of light that automatically gathered in one's body. Taking a deep breath would immediately make one feel refreshed. Xiaochen was already mostly certain that he might have really come to the heavenly realm. After walking out of the primal chaos passageway and looking at the beautiful scenery around him, Xiaochen did not relax at all. He had just arrived in this world when he personally witnessed a black chilly wind rushing over from tens of thousands of kilometers away, sweeping away the corpses of the 6 ancestor gods from billions of years ago. This kind of unintentional deterrence was extraordinarily strong. Xiaochen had no impression of the great desolate heavenly realm. He did not know anything about this place. Death is not the end, perhaps it is just the beginning, these words often echoed in his ears. These were the words left behind by the ancestor god who had peeped into the secrets of the heavenly realm. My body is not destroyed. Xiaochen walked out of the divine diagram and walked along the lakeside. He used his powerful spiritual sense to quickly scan a distance of 1,000 kilometers. However, it was very subtle. He only sensed some auspicious birds and beasts. He did not discover a single cultivator. Blockhead, you are back. Just at this time, Xiaochen suddenly heard such a voice. He turned his head to look and saw a gorgeous parrot standing on a shrub by the lakeside. It was calling out to him. Furthermore, with a flapping sound, it flapped its bright and beautiful wings and flew over. It landed on a cluster of vines in front of Xiaochen without any fear of strangers. Blockhead, don't you recognize me? Xiaochen was really curious. This bird seemed to be very special. Next to the beautiful blue diamond-like lake, the spiritual energy was dense, the surrounding scenery was picturesque. Looking at the flower parrot on the vines, Xiaochen felt strange and asked, "You understand the human language, let me ask you, is this the great desolate heavenly realm?" Of course this is the heavenly realm, the great desolate heavenly realm that has existed for billions of years. It is the gathering place of all the ultimate experts. Blockhead, did you really forget about me? The flower parrot seemed to be very dissatisfied with this question. Xiaochen frowned, all this was too strange, how could this beautiful flower parrot be so sure that it knew him? You said you know me, then who am I? Of course you are Blockhead, born in the heavenly realm, you grew up in the heavenly realm, your might shook the world, you fell hundreds of years ago, and now you have finally returned. The flower parrot was very fluent in her speech. She spilled out all these things that made Xiaochen dumbfounded. What kind of monster are you? Xiaochen frowned, these things were unimaginable, how could he believe it, how could he believe it? He felt that it was very absurd. The flower parrot had a disappointed look, but in the end, it still cheered up and said, Blockhead, you have not awakened yet, let's go, follow me to my cave, you will soon remember your past life. Okay, I will follow you to your cave to take a look. Xiaochen looked at the flower parrot calmly, then they walked along the lakeside. Welcome back, Blockhead. The flower parrot seemed to be very happy, it flew up and down cheerfully in front. Tell me, what kind of person was I in my past life? Xiaochen asked on the way. You were very famous in your past life, you were the unrivaled king of the stone men, you were called the Stone Emperor, the flower parrot chirped incessantly. It was very noisy, and there was no end to it. However, Xiaochen was confused, it was like looking at the flowers in the fog, looking at the moon in the water, his past life was a blur, it was hard to understand. In front of them, there was dense vegetation, towering ancient trees, after walking for a short time, they arrived in front of a huge waterfall, a silver waterfall cascaded down from the precipitous cliff, it was as if thousands of horses were galloping, the waves were shaking the sky, the mist lingered around. This is the water curtain cave, the place where you cultivated in your past life, I have been guarding it for so many years. The flower parrot chattered. The abode of my previous life? Xiaochen frowned. All this was too sudden for him. To think that there was such a thing as a previous life. Furthermore, he was the legendary Stone Emperor. This was inconceivable. What are you staring blankly for? Once you enter the water tunnel, you'll understand who you really are. You'll understand both your past and present lives. The flower parrot urged. Flap, 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 the flower parrot had already rushed into the water curtain cave. Xiaochen stood in the same place for a long time without moving a single step. Blockhead, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? The flower parrot called out to Xiaochen from the water curtain cave. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen stepped into the water curtain cave. Inside was a spacious cave. It was indeed a treasured land for quiet cultivation. Specks of light flickered in the cave, and the spiritual energy was dense. There were all sorts of pure spirit immortal grass growing in the cracks of the rocks, giving off a refreshing fragrance. Just at this moment, Xiaochen was stunned. He stared blankly at a stone wall. There was actually a picture engraved on it, and there was a lithe and graceful figure in it. It was extremely lifelike, and had a natural charm. It was as if it was going to walk out from the stone wall. It was extremely intelligent. This is Qing Qing. How is this possible? Why is her image here? Xiaochen was extremely shocked. Oh, you're talking about this beautiful lady in white. She came to the heavenly realm 100 years ago, and there were 3 snow-white skeletons following her. I think she's called Qing Qing. The flower parrot explained, she seemed to be looking for you. After that, she left the engraved picture behind and left. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He stared fixedly at the engraved picture on the stone wall. Come here quickly. This is your cave. There is a 3 live stone here. Your past is recorded on it. Once you see it, you'll know about your past life. The flower parrot was very loyal. She urged Xiaochen from not far away, urging him to quickly recall his past. Xiaochen walked over and faced the strange-looking boulder in front of him. He was expressionless as he quietly observed it. The flower parrot patiently explained, "You have to relax. Your entire body has to relax. After that, you can slowly extend your spiritual sense into the 3 live stone. Then, you'll understand everything." "Relax," Xiaochen replied with a wooden expression. It seemed like he had already extended his spiritual sense into the 3 live stone. "There is a cup of spirit calling water here. It can awaken your past spirit. Relax, relax. After you drink it, you'll be able to completely forget about your past life." The flower parrot flapped its wings. A stone cup floated up and flew into Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen raised his head and drank it. After that, he looked at the 3 live stone in a daze. Just at this moment, the cave slowly turned hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. At this moment, Xiaochen seemed to have entered a state of absent-mindedness. He was at a loss about his surroundings. Suddenly, a destructive aura pressed down on Xiaochen, wanting to destroy him immediately. "I haven't enjoyed ancestor god-level food in a long time." The cold voice of the woman made one's hair stand on end. The destructive aura completely enveloped Xiaochen. Boom, however, just at this moment, the seemingly ignorant Xiaochen suddenly merged with the divine engraved picture. He soared into the sky and sent out sword chi. 33 swords clanged and flickered with a piercing cold light. "Ah!" The woman let out a startled cry. In that instant, the world brightened up. Everything recovered its clarity. Everything that Xiaochen saw before had disappeared. Where was the cave? Where was the water curtain cave? Xiaochen was currently standing in the blue, diamond-like lake water. Scarlet lotus flowers danced around him, drifting into the lake water with the wind. The red lotus petals were as beautiful as blood. It was a ghastly sight. Soon, the blue lake was dyed scarlet. The hundreds of white swans in the lake all flew up in fright. In the center of the lake, there was a huge scarlet lotus flower. It was like a towering ancient tree. It covered the sky and the sun. It was several hundred meters tall. Its entire body was red and translucent, making one's heart palpitate. In the middle of the blood-colored lotus, there was a beautiful woman standing on it. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her towering breasts and chest had been pierced by several swords, causing blood to spurt out. The huge lotus flower she stood on was even more tattered. It had been pierced by the 33 swords earlier. It was indeed difficult to distinguish the authenticity of an ancestor god's illusions. However, there were a few fatal flaws. They did not conform to common sense. Xiaochen stood on the surface of the lake and looked coldly at the woman on the scarlet lotus. "In that case, you have never been controlled by an illusion." "Yes," Xiaochen admitted with a nod. Then, he asked, "I don't understand. How did you know the people and things in my heart? How did you create an illusion?" "I didn't know what you were thinking. I just kept guiding you, letting you sink into your own bewildered world. The various things in your heart appeared naturally. Then, I made use of them." Speaking up to this point, the woman on the scarlet lotus smiled sweetly. She was exceptionally charming. "So that's how it is. Being trapped in your own world is indeed something. It is more than 1,000 times more brilliant than ordinary illusions. Unfortunately, you don't understand human emotions. You don't understand common sense. How could you make good use of the illusion?" Xiaochen snorted coldly and said, "Why did you scheme against me?" "I just wanted to obtain food." The coquettish woman licked her rosy lips and said, "The flesh and blood of an ancestor god. If I eat it, it will definitely save me several tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. It's been 20,000 years since I last enjoyed the feast. How nostalgic. This demonic lotus of yours has survived for so long. You have the strength of a battle ancestor. Do you really think you can do whatever you want after devouring an ancestor god?" Xiaochen exposed her strength with a single sentence. "Then let's give it a try." The demonic lotus shouted loudly. Scarlet light filled the sky and swept towards Xiaochen. At this moment, dozens, hundreds of scarlet lotuses bloomed. When each lotus bloomed, it gave off a dazzling light. The instant the demonic lotus bloomed, it represented the full bloom of life. It was one of the strongest divine powers in the world. Dozens, hundreds of scarlet lotuses shot out auspicious lights at the same time, drowning Xiaoqin. Bang! Xiaoqin directly shook the divine diagram and swept it across the sky. The hazy formation and 33 swords instantly filled the sky. Many huge sword lights chopped down. Kacha! Kacha! The scarlet light completely collapsed, scattering like the receding tide. The pretty woman's expression changed. She did not expect the opponent to be so strong. She turned into a beam of light and tore through the sky. Even her main body, the demonic lotus, followed her. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Xiaoqin had just arrived in the heavenly realm, and someone already plotted against him. He did not want to let the other party off. If this demonic lotus called for help, he would not be able to move an inch in the heavenly realm. Don't go overboard. I do not wish to fight you to the death. The pretty woman turned her head and sent a voice transmission. You make it sound nice. Feng Diao even said that he wanted to devour me. Now, you want to leave me alone? How can you do that? Xiaoqian's voice was cold. He controlled the 33 swords and cut off the way forward. Boom! Just at this moment, there was a loud sound from behind. A vast aura pressed down on Xiaoqin. Divine City? Xiaoqin was astonished. The sky turned hazy as a huge creature descended from the sky. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding that huge city. After a careful look, he realized that it was not a complete divine city. It was just a broken foundation. However, this was already shocking enough. It actually rushed out from that blue diamond-like divine lake. How could this demoness have such a method? Boom, that broken foundation of the divine city crashed down again. Although it was not a complete city, it was not to be underestimated. That was because it was much bigger than an ordinary immemorial demon city. One could well imagine how powerful the previous master of the divine city was, however, it was not a threat to Xiaoqin. He raised his hand and took out the immemorial demon city that he exchanged with Daoist Su Tian from the death world. It turned into a black light and flew towards the ground in an instant. Bang! Although that broken foundation of the divine city was huge, it had already decayed a long time ago. At this moment, when the complete immemorial demon city crashed into it, it immediately broke into pieces. Then, the immemorial demon city flashed with light and absorbed the broken foundation into the demon city. It would become a part of it. After refining, it would fuse with the demon city, making it even taller and stronger. The woman on the demonic lotus saw everything and was immediately shocked. She knew that she had kicked an iron plate. Without saying a word, she wanted to rush through the sword formation and escape. However, just as she passed through the space, she was struck out by the swords. She changed direction and did not expect the immemorial demon city in the sky to descend and envelop her in an instant. No, you can't kill me. Do you know the origin of that divine city? The woman formed by the demonic lotus shouted. She was deeply afraid that Xiaoqin would kill her. What's its origin? Xiaoqin stood in the distant sky and asked coldly. In front of him, that immemorial demon city was quietly floating above the head of the demonic lotus. It is the divine city of the great desolate realm's Lotus King. Why is it in such a dilapidated state? Because the Lotus King has successfully walked out of the divine city. He doesn't need this divine city anymore, so it naturally decayed. Back then, the divine city was located here, and I was born from the foundation of this dilapidated divine city. Speaking of which, I can be considered as the Lotus King's descendant. If you kill me, the Lotus King will definitely pursue this matter. Xiaoqin was shocked. After that so-called Lotus King walked out of the divine city, he did not know how many years had passed. A lotus seed had already grown into a war ancestor. This was a little scary. The demonic lotus thought that Xiaoqin had some misgivings, so she could not help but relax. However, she did not expect that the immemorial demon city above her head would shake violently and fall down with a loud rumble. The demonic lotus was shocked and angry at the same time. She immediately sent her body, the huge scarlet lotus, which was hundreds of meters tall, into the sky to meet the immemorial demon city. At the same time, she also turned into a divine rainbow and escaped into the sky. After knowing her origin, Xiaochen could not let her go. If the Lotus King really appeared, he would not be able to move a single step in the heaven realm. He could be killed at any time. He could only do nothing. If he did not stop, he would completely kill this troublemaker, the Germinal organization. Rumble, the immemorial demon city immediately suppressed the demonic lotus's body below it. Shua, there was a flash of light, and an ancient scroll flew out, covering this part of the world. The demonic woman, who was escaping into the sky, was immediately sealed. It was the ancient scroll that was given to the 5 stone golem kings. Although countless years had passed and the divine energy was severely depleted, it still sealed a war ancestor-level demonic lotus. No. The demonic lotus screamed, but it was useless. Her body slowly became blurry and gradually melted into the ancient scroll. This shocked Xiaochen. He did not expect the ancient scroll that the 5 stone golem kings took out was so tyrannical. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. Otherwise, how could it seal the passage to the heaven realm? It was obvious that the image of the 5 stone golem kings in the ancient scroll was clearer. This was because the demonic lotus had turned into the purest divine energy. After that, Xiaochen used the ancient scroll to seal the huge lotus that was suppressed by the immemorial demon city. The blood lotus, which was full of vitality, slowly dimmed and turned into divine energy. It was obvious that in less than 3 days, the blood lotus and the demonic woman would be melted into divine energy and disappear completely. Xiaochen was shocked. He already knew that this ancient scroll was definitely a holy relic, but it still exceeded his imagination. This was indeed a supreme treasure. While it was sealing the enemy, it could also gradually strengthen itself. Sooner or later, it would completely recover to the horrifying state of the past. Xiaochen quickly left this place. He did not want to stay here any longer. He stopped on a huge mountain 1,000 miles away and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he discovered that a few vermilion birds and fire phoenixes were circling around the sun. It was indeed worthy of being the heaven realm. These legendary divine birds actually lived in the sun. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and a dense aura immediately enveloped this picturesque land. It was precisely the direction where the 6 ancestor god corpses disappeared. At this moment, the demonic clouds spanned tens of thousands of miles, forming an extremely horrifying scene. A super horrifying existence was currently rushing over here. Xiaochen was shocked. Did that person come for him or for the secret passage to the wasteland? That was a horrifying expert that coexisted with the world. Its strength was immeasurable. Although they were separated by more than 500 kilometers, the horrifying scene of demonic clouds covering the sun and surging corpse chi could still be seen clearly. That was definitely an absolute expert. Perhaps it was an outstanding person among the supreme ancestor gods, a nearly complete stone man, or a legendary stone man who had already taken the final step. The black corpse chi spread for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was simply too arrogant. Perhaps this was not arrogance but a display of one's true self without fear. This was because this person was so strong that he could move unhindered in the heavenly realm. Within tens of thousands of kilometers, no living creature dared to resist or soar into the sky to denounce this person. The surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers were silent. Xiaochen had long since hidden in the divine painting. Then, he sealed the ancient scroll outside the divine painting. Finally, he took out the other half of the stone bone and infused it with 3 layers of supreme might to conceal his aura. Xiaochen did not want to be dragged out the moment he arrived in the heavenly realm. The situation was unclear. He urgently needed to understand the various things in this divine land. Otherwise, he would be killed. The surging demonic clouds rushed into the primal chaos passageway like the tide. Without a doubt, that passageway was connected to the wasteland. Xiaochen watched quietly from a distance. He wanted to see what this antique that coexisted with the world would do. Soon, the corpse chi for tens of thousands of kilometers rushed into the passageway and vanished. The world regained its clarity. Xiaochen waited quietly for a long time, but the black fog did not rush out. He entered the wasteland. Xiaochen frowned. There was only one huge palace left in that chaotic land. He did not know if this person could break into it. Xiaochen waited 500 kilometers away just like that for more than 20 hours. However, there was no movement. Only 3 days later did strong divine energy fluctuations come from the primal chaos passageway. It was like a volcano erupting. Boundless black fog covered the world. It did not stop for even a moment, rushing tens of thousands of kilometers away like a surging river. This person came and went in a hurry. However, it was clear that he was in a sorry state when he left. He even smashed a large portion of the primal chaos passageway. Xiaochen felt somewhat bewildered. Did this person meet with resistance in the wasteland? If he thought about it carefully, only that huge palace had such power. After all, it once suppressed a stone man to death. He was just about to walk out from the darkness, but at this time, 2 streaks of light flew over, appearing in front of the chaotic passageway. Their figures were hazy, unable to see their true appearances. They didn't enter the passageway, only watching from the sidelines. There really was an unforeseen event. No wonder that ancient stone corpse sent out its divine sense and rushed over here. It was actually the gate of the wasteland from millions and millions of years ago that was opened. Existences like the stone corpses are very difficult to disturb under normal circumstances. Legend has it that this wasteland was an illustrious place in the past. The stone corpses have existed with the world for who knows how many years, so they are naturally sensitive to this kind of place. 2 hazy figures whispered in front of the primal chaos passageway. Although they were separated by 500 kilometers, Xiaochen could still clearly sense the fluctuations of their spiritual senses. Should we go in and take a look? Forget it. If there were any benefits, the stone corpse would have gotten it long ago. If we go now, we would only be taking a risk for nothing. You must know that back then, not only did a single stone man appear in that place, it was also not much weaker than the heaven realm back then. Even if it was destroyed, there are some forbidden things that cannot be erased. Just now, the stone corpse left in such a hurry, it clearly did not obtain any benefits. Hey! Isn't this the region where the Lotus King's divine city stood? At this time, another strong cultivator said in astonishment, I remember that a blood lotus was born later on. It cultivated to the war ancestor realm here and should not be underestimated. How come it disappeared now? Another person scanned the surroundings and said with a frown, I'm afraid that blood lotus has already perished. I can feel the remnant blood chi in the lake. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might invite trouble upon ourselves. That makes sense. However, do you think the opening of this passageway is man-made and not the power of time? Could it be that someone in the wasteland did not die and entered the heaven realm from here and killed the blood lotus? This kind of thing cannot be spoken carelessly. Let's retreat quickly. The 2 of them turned into 2 beams of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen waited for a long time before he revealed his true body. He did not return but instantly fled thousands of kilometers away. When he first arrived in the heaven realm, he had already heard of 2 major characters. One was the Lotus King and the other was the stone corpse. They seemed to be existences at the top of the pyramid of the heaven realm. Earlier, the black fog was merely a mysterious phenomenon caused by the stone corpse's spiritual sense. It was easy to imagine how deep and unfathomable the stone corpse was. This made Xiaochen feel a lot of pressure. He had just arrived in the heaven realm and did not know anyone. If he rashly met an existence of this level, he would not even be able to cry out for help if he was killed. Who should he ask for help from? There should be people in the heaven realm who supported the 9 provinces. Now that he was unfamiliar with this place, he urgently needed to understand everything as soon as possible. The heaven realm was really too vast. Xiaochen walked for more than 20,000 kilometers and did not see any traces of cultivators. He did not even find any traces of human activity. However, he saw all kinds of rare beasts. Many of them were legendary beasts that were already extinct. Xiaochen gathered some information about the heaven realm from them. After traveling for 30,000 kilometers, a fiery light soared to the sky in front of him. There were waves of powerful divine power. The 3 mountains stood side by side, towering into the clouds. Their entire bodies flickered with a red light, as if they were pieces of red-hot iron, emitting a scorching radiance. Around the 3 fiery red divine mountains, raging flames raged and burned fiercely. Divine flames covered a radius of several hundred miles, and a scorching aura surged forward. It seems like I will have to meet an ancestor god-level expert in order to solve my doubts. Xiaochen muttered to himself. Looking at the three fiery divine mountains in front of him, he felt that this was not an ordinary place. There would probably be an extraordinary person presiding over it. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. This was because there was actually someone in front of him. Great divine techniques were clashing. Originally, the fiery light and divine light should have soared to the sky, but it was sealed between the three huge mountains by a barrier. Scarlet Fire Qilin, I just want to borrow the sex fire treasure from you. I am not trying to take it by force. Why are you so resolutely refusing? I already said that the sex fire treasure is in the hands of the Qilin old ancestor. I have no idea where it is. Scarlet Fire Qilin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Qilin old ancestor disappeared long ago. I heard that the sex fire treasure was passed down. Furthermore, he only has a few descendants with impure bloodlines. If it is not in the hands of others, it could only be with you. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. I don't want to explain more. The Scarlet Fire Qilin's attitude was very firm. Scarlet Fire Qilin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You are just a battle ancestor. Do you really think that you can look down on the heavenly realm? If war breaks out, people like you who have no backers will be the first to suffer. Are you threatening me? Sorry, if you don't have it, then you don't have it. Another clash of divine techniques ensued, and intense tremor spread out. Never mind. Let's go to the Phoenix Palace on the Sun Star and borrow a strong fire treasure. Just at this moment, a young voice rang out, and the divine technique stopped. At the same time, a divine light soared into the sky, and heavenly music drifted out. A group of cultivators followed the two chariots. 8 different great desolate and mutated beasts pulled the two chariots into the distance. What a grand show! Xiaochen felt astonished. He could already tell that the cultivations of the people around the chariots were nothing to worry about. They were all transformed from plants, insects, and beasts. However, the people in the two chariots were very mysterious. They seemed to have some origins. Xiaochen did not know how deep their cultivations were. One of them should be a battle ancestor. Earlier, when he clashed with the Scarlet Fire Qilin's divine technique, there was no clear victor. Xiaochen guessed. Although he could not see it earlier, he had heard the voices in the depths of the mountain. Knowing that the two chariots had completely vanished, Xiaochen headed for the divine mountain flickering with red light. Only an expert of his level could endure the blazing temperature. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would have been burned to ashes. A loose cultivator of the heavenly realm greets Senior Scarlet Fire Qilin. Xiaochen sent a voice projection at the mountain gates. This mountain has already been sealed. It will no longer receive guests. Please return. This junior does not have any malicious intentions. I am here to seek guidance. It was not easy for Xiaochen to meet a strong cultivator. How could Xiaochen give up? The Scarlet Fire Qilin seemed to sense Xiaochen's strength and knew that he could not stop them from meeting. There was a loud rumble from the divine mountain, and a staircase made of 99 layers of fire divine stones descended, spreading out before Xiaochen. Xiaochen took a step forward and soon arrived at the waist of the divine mountain in the middle. Then, he stopped in front of a cave filled with surging divine flames. A scarlet-haired, middle-aged man with a face as red as a date and a body covered in flames walked out of the cave. He said, I will not participate in the fights between your factions. The fire treasure is not with me. I have already told you the truth. Please return. Xiaochen felt somewhat astonished. It looked like the heavenly realm would not be peaceful. It seemed like something big was going to happen. He quickly said, I am not here for the so-called living treasure. Indeed, I am here to ask Senior some questions. You make it sound nice. You are all searching for the treasures of the 5 elements, wanting to merge the 5 elements into one. Isn't that all for the sake of that heaven-defying war treasure? Although the Scarlet Fire Qilin was surrounded by divine flames, his voice was extremely cold. Senior has misunderstood. This junior has been in hiding for many years and only came out now. Who knew that 7 days in the cave would be tens of thousands of years in the world? The changes in the heavenly realm are too great. I find it very unfamiliar, so I would like to ask Senior to give me some pointers. What has happened in the heavenly realm in the past few years? Hearing this, the Scarlet Fire Chelan's expression became slightly better. He said, isn't it because of the factions supported by the giants? Tens of thousands of years ago, they fought intensely, causing the heavenly realm to change greatly. Now, they are at daggers drawn. I'm afraid that the people will be plunged into misery and suffering again. A heaven-defying war treasure might be about to appear. Many people have already divined it and are preparing to gather the 5-element spirit treasures to search for it. The giants. Xianxia frowned. The heavenly realm seemed to be very strange. Naturally, all this is because the fuse from the lower realms has spread. Speaking until here, the Scarlet Fire Chelan frowned and said, I heard that things are not looking good this time. It might repeat what happened in the chaotic lands. Speaking until here, the Scarlet Fire Chelan's eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of fiery light. He stared at Xiaochen and said, You are not someone from the heavenly realm. You are someone from the lower realms. How is this possible? Aren't all the passages sealed now? Even people from the heavenly realm would find it hard to go down. How could you come up? The Scarlet Fire Chelan staggered back a few steps. His expression was uncertain as he said, You should leave quickly. I have not seen you before. Senior, what do you mean? I do not want to get involved in this. You should leave quickly. The Scarlet Fire Chelan was very determined. How do you know that I am from the lower realms? Xiaochen felt very shocked. He had to clarify this problem. I have lived in the heavenly realm for a long time. Naturally, I can sense that your aura is not ordinary. The divine essence you condense is not from the heavenly realm. If you do not want others to discover you, you should find a deserted place and cleanse yourself of the divine essence of the lower realms. Xiaochen broke out in a cold sweat. You should leave quickly. I do not want to invite trouble to myself. The Scarlet Fire Chelan's tone was very resolute. The current heavenly realm is very delicate. Not only are there giants overlooking the deities, but there are also undying warriors from billions of years ago. Speaking until here, he suddenly stopped, as if he was afraid of saying anything more. He only urged Xiaochen to leave. Seeing the Scarlet Fire Chelan like this, Xiaochen knew that it would be difficult to stay. He also did not want to invite trouble for others. As he turned to leave, he said, I will leave now. However, can I trouble you to tell me how big the heavenly realm is? Which direction should I go in to seek fortune and avoid calamity? He did not want to barge into the territory of a giant or an extremely horrifying person. This was because the legendary heavenly realm was filled with boundless killing intent. The heavenly realm is boundless. Even the experts of this realm would find it hard to find the end. Seeing that Xiaochen really turned to leave, the Scarlet Fire Chelan added, It is best if you do not pay a visit to others. If it is an unparalleled expert, he might be able to figure out your background with one glance. You should be someone from the 9 provinces. You have the bloodline of the chaotic lands. They are in a disadvantageous position in the heavenly realm. Xiaochen nodded at the other party's kind reminder. As he walked out, he asked, Those people earlier are, it is best to avoid them if they are your enemies. The Scarlet Fire Chelan watched as Xiaochen slowly disappeared and said, You need to be more cautious. Who knows, after you appear in the heavenly realm, some unparalleled expert might be able to figure out who you are. Xiaochen was immediately shocked. He was already an expert equal to an ancestor god. Could it be that there was still someone who could figure out his secret? Did he not have any secrets? The heavenly realm was too horrifying. Xiaochen left the 3 flickering scarlet divine mountains and walked for hundreds of kilometers before the surrounding flames slowly died out. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt an intense killing intent, savage beasts roared, and the 2 divine chariots that vanished earlier reappeared in the sky. 8 savage mutated beasts roared as they rode on the clouds, blocking Xiaochen's path. The attendants made of plants, insects, and beasts all stopped in the air, not daring to advance. The 2 experts in the divine chariots seemed to have a strong background. Otherwise, they would not be so ostentatious. Earlier, they clearly said that they were going to the Phoenix Palace in the Solar Star to borrow the fire treasure. Now, they were lying in ambush here. They probably discovered him already. Xiaochen felt a sense of danger. Actually, there is no need for us to lie in ambush here and snatch the fire treasure. We can just kill that scarlet fire Qilin and take it away. There is no need for us to scheme so meticulously. This middle-aged man's voice was very arrogant and domineering. It was like he did not care about the scarlet fire Qilin and Xiaochen at all. The voice of a youth came from the other divine chariot. It was very indifferent and cold. He said, "What if that Qilin old ancestor comes out alive one day and finds out that we killed his few descendants? That will be a big problem. How can there be any safer than waiting here? If the others go to borrow the fire treasure, as long as they take it out, we will kill them. In any case, the heavenly realm is in a troubled state. No one will investigate the deaths of a few unimportant people. Which giant's faction do you belong to?" The middle-aged man in the divine chariot asked Xiaochen coldly from behind the curtains. It was like everything was under his control. "What does it have to do with you who I belong to?" Xiaochen appeared very strong. He had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, if the other party saw through him, he would become even more fearless. "Huh? Tell me. Don't kill him by mistake. If we are on the same side, that would be bad. Who I belong to is none of your business." Xiaochen corrected his identity as a loose cultivator and hinted at his strong inheritance. He said, "I am not here to borrow the fire treasure. You should be able to sense that I do not have the aura of a fire attribute spirit treasure. If you want to steal it again, I'm afraid you have miscalculated." "Humph," the middle-aged man's voice was bone-chilling. He said, "You are very arrogant. If you don't say it, don't blame us for being merciless. Are you trying to silence me?" Xiaochen looked at the two divine chariots coldly and said, "You might not be able to make me stay. Once that happens, I'm afraid there will be no way to clean up the mess. You are just an ant and you want to pretend to be the descendant of some giant. What a joke. You might not know this, but the descendants of big factions all have a special mark." Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "There is no harm in telling you. I am the descendant of the undying warrior from billions of years ago." "Impossible." The two divine chariots exclaimed at the same time. Something is strange." Just at this moment, the voice of the young man came from the other divine chariot. He seemed to be very shocked. He said, "He is not from the heaven realm. He has the aura of a lower realm. He is a sinner from the chaotic land. How is this possible? Why is he here?" At the same time, Xiaochen was even more shocked than them. That was because some kind of mark in his body was trembling. The statue of the Stoneman King from the otherworldly realm was fully revealed. The mark that had reached the peak of divinity was actually about to take form in his body. The descendant of the unparalleled Stoneman King from billions of years ago. Xiaochen immediately made such a judgment in his heart. The descendant of that peerless king actually ascended to the heaven realm. Kill him. The young man in the divine chariot shouted, "Do not let him come into contact with others. We cannot let him escape." The middle-aged man also uttered a cold and emotionless voice. At this moment, the great Tao mark in Xiaochen's heart became clearer and clearer. It was about to completely manifest. Seeing this situation, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Even if the other party did not want to kill him, he had to take the initiative to get rid of them. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. This inheritance must not be allowed to escape. If this great Tao was allowed to continue, the threat would be unimaginable. The descendant of the once invincible Stoneman King actually appeared in the heavenly realm in front of Xiaochen. This was really out of his expectation. Roar! 8 different species of beasts roared as they pulled the two divine chariots towards him. Their roars were like thunder, shaking the vast sky. Their huge claws flickered with a sinister light as they trampled on Xiaochen's body. At the same time, they spat out lightning and heavenly fire from their mouths. Xiaochen was as calm as an ancient well. He waved his hand lightly and all the lightning and heavenly fire immediately disappeared. The two people in the divine chariots were incomparably calm. Even until now, they still did not reveal their true appearance. Letting the beasts pull the chariots charge at Xiaochen was a display of strength and conceit. It was also a kind of humiliation to Xiaozhan. Haha, a long laughter came from the divine chariots. They said in a carefree tone, "Trample this sinner to death. Let him understand that the heavenly realm is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. In the end, he will only be the dung under the hooves of the beasts." They were all different species of the great desolate era. Naturally, they were very powerful and extraordinary. The scales on their bodies flickered and burst out with blazing divine radiance as they trampled towards Xiaochen. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Xiaochen's eyes. He stretched out his hand and silently pressed down on the 8 savage beasts in front of him. No matter how hard they cultivated, how strong they were, how they stomped their hooves and roared at the sky, they were unable to move at all. They shattered space with their stomps. However, the 8 great desolate and mutated beasts quickly went limp under Xiaochen's large hands. Xiaochen gently pinched them, and sorrowful roars shook the sky. A blood mist spread out in front. The 8 berserk ferocious beasts died in both body and soul. Immediately after, Xiaochen shook his huge hand and a heavenly mark appeared. The huge heavenly monument merged with that huge hand and slammed down with a rumbling sound. Boom, the raging waves were extremely heavy, and the waves were boundless. The powerful heavenly scar was not much weaker than the incomplete divine diagram. This was the true imprint of the heavenly monument, and not an illusion that walked over. The vast ocean-like power immediately sent the 2 divine chariots flying. Then, they broke into pieces and turned into ashes. 2 hazy silhouettes quickly rushed out and evaded Tianhen's attack. They had humiliated Xiaochen with the words livestock, yet they received such a simple and effective reply. This forced them to reevaluate Xiaochen and immediately correct their misconceptions. Although the person before them was not an ancestral god, he still made them feel a sense of danger. Just at this moment, Xiaochen frowned. The mark that he suppressed earlier stubbornly resurfaced in his heart, about to materialize again. Bang, just at this moment, the middle-aged man charged over. Taking advantage of the moment Xiaochen frowned, he used a great divine technique to suppress Xiaochen. His hands were like blades as they locked onto Xiaochen's throat. He was a war ancestor with a peerlessly powerful physical body that could cause even elder gods to feel dizzy. He even grasped a forbidden divine art. From a certain perspective, he was even more powerful than an ordinary elder god. Xiaochen glared angrily and immediately shot out 2 glaring rays of light. That was the nimble utilization of the Tianhen. It instantly broke through the divine technique that was coming down from above. Moreover, he used his finger as a sword and welcomed the middle-aged man's handblade. Kaka, a bone-chilling sound rang out. Xiaochen's finger sword broke the middle-aged war ancestor's handblade. Ah, the middle-aged war ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated. He was extremely shocked. How could a person who was not an elder god have such a powerful flesh shell, because Xiaochen was not a war ancestor? His spiritual sense had reached the ancestor god realm. He did not comprehend the divine law of the myriad realms, but his physical body and spiritual sense were still comparable to an elder god. Such a person was called a war ancestor. Clearly, Xiaochen's spiritual sense had not reached this realm yet. However, how could he know Xiaochen's fortuitous encounter? He had once refined an elder god alive, carrying out a sacred sacrifice and a living sacrifice to create such a monstrous flesh shell. Swish, just as the middle-aged war ancestor retreated, the youth not far away made his move. One hand covered the sky, and the divine law of the myriad realms pressed down. The space was obliterated, and Xiaochen was thrown into a chaotic source. This was a powerful elder god. He grasped the opportunity and succeeded in one strike. The instant Xiaochen was thrown into the chaotic space, he shouted, "Oh no!" He could no longer suppress the imprint in his heart. The Dharma idol of the past appeared in front of him. It was like a flower, like water, like a stone, like a star, like earth, like metal, like everything in the world could appear. That kind of charm reached the peak. It was like a king had been reborn. The great Tao was hidden within it, everlasting and inextinguishable, reappearing in the world. There was clearly no fluctuation of divine power, and there was no remnant spiritual sense. However, this formless great Tao was even more terrifying. It was unstoppable. It appeared in front of Xiaochen, facing the young elder god in the chaotic space. Through the chaotic space, the middle-aged war ancestor and the young elder god both saw that demonic figure. Although it was indistinct, it made their spiritual sense tremble. It was like they saw a loved one. Their cultivation, which had stagnated for many years, actually felt like it was going to rise again. It was like it was going to break through the barrier and reach another level. When Xianxia saw this scene, he was both shocked and furious. If he allowed this great Tao imprint to continue, it would be like creating another unrivaled stone man. He absolutely could not allow this to happen. Xianxia shook his hand violently. Whoosh! A divine light flashed, and an ancient scroll covered that great Tao imprint, isolating it from the two war ancestors. Just at this moment, the 5 figures standing in the majestic mountains and rivers in the ancient scroll released strands of hazy aura, forcing that great Tao imprint into Xiaoqian's heart. Xiaoqian heaved a sigh of relief. He had escaped with stranger of life's great Tao imprint. If this created an unrivaled Stone Man King, then he would be a sinner for all eternity. The power of the unrivaled Stone Man in the past was simply unimaginable. It was definitely enough to sweep through the world. Bang, he shook the divine scroll and charged out of the chaotic space, facing the two experts again. Just now, that was, the elder god, who looked very young but had lived for an unknown number of years, had an expression of shock on his face. It was like he was still thinking about it. Just now, he felt too shocked. It was like he had become one with the great Tao, becoming one with the origin of the world. He was simply about to ascend to a higher level. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqian cut off that connection and used the ancient scroll to isolate that trace of connection. What was that just now? The two of them stared at Xiaoqian covetously. At this moment, they were even more certain that this person was not simple. There were many secrets on him, which might be related to their future cultivation and status. They could not let him go. Do you want to know? Xiaoqian charged towards them quickly and said, "Leave behind your soul imprints, and I will let you reunite with him." As he spoke, he shook the divine scroll and blocked the two people in front of him. This was definitely a great killing weapon. Unless one was a supreme elder god, it would be very difficult to break the formation. The middle-aged war ancestor retreated, not daring to fight back. His figure was like a phantom, surrounding Xiaoqian. His speed reached an unimaginable level. He surpassed the speed of light and caused the time here to become chaotic, thus destroying the space. This was a mysterious power that was purely displayed by the physical body. It formed a dual divine technique of time and space. He wanted to crush Xiaoqian. However, Xiaoqian, who was in the center, did not move. The divine scroll was hazy and slowly rotated beside him. One man and one scroll were like a piece of sea calming divine steel in the surging sea. Purgatory locking divine stacks. At this moment, the war ancestor shouted and used his killing move. 9 purgatory locking divine stacks appeared in all directions and stabbed into the void, sealing Xiaoqian in the center like a cage. Every purgatory locking divine stacks had either the carving of the ancestral dragon or the mark of the Qilin. They emitted a majestic aura as if there was really a god ancestor guarding them. That aura would even change the countenance of an ancestor god and make it hard for them to breathe. Buzz, the 9 purgatory locking divine stacks shook violently, as if they were flapping their iron wings. The sound was ear-splitting as they rushed towards Xiaoqian in the center. Ancestral dragon, Qilin. 9 god ancestor level figures appeared and crushed Xiaoqian together. The purgatory locking divine stacks really lived up to its name. At this moment, the space between the 9 purgatory locking divine stacks was like a purgatory. Blood mist lingered between the 9 god ancestors. Even a ray of light could not escape. It completely sealed that place, and the outside world could not see anything. It was like a sealed grind, trying to destroy Xiaoqian's body and soul. Unfortunately, they could not see the origin of the divine diagram. With a loud rumble, the 33 swords rose up. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, as if meteors were flying in the sky. Clang! 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 The purgatory locking divine stacks were chopped into dozens, hundreds of pieces, turning into scrap metal. The 9 ancestor god weapons were completely crippled. The divine diagram rushed out in an instant and directly covered the middle-aged war ancestor. Bang! The middle-aged war ancestor's speed could not be said to be slow. However, he was still hit by the divine diagram and was immediately torn into pieces. Even so, a few pieces of his body still rushed in all directions, dodging the calamity. Xiaochen was just about to give chase when the young-looking ancestor god found the best opportunity and attacked from the side. Eternal sun falls in the west. The moment the transcendent divine art was about to hit Xiaochen, that drawn-out sound reverberated through the air like a huge wave soaring into the sky. This divine incantation was extremely terrifying. A river of time turned tangible, like a living river of time surging towards Xiaochen, using the world's most terrifying power of time to destroy Xiaochen. At the same time, the 999 red suns blazed even more fiercely than the true sun in the sky. They could completely ignite an ancestor god as they fell towards Xiaochen. Throughout the ages, the red sun was setting in the west. This was the horror of this forbidden divine skill. The double killing blow could completely destroy an ancestor god. No mighty force could destroy the river of time. Even the current Xiaochen did not dare to truly charge in. He could only guide it. The two heavenly marks shook and swept the incoming river in another direction. This was a very mysterious battle. The two did not have any physical contact, but they controlled time, making it even more dangerous. At the same time, the red suns in the sky fell in the west, smashing towards Xiaochen. These were the red suns that had killed several war ancestors and ignited the blood of an ancestor god. Now, they already possessed a demonic energy that could completely destroy an expert at the level of an ancestor god. Xiaochen used the divine diagram to sweep across the sky, shattering the red suns one by one. Boundless scarlet flames blossomed in the surroundings, like a huge comet with a long tail light slamming into the ground. The sky shook and the earth trembled, wanting to drown Xiaochen underneath. Amid the rumbling, the intense collision lasted for a while. Xiaochen would never underestimate his enemies. In the end, he shattered many red suns. Then, the divine diagram swept across the surroundings, and the heavenly marks pressed down. The two sides clashed. Boom, the river of time changed its course, forcefully changing its direction. The red suns that were falling in the west were also knocked back, forcefully pushed into the river of time. Amid the rumbling, the river of time experienced an unimaginable collapse. Xiaochen rode on his sword and charged at that ancestor god. Kill! The cold light of the 33 swords illuminated the surroundings. 3 of the swords pierced through that ancestor god's body. Even the various divine skills could not block them. Xiaochen opened the ancient scroll and was about to pull him in. However, just at this moment, the mark in his body went out of control and charged out on its own. The young ancestor god that executed the ancient sun falling in the west immediately trembled, wanting to merge with that mark. Heavens, it really is, the primogenitor! He shouted, wanting to merge with that great Tao mark. At the same time, that war ancestor also charged over. Xiaochen felt that he had underestimated this great Tao mark. He thought that without a spiritual sense to guide it, it would be like a dead object. How could he have imagined that it was as the stone golem king said, that it was prepared for his descendants? When the invincible stone golem king of the past appeared, its divine charm contained the Tao. It was like mountains and rivers, like the wind and clouds, like the stars and the moon. Everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree, was its embodiment. The great Tao's origin, sealed for thousands of years, reappeared in the world. Borrowing someone's body to impart the Tao was about to become reality. At this moment, Xiaochen brought out the divine painting, the ancient scroll, and the immemorial demon city, wanting to suppress that great Tao mark. However, that mark was hard to figure out. It was very hard to capture and seal it immediately. Xiaochen felt incredibly anxious. It looked like he was about to merge with the young ancestor god. Just at this moment, his body suddenly trembled, and 5 clear marks appeared at the same time. The 5 people all had different divine charms. Some were as calm as the deep sea, some were filled with soaring fighting spirit, some were tyrannical for thousands of years. They seemed to have been reborn, representing the 5 great Tao. Their divine might was awe-inspiring, and they looked down on the world as they descended amid rumbling sounds. Boom, the instant the 5 marks appeared, they immediately separated the young ancestor god from the great Tao mark in front. They pressed down and trampled that invincible stone golem king underfoot. 5 divine charms, 5 great Tao marks suppressed the great Tao mark of the other world. No, that war ancestor and the young ancestor god let out a furious roar. The scene before them was too much of a blow to them. The legendary unrivaled primogenitor, who could make the experts of the heaven realm lower their heads and make the myriad realms submit, was actually being trampled mercilessly by someone. They found it hard to accept this result. The great Tao mark of the invincible stone golem king trembled, wanting to break free. However, he was firmly pinned down by the 5 great kings, unable to break free at all. This was the battle of the past. Even though both sides had fallen, it still continued until now. Even though the world-shaking stoneman monarchs had fallen long ago, the battle had continued until now. This was a fated battle. The 5 stoneman monarchs of the past had turned into 5 types of great Tao imprints. Their images appeared and their charm was fully displayed as they trampled on the otherworldly supreme monarchs. Impossible. The young-looking ancestral god roared. His face was distorted and he looked like he was in great pain. The war ancestor rushed over and wanted to stop them, but he couldn't change anything. The great Tao was formless and unfathomable. They couldn't touch it or stop it. The two of them could empathize with the situation. The peerless primogenitor who had been worshipped by the otherworldly realm for billions of years was trampled under someone else's foot. This was simply unacceptable. This was a cruel destruction of their belief in invincibility. This was a forceful attack on their spiritual pillar. This was a merciless trampling on their faith. In the past, the peerless primogenitor was a synonym for invincibility in their hearts. He swept through the myriad worlds and was undefeatable. He was an insurmountable mountain and a world-shaking monument. But now, the mountain collapsed and the monument was shattered. Their spirit and faith were being trampled under someone else's foot. Their spiritual faith was crumbling. This was an unimaginable sense of defeat. It caused their iron-like willpower to crumble. This was even more painful than killing them. No. The two of them roared and rushed forward frantically. However, they could only watch as the 5 majestic figures suppressed their primogenitor like 5 divine mountains. Then, they slowly faded and disappeared, entering Xiaoqian's body. 5 unsurpassable and unreachable figures trampled on their primogenitor and mercilessly escorted him back as if he was a weak and pitiful prisoner. Even though this scene only lasted for a short moment, it completely defeated the two of them mentally and caused their spiritual faith to crumble. Immemorial sun descends in the west. The ancestral god gritted his teeth and roared. He used the eternal river of time to attack Xiaoqian and the endless falling sun to obliterate him. The war ancestor rushed over immediately and attacked Xiaoqian decisively. He used his 3 souls and 7 spirits to reconstruct the purgatory-locking godhead and wanted to seal Xiaoqian. Now, it was either you die or I die. The 2 powerhouses were really stimulated. Everything that happened just now made them go crazy. An intense battle erupted. The sky was filled with light and shadows, and divine power ripples were everywhere. If not for the incomparably sturdy heaven realm, they would have swept through this world. Even so, the mountains and rivers of this region were still affected. At the same time, the news of the battle spread far into the distance, attracting the attention of a certain faction tens of thousands of kilometers away. Xiaoqian did not dare to delay any longer. He used all his trump cards. Otherwise, if he provoked a big shot, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Everything pointed to disaster. After fighting for a while, Xiaoqian used the divine diagram to seal off all of the young ancestral gods' escape routes. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent out the immemorial demon city. The palm-sized ancient city rapidly enlarged in the sky, and it immediately emitted a majestic aura as it descended with the might of 1,000,000,000,000 tons. Not good. Even if the seemingly young ancestral god sensed that the situation was bad, he was utterly unable to escape. The primeval devil city was like a mountain pressing down on him, enveloping him like an enormous dark cloud that covered the sky. It was boundless, and there was no way out for him to escape. Boom, the primeval devil city immediately suppressed that ancestral god, making him unable to move. Immediately after, a light flashed, and an overflowing black fog surged up. The black light flickered, and the ancestral god was sucked into the primeval devil city, suppressing him in the center of the plaza. You dare? Not far away, that middle-aged battle race clansman panicked. Although he reacted very quickly and rushed outside the primeval devil city to smash it, he could do nothing. He could not break the huge city at all. This was an ancient city where the stone golems underwent nirvanic evolution. How could he break it so easily? Shwa, a huge ancient scroll floated in the sky. In the middle of it was a real mountain and river. It did not look like a picture, but a real world floating in the sky. In that world of majestic mountains and vast rivers, 5 majestic figures stood in the sky, standing in the picturesque landscape. They looked very lifelike. The 5 unparalleled stone golem kings seemed to have revived, reappearing in the world after passing through time. Voila, without waiting for the middle-aged battle ancestor to react, the ancient scroll came crashing down. Even though he had astonishing combat prowess, he was still helpless against such a tyrannical ancient scroll and was sucked in. Ah, the middle-aged battle ancestor screamed miserably. Entering the ancient scroll was much more serious than being suppressed by the primeval devil city. The ancient scroll could refine any divine power and continuously repair itself. The middle-aged battle ancestor had completely followed in the footsteps of the evil lotus. His body was melting, and there was no doubt that his body and soul would be destroyed in the end, turning into the purest divine power to replenish the ancient scroll. These 2 people were very important to Xiaochen. They would be of great use to him, because he had stolen the sky and changed the sun. He had extracted their soul origin imprints to obtain the great Tao charm of the otherworldly supreme stone golem kings in their bodies and see through the essence of the great Tao. However, it was very clear that the middle-aged battle ancestor's imprints could not be obtained. Even now, he still could not use this ancient scroll flexibly. Those who were sucked in could only be left to die. I need to find a place to refine it. I need to obtain a great Tao imprint first to increase my strength. Xiaochen held the palm-sized primeval devil city in his left hand. Black light flickered, and the miniature ancient city circulated between his palm and fingers, emitting a boundless aura. As for that ancestral god, he had turned into the size of an ant and was fixed in place, unable to move. Shwa, he quickly left this place. The earlier battle had probably attracted people's attention. He had to leave as soon as possible and change his location. Xiaochen used his strong physical body to continuously destroy space. He only stopped after traveling for tens of thousands of miles. He stopped at a verdant valley and prepared to refine the captive in his hands here. It doesn't matter if I die, but you must die. The voice of the ancestral god in the primeval devil city was cold and filled with hatred. Chi. 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 Xiaochen directly threw the 33 battle swords into the palm-sized primeval devil city between his fingers. He wanted to refine it on the spot and extract its soul origin imprint. He could not comprehend or understand the 5 kinds of great Tao imprints that he obtained from the huge palace in the wasteland. Right now, stealing the sky and changing the sun to obtain the otherworldly great Tao's origin was a kind of shortcut for him. He had to succeed. The heavenly realm was too dangerous for him. He could only increase his strength as soon as possible. That ancestral god was startled and angry. The 33 battle swords surrounded him, and the divine diagram appeared, about to refine him and extract his divine origin imprint. However, he could not resist and could not move. Bang, just at this moment, the sky suddenly collapsed. A huge spatial crack extended for an unknown number of miles. There was no end in sight. It tore it from an unknown region far away to the front of Xiaochen. A vast, ocean-like divine power surged out from the huge crack. Boom, the entire valley and the surrounding divine mountains were instantly turned into ashes. The entire immortal vein was razed to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Xiaochen was directly sent flying. If not for the divine diagram supporting him, allowing him to listen to the ancestral god's summons at any time and block in any direction, he would have been severely injured. I've been discovered. Before seeing the enemy, Xiaochen already felt the other party's strength. He did not want to be in the open, so he quickly tore space and left. In the process of tearing through space, the path ahead was suddenly cut off. An extremely dazzling divine saber several hundred meters long cut through space and forced him out of the tunnel. Dense killing intent. In the surrounding hundreds of mountains, all the leaves of the trees were flying chaotically and automatically fell. It was like the desolate late autumn had arrived. A strong enemy. Hiding in the dark. Xiaochen did not stop. He once again tore space and disappeared. This time, he escaped for 30,000 miles. No one was spying on him along the way. He took out half of the stone bone and concealed his tracks. After making sure that there were no pursuers behind him, he rushed out of the spatial tunnel. But the moment he stopped, a saber light that was several hundred miles long cut down from the sky and directly destroyed the endless mountain range below. After quickly dodging this saber, Xiaozhan leaped 1,000 miles away. He was very shocked. The other party had completely locked onto him. He felt that it was unreasonable. How could he be locked onto like this? Suddenly, he looked at the immemorial demon city in his hand and suddenly recalled the words of the ancestor god inside. Every major force had their own special imprint. Could it be that the existence of the special imprint prevented him from getting rid of that expert? If that was the case, it would be very troublesome. Without a doubt, that kind of special imprint could not be concealed. The saber light cut through space. The several hundred miles long heavenly saber slashed down again. This time, it was incomparably swift and fierce. It did not give him any chance to breathe. Boom, Xiaochen was not in a rush to escape. He shook the immemorial demon city and shattered the ancestor god suppressed inside on the spot. Then, he pulled out the ancient scroll and sealed it inside. He used the scroll to completely refine it without leaving any traces. Brat, you dare? A furious roar rumbled down from the sky like thunder. It's too late. I've already killed them all. Xiaochen finally saw the person who had been attacking him in the dark. His scarlet hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an evil god with an oppressive aura. His eyes were two bewitching scarlet dots. He was 300 meters tall and held a huge saber the same size as his body. He was like a mountain. You are seeking your own death. The huge god brandished the bright butcher's knife and chopped down. This was a super ancestor god. He was very strong and far more terrifying than an ordinary ancestor god. The so-called super ancestor gods were experts above the sixth heaven. This person happened to be at the sixth heaven. He was much stronger than the ancestor god and the battle ancestor that Xiaochen met not long ago. Xiaochen did not fight with him but retreated again. It was not because he feared him. Instead, it was because he felt a few strong spiritual senses probing him at this moment. He was afraid that someone would lock onto him. If he provoked a giant, he would definitely be in trouble. This time, Xiaochen successfully fled far away. That super ancestor god behind him could not catch up. Now that things had reached this point, Xiaochen finally believed that he had to kill the ancestor god suppressed in the immemorial demon city and destroy the imprint. Only then would the problem be resolved. Xiaochen materialized on a fertile grassland. The lush green grass reached his waist, and the lush greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. Although Xiaochen had shaken off that huge god and the strong spiritual senses, he felt regretful that his plan to steal the sky had been interrupted. Xiaochen cultivated quietly here, preparing to cleanse himself of the aura of the lower realm. He wanted to convert the divine essence of the heavenly realm into the heavenly realm so that others would not see through him again. Just like that, 3 days passed. Xiaochen completed a simple transformation. His spirit, qi, and spirit were much more vigorous. He had cleansed himself of the divine essence of the lower realm. Ordinary people would not be able to see through him. Rumble, the grassland shook violently. Xiaochen saw a group of celestial horses galloping over from afar. Some were galloping on the ground, while others were flying in the sky. It was a majestic sight, like a surging flood. These were definitely divine horses with intelligence. They were all tall and majestic. Their fur flickered with brilliance. When they galloped, they looked like they were flying. They were even flying in the sky. There is an expert. Xiaochen saw a man riding on a winged celestial horse galloping in the sky. It was like he was herding the celestial horses. Just at this time, Xiaochen felt a few powerful divine senses probing this grassland. One of them said, "Wrangler, I heard you have a wood attribute treasure. I came here to borrow your spirit treasure." Another group of bored people. They want to gather the 5 elemental spirit treasures in order to find that heaven-defying war treasure. Unfortunately, I had already lent the wood treasure to someone else. It was taken away by the stone corpse. The man riding on the celestial horse replied. Impossible, the stone corpse is cultivating a peerless demonic art. He has always been in closed-door training. He might have sent someone here. The stone corpse had already woken up a long time ago. He had even sent out a powerful divine sense not long ago. Even the descendants of the Lotus King were mercilessly killed by him. If you guys have the guts, you can go and verify it. The wrangler galloped far away with the group of celestial horses. Wait a minute. A few powerful divine senses chased after him. The wrangler didn't seem to be afraid. He didn't stop and ridiculed. I heard that an ancestor god and a war ancestor of your sect were killed 3 days ago. The murderer has yet to be caught. I advise you guys to be more careful. Maybe someone is trying to kill you guys in secret. He is dead for sure. A powerful divine sense emitted a powerful fluctuation and said in a cold voice, an expert is chasing after his trail. He definitely won't be able to survive. A lot of people are watching. It has been a long time since someone provoked such a powerful force like yours. I wonder if that person can bring us a pleasant surprise. The wrangler laughed heartily and went far away. The prairie regained its peace. Xianxia put away the half-stone bone and appeared in the middle of the meadow. What kind of heaven-defying war treasure is it? It actually provoked so many experts to come out and fight for it, Xianxia muttered to himself. At the same time, he frowned. He had killed an ancestor god and a war ancestor. It had actually caused a lot of trouble. It seemed like a lot of people were paying attention to this matter. This seemed to be a fuse. Perhaps it would trigger some unforeseen event. The heavenly realm was vast and boundless. It was very difficult to find a cultivator in such a big area. Xianxia felt that the other party wouldn't be able to find him in a short time. However, after a while, he realized that he was wrong. Before he could leave this prairie, he was blocked by the giant god who had tried to kill him 3 days ago. That giant figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It solidified and finally revealed itself. Do you think that you can escape? Since you killed the experts of my race, you should be prepared to exchange your life for theirs. The giant god held a 300-meter-long saber in his hand. He stood there like a fiend. His blood-red eyes were as cold as the fangs of a venomous snake. Do super ancestor gods really think that they are invincible? Xianxia looked around. He didn't discover any other divine senses spying on him. He decided to fight here. You killed 2 of my race's experts 3 days ago. Many people in the heavenly realm know about this. If you don't turn into ashes, where will the face of my race be? Speaking until here, he waved the butcher's saber and attacked. Within the dazzling saber light, there were actually countless stars. Those were divine stars that had been refined. They were countless times sturdier than ordinary celestial bodies, and they contained destructive power. It was like a starry sky was smashing at Xianxia. It contained a horrifying demonic saber. You are a sinner of chaotic land. The instant he got close, the super ancestor god's eyes widened. Due to their bloodline, he knew the origin of the opponent in front of him. His expression became much more ferocious. He shouted, "Consciousness extraction." The super ancestor god was naturally good at fighting. He realized that Xianxia's flesh shell was strong but his divine sense was not condensed enough. He directly used a terrifying divine art that targeted at Xianxia. Kacha, Kacha, Xianxia merged with the stone bone and petrified his entire body. He had tried it a long time ago. This flesh shell could be extremely strong. It could completely seal his divine sense and prevent it from being extracted. Although this would cause his movements to slow down, Xianxia didn't want to fight hand-to-hand. He wanted to end this battle quickly. Bang, the divine diagram rushed out and sealed the heaven and earth. Boom, 2 heavenly marks appeared and smashed forward. Crash. The ancient scroll flew across the sky and swept towards the giant god. Kwang, the supreme earth demonic city quickly enlarged and stood majestically between heaven and earth. Surging black fog filled the sky and black light flickered as it descended. This wasn't Xianxia's own power, but he had no other choice. As long as he could kill the enemy, there was no need to be particular. He used all his means to kill this super ancestor god as soon as possible. With so many terrifying killing weapons, even a 7th or 8th celestial layer super ancestor god would feel dizzy. With so many holy artifacts gathered together, it was simply too heaven-defying. Anyone would feel a headache and be overwhelmed with shock. Boom, the divine diagram, the huge ancient city, the ancient scroll, and the heavenly marks shook at the same time. This area turned into primal chaos and was completely destroyed. Amidst the ear-piercing sound, that huge butcher's blade shattered and that tall figure was torn into pieces. Thousands of divine lights shot out and shattered the giant god on the spot. What a pity, this person isn't the descendant of that Stoneman king. He can't pull the wool over the eyes. The ancient scroll swept across the sky and immediately sucked in the boundless divine power. At the same time, several divine senses probed this place. Xianxia immediately fled. Where do you think you're going? A loud shout came over, a figure followed Xianxia and chased after him. In the following 3 days, undercurrents surged in the heavenly realm. 3 experts of the foreign faction fell in a row. The world was filled with rage, many people in the outside world rejoiced in other people's misfortune. It had been many years since someone provoked the foreign faction like this. 5 days later, Xianxia was blocked by an 8th celestial layer super ancestor god chasing him in a vast desert. Do you think you can escape after killing the experts of my race? I left their auras on you. You can't escape this calamity. The 8th celestial layer ancestor god stood quietly in the sky and stared at Xianxia. An 8th celestial layer ancestor god was very hard to kill. It was much harder than a 6th celestial layer ancestor god. For 5 days, Xianxia couldn't shake him off, much less kill him. You can't shake me off. You have to die. Even if you have a great killing weapon, my combat experience and methods are not something that can be suppressed by external objects. Just like that, the pursuit continued. Along the way, spiritual senses frequently came to spy on this pursuit. Xianxia felt very sullen and had to put in a lot of effort to hide it. On the 7th day, Xianxia finally exposed the fact that he had the chaotic land bloodline. During a close-range battle, the 8th celestial layer ancestor god sensed something strange. He even recognized the divine painting. On the 10th day, no one knew what happened. In a vast uninhabited area with a circumference of 45,000 kilometers, a bloody light burst into the sky. The pursuit came to an end. 1 day later, someone from the foreign faction finally confirmed that the 8th celestial layer ancestor god was killed. What? An 8th celestial layer expert died? Someone from the foreign faction roared, didn't they say that he was just an ant? There is no need to worry. An 8th celestial layer ancestor god is enough to kill him. Why did this happen? I heard that someone saw a snow-white little beast walk into this area, that heaven-defying clan? Damn it. No, that snow-white figure only appeared after the battle ended. Then, that person disappeared. Just like its name, the primordial celestial realm retained its most primitive appearance. Ancient trees towered into the sky, rivers flowed like the sea, and mountains towered into the clouds. This realm was vast and boundless. Many ancestor gods did not know how vast it was. However, the population was very small. Usually, hundreds of thousands of miles of land would be desolate and uninhabited. There were many mysterious forbidden lands that even the experts who lived in the celestial realm might not know of. At this moment, the supreme universe enlightened ancestral god that was furious just now seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed abruptly as he said, no one knew what happened in the beginning. All they saw was a ray of blood-red light shooting into the sky? Exactly. Quick, tell me where it is. The high and mighty supreme ancestor god could no longer maintain his calm. It was a far cry from his usual dignified and unfathomable demeanor. A universe-enlightened ancestral god stepped forward and waved his hand through space, causing a vast and indistinct primitive mountain range to appear. He pointed at the hazy and mysterious land and said, it's this place. Very few people come here for an area of 45,000 kilometers. It's an ancient wilderness. It's really that place. Oh no. The supreme ancestor god's expression changed, and he said, are there experts rushing there? Hurry up and bring them back. They must not enter. I'm afraid it's too late. They have already moved and should have reached that area. The ancestor god beside him was very puzzled, and he said, why did you lose your composure? Although a snow-white beast shadow appeared later, it has already left. Our experts should not be in danger. They are only going to investigate. They are not really going to chase after the members of the heaven-defying family. Wrong. The scary thing is that place, because the real members of the heaven-defying family did not appear there. The Supreme Ancestor God's dignified voice shook the sacred mountain range, and he passed down an order: quickly contact them and retreat from that area. What are you saying, Lord? The ancestor gods beside him were puzzled. They looked at the Supreme Ancestor God and asked, Lord, that heaven-defying clan was cursed countless years ago. Even if you add up all the members in the world, there shouldn't be more than 5 of them. There should be 1 or 2 of them in the great desolate heaven realm, but they're all at a critical moment in their cultivation and won't come out rashly. When he spoke up to hear, the Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God's face turned gloomy, and he said, all of you were born rather late, so perhaps you don't know about that area. There's a world-shaking past there. The ancestor gods present were all old fogies who had lived for tens of thousands of years. However, when they heard the words of the Supreme Ancestor God, all of their faces changed. In the distant past, that heaven-defying family once experienced a great calamity. Everyone was cursed, and almost all of them were killed. The few who survived lost their human bodies and turned into beasts. The Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God's right hand brushed the void, and he pointed at the mysterious wild desolate ancient land. He said, later on, there was an earth-shattering bloodbath that shook the heaven realm. Among the survivors, one of them reconstructed his divine body and successfully regained his human form. He became the peerless Stoneman King, and he fought against a group of old foes in the wild desolate ancient land. The battle caused the heavens and the earth to collapse, and ghosts and gods howled. Blood dyed the land red, and no one could approach it. As the Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God spoke, the ancestor gods present were all shocked. One person fought against a group of powerful old foes. Such strength was unfathomable. It said that a powerhouse of the heaven realm that had been in slumber for countless years was awakened, and he finally ended the battle. However, he paid a huge price and disappeared after the battle. Even now, he hasn't shown himself. Some even suspect that the powerhouse of the heaven realm has already fallen. The ancestor gods below the altar all gasped. That heaven-defying family was truly heaven-defying. One person stirred up such a huge storm in the heaven realm. It was truly shocking. It's indeed terrifying. The ancestor god's voice was calm, but his expression was solemn. He said, it's said that the powerhouse of the heaven realm has a frightening background. It's very likely that he's a famous expert in the wild desolate ancient land. Even so, he was still heavily injured. It's obvious how extraordinary the heaven-defying family is. Who was it that cursed that heaven-defying family? Wasn't it among the enemies of the heaven-defying family? Could it be? It's best not to make wild guesses. The Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God glanced at them and stopped their urge to ask further. In other words, the 8th celestial layer expert of my family turned into a ray of blood light and disappeared in that mysterious ancient land, the place where the experts of the heaven-defying family went on a killing spree? Yes, that's the place. That ray of blood light isn't that simple, the Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God answered. Could it be that the heaven-defying family member who cultivated from a beast into a golem wasn't killed by the powerhouse of the heaven realm? Could it be that he's still alive in that mysterious ancient land? He should have already been killed, but his resentment might not have disappeared. Moreover, the divine city he created during his nirvana might have also been destroyed under that land. Countless years ago, there were 2 tragedies that happened there. One of them involved the experts of my clan, and he was annihilated there, turning into bloody light and disappearing. Although this family only has 3 to 5 people left, they are indeed a great threat. The 1 or 2 people from the heaven realm should be eliminated. An 8th celestial realm enlightened ancestral God suggested. The Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God glanced at him and said, the heaven realm is particular about balance. No one can cover the sky with one hand. Besides, that heaven-defying family should already have golems. In addition, there are 1 or 2 heaven realm powerhouses who are on good terms with their ancestors. If we touch them, it might cause a huge commotion. A 7th celestial realm enlightened ancestral God frowned and said, what's the background of this heaven-defying family? I keep having the feeling that they are a huge threat. Could they be an old enemy of our world? Could it be from hundreds of millions of years ago? Don't make wild guesses. The Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God stopped him and said, don't make wild guesses about such things. Otherwise, it will cause trouble. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and sent a loud voice transmission. Bad news. 2 experts of my family went to investigate that mysterious ancient land, but they both perished there. As he spoke, an ancestral god rushed over. He was famous for his speed, but he was still too late and couldn't convey the Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God's orders in time. The Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God pondered for a moment before saying, tell me what you saw. The Elder God's hand streaked through space, causing a hazy world to appear. It was an ancient forest, with strange mountains and strange rocks. It was an abnormally desolate place, with huge vines crawling all over the ravines. However, there were no birds or beasts. Suddenly, 2 screams sounded. 2 rays of blood light shot into the sky before everything became silent. 2 experts, 2 beams of cold light shot out from the Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God's eyes as he said in a sinister tone, that person is already dead, but his resentment still hasn't dissipated. Is he trying to force us to destroy it? Lord, give the order. We will go and raze that place to the ground. An ancestral god at the side requested to fight. However, the Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God quickly calmed down and said, don't act rashly. It's not suitable for you to make a move. When my stone men awaken, they will turn him into ashes. As the otherworldly experts discussed, Xianxia climbed out of a rocky mountain with much difficulty in that mysterious ancient land spanning 45,000 kilometers. The 8th firmament ancestor god was indeed not killed by him. The pursuit had lasted for several days. Even though he had a few powerful weapons in hand, he was unable to do anything to the 8th firmament ancestor god. He could not hit him at all. This was the difference in absolute strength. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense was still far from it. Even if he had heaven-defying combat treasures, it would be very difficult for him to kill a super-ancestral god who was one major cultivation realm above him. This made Xiaoqian even more eager to raise his strength. Just the day before, when they had entered this region, a terrifying force had suddenly erupted and submerged this place in an instant. If not for the divine picture and the immemorial demon city protecting him, he would have followed in the footsteps of that 8th heaven transcendent ancestor god. Even so, Xiaoqian was badly shaken by that scarlet light. Furthermore, he had been fighting for many days. He was extremely fatigued. He sat cross-legged under the collapsed rocky mountain for most of the night before he recovered his essence. On the 2nd day, when Xiaoqian walked out, the scarlet light soared into the sky again. He had personally witnessed 2 otherworldly experts fall. This time, he was well prepared, so he did not feel any shock. However, he was even more shocked. What kind of place is this? It can even kill an ancestral god. Xiaoqian sized up the surrounding scenery. The towering ancient trees could suppress the huge mountains, like huge umbrellas supporting the sky. The horned dragon-like old vines could compare to mountain ridges, extending continuously for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was like this, giving off a great desolate aura. What kind of forbidden land is this? Could it be the pure land of one of the heavenly realm's giants? Xiaoqian had a bad feeling. Suddenly, he felt as if something was tugging at his trousers. Xiaoqian was immediately startled. Someone as powerful as him actually did not sense a living being approaching in advance. This simply exceeded common sense. When he lowered his head to look, he was so shocked that he almost cried out. A snow-white little beast about half a foot long stood quietly on the ground, blinking its pure and flawless big eyes. Its long fur was trembling unceasingly. It was precisely its little claw that was tugging at one of Xiaoqian's trousers. Kiki, is that you? Xiaoqian was really too shocked. Why did he bump into Kiki here? However, he soon discovered something strange. Although this little beast looked very similar to Kiki, there were still some differences. It seemed to be a little smaller than Kiki. The most important thing was that it was actually holding a pacifier in its mouth. It was curiously blinking its big eyes and looking at him. This was a very young little thing. Xiao Chen had a suspicion that this little fellow in front of him could be Keek's younger sister or brother. That was because Keek's parents might have already entered the heavenly realm. The little thing in front of him was very quiet, it didn't say anything. It tilted its head and looked at Xiao Chen for a while. Its bright big eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. After that, it lightly waved its hand at Xiao Chen. A wave of aura immediately flowed out from Xiao Chen's body. The hazy light fog instantly condensed into a snow-white little beast. It was precisely the innocent and unaffected Kiki. Xiao Chen instantly understood. The quiet little fellow in front of him could feel the aura of its own kind from his body. It directly captured Keek's image. This kind of method was very shocking. The snow-white little thing still didn't say anything. It only tugged at Xiao Chen's trousers, then it turned around and left. It meant for Xiao Chen to follow it. Xiao Chen was really too shocked today. He saw Keek's own kind. Furthermore, it was so young and immature. Could it be that the adult members of this clan were nearby? The little thing in front led the way and directly led Xiao Chen to an ancient tree. That was a towering tree. It was so tall that it reached the clouds. The huge tree crown pressed down on the surrounding mountain peaks. The branches and leaves were luxuriant. The green divine leaves flickered with a bit of splendor, rustling with the wind. Xiao Chen walked to the front of the huge tree and followed the withered tree hole at the root. He was not worried and only followed behind. The passageway was winding, it spiraled downwards. This tree hole extended all the way to the depths of the ground. It was very obvious that it was a naturally formed withered tree hole. After walking out of the withered tree hole, there was an extremely chaotic underground cavern. Many paths intersected with each other, connecting to many huge caverns. It was as complicated as an underground maze. Slowly, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Along the way, he was startled. He actually saw bits and pieces of broken bones. Although they were only fragmented, they were all flickering with a mysterious luster. Those were definitely the remains of an ancestor god expert. The snow-white little critter in front was really very quiet. It did not make any sound at all. Its weak and delicate appearance made people feel pity for it. It took small steps forward. Xiao Chen felt very curious. Where was this little critter going to take him? Along the way, Xiao Chen discovered some more ancestor god remains. This was simply startling. It seemed like a tragic battle had happened here. When Xiao Chen passed through a huge cavern, the area in front suddenly widened, becoming another world. Unexpectedly, there was another world underground. More and more huge rocks appeared in the vast underground world. It was like many mountains had once collapsed, piling up everywhere. Xiao Chen slowly noticed that this was not normal. The energy in the huge rocks was extraordinary. It seemed to contain horrifying divine energy. These are huge rocks from the immemorial divine city. Could it be that there is a collapsed immemorial divine city in front? The little critter sucking on its pacifier like an obedient baby turned its head to look at Xiao Chen curiously. Then, it started walking forward quietly. After about 7 minutes, a huge, dilapidated city appeared in front. Xiao Chen was truly shocked. There was indeed an ancient divine city here. Even though it was dilapidated, it was still incredibly majestic and tall, much taller than an ordinary immemorial demon city. Could this be left behind by the stone man that took the final step? Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings, observing everything here. However, the surroundings were hazy and chaotic. Although the divine city was destroyed, it still seemed to contain a mysterious energy, blocking spiritual sense from probing. The young critter was quiet and very obedient. It walked straight into the dilapidated city. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen followed. The journey was very quiet. The dilapidated buildings in the city occupied a large area, leaving behind inextinguishable divine energy fluctuations. When Xiao Chen reached the center of the divine city, he was flabbergasted. The scene before him was inconceivable. In the center of the city, a miniature divine city stood majestically. Although it was only the size of a palace, it looked very similar to the dilapidated divine city. Xiao Chen could deduce that it was exactly the same. Why was such a miniature divine city standing in the center of the dilapidated divine city? Could it be a new one that appeared later? Xiao Chen looked at the young critter in front of him suspiciously. He felt that it had something to do with it. Shua, at this moment, the obedient and quiet little thing that was biting on its pacifier turned into a white mist. Its body actually drifted away, and then all of it surged into the miniature god city in front of it, disappearing into it. This, Xiaochen was extremely shocked. He had an extremely absurd guess in his heart. He muttered to himself, could it be that the divine city is restoring the divine city? Suddenly, his heart trembled violently. 5 marks of the great path emerged and manifested in front of him. 5 majestic figures with 5 different types of great path appeared and slowly rotated above the tiny divine city. Are they displaying the great Tao's divine energy? Xiaochen was startled. Ever since he obtained these 5 imprints, he had not been able to comprehend them. Furthermore, the 5 kinds of great Tao's divine energy had never favored him before. However, right now, they actually displayed the great Tao imprints and the great Tao's divine energy in this miniature divine city. What exactly were the origins of this heaven-defying clan? Why did the imprints of the 5 unparalleled Stone Man monarchs favor them so much? Could it be that there was some connection between the two? There was a divine city within a divine city. Apart from the size, it was exactly the same. Even its charm was extremely similar. This was really indescribable. Even though the miniature divine city was only the size of a palace, it was still as majestic as a huge city. It emitted a pressure that made people tremble. This was the condensation of the essence, this was the divine splendor refined by the ancient city. The 5 great Tao imprints rotated slowly, displaying their charm to the miniature divine city below, displaying 5 kinds of profound and unknown mysterious realms. The 5 majestic figures were hazy and mysterious. It was difficult to see through them even with discerning eyes. At this moment, they were the embodiment of the Tao. The so-called majestic image was nothing more than the carrier of the great Tao. Squeak, just at this time, this kind of tender murmur transmitted from within the miniature divine city. A milky white mist appeared and slowly condensed into a snow-white little critter. It stared at the 5 great Tao imprints doubtfully. Its eyes were clear and clean, as if it was an infant that had just been born. There wasn't the slightest hint of vulgarity, and even more so, there wasn't the slightest hint of worldly wisdom. It was sparkling and translucent like a snow lotus on an iceberg. A gentle breeze blew past, and the snow-white little critter immediately dispersed with the wind. It scattered among the 5 great Tao imprints, and the white mist surged. However, it appeared again after a while, and stared back and forth between the 5 majestic figures. It was extremely like an ignorant child. It seemed like it didn't realize that this was the charm of the great Tao. A kind of supreme realm was currently opening the door to it, yet it was so confused and puzzled. Could it be that it really doesn't know anything? Is it a pure infant? Xiaochen at the side was very puzzled. The 5 great Tao imprints surrounded the snow-white little critter and slowly rotated. From time to time, mysterious ripples would appear. Finally, this obedient and quiet little critter realized something. It scratched its head in a daze. After that, it started to observe the 5 great Tao imprints. Immediately, a powerful divine sense rushed out and fluctuated back and forth between the 5 majestic figures. Gradually, that snow-white little critter seemed to have discovered something. Its clear and clean eyes flashed with a trace of extraordinary splendor. It started to concentrate and stare. After that, it actually became infatuated, as if it was immersed in some kind of mysterious and wonderful realm. It stared blankly and pondered bitterly. This was a very strange scene. Above the little divine city, a tender little beast with a pacifier in its mouth was sometimes perplexed and sometimes happy. It had the appearance of comprehending the great Tao, making people feel extremely stunned. A small god city grew out of the god city. This made one's imagination run wild, one could make many connections. This was even more shocking than growing a stone man. Xiaochen stared at everything in front of him without blinking. His heart fluctuated as he thought of many things. During this process, the 5 types of great Tao imprints gave off all sorts of mysterious and unfathomable ripples at the same time, allowing Xiaochen to gradually calm down. He felt like the river of life had nourished his stagnant spiritual sense. All sorts of Tao imprints, all sorts of profound techniques, and boundless comprehension naturally appeared in Xiaochen's heart. His spiritual sense trembled and gradually became more condensed, moving towards a more perfect realm. The cultivation of spiritual sense was very difficult. There were those who achieved it in one day, but there were also those who remained stagnant. It all depended on one's own comprehension and fortuitous encounters. In the past few hundred years, Xiaochen's cultivation advanced very quickly. However, in the recent 50 years in the chaotic wastelands, his cultivation stagnated and did not make any progress. For the sake of collecting the 5 great Tao, he sat here for 50 years. At this moment, the bottleneck finally loosened. He vaguely felt like he could advance another level. Perhaps his spiritual sense might be able to touch the 9th heavenly layer. "Yeah," the little critter with a pacifier in its mouth muttered again, startling Xiaochen awake. It turned out that the 5 great Tao imprints had already turned into 5 beams of light. They gathered together and enveloped the god city. That snow-white little critter's form dispersed again, turning into white mist and returning to the city. The 5 beams of light formed the Tao's origin and enveloped the god city, making this place even more mysterious and unfathomable. Xiaochen's spiritual sense had become much more condensed. He tried to probe forward, wanting to enter the great Tao's origin. However, he met with strong resistance. He could not get close or probe in. Perhaps there really were favored children of heaven in the world. However, at this moment, it was not Xiaochen. The 5 great Tao did not favor him that much. Instead, he found a heaven-defying clan. "It looks like I need to steal the sky and change the sun as soon as possible." Xiaochen sighed ruefully. He felt that he should quickly find the descendant of the otherworldly stone golem king and snatch away the origin mark. Furthermore, he believed that when he reached a certain cultivation realm, he would be able to comprehend the 5 great Tao's origins in his body. Hey, that is, just at this moment, Xiaochen was astonished. He made a major discovery. Although his spiritual sense could not enter the great Tao's origin or the god city, it could clearly see the surrounding situation. There was a shattered stone golem under the god city. That kind of stone was definitely not ordinary. It should be an expert that had already taken the final step. Even though her stone body was already shattered, her figure was still delicate and elegant, graceful and slender. When she was alive, she should have been an exceptionally beautiful woman. Even though it was a stone body, there was still a transcendent aura, possessing a unique charm. Xiaochen was rather astonished. He clearly saw the situation. This miniature god city grew from the shattered stone golem. Its foundation was connected to the shattered stone golem, absorbing divine energy. The shattered stone golem headed for destruction. However, it gave birth to life and death, turning into a miniature god city. That is the power of new life. It slowly gave birth to a new self. This was Xiaochen's deduction. He felt that it was very inconceivable. The stone golem that took the final step died. However, the remnant body gave birth to the hope of new life. It might be able to come back to this world. If that is the case, that ignorant, pure, and immature little critter was born from the boundless life force of death? Xiaochen was flabbergasted. If that was the case, the obedient and quiet little critter should have a great origin. It should be Keek's ancestor. The white mist was hazy. The miniature god city trembled slightly. The origin of the great Tao above it split into 5 figures. One of them actually rushed into the miniature god city. At the same time, that snow-white little critter appeared again. The 2 of them rotated at the same time and gradually merged with the entire god city. That place was covered in mist, it was hazy and mysterious. The newborn snow-white little critter is a white mist. Could it be that its flesh and blood have not truly regenerated? Or is that just its divine sense? Xiaochen personally witnessed one of the 5 great Tao descending and merging with the god city. He did not stop it. No matter what, it had to leave. Even if he tried to stop it, it was impossible. The 5 great Tao imprints might have used him as a medium to pass down their Tao. However, even if they were using his body to pass down their Tao, Xiaochen did not have any complaints. It was different from facing the supreme great Tao of another world. The continuation of the inheritance of the 5 Stoneman Kings was something that he was happy to see. Just like that, Xiaochen quietly guarded and watched from the side. Just at this moment, that miniature god city became even more hazy. Many scenes appeared in the surroundings. In a verdant land, although a woman was made of stone, she was graceful and beautiful. She had the spirituality of heaven and earth. She was even more otherworldly than a person of flesh and blood. However, when the scene changed, it was very shocking. Blood surged into the sky. The otherworldly and beautiful stone woman started a massacre. She was filled with boundless killing intent. That is, she only killed ancestor gods and battle ancestors? Through the scenes, Xianxia saw the stone woman moving about freely among the experts. Her jade-like palm swept through all directions as if she was invincible. All sorts of divine spells attacked her, but they were all ineffective. Her magic skills could be said to be at the peak of the world. A pair of delicate and beautiful palms sent out thousands of auspicious lights, breaking all the attacking divine spells. She killed many strong enemies, causing them to bleed and shatter everywhere. The stone woman in the scenes was simply a female Azura. She slaughtered in all directions, no one could stop her. The glaring bloody light drowned out that place. No one could charge out of the bloody screen. They were all trapped inside by the stone woman of unparalleled beauty. You persecuted my clan, separated my relatives, killed my father, and severed the bloodline of my clan. You lackeys, no one can escape. It was really world-shaking. It was hard to imagine what kind of unparalleled magic skill that was. Everyone was trapped inside. No one could escape. Although the stone woman of unparalleled beauty was beautiful, her methods were unparalleled. Her magic skills had reached perfection. No one in this world could contend against her. The enemies inside were constantly covered in bloody light and fell on the spot. In the end, when almost everyone was killed by the divine spells, the sky trembled. A purple light shone from the east. Purple chi came from the east. A boundless purple cloud quickly surged above the stone woman and enveloped the land. Purple firmament stone king, you still came in the end. Back then, my clan was cursed. You must have participated in it. The woman looked up at the sky. She was not afraid of the purple cloud that came from the east. Boom, purple chi came from the east. It directly pressed down and completely covered the stone woman. The battle between experts of that level was unimaginable, even though it was a scene left behind from countless years ago. Xianxia's divine sense was forced back. He couldn't look straight at it. The purple cloud came down and completely submerged that place. Vaguely, the divine spell swept through the purple cloud and unceasingly shattered the chaotic sky. This battle lasted for an hour before all the light gradually faded away. The stone woman was like an angel with broken wings. She fell to the ground. Her graceful and beautiful jade body was broken in many places. Golden blood flowed out. This king shall grant you death. Your clan really shouldn't exist in this world. You want to kill me? You'll have to accompany me in death. Although the stone woman's body was broken in many places, she was still unyielding. She waved her hand fiercely and the earth cracked. A magnificent divine city rose from the ground and merged with her. It blossomed with a dazzling divine splendor, illuminating the entire heavenly realm at this moment. Following that, the divine city soared into the sky and welcomed the endless purple cloud. Boom, the final collision occurred. The boundless and boundless heavenly realm shook thrice. With a rumbling sound, the shattered divine city fell to the ground and sank into the depths of the earth. The heaven-defying clan, the extraordinary woman of this generation, withered and disappeared from the heavenly realm. And the purple cloud was also scattered. A tall stone man's body was broken into many pieces. Endless purple chi wrapped around him and carried him towards the extreme east. Was this what happened back then? Xianxia felt it was a pity when he saw the final scene. That was Keek's ancestor. He was killed just like that. However, he quickly regained his wits. Death was not the end. That extraordinary woman was not only exceptionally beautiful, her strength was also heaven-defying. After lying dormant for countless years, she was actually able to create a new divine city within a divine city. She reappeared in the midst of death and grew a brand new self. This kind of method was unimaginable to ordinary people. The pregnant god city within the divine city was something that had never been seen before. However, he didn't know if she would still have the strength she had back then after being resurrected. Up until now, Xiaochen already knew about the 3 big shots of the heavenly realm in the short period of time since he entered the heavenly realm: the Stone Corpse, the Lotus King, and the Amethyst Stone King. As for the other big shots, he still didn't have the chance to know about them. Squeak! Just at this moment, the little critter's grumbling voice came from the miniature divine city. The great Tao imprint that had fused with the divine city had already slowly risen and left that place. It stood in the sky together with the other 4 majestic figures. The snow-white little body appeared outside the divine city. Its eyes were clear and pure without any impurities. It really looked like a newborn baby. Could it have completely forgotten about the past? Its mind was pure and it didn't have any memories? This was Xiao Chen's instant thought. He felt that it was very possible. Otherwise, why would the little critter be so young and ignorant? If it was the extraordinary woman from back then, how could she not feel the 5 great Tao imprints and not know what they were? However, it was still an outstanding talent after all. It fused with the great Tao imprint while it was still ignorant. It experienced the divine charm within and obtained the origin of the Tao imprint. This snow-white little critter was very obedient and quiet. It seemed like it had really forgotten everything. Looking at its innocent appearance, it was very hard for Xiaochen to associate it with that peerless genius. How many secrets did the cursed clan hide? Where exactly did the inheritance come from? What was their true identity? Who was the person who cursed this clan? The 5 great Tao imprints did not leave Xiaochen's body. Instead, they chose to return to his body. Xiaochen was very surprised. He thought that the 5 great Tao's divine charm would leave after finding the inheritance. He did not expect that they did not abandon him. Xiaochen had benefited a lot today. He felt that his spiritual sense had become much more condensed and could enter the 9th heaven at any moment. Xiaochen felt that he had to quickly obtain the origin imprint of the otherworldly stone golem monarch's descendant. After he obtained the otherworldly stone golem monarch's great Tao essence, he would have the opportunity to study these 5 great Tao imprints. He wanted to become stronger and become the stone golem monarch. He wanted to move unhindered in the heavenly realm and resolve the difficulties of the 9 provinces. You cannot stay here anymore. Perhaps it is time to leave. Otherwise, your enemies will find out sooner or later that it is not because of unresolved resentment but because you have revived. Xiaochen suggested as he looked at the quiet snow-white little critter. This little critter was somewhat confused. It looked at Xiaochen in confusion. The way it tilted its head was very cute. When Xiaochen thought about how this was originally a talented girl turned into such a little critter, he felt very complicated. Yes, it is time to leave this place. I can only hide from the heavens and guard this place until today. If I do not leave now, it will be really dangerous. Just at this moment, an aged voice suddenly resounded. Xiaochen was greatly startled. He looked around but did not see anything. Leave this place and go to Panga's old land. That might be the final shelter. You can comprehend the Tao there. Panga's old land? Xiaochen revealed a startled expression. Xiaochen was quite shocked by everything he had experienced in the depths of the earth. Now that he heard the 4 words Panga's old land, he was even more shocked. Did Panga really exist in this world? He felt indescribably amazed. He originally thought that this mythical figure was created by the practitioners of the 9 prefectures. Was it really a person with flesh and blood? Does Panga really exist in this world? Xiaochen felt very excited. He glanced around, trying to find the source of that hoarse voice. Panga exists in this world. He is the ancestor of the 9 prefectures. He is the only surviving king in the wasteland. He is also the one who supported the 9 prefectures so that it wouldn't be completely destroyed. The hoarse voice came from all directions, echoing in the depths of the earth. It was impossible to find out where it came from. King Pangu, Xiaochen's heart trembled. When he unexpectedly heard this news, he felt extremely shocked. Even the obedient snow-white little critter beside him showed a confused expression. It tilted its head to look at Xiaochen, then looked at the pile of rocks in the distance. At this moment, Xiaochen had gradually calmed down. He keenly sensed that there was something wrong with the 4 words Panga's old land. How could it be the old land? Could it be that King Pangu had already passed away? Why is it the old land? Where did King Pangu go? I don't know. No one knows where he went. Why is it like this? Xiaochen was confused. The heaven realm is not as peaceful as what you see. It is full of danger. God knows how many wars have happened in the past hundreds of millions of years. Especially the kings like Pangu, the battles between them and the giants of the heaven realm are even more tragic. Back in the days, the largest war in the history of the heaven realm took place. No one could remain unscathed. Half of the giants of the heaven realm fell, and the forces they left behind were taken over by the later generations. King Pangu disappeared in that turmoil, and since then, he has never been seen again. The hoarse voice revealed such shocking news. This made Xiaochen even more aware of the cruelty and nervousness of the heaven realm. There was no pure land in this world. No matter where one was, there would be conflicts. The ideal world of the ancestors of the 9 prefectures, the world of immortals, seemed to be very difficult to realize. Even the heaven realm was like this. How could that ideal country be realized? King Pangu couldn't have. Xiaochen felt his mouth go dry. No matter what, he could not say the word fall. Many people are guessing that something might have happened to King Pangu. But, even though he left some pieces of his body, they weren't vital parts. So, none of the divine gods in the heaven believed that he was truly dead. It was not hard to imagine how fierce and dreadful that war was back then. Even a powerful being like King Pangu couldn't survive. As long as King Pangu is still alive, the 9 provinces will never truly perish. No one wants to push a king into a dead end. Speaking of this, the old voice paused slightly, then continued, but, King Pangu has truly disappeared for too long. Not long ago, a part of his broken body was discovered. Many people believe that he might truly be dead. This was a cruel fact. In the past billions of years, the heaven realm's great leaders had changed many times. Even the powerful stone golem king could not truly exist forever. After a long moment of silence, Xiaochen asked, King Pangu has already disappeared. What's the point of going to Pangu's old land? Although King Pangu has disappeared, no one knows for sure whether he's alive or dead. Ordinary cultivators don't dare to enter that forbidden area. Besides, in the heaven realm, there are still 1 or 2 great leaders who favor the 9 provinces. Pangu's old land has been sealed as a pure land by them. Outsiders are not allowed to disturb it. You can hide there. I have a Pangu stone token here. With it, you can enter. A hard stone token appeared in front of Xiaochen. He took it and looked at the broken ancient divine city, then asked, Who are you? Who I am is not important. Escort the miniature divine city to Pangu's old land as soon as possible. I will erase all the aura in this place. Xiaochen guessed that this person might be 1 or 2 great leaders who favored the 9 provinces. Otherwise, why would he take such a big risk? Moreover, he must be an extraordinary person to have such a method to hide from the heavens. Unfortunately, I didn't come here to seek protection. Speaking up to this point, Xiaochen paused. He didn't say the 2 words heaven realm. However, the old voice helped him tell the truth. You came from the lower realm. You knew? That's right. From the moment you appeared in this area, I knew where you came from. The old voice said unhurriedly, I already know why you came to the heaven realm. However, the people in the heaven realm who favor the 9 provinces can't go down to help you. Because they can't even take care of themselves. There are powerful enemies eyeing you covetously, ready to make a move at any time. Currently, the undercurrents are surging in the heaven realm. A fight might break out at any time. To Xiaochen, this news was like pouring cold water on his head. He felt cold all over. His last hope was shattered. The 9 provinces couldn't escape this calamity. Some of the ancestral gods who entered the heaven realm in the past have almost all died in battle. Too many things have happened in the heaven realm over the years. Even the powerful sects were almost uprooted. Currently, the heaven realm is very chaotic. Once the great leaders participate in the war, the result will be unimaginable. Moreover, even the experts in the heaven realm who used to favor the 9 provinces will slowly change their views as time goes by. This world is very realistic, means very cruel. Even the allies who used to favor the 9 provinces might not be reliable. In this world, only those who are truly strong can be fearless. Placing one's hope on others might only lead to cold despair in the end. It's better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Xiaochen was silent for a while. He felt that his trip to the heaven realm was a failure. So far, there are still a few forces in the heaven realm who favor the 9 provinces. However, they really don't have the strength to split up. There might be another fierce war with the other sections. Moreover, I advise you not to look for them. Otherwise, not only will you not receive any help, you might even get yourself involved. Because some people are really unreliable. Xiaochen nodded silently. He felt that there was no need to stay in the heaven realm anymore. He wanted to return to the 9 provinces immediately. Can you tell me about the power structure of the heaven realm? This was what Xiaochen wanted to understand before he left. The heaven realm is very chaotic and complicated. It's hard to explain. I'll explain it to you in simple terms. The heaven realm is the gathering place of the ultimate experts. The aged voice echoed in the depths of the earth. Since ancient times, many civilizations have been destroyed. There were even more genuine big worlds that completely collapsed. The survivors eventually gathered in the heaven realm. It can be said that the people who came from the destroyed worlds are the strongest experts in their world. The heaven realm is the gathering place of such a group. Hearing this secret, Xiaochen was really shocked. This was beyond his imagination. The cultivators of the heaven realm were actually made up of this kind of group. No wonder they could be so high and mighty. This was the gathering place of the strongest experts from the various worlds. No wonder the invincible Stoneman King couldn't dominate the world. This kind of big shot was definitely not limited to just 1 or 2 people. That's why, although the other sects are strong, they can't be the strongest power in the heaven realm. There was once a tragedy where they were almost uprooted. The main body of the heaven realm is still a local power formed by the gathering of the strongest experts from the destroyed worlds. The so-called local powers are also in their own areas. As a result, they have a high and mighty ruling position. The life and death of King Pengu and Amethyst Stone King are unknown. The other high and mighty big shots are respectively the Stone Corpse, the Lotus King, the Stone Emperor, the Stone Beast. Of course, what I'm talking about is only what I've seen and heard. The heaven realm is vast and boundless. Even the ancestral god couldn't find the end of it. As for how many secrets there are, no one can say for sure. At the end, the aged voice paused and said, "Let's take the current situation as an example. There might be warriors from billions of years ago who have returned. But let's not talk about it. Since the ancient times, only 1 or 2 warriors have returned from the heaven realm." After listening to these shocking secrets, Xiaochen was silent for a long time before he said, "The other world can't be as simple as it looks on the surface. Billions of years ago, during the Great War with the chaotic wasteland, even the birthplace of the 9 prefectures, which had 6 Stoneman Kings, was destroyed. From this, it can be imagined that they definitely have the strength to shake the heaven realm. Indeed. Billions of years ago, the big shots of the heaven realm were incomparably shocked. They didn't expect that both sides actually had such terrifying combat power. But unfortunately, after that war, only the heavily injured King Pengu was left in the chaotic wasteland. In the end, the other world only managed to win a Pyrrhic victory. For this, they paid an incomparably heavy price. Has the heaven realm really figured out the strength of the other world? Xiaochen was very doubtful. Because based on a feeling, he believed that the 99 weighty stone steps might not be simple. The aged voice answered, "Since the ancient times, a true Stoneman King was born among the experts of the other world. However, he was only born for 3 days before he was crippled by King Pengu. Both his body and soul were destroyed." Xiaochen was dumbstruck. What a pitiful king. His death was as light as a feather. It was meaningless. The core combat power of the other world shouldn't have all come to the heaven realm. Even the big shots of the heaven realm didn't dare to underestimate those 99 weighty stone steps. This is also the main reason why the other world's forces in the heaven realm haven't been uprooted. Instead, they have gradually become stronger. However, even if there are 1 or 2 Stoneman Kings in the other world, they still can't be compared to the heaven realm. Unless they regain their former glory, only then will the big shots of the heaven realm be vigilant and pay attention to them. After that, Xiaochen asked many more questions. However, only a part of them were answered. In the end, he made up his mind to leave the heaven realm. There was no light of hope here. In the end, he had to rely on himself. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Self-improvement was the only way out. This was a reality that Xiaochen had no choice but to accept. It would be fortunate if the heaven realm didn't send a calamity. I have to remind you, don't reveal the divine map in the heaven realm anymore. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Once the big shots of the heaven realm find out about it, you will die a tragic death. No one can save you because they are very interested in the divine map. To them, it is a divine object worth pondering over. Xiaochen nodded his head silently. He probably couldn't even reveal the ancient scroll anymore. It was also a sacred object. If the big shots of the heaven realm found out about it, it would be even more dangerous. I will help you hide your origin and teach you how to erase the remaining aura of the experts of the other world. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to move an inch in the heaven realm. This was what Xiaochen needed urgently. Otherwise, he would never be able to shake off the pursuit of the experts of the other world. Even if he had the stone bone, it would be hard for him to hide his tracks completely. Just at this moment, a tall figure appeared in the dilapidated ancient divine city. Although it was hazy, Xiaochen was still able to see its appearance clearly with his powerful spiritual sense. It was a stone statue. The stone statue was several hundred zhong tall as the dilapidated ancient divine city. It stood upright and unafraid. Its face looked as if it was carved by a knife. The lines were distinct and it gave off a heroic aura. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was made of flesh and blood. Even though his voice was old, he was a statue of a valiant young man. He exuded an extraordinary aura. It wasn't very domineering or arrogant, but it was enough to shake one's soul, making it hard for one's mind to remain calm. The most peculiar thing was that it was not long hair that draped over its head. Instead, there were many ancient vines. Among them, there were 9 jade-green divine vines with pure white flowers blooming on them. They were sparkling and translucent like jade carvings. Ancestor Ku. Xiaochen was very shocked. He immediately recognized the person in front of him. This stone statue was exactly the same as the Ancestor Ku he saw in the ancient spacetime. Ancestor Ku? The huge stone statue let out an aged voice and asked in confusion. You are Keek's ancestor Xian. I have seen you before. Xiaochen looked at him with absolute certainty. He did not expect to see Ancestor Ku in the heavenly realm. Originally, he thought that the person in the dark was a heavenly realm giant. The huge stone statue did not say anything. It directly waved its huge hand and extracted a strand of aura from Xiaochen's body. It condensed into Keek's appearance. So that's how it is. That is my descendant. Speaking until here, Ancestor Ku sighed and said, including the little fellows from the lower realm, there are only 4 people left in our clan. There was no need to guess who these 4 people were. Kiki, Father Ku, this obedient and quiet snow-white little critter, and the stone statue Ancestor Ku. Looks like you have already seen my true body. What you see now is only a part of my spiritual sense. In order to protect my clan's holy daughter, I nourished this part of my spiritual sense in this dilapidated ancient divine city. The person in front of him was actually a part of Ancestor Ku's spiritual sense. In order to protect his clan's holy daughter, his true body did not come to the heavenly realm. The holy daughter will eventually defy the heavens and return. After the snow-white little critter at the side heard these words, it was at a loss. Its long eyelashes trembled slightly as it sized up the huge dog statue in confusion. Your true body is in danger in the lower realm. If the otherworldly realm sends out the Stoneman King, I'm afraid you, Xiaochen reminded him. He guessed that Ancestor Ku most likely had some difficulties. If the heavenly realm comes, it will be even more dangerous. Even if the heavenly realm's giants cannot personally make a move, they will not just watch as the Stoneman King is born. But in this world, it is hard to say. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. Although the huge stone statue said this, it was not worried at all. It said, relatively speaking, even if there is a Stoneman King in the otherworldly realm, it is impossible for it to awaken at the moment. In that great battle in the past, even if 1 or 2 of them survived, they are more or less crippled. Furthermore, I have made sufficient preparations. I have a way out. If a disaster really comes, I can protect myself. Rumble, In the depths of the earth, the shattered ancient city was reforming, but the city was shrinking rapidly. It was condensing into a miniature divine city and enveloped the outside, forming a double divine city. Xianxia was very careful. He wanted to use the divine map to collect the twin cities from the ground. He was afraid of damaging its foundation, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Squeak, that immature little critter seemed to be very dissatisfied. It mumbled while glaring at Xianxia. Kuzu hurriedly transmitted his voice to Xianxia. It seemed to be explaining patiently. Only then did it calm down and return to the city. With a flash of light, the double divine city was successfully placed into the divine map. Then, Xianxia walked towards a teleportation formation. This was prepared by Kuzu in advance. With the Panga stone token, there will be no mishaps. It is enough to hide from the heavens. Even the giants of the heavenly realm will have a hard time discovering its traces. Kuzu wanted to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. He wanted to completely erase all traces of this place. Moreover, he was about to leave the heavenly realm and return to the mortal world through the wasteland. He was about to take the final step. Of course, it was hard to say whether he would succeed or not. Even though he had prepared for countless years, he only had a 10% chance of success. 10% chance. This was very shocking to Xianxia. He brought up the other world's golem that almost took the final step. When Kuzu heard this, he shook his head and criticized without any trace of politeness. Even though he only missed the final step, when he truly took the final step, he would inevitably be destroyed. I know who that person is. He is an expert from the Celestial Clan era. His preparations are far from sufficient. He will definitely be annihilated. At the same time, it proves that the Stoneman King is still in hibernation and cannot come out. Otherwise, he would be able to prevent these things from happening. But when I was in the wasteland, I saw a terrifying scene. During the battle between the kings of the past, the divine diagram hadn't fully matured yet. It collapsed at the same time as the 99 stone steps. But in the final scene, I vaguely saw that at the end of the highest stone step, there seemed to be a demonic shadow swaying. Then, it carried everything away. Kuzu took a deep breath and did not say anything for a long time. Clearly, this matter was very serious. After a long time, he muttered to himself, to think that there was a mysterious demonic shadow at the end of the 99 layered stone steps. Xianxia walked into the transportation divine formation, and with a flash of light, he vanished. The moment the Panga stone token disappeared with Xianxia, all the auras in this place could no longer be concealed. The mysteries of heaven could no longer be concealed. However, Ancestor Ke had already erased everything. At the same time, he soared into the sky and fled toward the chaotic passageway that connected to the wasteland. Kill. The experts of the heretics were watching from afar and immediately felt an indescribable fluctuation. All of their divine arts swept towards Kuzu. However, no matter how bright the light shone, the spiritual energy was still unable to match Ancestor Ke's speed. He disappeared without a trace. My guess was wrong. It's not resentment. There really is a member of the heaven-defying family here. The supreme ancestor god of the alternate dimension revealed a solemn expression as he watched the images transmitted back. He felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't figure out why. At the same time, a monstrous wave of corpse chi covered the sky and covered the earth, surging towards the original location of the divine city. The mysterious ancient land immediately collapsed. The endless black corpse mist remained here for a long time before turning into a black light that was tens of thousands of miles long and disappearing. It's a stone corpse. The experts of the heretics were very startled. They didn't expect to attract the attention of a heavenly realm powerhouse here. This matter was not ordinary. The stone corpse is in closed-door cultivation and has been silent for countless years. Why did he send out his spiritual sense so frequently recently? Did he sense something strange? After the Supreme Ancestor God received the report, he revealed an incomparably grave expression. A trace of worry appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "When will the stone man of my race awaken?" While the experts of the heretics were puzzled and the deities of the heavenly realm were shocked by the stone corpse's spiritual sense, Xianxia had already been transported to a pure land 900,000 miles away. After walking past a beautiful river and mountain, the area in front gradually widened. It was a magnificent divine garden. That place was peaceful. Strange stones were laid everywhere, fine trees were covered in lush greenery, and a divine spring was sprinkled with oil. It was very peaceful and harmonious. Xiaochen directly arrived at Pangu's old land. He wasn't affected by the resistance of the seal outside. Everything here was very peaceful and natural. It was like a paradise. In that boundless divine garden, a huge stone axe stood in front of him. It was like a majestic stone mountain. A part of the long axe blade went deep into the ground of the divine garden. Looking at it from afar, it was both shocking and mysterious. That was King Pangu's weapon. If it was left here, not many people would be able to control it. Xiaochen bowed deeply with reverence and then walked forward. The stone axe was hundreds of feet tall. Xiaochen tried to pull it out, but it didn't budge at all. He didn't force it anymore. Since the stone axe was left here, there must be a reason. He carefully placed the double divine city in front of the stone axe. There was no safer place than here. With the stone axe as a deterrent, it would be very difficult for external forces to destroy it. After bowing one last time, Xiaochen turned around and left. He not only bowed to this ancestor, but also to those ancestral deities of the 9 prefectures who had almost all fallen in the heavenly realm. At this moment, he felt the bleakness of the autumn wind. The experts of the 9 prefectures were almost extinct in the heavenly realm. He came with hope, but left with disappointment. The heavenly realm wasn't the heavenly realm he had imagined. It was cruel and merciless. He had to rely on himself for everything. He had to constantly improve himself. The only way to survive was to work hard and open another path. When he walked out of this divine garden and arrived at the border of Pangu's old land, a mysterious force blocked him from going out. Xiaochen had no choice but to take out the Pangu stone medallion. The palm-sized stone medallion glowed, and the surrounding seal power retreated to the sides like ripples of water. Only then could he walk out smoothly. When he came out, Xiaochen was quite surprised because he saw a strange scene. There were some cultivators and monsters worshipping in the distance. They kowtowed with every step they took, advancing towards Pangu's old land. This was simply a pilgrimage. King Pangu's influence was evident. After so many years, there were still people worshipping him. Xiaochen used the half-stone bone to hide his tracks and walked into the distance. In the process, he was shocked to find 2 ancestral deities among the pilgrims. They kowtowed to Pangu's old land with every step they took, looking very pious. Xiaochen didn't linger and flew into the sky. When he appeared 30,000 miles away, he gradually slowed down and tried to find the correct direction of the chaotic passageway that connected to the wasteland. The majestic land of the heavenly realm quickly receded under Xiaochen's feet. Tall mountains and hundreds of thousands of kilometers-long rivers flowed by continuously. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in front. Xiaochen saw 3 psychic jade rhinoceroses pulling a divine chariot towards the sun in the sky. At the same time, he used his eyesight and found many figures rushing towards the sun in the heavenly realm. Some of the experts had divine beasts pulling their chariots. Why are so many people rushing towards the sun? Could it be because of the heaven-defying war treasure that has been spreading like wildfire? Xiaochen looked up at the dazzling sun and revealed a doubtful expression. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go up and take a look. He was already disappointed in the heavenly realm. He felt that he could try his luck before going. As he soared into the sky, astral winds surged in the sky above the heavenly realm. The power was especially ferocious, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When he soared into the sky, there was actually a destructive power that shook the sky. Apart from ancestral deities, perhaps even half-ancestral deities could not reach this height. This was the different heavenly realm. The world was vast and boundless. There was an unfathomable power within. It was a firm world stage for ancestral deities. When he reached the vicinity of the sun, many undying phoenixes circled in the sky, letting out long cries that shook the heavens. The cries were melodious and distant. There were even some vermilion birds flying in the sky. This was the nest of the undying divine birds. Legend had it that the phoenix ancestor presided over this place. It could be considered a forbidden land in the heavenly realm. Ordinary ancestral deities could come here, but they did not dare to be impudent. 10 odd divine chariots pulled by savage beasts stopped in front. 10 odd experts alighted from the chariots, not daring to be too disrespectful. Then, they walked towards the sun, letting the fierce flames burn around them. Some people had already entered the sun long ago. These people had a simple way of traveling. They did not use divine beasts to pull their chariots. They all rode on colorful clouds and drifted over. Compared to the vastness of the heaven realm, the number of experts seemed very small, but they were all people with weight. There were very few battle ancestors who dared to come here, and most of them were cultivators at the third layer of ancestor god realm and above. When Xianxia flew to the sun, the phoenixes and vermilion birds circling in the sky only glanced at him but did not stop him. Xianxia did not worry about being recognized. Ancestor Ke had already taught him how to hide his true body. Furthermore, he had the half-stone and the Panga stone medallion to hide from the heavens. The fiery red sun was incredibly hot. Aside from ancestor gods, even half-step martial ancestors would find it hard to endure. The blazing light made it hard to open one's eyes. However, Xianxia was astonished to discover that there were many kinds of vegetation here. The blazing grass looked like fire spirits dancing around, looking exceptionally resplendent. The strange flowers blooming in the middle were fiery red, filled with the divine splendor of a fire essence, containing boundless divine energy. There were also many towering trees that looked like they were made of gold. Even their leaves were golden. As they swayed, the leaves fluttered and gave off melodious sounds. This was a strange world. The sun god was filled with the aura of life. It was not as lifeless as one would imagine. This was a paradise for flame essence creatures. Xianxia finally approached the center of the sun god. There was a towering golden divine tree there. It was more than 30 kilometers tall and as thick as a mountain. There were many phoenix nests on the huge tree crown. All the cultivators who came here stopped in their tracks, not daring to be too presumptuous. According to legend, the phoenix ancestor resided in the golden tree. Although he had been in closed-door cultivation for countless years, he was still a legendary senior. Even the giants of the heavenly realm had to give him some face. The 5-element spirit treasures have already gathered. The final result shows that the heaven-defying war treasure might be in the sun god. Where exactly is it? Why was there no sign of it when I came here? The cultivators who came here discussed, keeping their guard up against each other. Legend has it that there is a divine palace on the sun god. However, even the phoenix race has never discovered it. Could that heaven-defying war treasure be in the legendary sun god palace? I heard that a stone golem sovereign once lived here. He was even older than the phoenix ancestor. Later on, he fell. Could he have left behind the heaven-defying war treasure? Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Xianxia felt astonished. How strong would the heaven-defying war treasure of the heavenly realm be? He really wanted to find it and bring it back to the 9 provinces, allowing it to bring out its full combat prowess. Just at this moment, a black fog suddenly surged over from the heavenly realm and quickly entered the sun god. The stone corpse probed again. Someone revealed a nervous expression. That's a lotus. Just at this moment, someone saw a stone lotus blossoming under the sky-reaching golden tree. Many people immediately associated it with the legendary giant of the heavenly realm, the Lotus King. The 2 giants either probed with their divine senses or manifested a trace of imprint. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary matter. Both of them were paying attention to this place. This heaven-defying war treasure was more important than they had imagined. The sun star was extremely hot, and the temperature was unimaginable. Any metal essence that entered it would immediately turn into essence energy. Only ancestor god powerhouses were unaffected. First, a black corpse mist rushed into the sun star from the vast land, and then a stone lotus the size of a millstone blossomed under the sky-reaching golden tree. The 2 powerhouses of the heaven realm had manifested their marks at the same time. All the cultivators in the surroundings felt apprehensive and quickly distanced themselves from the corpse mist and the stone lotus. They avoided them like snakes and scorpions. How could they compete? Now that the 2 powerhouses had appeared, the others probably didn't have a chance. All holy objects in the world belong to the virtuous. Violence and brute force don't determine who owns them. Right at this moment, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly sounded. To say such words in front of the marks of these two powerhouses, it could be said that he was extremely daring. He was simply tired of living and tired of living. The person who spoke was an ordinary-looking old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was thin and small, and his wrinkled old face was dry and slender like a shoe target. He had a goatee on his chin that was slightly curled. In terms of appearance, he simply looked like an old goat. "You're dead for sure." This was the expression everyone had when they looked at him. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. There must be something wrong with his head if he dared to say such words. The female ancestor god who had come with him quickly retreated a few steps and distanced herself from him. She was afraid of drawing trouble to herself. "Female bodhisattva, female benefactor, didn't you say this to me on the way here? Why are you retreating now?" The skinny old man's goatee curled up, and his brownish-yellow eyes stared at the retreating female ancestor god with confusion. He was truly muddle-headed and ferocious. How could such a person become an ancestor god? Everyone's jaws dropped. They were all puzzled. They really didn't know how he had cultivated to the ancestor god realm. But to everyone's surprise, after the two powerhouses manifested their marks, they didn't do anything. The corpse mist condensed into a black corpse that stood there quietly. The stone lotus also didn't move, like a stone statue. It had no intention of attacking the old man. The two giants weren't ordinary people after all, long able to look down on deities. This was what everyone was thinking, believing that the stone corpse and lotus king completely disregarded him, treating him like air. At this moment, the mountain-thick, 10,000-meter-tall golden tree rustled, its branches and leaves trembled and flickered with rays of golden light. On top of the golden tree, the phoenix nests were also flowing with brilliant colors, appearing extremely mysterious and beautiful. The phoenix divine birds and vermilion birds circled back and forth in the surroundings, letting out long cries that were crisp and distant. A dignified middle-aged woman's voice came from the giant golden tree. "Forgive me for not being able to welcome the lotus monarch and the stone corpse." Everyone was shocked. This was definitely the Phoenix clan ancestor. It was rumored that she had been in seclusion for countless years. Who would have thought that she would wake up today? Beneath the giant golden tree, the millstone-sized stone lotus flower said, "Don't stand on ceremony, Holy Mother Phoenix. I'm just here to take a look." What that cultivator said just now makes sense. All the holy objects in the world belong to the virtuous. I just want to see what kind of heaven-defying treasure will be born. Hee hee. I'm just here to join in the fun. The treasure belongs to the virtuous. The stone corpse condensed from corpse mist also put on a fake smile. No matter how one listened, it felt eerie, like a peerless evil spirit blowing a chilly wind, making people feel a chill in their bones. "Everyone, don't retreat. The treasure belongs to whoever it chooses." Many people originally had the idea of retreating, but after hearing the stone corpse's words, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. They didn't know what this old corpse that existed with the world meant. "Holy Mother Phoenix, where is the Sun Star Palace? Show us a clear path." At this time, the skinny little old man stroked his goatee and looked up at the sky. He really didn't know what was good for him. All the cultivators felt that it was a miracle that he could live until now. "I don't know where the Sun Star Palace used to be. I've never found it since I came to the Sun Star. After I lived here and planted this divine tree, I named it the new Sun Star Palace." Hearing the Holy Mother Phoenix's answer, many cultivators couldn't help but size up this divine tree that seemed to be cast from gold and spread out their divine senses to search. "That heaven-defying war treasure can't really be in this golden tree, right?" Someone whispered softly. "I can tell you very responsibly that it's absolutely impossible. I've been cultivating here for hundreds of thousands of years, and I know the situation of this golden tree the best." The Holy Mother Phoenix clearly rejected that conjecture and said, "Legend has it that there was indeed a king living in the Sun Star back then, but when I came here, he had already fallen many years ago. After so many years, I haven't found any relics. I guess that the real Sun Star Palace should be in a closed state and lacks someone with the strength to open it. Perhaps, it's not the time to open it again. Yes, I know that person, hee hee." Even though the stone corpse was smiling normally, it still sent chills down people's spines. That person indeed lived in the Sun Star back then. At that time it could be said that he looked down on the world and all the gods. Unfortunately, in the end, he still fell. This old corpse existed with the world. He was already a peerless expert millions of years ago. He had lived until now, when almost all his contemporaries had died. In a sense, living for a long time was also a kind of invincible capital. His strength would always slowly increase. It could be said that many peerless enemies had been ground to death by him with time, which was why he had today's supreme status. A person who was evaluated like this by the stone corpse must have been an extraordinary figure in the past. He was definitely an invincible king of the stone people. In the past, I was far from my current achievements. I once observed from afar, and there was indeed a divine palace in the sun star. This was the imprint of the Lotus King. Unfortunately, after that king fell, the sun star palace also disappeared. However, after careful calculation, it should be time for that star palace to reopen. Just at this moment, a cultivator exclaimed, "The 5 element spirit treasures are releasing auspicious light. They are pointing to the depths of the sun star." The 5 element spirit treasures, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, had already merged into one and formed a 5-colored star. At this moment, it released beams of light and shot them in a certain direction. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Those who are virtuous can take it. The skinny old man was the first to charge forward. "You are really tired of living." Everyone already regarded him as a dead man. The stone lotus flashed and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a black fog surged, and the stone corpse also charged into the depths of the sun star. The experts followed closely behind. They did not dare to overtake the 2 giants, but they did not want to fall behind. Xiaochen blended in with the crowd and flew forward as well. The blazing temperature caused flames to surge under many people's feet. Under the influence of the divine energy, the surroundings were ablaze. The 5 element spirit treasures were pointing in the direction of the sun star's core. The closer they got to the core, the hotter it became. Some of the ancestor gods were not paying attention, and their accessories started burning. The heavenly realm was indeed extraordinary. Not only was the ground abnormally sturdy, able to withstand a battle between ancestor gods, but even the sun star was more horrifying than the lower realms. The energy it contained was boundless. One had to know that the ancestor gods could casually refine and shatter the sun star of the lower realm. It could be said that the heavenly realm was a world stage specially created for ancestor gods. Otherwise, how could it contain the strongest experts from the 10,000 realms? I have been to the core of the sun star before. Back then, I did not discover anything strange. The star palace is actually hidden there. How did I discover it in the past? The reckless little old man muttered to himself. Everyone ignored him and rushed forward. However, they did not enter the sun star's core because the 5 element spirit treasures had changed direction. Eh? A moving sun star palace? Whoosh, 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 all the ancestor gods changed direction again, moving as fast as lightning. The undying phoenix cried out in front, and many golden trees formed a sea of trees. They were actually flame essence wutong trees. This was the phoenix race's graveyard. The 10-odd undying phoenixes guarding this place wanted to stop the crowd. However, the phoenix mother quickly sent them a voice projection, ordering them to retreat and opening a path for the crowd to pass through. The phoenix race had no choice. The heaven-defying war treasures had attracted the attention of the heavenly realm's giants. If they stopped them, it might lead to the destruction of the phoenix race. The phoenix race really knows how to choose a treasured burial ground. It was unknown whether the skinny old man was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. To think that he actually said such a thing in such a situation. This is the location of the stone giant king's star palace. At this moment, the 5 element spirit treasures gave off a bright light, pointing straight to the front of the graveyard, to the vast forest of flame essence wutong trees. Amidst the rumbling sounds, it was as if there was an earthquake in the forest of wutong trees ahead. Spatial cracks cracked open, and many flame essence wutong trees were uprooted and thrown into the distance. In this blazing forest of divine wutong trees, a cracked space gradually appeared. The ancient palace was only the tip of the iceberg, and divine light shot out from the cracked space. Rumble, the space trembled violently, and an ancient divine palace finally emerged completely. All the palaces were connected together, blossoming with a strange brilliance, forming an indestructible light screen that protected this star palace. Only the huge palace in the center had its door wide open, and there was no light screen to block it. The stone corpse and the stone lotus simultaneously arrived in front of this star palace that had been sealed for countless years. The stone corpse stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the majestic star palace. He nodded and said with some emotion, as expected, it was left behind by him. Even though he has fallen, he is still so heroic, opening the door to the outside and allowing anyone to enter. After saying this, the black corpse mist surged, and he was the first to rush in, disappearing in an instant. At the same time, the stone lotus imprint also disappeared. The other ancestral gods hurriedly followed. Some people didn't want to enter through the door, and wanted to forcefully break the light screen and enter the star palace from other directions. At this moment, the dignified voice of the Holy Mother of Phoenix sounded. Don't even think about breaking the shackles. Even with the strength of the two great kings, they didn't make such a choice. Do you think you can do it? Back then, that invincible stone golem king did things like this. If we don't take the path he left behind, I'm afraid that when the time comes, the ones who will be destroyed will not only be the intruders, but also this place. Even the heaven realm will be affected. I definitely can't tolerate anyone destroying the sun star. All the experts didn't dare to act rashly. Although everyone had their own ideas, at this moment, they had no choice but to consider forming an alliance. Since this star palace was so complicated and unpredictable, and the two big shots weren't traveling with everyone, this meant that everyone still had a chance. It was definitely not good to act alone, and someone might secretly kill them after entering. In a short period of time, dozens of cultivators quickly chose who would pass through. Most of them were people who had friendly relations with each other. There were also cultivators who had come together with the same force. For example, the foreign sect had a total of 6 experts, all of whom were super ancestral gods. One could imagine how much they valued this heaven-defying war treasure. Of course, this wasn't all the cultivators who had come to the Sun Star to search for treasures. There were still many people on the way, and there might be even more powerful people, or even the big shots of the heaven realm. At this moment, the 6 cultivators from the foreign sect sneered and swept a cold glance at the people not far away. There were 4 people facing each other coldly. None of them had any expression, and it was obvious that they were also experts. The people sent by the 9 provinces are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. You must be careful. Otherwise, you might never come out after you enter. A middle-aged cultivator from the foreign sect looked at the 4 people coldly. His hair was white like blood, and he looked unfathomable. In reality, he was an unparalleled expert with unfathomable strength. I'll say the same to you. Be careful, don't be too happy before sorrow. The 4 cultivators from the 9 provinces sect replied indifferently. Alright, we'll meet inside. The white-haired cultivator and the other 5 experts from the foreign sect rushed into the star palace in front of them with a flash of light. The others entered one after another. After that, the 4 cultivators from the 9 provinces sect also disappeared from their original spots. Xianxia was startled. The experts from the foreign sects made his heart palpitate. He couldn't see through the cultivation of that white-haired cultivator for a moment. What was even more frightening was that one of them seemed to make his heart palpitate even more than that white-haired cultivator. This was a completely instinctive feeling. In the end, only Xianxia and the skinny old man were left. The others had already entered the sealed star palace. Unexpectedly, no one is willing to travel with this old man. What's wrong with your eyes? Didn't you see such a great expert? What a failure. The old man was very narcissistic. In the end, he shook his head. Xianxia was speechless. He thought to himself, given how muddle-headed you are, who would dare to travel with you? What if you say something shocking again and provoke the stone corpse and the Lotus King's mark? Everyone would die together with you. Xianxia didn't want to delay and also walked in. There's no other way. I'll reluctantly bring a burden along with me. The old man stroked his goatee and sighed. Xianxia looked to his left. At this moment, there was no one else around. This old man was obviously talking to him. Old man, you're on your own. Go on your own. He really didn't want to travel together with this old goat. Young man, you really don't know what's good for you. Where are you going to find an invincible existence like me? Come, come, come. I'll bring you to explore this star palace. If we get a heaven-defying treasure, I'll lend it to you to play with for a few years. Speaking up to here, he arrived in front of Xiaochen in one step. He didn't allow Xiaochen to say anything and grabbed his hand. He walked in and said, "Your spiritual sense hasn't reached the ancestor god realm. Without an unparalleled expert like me to protect you, aren't you just a moth flying into a flame?" Xiaochen was speechless. This old goat was really impolite. He was so familiar with him that he really couldn't shake him off for a while. Those who go in are all cabbages. The real experts are holding the line at the back. For example, me, the old goat muttered as he walked. Old man, do you really think that you're the Stone Emperor? Xiaochen couldn't help but say this after shaking his hand a few times. If you're willing, you can treat me as the Stone Emperor. Of course, if you think that's not enough to show off my strength, you can call me the Stone Emperor's elder brother, the Stone Emperor's elder brother. Old man, you really dare to talk. Be careful of being struck by lightning and the Stone Emperor descending to destroy you. As they spoke, the two of them had already entered the Star Palace. The ancient palace gave off a majestic aura and stretched on endlessly, like a sea of palaces. Before they got far, Xiaochen immediately frowned. There was a corpse in front of him with half a broken spear stuck in it. His spiritual sense had already been destroyed long ago. It was the ancestor god of the 9 provinces sect. He had died a very miserable death. His body was black. The broken spear had swallowed his spiritual sense and corroded his physical body. A desperate battle is already unavoidable. This is the legendary soul-slaying broken spear. It has a physical form and is formless. It is an evil weapon refined to destroy the soul of an ancestor god, which is said to be unkillable. The old goat stared at the corpse for a while and said, "It is extremely vicious and hard to defend against. As long as you get hit, the broken spear will swallow up your soul. You will not even be able to escape." The dark red broken spear flickered with a strange light, riddling the ancestor god's corpse with thousands of holes. It was terrifyingly black, like an ordinary person poisoned. Xiaochen frowned as he looked at the broken spear stuck in the corpse. He felt a sinister aura that made his soul very uncomfortable. "Try pulling it out and see." The old goat stroked his beard, looking like he knew everything. Xiaochen stretched out his hand to grab the broken spear. However, his fingers passed through the broken spear. It clearly looked like a spear, but he could not grab hold of it. This is the horror of the broken spear. To an ancestor god, it has a physical form but is formless. You have already seen it for yourself. Even an ancestor god's physical body would find it hard to block it. It easily passes through your fingers and attacks the ancestor god's soul. If you cannot dodge it, it means death. Xiaochen felt fear in his heart. This was a terrifying evil weapon specially refined to kill ancestor gods. It was extremely vicious. How can I defend against it? Only with a strong enough divine sense can we destroy this evil weapon. Otherwise, only death awaits us. Xiaochen frowned when he heard what the old goat said. This was simply targeting him. His spiritual sense had not reached the ancestor god realm yet. If he met such a terrifying enemy, he would die for sure. How can there be such an evil weapon? How was it refined? Furthermore, why was it casually tossed here? This was Xiaochen's question. It's extremely difficult to refine such an evil weapon. At the very least, the souls of 3 super-universe enlightened ancestral gods must be fused together and refined for tens of thousands of years before there's a chance of success. The old goat circled around the corpse and said, "Although it is difficult to refine, it is a terrifying weapon that can destroy the divine soul. Once it succeeds, it can slowly evolve. Every time it devours an enemy, it can strengthen the evil weapon by a little. In the early stages, it is a broken spear that has a form but is formless. In the middle stages, it will become a complete evil spear, gradually transforming into formless and formless. In the end, it will become completely formless and formless. Even the spiritual sense of an ancestor god would find it difficult to detect it. As he spoke, the rotting corpses on the ground completely turned to ash and disappeared. Following that, the soul-slaying spear also flashed and disappeared into thin air. See? After devouring the enemy's soul, it will automatically return to its owner's side. It has a form but is invisible, so you don't have to worry about others snatching it. Now, even if you attack it with your spiritual sense, you still can't make it stay? This is an evil weapon formed from the souls of 3 super-universe enlightened ancestral gods. Its owner can summon it back with a thought. If you don't want to fight with the enemy, you can't make it stay. Unless your spiritual sense is far stronger than its owner's, you can use a sharp attack to break this evil weapon. Aren't you the Stone Emperor's elder brother? Why don't you use a sharp attack to shatter this soul-slaying spear? Do you really think that I have nothing better to do? Why would I create enmity for no reason? As long as they don't offend me, they can do whatever they want. However, if they offend me, even if the heavenly realm's stone-sharpening beast comes, I will smack their buttocks. This skinny old man stuck out his goatee and boasted shamelessly. However, after he finished speaking, he still stuck his head out to look left and right. This made Xiaochen speechless. The solar astral palace was even hotter. Xiaochen did not know what material this palace was made of to be able to withstand such high temperatures. The endless palaces were completely sealed off. There were passageways connecting the palaces, making it look like a massive labyrinth. The cobweb-like passageways connected in all directions, seeming endless. It was easy to get lost in them. This was because the ancestral god's spiritual sense was obstructed in this area. They could only extend a limited distance. It was no different from an ordinary person entering a labyrinth. Furthermore, their divine energy was infinitely weakened. They were no different from ordinary cultivators in this place. They could not travel through space at all. The divine energy that they could send out was extremely weak. This was simply turning ancestral gods into ordinary cultivators. After Xiaochen and the skinny old man walked for about 5 kilometers, they saw another rotten corpse. This corpse's spiritual sense was destroyed, and its body was rotting black. The soul-slaying spear was stabbed into its body. It was another ancestral god of the 9 provinces sect. This made Xiaochen furious. He wanted to use the divine diagram or the ancient scroll to try and take away the broken spear, but he had some misgivings with the little old man beside him. Let's go our separate ways. You should proceed alone. In your words, you are an unparalleled expert. You don't need anyone's help. Xiaochen wanted to move alone, but the old goat shamelessly insisted on following him. Don't tell me you are from the 9 provinces sect? You want to take revenge for them? I advise you to bear with it. Aside from the white-haired man, there is another terrifying person among the 6 heretics. If you act rashly, you might be killed in both body and soul. You won't even know how you died. The little old man glanced at him and warned him. Hee. Just at this moment, a cold laugh came from the passageway ahead. Are there still survivors of the 9 provinces here? We can take care of them all at once. 3 of the 6 experts from the heretics appeared at the corner in front of them. The white-haired ancestral god and the unidentifiable terrifying figure were not among them. The 3 of them had sinister smiles on their faces and were about to attack Xiaochen. We are not from the 9 provinces sect. Don't misunderstand. The skinny little old man explained. I know you are not, but it's hard to say for him. Get out of the way first. The heretic ancestral god pressed forward with large strides. He revealed a sinister smile at Xiaochen and said, I sensed your hostility just now. No matter who you are, no matter which sect you are from, there is no way you can leave this place today. Just at this moment, a miserable shriek was heard. A golden arrow pierced through one of the 3 ancestral gods. The blood of the ancestral god splattered everywhere. Survivors of the 9 provinces. The other 2 ancestral gods shouted angrily. They shot out divine light at the same time, protecting the expert who was shot by the arrow. In another passageway, a figure flashed by and disappeared around the corner. Go. The little old man grabbed Xiaochen and shouted in a low voice. They quickly rushed toward a passageway filled with raging flames. The 3 ancestral gods did not chase after them. Instead, they rushed toward another passageway, chasing after the person who shot the divine arrow. That person helped us out of trouble. We can't just run away like this. Xiaochen wanted to stop. However, the old goat grabbed his arm tightly and quickly rushed far away. They only stopped after passing through a few passageways. He said, "It was so dangerous just now. Every step we took was filled with danger." Those three were only on the surface. That little white-haired ancestral god and that unfathomable mysterious expert were watching us in the dark. If we had fought them, they would have definitely pounced over and wanted to kill us. Aren't you Emperor Stone's elder brother? Why are you afraid of him? Xiaochen shook him off and said, "If that's the case, isn't the person who helped us just now in danger? Even if I'm Emperor Stone's elder brother, I can't just kill people casually," the little old man boasted shamelessly. "No, I have to go back and help that person. Don't worry. That person is definitely not in danger. He only shot the arrow to warn us because he discovered the white-haired man and that unfathomable expert. He will definitely be able to escape safely. Then let's go our separate ways." Xiaochen really wanted to separate from this little old man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the ancient scroll or the divine diagram. He believed that as long as there was no one beside him, he could use the Pangu stone medallion to conceal himself in this star palace that could block the ancestral god's spiritual sense. However, this little old man was like a dog skin plaster. He shamelessly refused to leave. Xiaochen ignored him and advanced alone. Just as he entered another palace, a dazzling divine light swept over. A cultivator that he had never seen before attacked him. Clearly, after entering this palace, he was surrounded by danger at every step. He was either an ally or a match for him. Whoosh, Xiaochen quickly dodged to the side and dodged the divine technique. He used the flesh of a peak ancestral god to charge over. Bang, the sound of bones breaking rang out. The sneak attacker vomited blood. Both of his arms were broken. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared from this palace. "You overestimate yourself." The little old man followed Xiaochen unsteadily. As he looked at that figure, he said, "Even a cabbage like you dares to enter? You are simply seeking death." Xiaochen ignored the little old man and followed the trail of blood. He wanted to try his luck and find that heaven-defying battle treasure. After chasing for a while, Xiaochen sensed something strange. After passing through a palace, he felt a primal chaos aura in front. The passageway brought him to a mysterious place. There were no buildings before him but a primal chaos cave. "Luck!" The little old man shouted. "That person earlier was just a small fry on guard. There is probably something mysterious about the primal chaos cave ahead. Someone is forcefully opening the seal." The primal chaos cave entrance was hazy and flickered with treasure lights. Xiaochen cautiously entered the primal chaos cave. The instant he entered, he heard rumbling sounds. 3 people were attacking the primal chaos cave entrance. As for the person who attacked Xiaochen earlier, he looked warily at the cave entrance. When he saw Xiaochen and the little old man enter, he immediately glared. The 3 people forcefully opening the seal immediately stopped. One of them was a 3rd heaven ancestor god, and the other was a 4th heaven female ancestor god. "It's you. We're on the same side." The old goat walked forward as if he was familiar with them. The female ancestor god snorted coldly. She was the female ancestor god who stood together with the old goat when they first arrived at the Sun Palace. Later on, the old goat made a clean break with her because of his nonsense. The 3 people in front stared at the old goat and Xiaochen with hostile expressions. Especially the injured cultivator, he showed intense hostility towards Xiaochen. "It will be very difficult for the 3 of you to open this seal. The 5 of us working together should be enough. Otherwise, when the others arrive, you will not be able to obtain anything," the old goat suggested with a very natural expression. "Stop hesitating. Otherwise, you will not be able to obtain anything. You should know that even the Stone Corpse and Lotus King are here. There must be countless experts of other realms. We cannot afford to waste time now," the old goat urged. Although the 3 people in front were unwilling, they felt that the old goat's words made sense. If a few strong people really came, they would not be able to obtain anything. They would only lose their lives. "Very well, let's work together and quickly break the seal." The female ancestor god made a concession. However, a gleam flashed in her eyes. Clearly, this was just a temporary cooperation. If they really broke the seal, they would not be able to coexist peacefully. Although the injured cultivator was unwilling, he had no choice but to accept reality. The 5 of them worked together with all their might and quickly broke the seal. After passing through the secret door of the seal, divine splendor seeped out. The primal chaos cave was immediately filled with vibrant colors. An hour later, there was a loud rumble. The primal chaos cave shook violently. The fog churned and waves of treasure light rushed out. Soon after, divine flame surged and dazzled the eyes. The 5 of them rushed forward to fight for the treasures. Amidst the dazzling flames, a stone table collapsed in front of him. Clearly, it was caused by the impact of breaking the seal. Amidst the rubble, a sparkling white jade bottle flickered with light. It was very eye-catching. The female ancestor god and the other 2 fought for the white jade bottle. However, the old goat did not do so. Instead, he walked towards the few rotten arrows in the pile of rubble. Xianxia felt that if he did not use the divine diagram and ancient scroll, he would not be able to win against the 3. When he saw the old goat fighting for the rotten arrows, he also grabbed them. "Brat, you are too blind. You even want to fight with an old man like me." The old goat hurriedly grabbed the arrows. However, his position was not as close as Xiaoqian's. He only managed to grab 3 rotten arrows while Xiaoqian obtained 6. It could be said that the arrows were extremely tattered. They were only made from 9 pieces of rotten wood. Some parts of the wood were so rotten that they were about to break. The other 3 worked together to snatch the white jade bottle. They curled their lips at the 2 of them in disdain. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they were the ones who obtained the precious treasures. All the holy items in the world belong to the virtuous. The female ancestor god used the old goat's words to remind them, afraid that they would fight over it. "Yes, that's right. That's the principle. Don't worry, we will not snatch the treasures of our allies." The old goat nodded repeatedly. The instant Xiaoqian grabbed the 6 rotten arrows, he already knew that they were not trash. They were probably even more mysterious and precious than the white jade bottle. He could feel the boundless essence of fire. These rotten arrows contained boundless divine power. The dazzling light at the start might have been emitted by these 9 rotten arrows. Hee, how laughable. Treating the bottle containing the treasure as a precious treasure and abandoning the true treasure. How pitiful and laughable. Just at this moment, a cold voice rang out. The white-haired ancestor god from the foreign faction led the other 4 to block the entrance of the primal chaos cave. Only the unfathomable mysterious expert was nowhere to be seen. Xiaoqian could not make a true judgment on what realm the white-haired ancestor god had reached. Clearly, he was blocking the entrance to snatch the treasure. "What are you saying?" The female ancestor god was bewildered. At the same time, she felt uneasy. Those 9 rotten arrows are the true treasure. The white jade bottle is just a tool to hold them. The arrows used by the Stoneman King are not ordinary treasures. You abandoned the treasure and picked up the trash. Don't you think it's laughable? What? The 3 of them were shocked and embarrassed. The old goat was very pleased with himself. He hugged the 3 rotten arrows and boasted shamelessly, "Who do you think I am? I have discerning eyes. How could I miss out on such a treasure? All the holy items in the world belong to the virtuous." The 3 felt even more ashamed after hearing what he said. After all this time, they were only strong enough to hold a bottle containing a treasure. "The 3 of you, don't be anxious. That white jade bottle is not an ordinary item. You should have already sensed it. It can store and seal experts inside," the old goat explained to them. Xiaoqian, who was at the side, was already prepared for battle. The white-haired ancestor god of the foreign faction blocked the entrance of the primal chaos cave. Clearly, he would not let them off. Furthermore, they had a small conflict before this. "Unfortunately, you are just treasure diggers. They do not truly belong to you. Just obediently leave the treasure behind." The white-haired ancestor god had terrifying strength. His huge body blocked the entrance, and his strong spiritual sense immediately sealed off the exit. Clearly, he wanted to kill everyone here. "None of you can leave. All of you will die. The moment he said this, it was clear that he wanted to silence them. F*CK, this is not a heaven-defying treasure. You don't have to be like this, right? The old goat's beard twitched. His mouth was obnoxious and cheap as he said, if you want it, just say it. I can give it to you. How would I know if you don't tell me? I will only know once you tell me. I can only give it to you once you tell me. If you really want it, I can really give it to you. Boom, the blazing divine flame flickered. The instant the old goat spoke, he grabbed Xianxia and combined the 9 arrows together. They pierced towards the primal chaos wall at the side. The 9 wooden arrows that looked extremely worn out immediately overflowed with divine flame. They smashed through the primal chaos wall in one go and entered a new passage that connected to the distant palace. The old goat scampered and ran. Xianxia couldn't travel through space in this special palace, so he turned into a beam of light and followed closely behind. At the same time, the white-haired ancestor god had already made his move. His white hair fluttered as he instantly pierced through the 3 ancestor gods holding the white jade bottles and tore them into pieces. This was because the 3 soul-slaying spears had already pierced into their backs. They were visible but formless, and they were already killed before they knew it. They didn't have any chance to resist at all. How terrifying! After sensing everything behind it, the old goat leaped up and led Xianxia through this maze-like palace hall to escape. Aren't you Emperor Stone's elder brother? Could it be that you are only good at escaping? Xianxia ridiculed as he ran. Emperor Stone's elder brother also has times where he has to run. He doesn't have to fight to the death all the time. This old goat's flesh was rotten, but its mouth was not. It was like a live rabbit, rubbing and jumping around. Boom, just at this moment, a terrifying divine power fluctuation came from ahead. It made everyone's heart palpitate. The old goat immediately exclaimed, "This is bad. I just escaped from white hair, and now there's an even bigger one." Xianxia wondered if he was really an ancestor god. Why did he sound like a commoner? Big guy? Xianxia wondered if he was really an ancestor god. Just at this moment, a figure rushed in front of him. The moment he saw Xianxia, he fell to the ground. His entire body was covered in blood, and his body was on the verge of collapse. His spiritual sense was extremely weak, and it was being worn away at a terrifying speed. It looked like both his body and soul would be destroyed soon. Hurry up and leave, but he still reminded Xianxia. Xianxia dragged him up and followed the old goat into the depths of the maze. It's too late. His spiritual sense has already been destroyed. Even if my brother Emperor Stone makes a move, he won't be able to save him. Hearing the old goat say that, Xianxia felt very gloomy. Are you really a cultivator from the 9 prefectures? The ancestor god in Xianxia's arms was a bloody mess. It was impossible to tell that he was human. At this moment, his spiritual sense and physical body were crumbling rapidly. His voice was extremely weak. Yes, I'm from the 9 prefectures. I really want to go back to the 9 prefectures. The ancestor god seemed very sad. He said, I've already left my homeland for a civilization's history. I've been fighting in the heavenly realm without a chance to go back. I hope that I can share the burden of the 9 prefectures, but we are useless. We can only watch helplessly. Now, almost all the ancestor gods who came to the heavenly realm have died in battle. They are almost extinct. We are powerless to defend our homeland. I really can't accept this. Speaking up to this point, the ancestor god's eyes actually had tears dripping down. But his body was becoming fainter, and his voice was even weaker. He said, we are useless, but we really tried our best. Almost all of them died in battle. I know that you have tried your best. You have all given your all. Xianxia did his best to instill divine power into the ancestor god. He even used his spiritual sense to stabilize the ancestor god's spiritual sense. He said anxiously, don't blame yourself. You have tried your best. You have done what you should. We will not forget you. The ancestor god of the 9 prefectures, who was badly mutilated and on the verge of collapse, smiled miserably. He said with incomparable sadness, we couldn't change anything. Speaking up to this point, his spiritual sense was infinitely weak. He almost couldn't say anything more. He opened his mouth, and blood dripped down. He lowered his head as if he was looking down at something. His eyes seemed to want to see through the sun, the heavenly realm, and the 9 prefectures. I really want to go back to the 9 prefectures to take a look, to return to my homeland. Speaking up to this point, his voice suddenly stopped. His body slowly faded, and his spiritual sense was completely obliterated. Specks of light slowly drifted out from Xiaoqian's hands. This ancestor god of the 9 prefectures left the world with an infinite gap. Dang, a crisp sound rang out in the passageway as a longbow fell to the ground of the Star Palace. It flickered with a bit of splendor, and on it were the last 2 drops of tears left behind by the 9 prefectures, carrying traces of blood. Xiaoqian picked up the longbow and held it firmly in his hand. In a trance, he once again heard a voice filled with infinite yearning, regret, and sadness. It echoed faintly, I really want to go back to the 9 prefectures to take a look, to return to my homeland. I will bring you back. Xiaoqian felt that his eyes were actually a little moist. This was something that had not happened for many years. Even if he had a heart of stone, he still felt bitter at this moment. He felt suffocated in his heart. He put the longbow away with incomparable solemnity. Let him return to his homeland with glory. Use this longbow to shoot 9 arrows and kill his enemies. Then, return to the 9 prefectures to bury the bow. The old goat solemnly handed over the 3 arrows in his hand to Xiaoqian. The ancestor god of the 9 prefectures, bury the bow of the 9 prefectures. Xiaoqian almost went crazy with hatred. He used all his strength to grab the 9 arrows. An ancestor god of the 9 prefectures disappeared before his eyes with endless regret and loneliness. Returning to his homeland, returning to the 9 prefectures was destined to be an unattainable dream. Let the enemy's blood dye the bow red and be buried with you. I will bring you back to the 9 prefectures. Xiaoqian said these words calmly. The ancestor god's body and soul were destroyed, not even his bones were left behind. It was sad and sorrowful. Burying the bow in the 9 prefectures was the last consolation. Holding the bow, Xiaoqian's veins bulged as he held the 9 arrows tightly. He wished he could immediately find the enemy and shoot the 9 arrows. Hurry up, this place is not safe. The little old man urged and reminded. Xiaoqian did not lose his rationality. He naturally understood the situation before him. Those ancestor gods of the foreign factions were not ordinary people, especially the white-haired ancestor god and that unfathomable mysterious person. It was hard to estimate their strength. The 2 of them rushed forward quickly, passing through the cobwebs. Along the way, they saw several dismembered corpses. There was danger lurking in this labyrinth. They could be killed at any time. The heaven-defying war treasure attracted everyone. Everyone wanted it for themselves. They were either allies or enemies. They did not have much choice. Just at this moment, a miserable scream came from a palace at the side. The voice was panicked and frightened. It seemed to be extremely frightened, but it stopped immediately. When Xiaoqian and the old man rushed past that place, they saw a terrifying scene. A strange man with disheveled hair was biting an arm with white bones exposed. Blood flowed down the corner of the strange man's mouth, making his snow-white teeth look even whiter. He was currently eating a badly mutilated corpse, and it was obvious that it was the cultivator he had just killed. Blood splattered between his thick white teeth, and the sound of bones breaking rang out, making one's hair stand on end. This was simply a malicious spirit. It was too cruel and terrifying. The messy hair covered his face. As he chewed, the messy hair stained with blood trembled. 2 rays of cold green light shot out from his hair towards Xiaoqian and the old man. Man, eating ancestor gods alive, it was too cruel and bitter. Xiaoqian could not accept it. The heavenly realm was really different from what he had imagined. There were all kinds of people, and he even met such a ferocious and peerless villain. Let's go. The little old man pulled him along as he ran. A fiendish aura came from behind them, and there was a flash of blood. The strange man with disheveled hair swallowed the rest of the corpse in one gulp. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, and with a low growl, he chased after them. Was it a human or a beast? How could there be such a demonic nature? It was simply unimaginable. The 2 of them did not want to be entangled with this malicious spirit. They turned left and right in the complicated passageways and kept running. Fortunately, this maze restricted everyone's spiritual sense and divine power, so the monster did not use any terrifying means to stop them. Gradually, they got rid of it. He's a super character. Two beams of light appeared in the eyes of the skinny old man. After running for a long distance with Xiaochen, he stopped and said, "When we meet with such beasts, we can only hide. Otherwise, we will end up in a fight to the death." Indeed, there were all sorts of strange things in this boundless world. For such a fierce person to come to the Star Palace, one could only imagine how dangerous it would be. "Oh no, we are being targeted." Just at this moment, the old goat's eyes lit up as he stared at the fork in the road ahead. Is it that malicious spirit? Although Xiaochen had sensed the danger long ago, his spiritual sense had not reached the ancestor god realm. Hence, he did not know who was blocking them. He could only sense it because of his innate spiritual sense. No, the people from the other sects are really persistent. For the sake of these 9 arrows, they chased us all the way here and blocked the fork in the road ahead. They came at the right time. Xiaochen immediately grasped his bow firmly in his hand. The death of that ancestor god of the 9 provinces made it hard for him to calm down. If he did not kill the enemy, he would not be able to console the departed soul. There are 3 of them. We have to be very careful. That white-haired guy is among them. The old goat reminded. That white-haired ancestor god was definitely a terrifying opponent. The soul-slaying spear was hard to defend against. It could pierce through one's spiritual sense. It was simply Xiaochen's nemesis. Let's retreat first. Xiaochen forcefully suppressed his impulse and rushed towards the other 2 paths. He did not want to clash head-on. He wanted to ambush and kill the other party. He wanted to take the initiative and not passively receive their attacks. The old goat seemed to be a natural deserter. Before Xiaochen spoke, he had already rushed out. He treasured his life very much. Behind them, at the fork in the road, the white-haired ancestor god walked out with large strides. His expression was unsettled, and 2 foreign sect experts followed behind him. Count them lucky. One of the foreign sect's ancestor god was very unwilling to let the 2 escape. The 2 of you, make sure to restrain your killing intent. The white-haired ancestor god's expression was somewhat unfriendly. The 2 immediately nodded respectfully. Their expressions were somewhat unnatural. Even though they were cultivators of the same sect, the strong were still respected. We have already passed through this area several times. We know the paths here like the back of our hands. Let's take a shortcut and kill them. That's right. Let's chase them from this side path. Hearing the 2 experts' suggestion, the white-haired ancestor god nodded coldly and said, "When cutting weeds, we must eliminate the roots. The 2 of you pass through here. I will take another path and surround them." As they ran, the old goat muttered to himself. He was actually divining. A chaotic divination appeared between his fingers, flickering with brilliance. Not good. Someone in front wants to kill us. We need to go around. Hearing the little old man's unreliable divination, Xiaochen was rendered speechless. However, the moment they approached, he immediately revealed an astonished expression. He thought that his intuition had sensed danger. He could not help but look at the little old man. Was this person an expert or just a swindler? The 2 quickly went around that area. Then, they took a shortcut from the front path and discovered 2 foreign sect ancestor gods hiding in the dark. Kill. Xiaochen knocked an arrow on his bow and counterattacked. The bow seemed to have a mind of its own. It vibrated gently, and the bowstring gave off a dragon roar. The instant the arrow was fired, the winds and clouds changed. The world lost color. A pillar of heavenly fire covered the sky and swept towards one of the foreign sect's ancestor gods in front. Although the rottenwood arrow looked like it would break at any moment, it carried a monstrous destructive power. It was like a sea of fire with the rottenwood arrow at the center. The endless essence of fire engulfed everything in front of it. The 2 foreign sect experts were naturally alarmed. However, the rottenwood arrow was extremely fast. Moreover, it had a supreme sealing power. The targeted ancestor god's movements actually became extremely slow. It was difficult for him to effectively dodge the arrow. Quick, dodge. The person next to him hurriedly grabbed one of his arms. He wanted to pull him to the side and dodge the sharp arrow. However, he was shocked to find that his movements had also become sluggish. He was strongly affected and was almost sealed. PFFF. A beam of blood-red light shot out as the rotten wooden arrow pierced straight through the targeted other universe expert. Blood splattered everywhere, and the face of the ancestral god next to the arrow was dyed red. He let out a miserable cry. The other foreign sect expert could only watch helplessly as his comrade was pierced through and his chest split apart. Then, the flame surged forth, engulfing the entire area. He himself was nearly engulfed by the flames as well. As expected of a weapon once used by a king. Just a little bit of refinement and it's become a holy artifact. It's a rare treasure for most ancestor gods. Right at this moment, the white-haired ancestor god suddenly appeared. His silver hair danced wildly as he swept towards the sea of fire, rescuing his comrade's shattered body. However, he soon frowned. The invincible arrow had exploded, and the black flames contained within it couldn't be extinguished at all. The shattered body was still burning, and the ancestor god's divine sense was rapidly being consumed by the flames. "My lord, hurry and save him." A look of shock appeared on the other foreign sect expert's face. "Save me," the foreign sect expert reached out with his charcoal-like hand. His shattered body was instantly reduced to mush. Bang, the moment the final arrowhead shattered, his body and the shackled divine sense completely shattered. Then, they were annihilated by the flames. The rottenwood arrow, which made people's hearts palpitate, looked worn out, but its power was so strong. "We can't let him fire a second or third arrow. This treasure is very important to us. We must obtain it." The white-haired ancestor god's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light as he looked towards the depths of the tunnel ahead. Xianxia didn't fire the arrow. Instead, he chose to escape with the old goat. He felt that the white-haired old goat might not be able to kill him. On the way, he looked at the remaining 8 rottenwood arrows and felt apprehensive. This was truly a treasure with unimaginable power. Unfortunately, it could only be used once, and it couldn't be regenerated. This kind of heaven-defying killing weapon naturally can't exist forever. It's already fortunate that it can be preserved until now. However, it's destined to disappear after it's born. The old goat had the appearance of an otherworldly expert. However, his next words ruined his temperament. "Brat, don't forget that I have 3 of them. If you use them up, you'll have to make an equivalent exchange." Rumble. As he spoke, the old goat made a random divination and said, "Walk towards the path ahead. It's safe and we're close to the heaven-defying war treasure." "Is your divination accurate?" Xianxia looked at him suspiciously. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem reliable at all. "It should be correct." "How about I do another divination?" Xianxia was completely speechless. This time, he clearly saw that this old fellow was not divination. He was simply making a wild guess. Soon, it was proven that the old goat was fooling around. A fiendish aura surged in front of them. The strange man with disheveled hair had traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He revealed his white teeth and his pair of green eyes as he blocked the path ahead. F***ck, I really hit the jackpot. Run. The little old man was extremely agile. With a whoosh, he flew back and turned around to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" The white-haired ancestor god appeared on the path and blocked the way. His tall figure was like a wall. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the two sinisterly. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The two were trapped in the passage. "Don't act recklessly. I am the Stone Emperor's sworn big brother. If you act rashly, the Heavenly Realm's heretical factions will be destroyed." The old goat suddenly became very confident as he shouted at the white-haired ancestor god. "You are already at death's door, and you are still spouting nonsense. Even the stone-sharpening beast and stone corpse would not say something like that. Who do you think you are?" The white-haired ancestor god smiled coldly. 3 broken soul-slaying spears appeared, ready to attack. With a low roar, the strange man with disheveled hair also charged over. Xianxia knocked an arrow and prepared to attack. He even secretly prepared the divine diagram and the ancient scroll. "Come and see." Just at this moment, the old goat tossed out a stone medallion and said, "This is the stone medallion. The white-haired ancestor god caught it and immediately revealed a shocked expression. He simply could not believe his eyes. How can this be? It really is the stone medallion. Move aside. The old goat pulled Xiaochen and quickly rushed past the white-haired ancestor god. The white-haired ancestor god's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. The three broken soul-slaying spears trembled several times, wanting to pierce through. However, they were restrained. They could not even silence the spears. This was because a strange man with unfathomable strength was witnessing everything. Xiaochen was also very shocked. He looked at the old goat in bewilderment and said, "Are you really the Stone Emperor's older brother?" "Of course, but that stone medallion is fake." The old goat muttered. "Fake?" Xiaochen was immediately speechless. This old thing's identity was definitely fake as well. However, could a fake fool the white-haired ancestor god? Behind them, the white-haired ancestor god was shocked and angry. The medallion in his hand actually became faint like water and then shattered and disappeared. How can this be? That was clearly real just now. The old goat's eyes were spewing fire. He wanted to chase after Xiaochen and the old goat, but the strange man charged towards him. "I don't have many hobbies in this life, but I'm quite good at swindling and stealing." The old goat did not even blush. Whoosh, a cold sword light slashed over, immediately interrupting the old goat's words. Aside from the white-haired ancestor god and the mysterious expert from the foreign sect, the other three foreign sect experts had gathered together and blocked their path. "Stop. Don't you dare run, or we'll kill her immediately." The three foreign sect experts worked together to imprison a woman. They captured her divine sense and prepared to destroy it at any moment. It was the fourth ancestor god from the 9 provinces sect who had charged into the solar astral palace. "It was that mysterious ancestor god who captured me. All of you, leave quickly. He's about to arrive." This woman was clearly very powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to capture her. At this moment, she revealed an important piece of information. However, she had already been sealed by that mysterious expert. The three people behind her exerted force, and a portion of her divine sense shattered. She let out a miserable shriek and stopped transmitting her voice. 2 beams of cold light shot out from Xiaochen's eyes. The old goat grabbed him and pulled him back, saying, "Let's go. We won't be threatened. If you dare to take another step, we'll immediately turn her into ashes." This is the astral palace of the former ruler. Everyone's divine power and divine sense are suppressed here. If you shatter her divine sense here, you'll die for sure. She won't be able to reform it. The 3 foreign sect experts laughed coldly and continued, "We won't force you. As long as you leave behind the remaining 8 arrows, you can leave. We'll release her." "Good." Xiaochen did not hesitate. He threw the 8 arrows on the ground and said, "Now, please release her. All of you, step back. We'll put away the arrows first." The 3 clearly did not trust Xiaochen. The old goat shouted, "No. We can't trust them." However, Xiaochen ignored him and pulled him back. The 3 instantly stepped forward and grabbed the 8 arrows. Then, they revealed cold smiles and said, "All right, let's release her." At this point, the 3 attacked at the same time, wanting to erase the female ancestral god's divine sense. However, all of a sudden an arrow trembled lightly, and an immemorial devil city appeared. It enveloped them, and in that instant, their ability to move was restricted. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the immemorial demon city shook. However, it was also suppressed here and could not use its full power. The restriction lasted for only a moment and was about to lose its effect. However, Xiaochen had already rushed over and rescued the female ancestral god. At the same time, the 8 arrows returned to his hand. He raised his hand and aimed at the 3, wanting to use this rare opportunity to shatter them. Suddenly, the female ancestral god of the 9 provinces attacked him. Bang! The old goat at the side made a timely move and blocked the attack for Xiaochen. Xiaochen was shocked and angry. Her divine sense was taken over by that mysterious expert. The old goat explained and quickly blocked the female ancestral god. At this moment, the immemorial demon city shook, and the 3 foreign sect experts escaped. At this moment, the white-haired ancestral god was not here, and the mysterious expert's true body was not here. Xiaochen no longer had any scruples. He knocked an arrow and shot out 3 rotten wooden arrows. The 3 rainbows burst out with resplendent light, and they rushed out like 3 ancestral dragons. Their killing intent was limitless, and endless flames engulfed the area in front of them. The weapons of the monarchs were not suppressed in this palace. This was their origin, and they could unleash their greatest power. PFFF, 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 a terrifying sound was heard, and 3 miserable screams rang out in the passageway. Bloody radiance splashed outwards. Not a single one of the 3 arrows missed their target. The 3 of them were locked down, piercing deeply into their backs. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, immediately dyeing the passageway red. The 3 people's bodies shattered immediately, and endless flames surged. Their bodies were burning fiercely, and they quickly turned into charcoal paste. The 3 arrowheads shattered, and divine light burst out again. The imprisoned divine sense was destroyed, and the 3 otherworldly experts were turned into ashes. This weapon was indeed terrifying. With Gan Tianhe, killing 1 person would exhaust an arrow. Every time it was used, there would be 1 less arrow. It could not be reused. Xiaochen stroked his bow and said softly, I have already killed 4 people. There are only 2 left. I will let you rest in peace and bring you back to the 9 provinces. Whoosh, a light flashed, and at this moment, the white-haired ancestral god rushed over from the end of the passageway. He happened to see the final result, and his expression was filled with anger. Let's go. At this moment, the old goat had already stopped the controlled female ancestral god. He picked her up and ran, and Xiaochen followed closely behind. They turned left and right, but they could not shake off the white-haired ancestral god. Just at this moment, after the old goat rushed around a corner, he suddenly crashed into a person. He immediately became dizzy and fell to the ground. He even threw the imprisoned female ancestral god to the ground. Big sister, can you not block the way? The old goat groaned as he crawled up and said, your body is not delicate at all. It is too hard. But soon after, he revealed a mournful expression, and he was instantly speechless. When Xiaochen rushed over, he was even more shocked. A stone woman had her back facing them, and there was a stone lotus in her hair. Lotus Monarch, it was the powerful Lotus Monarch's imprint. She slowly turned around. The Lotus Monarch was a strong giant of the heavenly realm. He looked down on the world, his might shaking the world. He was one of the few stone golem kings of the heavenly realm. Shi Lianhua transformed into her human form and stood quietly in front of him. She blended in with the surrounding environment. Even though she was standing right in front of them, no one could sense her presence. Even someone as sensitive as the old goat did not notice her presence in advance and was knocked down like a rolling gourd. The old goat immediately got up and quickly retreated. He picked up the female ancestor god of the 9 provinces and pulled Xiaochen with him, preparing to flee at any moment. Sorry, I was in a rush and accidentally bumped into her. Flames flickered in the sun palace. The skinny old man's words made Xiaochen blush. Although this female stone golem was just a clone imprint, it was enough to intimidate all the deities in the Sun Palace. If they angered her, they would be destroyed in an instant. Few in the world could stop her. However, the Lotus Monarch's clone was very calm and did not say anything. He stood there quietly like a statue, not moving at all. Let's see where you can run to. In the distance, at the end of a passageway, the white-haired ancestor god rushed over with an overwhelming aura like a mountain. He was like a flood of steel, causing the passageway to tremble and revealing his murderous intent. However, when he got close and saw the Lotus Monarch at the corner, his murderous intent immediately receded like the receding tide, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. White hair, what are you shouting for? Just at this moment, the skinny old man stroked his goatee and squinted at the white-haired ancestor god. Don't you see that the Lotus Monarch is here? Quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Xiaochen was somewhat dumbfounded. This old goat wanted to borrow the Lotus Monarch's power to suppress the white-haired ancestor god. He was really bold. After all, he had just bumped into the Lotus Monarch, yet he still dared to borrow the Lotus Monarch's power. Xiaochen wondered where this cowardly old man got his courage from. The white-haired ancestor god immediately revealed a ferocious glint as he glared at the old goat. His boundless murderous intent nearly took a tangible form. How dare you try to kill the Lotus Monarch in front of him? Are you tired of living? The old goat pretended to be angry and shouted, kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the Lotus King. The white-haired ancestral god had the urge to skin him alive, but he didn't dare to be impudent here. In front of him was the Heaven Realm's great leader, the Lotus King. Even if his sex primogenitor was resurrected, he might not be able to suppress the Lotus King. Greetings, Lotus King. The white-haired elder god bowed deeply in an extremely respectful manner. He was completely different from his earlier intimidating demeanor. The Lotus Monarch's body was graceful with wonderful curves. It was obvious that she was a devastatingly beautiful woman. However, her true appearance could not be seen clearly. The mist was hazy and covered this monarch's jade face. She only nodded her head lightly and did not say anything else. Hurry up and leave. Do you want the Lotus King to ask you to leave? Don't be an eyesore here. The old goat waved his hand impatiently as if he was asking for a beating. Not only did the white-haired elder god have the urge to eat him alive, but Xianxia also wanted to give him a good beating. This was in front of the Heaven Realm's great leader, the Lotus King, and this fellow actually overstepped his bounds. Wasn't he tired of living? The white-haired elder god stared at the old goat with a cold gaze, like the fangs of a venomous snake. However, at this moment, the Lotus King glanced at him. The two spots of divine light in the stone man's eyes immediately shook his soul. He took a few steps back, and cracks almost appeared in his spiritual sense. Then, he quickly bowed and left in a hurry. $#@. This was the rage in the white-haired elder god's heart. He really wanted to curse out loud. The Lotus King actually did not teach that old thing a lesson. Could it be that they were friends? However, how could that be possible? He left this place hatefully. At this moment, Xiaoqian was also confused. What was the background of this old goat? Could it be that he really knew the Stone Emperor? Otherwise, why would the Lotus King be so biased? Just at this moment, the Lotus King walked over with graceful steps. Bang, the old goat fell to the ground, and a lotus foot stepped on his long face. The Stone Lotus King left just like that, heading towards the depths of the Sun Palace. Only after a long time did the old goat regain the ability to move. However, the footprint on his face was still clearly visible. F***CK. He jumped up and cursed, F***CKU. Shut up. Are you tired of living? Xiaoqian hurriedly pulled him back. This old fellow was too good at attracting trouble. I am the Stone Emperor. Her elder brother actually dared to treat me like this. It's like a tiger falling on the plains being bullied by a lotus. I will teach her a lesson sooner or later. Stop bullshitting. The sun star is about to be drowned by your spittle. The more Xiaoqian listened, the more ridiculous he felt. He hurriedly stopped the old goat and said, "Who asked you to borrow power so recklessly? It's already very fortunate that you didn't get killed." The old goat chattered on as if he was really an unparalleled expert. He looked very angry. The two of them stayed here for a short while. After some effort, they managed to wake up the female ancestor god from the 9 provinces. When she woke up, she rejected the two of them's suggestion and left alone in grief. After they set off, the old goat insisted on following the Lotus King's path. He said that the heaven-defying war treasure was definitely in front of this path. Otherwise, this heaven realm giant would not have appeared here. Just like that, they walked and stopped, searching for more than half a day. Along the way, they found the corpses of many experts. Their spiritual senses had already been destroyed, leaving only their flesh shells. Seeing that Xiaoqian was actually collecting ancestor god flesh shells, the old goat shook his head and said, "Exploiter Xiao, exploiter Xiao. You don't even let go of other people's flesh shells. You are too insincere." Xiaoqian could not be bothered with him. There might be ancestor god flesh shells in the heaven realm, but it was very difficult to find them in the lower realms. Even if the sacred sacrifice was useless to him, he could still help others. When they walked into a large hall, the old goat looked at the stone statue that was enshrined high above and said, "Why does it look so familiar? This seems to be the statue of the king in the Sun Palace. You have seen it before?" "I have not seen it before, but the Stone Emperor has seen it, so naturally, I know about it." The old goat walked around the stone statue and said, "It is infinitely close to a heaven-defying war treasure. Looks like we have really arrived at the central region. Maybe there are some supreme treasures here." Just at this moment, the little old man squinted his eyes and suddenly shot out two beams of light. He said, "This stone statue is a treasure, move it. There is no need to be so thorough, right? You don't even let go of other people's statues? You even took the corpses, why do you care about the statue? Let me move it." The old goat personally moved the stone statue in front of the mountain. It had already become somewhat blurry due to the wear and tear of time. Rumble, the instant the stone statue was moved, there was a thunderous sound. Countless lightning bolts descended and charred the little old man's body. His beard and hair stood on end. It was a tragic sight to behold. Damn you, isn't it just moving a rotten stone? Is there a need to be struck by lightning? Serves you right. Xianxia laughed loudly. Boom, just at this moment, a chaotic aura erupted. It immediately made the hall hazy and filled it with a sense of mystery. I knew it was strange. The little old man was overjoyed. A mysterious space appeared in front of him. The chaotic fog surged and there was a chaotic pavilion there. The Mo Chinese language website was floating at high speed. Let's go. The two of them quickly rushed in. It was very similar to the scene when they found the rotten wooden arrow. There was definitely a powerful spiritual treasure sealed here. The surrounding chaos contained the baleful lightning. The moment the two of them entered, it struck violently. Even an ancestor god would pale in fright. It could definitely injure an ancestor god's flesh shell, not to mention that their divine power and spiritual sense were suppressed in this place. Rise. At this moment, the old goat shouted. He lifted the king's stone statue and placed it in front of him. All the baleful lightning flickered and surged into the stone statue. Xianxia couldn't help but admire the old goat's foresight. This stone statue was indeed a powerful treasure. It attracted all the lightning. Whoosh, just at this moment, a figure of light rushed in. It rushed in front of Xianxia and the old goat and entered the palace in the primal chaos. Boom, however, that person was fast and retreated. He was pierced by a sharp sword chi. Blood spurted out of his chest as he stumbled back. Serves you right. These were the old goat's words. Wanting to pick the peaches midway, seizing the fruits of our victory, you deserve it. A stone sword floated quietly in the pavilion. It looked simple and unadorned, without any energy fluctuations. Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. This was a powerful stone warrior. Even the Lotus King and the stone corpse would be tempted. The old goat also exclaimed, "Stone warrior?" A powerful stone soldier was a rare treasure even in the heaven realm. Especially a complete evolved body, a weapon that had completely evolved along with the stone golem king in the past. It was a weapon that even the heaven realm's great leaders would be tempted by. Sigh, what a pity. Although this stone warrior is a treasure that has undergone a complete transformation, it has been crippled. It must be a spoil of war obtained by the master of the Sun Astral Palace after crippling the enemy. The old goat shook his head and sighed, seeming to be very regretful. Xianxia also saw that the stone sword had already been broken into many pieces. The cracks were very obvious. Now, it was just someone forcefully pieced it back together. However, it is still a treasure. This is good as well. This will prevent the Lotus King and that old corpse from being tempted. The old goat muttered to himself. Then, he carried the king's statue and walked forward. Chi, a sword light swept out. That simple and unadorned stone sword released a bright light, and a golden sword chi swept out in all directions. However, when it got close to the statue, all the sword light vanished. With a flash, the old goat rushed into the pavilion and plucked the stone sword. Then, he quickly jumped back from the pavilion's formation. Everyone could not help but sigh again. This old fellow's eyes were very sharp. He had already figured out that the king's statue was the key to obtaining the treasure. A ferocious glint appeared in the eyes of the treasure snatcher earlier. He looked at Xianxia and the old goat with an unfriendly expression. Then, he turned around and left. Bang, at this moment, Xianxia took out the immemorial demon city. In any case, this treasure had already been exposed. There was no need to worry about anything else. He suppressed that person in an instant. Right, we can't let him go. He must be looking for someone to snatch the treasure. At this moment, the old goat rushed over and swung the stone sword forward. Pfff, blood splattered everywhere. That person was instantly chopped into two. Then, the sword light spouted out and crushed the spiritual sense once again. However, when Xiaochen and the old goat walked out of this chaotic space, they discovered that there were 7 or 8 figures standing in the hall. They had completely blocked this place. Everyone was staring at that stone sword. Everyone, I was right, right? Chasing these two down here will not let you suffer. The white-haired ancestor god appeared. His expression was very cold. You are really a lingering spirit. Xiaochen shouted. What are you still standing there for? Everyone, attack together and sacrifice the two of them alive. After that, we can decide who the stone sword belongs to. The white-haired ancestor god smiled cruelly. When he looked at Xiaochen and the old goat, his eyes were cold. In that instant, the 7 or 8 people burst out with boundless killing intent. I've made everyone worry. If you want the stone sword, no problem. I'll give it to you. After saying that, the old goat opened up the broken stone sword and tossed them out. He was very straightforward, not caring at all. It was like he was throwing away trash. The 7 or 8 experts immediately went into a frenzy. They all made a move to snatch it. Even the white-haired ancestor god was no exception. He managed to snatch a piece of the stone sword. After a short moment of peace, a divine light burst out. Some people were not satisfied and attacked the people around them, wanting to snatch more. Even the white-haired ancestor god was forced to make a move. 3 soul-slaying spears appeared silently and killed the person who tried to sneak attack him. Get rid of him first. Otherwise, everyone here will be threatened by him. The people nearby all felt how terrifying the white-haired ancestor god was. They all attacked him at the same time. Let's go. Using this opportunity, Xiaochen and the old goat quickly retreated. Then, they hid far away and prepared to make a move when necessary. Roar, a deep roar rang out. The strange man with disheveled hair appeared and charged into the palace. Immediately, there was the sound of wind and thunder, and miserable screams could be heard. The strange man blocked the entrance of the palace and constantly attacked. There was a bone-chilling sound. It was the sound of bones being crushed. Clearly, the strange man was eating people alive. Finally, the noise in the palace gradually calmed down. It seemed that all the experts had been killed. Xiaochen and the old goat looked at each other. They felt a chill run down their spines. This strange man was too terrifying. Boom! At this moment, the strange man blocking the entrance of the palace was blasted away by a powerful force. The arm he was eating fell to the ground. The only survivor charged out. The white-haired elder god was in a wretched state, and his entire body was covered in blood. One of his arms had been severed, revealing his white bones. That freak had actually feigned death just now. The white-haired elder god's entire body was covered in blood, and he was in an extremely wretched state. Pfff, the stone sword reconstructed by the strange man shot out and pierced through the white-haired ancestor god. He was pinned to the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. Soulless, at this moment, the old goat seemed to remember something. He stared at the strange man. Pfff, blood spurted out. The white-haired ancestor god struggled and tore his body apart. He turned into a beam of light and flew away. The strange man did not chase after him. He took back the stone sword and walked into the palace. Chase. Xiaochen felt that this was a rare opportunity. He followed the trail of blood and quickly drew his bow. He shot an arrow at the figure. A divine rainbow rushed forward, accompanied by a fiery light. With a loud boom, the white-haired ancestor god was hit by the arrow. He was sent flying dozens of feet away and fell to the ground. The fiery light engulfed the area. Bang, sparks flew everywhere as the arrowhead exploded. The white-haired elder god was blasted apart and set aflame. He is not dead. The old goat looked ahead with a serious expression. Just at this moment, the shattered body reassembled. The 3 broken soul-slaying spears merged back into one and became very solid, revealing their true form. Then, they quickly pierced towards Xiaochen and the others. Even the rottenwood arrow was unable to kill him. Brat, you are dead for sure this time. I can't save you either. I can barely protect myself. The old goat fled first, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Soul Slayer spear surpassed the limits of its speed. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the fleeing Xiaochen. You are dead for sure. The white-haired ancestor god's voice was very cold and emotionless. However, his killing intent came from deep within his bones. He was connected to the Soul Slayer spear and instantly caught up. Xiaochen saw that the old goat had disappeared. At this moment, he was in a desperate situation. He no longer hesitated. With a shake of his hand, he unfurled the ancient scroll. With a rustling sound, a fog of light spread out. The magnificent mountains and rivers inside seemed like a real world. And the 5 imposing figures seemed to be stepping out of the ancient scroll. Swish, the Soul Slayer spear was silently sucked into the scroll. That is, the white-haired elder god was shocked, and his expression instantly changed. As soon as he saw those 5 imposing figures, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He thought back to the figures that the old fogies of the foreign sects had drawn when he was young. Weren't these the same people? The strongest enemy of the foreign realms. He turned around and left. He had no desire to fight at all. Rumble, the ancient scroll unfurled and enveloped everything in front of him. The white-haired ancestor god screamed, but he couldn't change anything. His divine power and spiritual sense were suppressed here. The ancient scroll, on the other hand, was refined by 5 experts who were also kings. It wasn't suppressed here, and it immediately enveloped the white-haired ancestor god. Soul severing. The white-haired ancestor god roared. The remaining half of his body charged out, allowing the flesh shell and the other half of his soul to be sucked into the ancient scroll. The remnant soul turned into a beam of light and fled. There was no way Xiaochen would let him go. He knocked an arrow and shot out the rottenwood arrow again. Rip, the divine rainbow illuminated the passage, and the flames flickered fiercely. This time, the white-haired ancestor god couldn't escape. He was instantly shot into pieces. He let out an unwilling scream and turned into ashes. Nothing was left. Brat, I've come to collect your corpse. You died so miserably. Not long after, the old goat came out and howled, huh? Why are you still alive? Xiaochen, how did you get rid of white hair? The old goat circled around him. Then, he revealed a mysterious smile and said, hee hee, it seems like I didn't misjudge you. Brat, lend me that painting for 2 days. What, did you see? Xiaochen immediately prepared the ancient scroll, ready to attack at any time. Don't be rash. I have no evil intentions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back to give you the painting. The old goat waved his hand. Who exactly are you? Stone Emperor's older brother. Dang, at this moment, a long bell rang from the depths of the Sun Palace. Not good. Someone has entered the deepest part of the Star Palace and reached the central region where the heaven-defying treasures are hidden. The old goat's expression changed. Humph, stone-grinding beast, you're here too. At this moment, the stone corpse's voice shook the Sun Palace. The treasures are heaven-defying and belong to the virtuous. As a virtuous person, I naturally have to come. In the depths of the Sun Palace, the bell tolled, indicating that someone had reached the place where the heaven-defying treasure was hidden. At this moment, the voices of the stone corpse and the stone-sharpening beast resounded. The conversation between the 2 giants of the heaven realm shook the entire Sun Palace. The old goat frowned and muttered to himself, why are all these people here? The stone corpse, the Lotus King, and the stone-sharpening beast had all appeared here. How could the others fight for it? With them here, the others would not stand a chance. Xiaochen felt helpless. He did not have the strength to fight against the giants of the heaven realm. It was hard to imagine what this heaven-defying treasure was. Truly, good people do not last long. Scourges last for millions of years. These people should have turned into dung long ago. Yet, they are still shameless enough to live in this world. Truly shameless. Hearing the old goat mumbling like this, Xiaochen was completely convinced. This old fellow was too unconventional. He could even say such words. Daring to slander the giants like this required extraordinary courage. There is no need to retreat. The sky-piercing treasure belongs to the virtuous. I feel that this old man is 100 times more virtuous than those people. It has to belong to me. Let's go in and take a look. Who knows, the treasure might fly into our arms. Xiaochen directly ignored him. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such an excessive one. However, he did not intend to give up just like that. He continued to walk in because the origin of the treasure was definitely not ordinary. It could actually cause the kings who had been silent for countless years to fight for it. It would be a pity if he missed it. Of course, this was a huge risk. Xiaochen did not want to get too close and only watched from afar. Dang, the sound of the bell lingered in the air, cleansing the souls of the people and calming all the agitated people down. At this moment, everyone who entered the Sun Palace walked towards the center. Noisy. You have been dead for so long and you still want to command the world? The kings of the past are now dung. It is time for you to rest in peace. This was the cold voice of the stone corpse. Following that, the bell tolled again and the entire Sun Palace shook. It was obvious that the stone corpse was licking his hand to destroy the huge bell in the center. At this moment, he was displaying his might and arrogance. He was trying to convey some kind of message to everyone. Dang, with a final loud sound, a broken bell sound came from the central region. The divine bell had been shattered by the stone corpse, and the bell sound stopped. Looks like this old corpse's cultivation has improved again. He's actually taking the initiative to show off to the other powerhouses. It doesn't seem like his gloomy personality in the past, the old goat frowned. Do you have any way to take advantage of them? Xiaochen felt that this old fellow was too mysterious. Despite knowing that the heavenly realm's giants were ahead, he still wanted to get involved. Naturally, he had a way to protect himself. Lend me that map and that ancient scroll of yours for 2 days. I reckon I'll be able to get that heaven-defying war treasure without having to fight for it like they did. Xiaochen had the urge to kill him. This old fellow knew too many things. He had seen the ancient scroll and comprehended the divine diagram. He had grasped too many secrets. Young man, don't be impulsive. Silencing people is already outdated. Now, harmony trumps everything. If we join hands and benefit each other, we will be invincible. Old Goat's mouth was cheap and cheap, he would never stop nagging. While they were talking, the two of them had already advanced very far and were gradually approaching the central region. But just at this time, they turned around at the same time. That was because an extremely dangerous aura had enveloped the two of them. The mysterious expert from another world who hadn't shown himself for a long time appeared soundlessly at the corner behind them. He was practically like a ghost, there wasn't a single sound or energy fluctuation. However, an oppressive aura pervaded the air, making it hard for people to breathe. The overall feeling he gave people was extremely dangerous. His jet-black long hair was naturally scattered on his chest and back, covering most of his face. Only half of his face was exposed, as if he was wearing a mask. He was very wooden and didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion. He was practically like a clay sculpture. And that single eye was even more like a deep pool, misty and unfathomable. It made people feel as if their soul was going to sink into that single eye. Out of the 6 experts from another world, only he was left. Xiaochen knew that he alone was more terrifying than the other 5 added together. His intuition told him that even if he had a few powerful weapons, it would still be very difficult to kill this person in front of him. The 2 of you killed the 5 of us. The words of this mysterious expert also seemed very wooden. When he spoke, there wasn't any fluctuation in his tone. It was as wooden as his face that was like a clay sculpture. Clay brother, you are wrong. I didn't kill any of your people. The old goat was very disloyal. He retreated to the side and pointed at Xiaochen. The 5 of them were all killed by one person, the result is the same. All 5 of them are dead. The wooden and mud-like mysterious expert was still expressionless as he said, the 2 of you can die too. His tone was very calm, but it made him even more terrifying. What are you waiting for? Bring out your powerful weapons and sacrifice him alive. The old goat urged Xiaochen. At the same time, he took a step back and was ready to escape at any time. This old thing was really too annoying. Xiaochen had the impulse to sacrifice him first. Along the way, this old guy didn't put in any effort. It was all up to Xiaochen to deal with everything. Just at this time, a terrifying baleful aura came from the distant passage. It was not concealed at all. At the same time, it was accompanied by a dense smell of blood. Soulless one, it's him. At this time, the old goat was no longer in a hurry to escape. He frowned and stopped. It was the strange man with disheveled hair. He walked out from another passage and appeared here. He was holding an arm in his hand and gnawing on it. The flesh on the arm had almost been eaten clean. Only the arm bone that was full of teeth marks and traces of blood were left. The scene was somewhat bloody and frightening. It's his arm. The mysterious expert Clayman muttered to himself. He recognized that arm. It was the arm of the white-haired ancestor god. At this moment, the old goat let out a strange sound that was transmitted to the strange man. The cadence of the sound was extremely strange. The strange man's attention was immediately attracted and he seemed to be listening attentively. For the first time, the wooden face of the mysterious expert Clayman showed a trace of emotion. He said, the divine language of the fading heavenly realm. At this time, the old goat had already stopped that mysterious and strange language. The strange man with disheveled hair turned to the mysterious expert and let out a deep roar. He threw away the pale arm bone in his hand and pressed forward with the cracked stone sword. Buzz, a terrifying sound rang out. A stone sword appeared in the hands of the mysterious expert, Clayman. It was simple and unadorned. It drew a mysterious trajectory and welcomed the stone sword. Clang, a hazy radiance flickered. The surrounding palaces melted like snowflakes and shattered into pieces. A few passages were also destroyed. However, there weren't any terrifying energy fluctuations, and it collapsed completely without a sound. This was the first time a cultivator destroyed a building after entering the Sun Palace. One could imagine how powerful the destructive power of the two attacks was. The old goat pulled Xiaochen up into the sky and said, "Don't count on killing that golem, that guy is not simple." Although the stone saber in his hand is only a defective product and not a genuine stone weapon, the guy who can use this kind of weapon is not someone to be trifled with. "What did you say to that strange man just now?" Xiaochen asked. "I said to the strange man, that Clayman is devastatingly beautiful. I, Baolian, am only wearing a mask. If I remove the mask, he will be moved." In the end, he rushed forward impatiently. Xiaochen had the urge to smack him to death. This old thing was really full of nonsense. He did not even bother to check his words. He was simply spouting nonsense. "Your mouth is too cheap. You must have been a crow in your previous life, that's where you are wrong. In my previous life, I was a big shot of the heavenly realm. With a stomp of my foot, the entire heavenly realm would sway. All the forces would have to act according to my wishes. What supreme king of the foreign faction? What first ancestor of the fallen civilization? Those people were all cabbages in my eyes, keep on spouting nonsense. When we meet the Lotus King and the Stone Grinder later, I hope you can say the same thing. Let them kill you earlier so that I can have some peace of mind." "They want to kill me? I guess it will be very difficult. I am a heaven-defying warrior. I have returned. In the near future, the entire heavenly realm will tremble under my feet again." The more this old man spoke, the more excited he became. He had an air of ruling the world, looking down on the world with disdain. He wanted to shout that he was the unrivaled #1 person in the heavenly realm. At this moment, they were already very close to the central region. After they walked out of the tunnel, the area in front of them immediately widened. It was no longer a sealed maze formed by the many tunnels. There were also no flames surging in the sun star. The scene before them was peaceful and quiet. In front of them was a beautiful world. A cool breeze blew gently, and the mountains and waters were beautiful. There were divine springs, red-crowned cranes flying, white apes jumping happily, and plants flourishing. It was filled with the aura of life. At the end of the blazing sun star palace was such a lively scene. The contrast was so great that it made one feel as if they had entered another world. At the end of the beautiful pure land in front of them, there was a group of majestic buildings. There were also a few immortal mountains. Light and mist flowed around the caves, filling the place with a mysterious aura. Let's find a place to hide. We will not join in the fun, Xiaochen said. Xiao Chen said this. He did not want to get involved in an intense fight. Not bad, it's the same as I thought. The old goat's eyes gleamed with a crafty light as he said, quietly waiting for the heaven-defying war treasure to come and throw itself into my arms. They found a hidden place and hid there, secretly spying on everything in the Pure Land. Not long later, figures appeared one after another and entered the Pure Land. Of course, there were also many people who stopped at the periphery and hid there. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, the old goat was not pleasing to the eye. This old thing kept muttering to himself. Who knew what he was doing? After that, he squatted down and started to carve randomly at the place where the two of them were hiding. It was as ugly as it could be, comparable to Keek's handwriting. What are you doing? This old man is carving the world's #1 forbidden formation since ancient times. #1 from the bottom, and there are still people who believe it. Look at that line, it is crooked into 23 bends. Can this even be considered a part of a formation? This is something you don't understand. This is called the Tao of nature. Divine formations are formed by the heavens. Originally, heaven-defying cultivators obtained them by chance. Everything is preserved in its original form. The first forbidden formation was born like this. I just drew it out naturally. Stop showing off, it was originally made by the heavens, why are you still changing it? The more Xiaochen looked at this old thing, the more unreliable he felt. You don't understand, the things made by the heavens are not the most perfect. If you want to achieve perfection in this world, you have to destroy it. That's why I destroyed the part you mentioned, then I used my heaven-defying methods to create perfection. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Until now, Xiaochen was almost certain that this old thing might have some tricks up his sleeves. However, it was hard to say how strong his foundation was. Perfection does not exist, I have created perfection now. This formation cannot last long, it needs to be destroyed a little. Only when it is incomplete can it be considered magnificent. This old thing said as if it was something serious, then he casually threw a pebble into the modified talisman and said, only like this can it last long and its power will never decline. You really think you can defy the heavens just by throwing a pebble? Xiaochen was about to lose his temper with him, this old thing was too good at swindling people, he spoke as if it was the truth. Don't doubt me, this is very particular. The #1 forbidden formation is so incomplete, but in reality, it is the most perfect. This old thing said meaningfully, don't look down on that pebble, do you know what it is? That is the one that escaped, it is the manifestation of my heaven-defying crystallization. It destroyed the perfection, leaving behind a pebble, the spirituality under the pebble fades away, transcending the world, no longer in the universe. The old goat had an unfathomable appearance, it seemed like he was talking about the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it seemed to be very profound. No matter how Xiaochen looked at him, he looked like someone who deserved a beating. Xiaochen really wanted to give him a good beating. Xiaochen really wanted to beat him up. Bang, finally, Xiaochen slapped Kane's head, stopping him from doing so. I say, brat, you will easily incur the wrath of the heavens by doing this. This old man has defied the heavens and returned, it already represents the origin of the world. Being disrespectful to this old man is the same as being disrespectful to the myriad of worlds. Stop being cocky, hurry up and finish your talisman, stop spitting. It looks like it's raining here, look at the spit all over the ground, this place lacks water for the 5 elements, I am perfecting the first forbidden formation since ancient times. The old goat spoke eloquently and continued to scribble. After an hour, he was finally done. Regardless of whether it was the mountain rocks or the plants, he carved all sorts of mysterious patterns. Just looking at it would make one dizzy. If it was really a formation, then it was indeed an incomparably huge and mysterious formation. Everything is done, let's call it a day. The old fellow felt a great sense of accomplishment. Looking at his own success, he had a narcissistic look and said, sigh, it is indeed the work of the gods, a masterpiece that defies the heavens. The greatest formation in the world has been completed. In the first 5 million years, no one was seen before, and in the next 5 million years, it is destined that no one will be seen. No one can have such a method, I am really the #1 genius since ancient times. Xiaochen, How could there be such a thick-skinned person in Shursun? Xiaochen had the urge to punch him again. Brat, let me tell you, don't touch me carelessly, otherwise, you will really incur the wrath of the heavens in the future. I am the origin of the myriad of Taos, the great Tao of the myriad of streams returning to the origin. Seeing that Xiaochen was about to slap him again, the old goat quickly changed the topic and said, hurry up and take out that divine diagram of yours. Everything is ready now, only that incomplete diagram of yours is left. Speak, how did you know that I have the divine diagram? Xiaochen stared at him intently. I deduced it by accident. Don't be nervous, that lousy diagram is carved on your body. Under normal circumstances, if someone wanted to scheme against you, it would be hard to take it down in a short period of time. Don't worry, I will do it, they will definitely not scheme against me now. This guy was like a troublemaker, it was impossible to get anything out of him. Don't waste time, your diagram is the formation flag, only it can perfectly coordinate with the number 1 forbidden formation since ancient times. Didn't you even make the one that escaped? Why do you still need this divine diagram? I say, big brother, who are those people inside? They are all the big shots of the heaven realm, all of them are heaven-defying masters. This is equivalent to pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. The old goat had a wronged expression as he said, you should know, the butt of a tiger is not that easy to tease. Those few masters inside, if you just casually touch their butt, they will have to prepare to reincarnate. Xiaochen still did not take out the divine diagram. The old goat's beard twitched, he was incomparably anxious as he said, I say, brat, hurry up, or else it will be too late. Grasping the divine diagram but not using it, this is equivalent to worshipping a peerless beauty. It is not easy to communicate, what is the use? It is equivalent to a peerless eunuch. This old thing's words were too unpleasant to listen to. Xiaochen took out the divine diagram and directly pressed him down, you old man, I will just turn you into a eunuch. Don't mind him, quickly retreat, the world-shaking, peerless, incomparable divine formation is about to activate. The old thing pulled Xiaochen back, while the divine diagram remained in its original position and started to turn blurry. Xiaochen felt that he had not lost contact with the divine diagram, so he was not worried. The two of them stood in an area with relatively few scribbles. Good, haha, the old goat laughed heartily and said, carving your own divine formation and snatching other people's treasure, let those big shots cry. This old man will not fight for it personally, I will still be the final victor. Let them stare at each other helplessly. Are you not afraid that the aura of this formation and the divine diagram will attract those big shots and bring about huge trouble? Xiaochen felt that it was somewhat dangerous. It's fine, this old man's formation is known as the number 1 formation since ancient times. If it cannot hide its aura, how can it be considered a peerless formation laid by an unparalleled genius? I see that you are really of high quality. Xiaochen had the urge to punch him again. It could not be helped, being together with this old man really made him want to exercise his muscles and bones. Brat, I will remember this. You have hit this old man 3 times already. In the future, I will make you pay for it with interest. Speaking until here, he started to mumble mysteriously. That kind of language was the same as when he was talking to the mysterious eccentric. After that, he suddenly shouted, activate, snatch the treasure. The mysterious formation immediately flashed with light, and a black wooden board appeared in the middle of the formation. It was emitting an incomparably evil aura, and there was a glaring corpse stench that made people want to vomit. Xiaochen pinched his nose and said angrily, don't tell me that this is that heaven-defying treasure. How disheartening, I actually accidentally snatched the coffin lid of that stone corpse. This is going to be troublesome, the old goat rubbed his hands and said, damn it, I didn't even get to eat the mutton, and I already caused a corpse stench. I will throw it into the heavenly river, and let him search for it for thousands of years. Xiaochen was really dumbstruck. Was what this old thing said true or false? Did he really snatch the coffin lid of the heaven realm's giant stone corpse? It was a little inconceivable. Again. The old goat mumbled nonstop at first, then he shouted in a low voice, activate. Shwa, a light flashed, and half a lotus sleeve appeared in the middle of the formation. Don't tell me this is half of the Lotus King's sleeve. F*CK, this is big trouble. It is indeed the Lotus King's sleeve. How did I get it wrong again? This is not good. What if she finds out that I won't be able to live? Are you reliable or not? The old goat ignored him. He rubbed his hands and said, once a good woman turns into a stone, she becomes a pervert. Her red lips are so charming, and her teeth are like jade. She is a mature woman, and she will never return. I have to think of a way to get past this. You old pervert, hurry up and get down to business. Snatch the heaven-defying treasure first. If it is really unreliable, we will escape as soon as possible. I don't want to offend all the giants of the heaven realm like you. All right, continue. Shwa, a light flashed, and this time, a stone box appeared in the middle of the formation. The stone box was less than 30 centimeters long and looked like it was made from an ordinary stone. There were some blurry patterns carved on it. Time was merciless, the patterns were almost completely obliterated. One could not see anything special about this stone box, but the king-level treasures were usually made of stone, so people could not look down on it. Ha ha ha. The old goat laughed wildly with a proud expression. I should be right this time. I can tell with one look that this is something used by a big shot. Speaking until here, he could not wait to open the stone box. He wanted to see what kind of heaven-defying treasure it was. The moment the stone box was opened, a horrible stench assaulted the nostrils. The old goat immediately foamed at the mouth and rolled his eyes. He fell to the ground with a thud. His 4 limbs twitched and his whole body spasmed as if he had a stroke. Not far away, Xianxia had already held his breath and covered his nose. He even used the divine diagram to block the unimaginable stench, completely isolating himself from that place. I hashtag at yin hashtag at %. The old goat was covered in tears from the stench. His whole body was trembling and foaming at the mouth as he tried to cover the box with difficulty. Stone sharpening beast my ass, I'm not done yet. The old goat retched and shouted towards the sky, I have never suffered such a big loss before. From today onwards, I won't rest until I die. In a hurry, Xianxia vaguely saw that there seemed to be a pair of broken socks and a lump of. Xianxia was a little dumbstruck. Who were these people? Were they really the big shots of the heaven realm? The old man in front of him was already very evil, and that stone-sharpening beast was even more dispirited. This was truly an abnormal thing. No matter how he looked at it, it did not have the demeanor of an expert. Ugh, the old goat forcefully threw the stone box away. He lied on the ground and retched. He forcefully pulled at his goatee and pulled out a bunch of his beard. This is the first time this old man has failed miserably. I already knew that stone-sharpening beast was the worst, but I did not expect it to be so despicable. To actually humiliate me like this, I won't rest until I die. This was the first time the old goat went crazy from being humiliated. In the depths of the Sunstar Palace, in a beautiful and picturesque Pure Land, a child was doing somersaults and laughing loudly. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that the legendary stone-sharpening beast was actually in the form of a child, looking harmless to humans and animals. However, this was only on the surface. If he made a move, it would be extremely terrifying. After the innocent laughter, his eyes shot out 2 cold and ruthless rays. In the formation outside, old Shandan could not calm down. His teeth were chattering, and he wished he could break his molars. Ha ha ha, Xianxia laughed maniacally, not feeling any sympathy at all. Finally, he saw this old thing unable to maintain his foolish expression. He mocked, the two of you are of the same caliber. I feel that you should get closer to each other in the future and interact with each other more. We acted too early and let them sense it. That's a huge mistake. That heaven-defying treasure hasn't appeared yet, it's still sealed. The old goat ignored Xiaoqian's sarcastic remarks. He started thinking for himself and said, we need to use extreme measures to snatch it. Otherwise, these giants will already be on their guard. It will be hard to pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth. Boom, just at this moment, a violent sound came from the beautiful Pure Land. The celestial mountains crumbled one after another. A great earth root broke out of the earth like the backbone of the heaven and earth and rose towards the sky. Silhouettes flickered, and suddenly, there were many more cultivators in the Pure Land. Everyone was looking at the towering mountain range. The Lotus King, the Stone Corpse, and the Stone-grinding Beast appeared in different areas. The 3 giants seemed to be intentionally avoiding each other as they didn't want to have a head-on confrontation. Bang, on the 100 ancestral roots that towered into the sky, a grand and imposing enormous palace appeared. Immortal mist drifted about there, chaotic light swirling about. The tightly shut enormous vermilion gate released creaking sounds, and then with a quang dang sound, it opened wide. Dang, a melodious bell rang and shook the entire Pure Land. Boom, then, another drum sounded, shaking the heavens. The bell and drum tower on top of the 100 ancestral roots rang unceasingly, announcing that the star palace of the former king was completely unsealed. The heaven-defying treasure was about to appear. Woo, the chilly wind roared angrily. Corpse energy filled the sky. Endless black mist rolled over and over. It was as if night had fallen. The stone corpse was the first to rush into the palace. Old corpse, don't be too impatient. Otherwise, you might become a corpse forever. Although the stone-sharpening beast looked like a child, his words were cold. It shook all directions and made people feel suffocated. He didn't go through the main gate of the palace. He directly shattered a side hall and descended. A stone lotus flower bloomed. The surroundings became hazy. The Lotus King cut through space and covered the rear half of the heavenly palace with her supreme divine splendor. In the distance, the other experts were quietly observing the situation. The three giants of the heaven realm had appeared. They didn't dare to fight at this time and could only wait for an opportunity. The heavenly palace was completely divided by the three giants. No one expected that at this moment, a giant hand would suddenly descend from the sky, covering the entire heavenly palace below. It grabbed over fiercely, wanting to take away the entire palace. In fact, even the incarnations of the three powerhouses were enveloped by the giant hand, and the three of them were immediately attacked. Rumble, a huge earthquake occurred in the Pure Land. Although the 100 ancestral roots were sturdy, there were cracks on them. The huge palace above was like duckweed in the raging waves, constantly swaying. The heaven-defying warriors from billions of years ago have really returned, the stone-sharpening beast shouted and was the first to attack. A rainbow light pierced through the heaven and earth and rushed towards the huge hand in the sky. Wang, the stone lotus flower trembled. It was as if millions of divine weapons were issuing clanging sounds. The stone lotus flower danced in the air and rushed towards the huge hand in the sky. Boom, corpse energy engulfed the sky. Endless black light rushed up. The stone corpse attacked at the right time. Black mist rolled over and over, covering the heaven and earth in darkness. In the distance, all the experts retreated. They never thought that not only three giants of the heaven realm would come, but also a heaven-defying warrior from billions of years ago. This was definitely a super big event that could shake the entire heaven realm. Everyone's eyes flickered. Not a single person retreated. They quietly watched the battle from afar. The heaven-defying treasure was too tempting. Everyone wanted to get their hands on it. Especially since the giants and the heaven-defying warrior didn't move their true bodies. It was as if they didn't want to fight to the death. This was an opportunity for everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that they were apprehensive of the giants' identities, some of them would be able to compete with the avatars. Now, everyone was restraining themselves. Perhaps when the true treasure appeared, it would be the time for everyone to go crazy. Bang, under the heaven-shaking collision of the four experts, the Pure Land began to shake violently. Then, the Sun Palace in the outer region also began to shake. At this moment, the Sun Palace blossomed with a blazing radiance. Then, a shocking divine rainbow soared into the sky. The King's Star Palace and the Pure Land suddenly erupted with resplendent radiance. The heaven-defying treasure appeared. It was shrouded in a layer of primal chaos light. The mist was hazy and mysterious. No one could see what it was exactly. Kill. At this moment, the eccentric with disheveled hair rushed over with his stone sword. This was the first cultivator who dared to participate in the battle between the giants and the heaven-defying warriors. At the same time, several figures rushed up and directly rushed towards the primal chaos light radiating from the treasure. They all began to fight for it. The Pure Land shook, the Star Palace shook, and the Sun Star trembled. The aura here immediately spread to the heaven realm. Many experts immediately sensed it. Those who originally had no intention of making a move couldn't resist the temptation. Many powerful divine senses probed the Sun Star. Boom! At this moment, the ancient battlefield of the Heaven Realm from billions of years ago was filled with a bloody light. It illuminated the entire Heaven Realm and changed the flow of time. Many people cried out in surprise. Another heaven-defying warrior from billions of years ago, the legends are indeed true. There will always be 2 or 3 people who can return safely. The bloody light filled the sky. From the ancient battlefield of the Heaven Realm to the Sunstar Palace, it made the complicated and intense battle for the treasure even more intense. Dong dong, the war drums rang out. In the distant sky, a giant floating island quickly rushed over from the depths of the Heaven Realm and flew towards the Sunstar Palace. In the Heaven Realm, many cultivators were shocked again. In the last Heaven Realm war, the experts of the floating island suffered a crushing defeat and sealed themselves for countless years. Now, they have finally come out. Could it be that their ancestors didn't die back then? Or are they disregarding the consequences and risking their lives to fight for the heaven-defying treasure? With the birth of a heaven-defying treasure, many places in the Heaven Realm were no longer calm in a short period of time. The sun was the focus of all the experts. At this moment, everyone was looking up at the sky, paying close attention to this extraordinary battle for the treasure. Bang! On the land of the Heavenly Realm, a deathly swamp was filled with mist. It formed a spiral shape and soared into the sky, rushing towards the fiery red sun star. Endless mist condensed into the sun star, causing the blazing sun to dim down. Who is this person? Another expert appeared in the sun star. Many people in the Heaven Realm cried out in surprise. At the same time, many rogue cultivators also rushed into the sky. They couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to try their luck. At this moment, the sun star welcomed the most lively day in its history. At the same time, it was also the most dangerous and terrifying day. It could collapse at any moment. In the important area of the Heaven Realm, after a secret discussion, they were also unwilling to be silent. A huge divine city slowly floated up and rushed towards the Sunstar Palace. This was the divine city left behind by the Stoneman King who was killed by Pengu. The Sunstar gathered wind and clouds in all directions. If not for the experts entering the Pure Land created by that king, the Sunstar might have already collapsed. At this moment, the Pure Land was in chaos. All the experts were fighting for the heaven-defying treasure. The chaotic wave war treasure flickered with radiance. It was surrounded by everyone and no one could take it alone. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land Prefecture's great formation, the old goat was hopping anxiously. The situation had exceeded his expectations. Even though the great formation he was so proud of was operating, it couldn't capture the treasure. There was no reaction at all. What a waste of emotions. Can you do it or not? Xiaochen felt very helpless. With his current cultivation, he really couldn't stand out in the Heaven Realm. It was impossible for him to fight for the top. There are too many people here. There are so many giants, heaven-defying battle geniuses, and rogue cultivators who are not afraid of death. They've all joined in, seriously affecting the operation of my peerless grand formation. I can't unleash its full power. Also, that heaven-defying battle treasure is definitely not ordinary. It's very difficult to control. The old goat paced back and forth. He was very worried and very anxious. He kept rubbing his hands and said, "This won't do. I need to think of an extreme method." Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Xiaochen. "Brat, do you dare to take the risk?" "How do I take the risk?" Xiaochen glanced at him. This old thing never came up with any good ideas. He was very cautious. "I will use the mighty power of this great formation on you. Merge with the divine diagram and capture that heaven-defying treasure." "Old man, you really don't have any good ideas. Do you want to sacrifice me?" "You should do it yourself." Xiaochen immediately rejected. The old goat rubbed his hands anxiously. He said, "How can I sacrifice you? Although it is risky, it is the only way. If only there was a heaven-defying cultivator here." "Nonsense. A heaven-defying cultivator still needs to work with you. You can do it yourself." Speaking until here, Xiaochen thought of the great Tao mark in his body. Could he make use of it now? Especially the supreme great Tao of the other world. Just at this moment, the old goat's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "I got it. There are still many messy things in your body. We can make use of them. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaochen looked at him warily. This old thing had a lot of bad ideas. He had to be on guard against him. I feel that there is something extraordinary in your body. Why don't you show it all to me? Who knows, I might be able to come up with a good idea. You are just a useless advisor. How can you have any good ideas? They are all bad ideas. Xiaochen did not intend to reveal his secrets to this old fellow. However, this old fellow was too mysterious. At this moment, a bright light shone in his eyes. Two strange lights distorted space as if he could see through all the secrets in the world. The instant he looked at Xiaochen, he exclaimed, "Oh my God! Brat, what kind of luck do you have? Could it be that you have a supreme great Tao mark in your body? How is that possible?" Xiaochen was immediately shocked. However, he maintained a calm expression. He said, "If I had cultivated a supreme great Tao and condensed it into a mark, I would have gone to fight for the heaven-defying war treasure long ago. Would I still be with you? That's not right. There is definitely something strange in your body. I can sense a special aura." The old goat's eyes turned very hollow as if he could see through Xiaochen's body. He said, "Brat, stop hiding things. Quickly show it. If we work together, we will definitely be able to obtain the heaven-defying war treasure." Xiaochen hesitated for a while before releasing the supreme great Tao mark. A hazy figure appeared in the center of the formation. What a strong mark. It is indeed a supreme great Tao. This person was incredible in the past, definitely an unrivaled character. The old goat revealed a shocked expression as he exclaimed in admiration. Unfortunately, this great Tao mark is a little strange. Only his descendants can inherit it. I have pondered for a long time, but I can't find a way to do it. Xiaochen said. Hee, it's fine. With this old man here, we can definitely borrow the power of its source law for a short period of time. A mysterious light appeared in the old goat's eyes. It was as if he had been revived and reborn. At this moment, he was in high spirits and revealed a disdainful expression. He said, "If we work together, we will be like a heaven-defying warrior." Didn't you say that you are a heaven-defying warrior? Why do you still need to work together with me? There is a small problem. Right now, only by working together can we display the strength of a heaven-defying warrior. The old goat boasted shamelessly. He had a confident look as he said, "The great Tao mark is in my body. I am in the divine diagram. The divine diagram is in your body. If we work together like this, we can borrow the supreme power of this unrivaled formation. We will temporarily be like a heaven-defying warrior." You old thing, you have always been unreliable. What I said is true. If there is no problem with my body, there is no need to be so complicated. If you don't believe me, we can try. You will know. The old goat became serious for once and said, "The divine diagram is completely under your control. You don't have to worry about anything. Alright, I will trust you this time. If there is an accident, don't blame me for using the divine diagram to crush you." Xiaochen warned. He was afraid that this old thing would act recklessly because he was not at ease at all. Boom, after a short while, an aura that made all the cultivators' hearts palpitate burst out from the edge of the pure land of the solar star. An overflowing divine flame shook the surroundings. Another heaven-defying warrior. How is this possible? How can so many heaven-defying warriors from hundreds of millions of years ago return? Impossible. At this moment, whether it was the Pure Land or the heavenly realm, many experts revealed shocked expressions. Powerful, incomparably powerful, this was the only feeling Xiaochen had at the moment. His entire body was surging with energy, and he possessed an immeasurable divine power. Those people in the Pure Land naturally felt this very ordinary aura. It was suffocating, and a powerful energy fluctuation swept over from the border like a stormy sea. Swoosh, Xiaochen rushed out of the great formation. The divine flame around his body soared into the sky, shaking the entire Pure Land. It was actually showing signs of collapsing. The radiance of the sun outside was suppressed by him. At this moment, he was absolutely powerful. His entire body was enveloped by the brilliance, and his body was like lightning. He arrived at the Pure Land in an instant. He no longer looked like a human, but more like a burning divine star. In the chaotic Pure Land, someone attacked him at the first moment. Several rays of brilliance were like comets crashing over, leaving behind a long trail. Bang! Xiaochen raised his hand and slashed forward, blocking those rays of killing light in an instant. Those divine light scattered in all directions, and the divine power disappeared into nothingness. His eyes shot out 2 rays of cold lightning. He pointed his finger like a sword and swept it towards those who attacked him. The long sword ray traversed the Pure Land's vault of heaven. The unknown divine source law imprisoned the sky, and immediately, 3 figures were cut in half at the waist. Blood soared into the sky. The 3 silhouettes disappeared quickly. The 3 of them left immediately. They didn't have the slightest bit of hope as they fled for their lives. Xiaochen couldn't care less about killing them because he had already locked onto the mysterious expert of the foreign faction. The clay man was as fast as lightning. He was like an illusory flower as he materialized in front of the clay man. He didn't use any fancy moves. A huge hand covered the sky and shrouded the earth. His divine power was outstanding, and the Pure Land was shaking. As soon as the unknown divine source law came out, the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. Everything was changed, and everything was set according to his will. He controlled the world. At this moment, the mysterious expert who was like a clay statue could no longer remain calm. The half of his face that was exposed immediately changed color. Both of his hands were moving in the air, and the origin law of the myriad world was unleashed to resist the huge hand in the sky. However, a terrifying thing happened. The moment the hands of the mysterious expert who was like a clay statue faced the sky, it collapsed without a sound. It turned into ashes and disappeared into the void. What kind of power was this? The pair of arms of the mysterious expert's clay figurine instantly turned into ashes. Everywhere Xiaochen's huge hand passed, nothing could stop it. This world was already completely under his control. It could be said to have changed the world under the giant's hand was being reconstructed. The space it covered, its rules and order were being reconstructed. Everything was under the giant's control. The world was like an illusory flower that could be changed and fabricated at will. This was the origin law of a heaven-defying fighter. This was the tip of the iceberg of supreme strength. Bang! The clay man's right arm regrew, and it slashed towards the sky with a stone knife in its hand. The hazy yellow splendor was like an immortal divine rainbow, streaking across the vast universe and illuminating billions of galaxies. However, the giant hand in the sky merely made a single movement. It pressed down forcefully, and all the yellow saber chi collapsed. The stone saber made a cracking sound, and suddenly shattered in the void. It wasn't a real stone warrior, so it couldn't last for eternity. In the small world that was reconstructed by the giant hand, it shattered inch by inch. However, this clay man was really amazing. Even in such a terrifying situation, he was still not afraid. His body was like a duckweed as he moved in an incomparably strange manner under the control of the origin law. The avatar contained the essence of the great Tao. It used the law to negate the law, created a gap in the origin law, and escaped from this world. To be able to escape from the hands of a heaven-defying fighter, this kind of person was definitely an extraordinary character. He had an unimaginable cultivation. He was a top-notch character below the celestial realm. This person's physical body might not be sturdy enough, but his comprehension of the origin law had reached a very terrifying height. Supreme Ancestral God, we are coming. Just at this time, waves of divine power came from outside the Pure Land. A shabby occult god city rushed in. The experts of the foreign sects drove the huge city left behind by the Stoneman King to the Pure Land. That mysterious clay man flashed and disappeared into the primordial divine city. The mysterious clay man was actually a supreme ancestral god. While Xiaochen was a little surprised, he was even more vigilant. If a supreme ancestral god comprehended the origin law of the myriad worlds to a certain level, he would be so powerful that it overturned his previous understanding. Unlike the Stoneman path, this path required one to preserve their physical body. Once their divine power reached a certain limit, there would be no more changes. They might remain stagnant for tens of millions of years. The flesh shell of a supreme ancestral god couldn't be compared to the Stoneman. In fact, it was far less sturdy than the failed Stoneman's body. However, such a person's comprehension of the origin law was quite terrifying. Perhaps many supreme ancestral gods couldn't even compete with the failed stoneman for a very long time. However, once they comprehended the origin law of the myriad worlds to a certain level, many things might change. The mysterious clay man in front of them was already on the verge of a qualitative change. He had advanced very far on the supreme ancestral god's path and walked a gradually wider path. No wonder the path of the supreme ancestral god and the stoneman path could be called the two great cultivation paths. After understanding this situation, Xianxia's murderous intent intensified. He immediately charged at the immemorial divine city and sent out a palm saber imprint containing the supreme great Tao Law imprint. Although it wasn't comprehended by him, he could use it now. The divine diagram in his body was hazy. The old goat merged with the supreme great Tao of the other world and displayed the essence of the great Tao through the divine diagram. Heaven and earth were like curtains. With a violent pull, it opened, revealing a brand new world stage. It was created by a heaven-defying combatant and used by him. It was sensed by his heart and changed by his thoughts. The immemorial divine city was covered by the new origin law of the world contained in the palm saber. It changed heaven and earth. The huge charcoal city shook violently as if it would crumble at any moment. However, to Xianxia's surprise, after the heaven-defying battlemaster's shocking strike, the immemorial divine city trembled violently and burst out a dazzling golden light, which dissolved the supreme force contained in the palm saber. How can this be? Xianxia asked the old goat in his body. That's not an ordinary divine city. It was left behind by a king. Furthermore, it was perfectly preserved. In a sense, it's even more precious than the stone warriors. This was the old goat's reply. Buzz, the immemorial divine city trembled and emitted the sound of millions of divine insects flapping their wings. A dazzling yellow divine sword blossomed and actually pressed down on Xianxia. Bang, Xianxia blasted down with his fist, causing the immemorial divine city to tremble. The golden light soared into the sky and then flew away. It was struck by the powerful divine power into the depths of the Pure Land and crashed into the countless immortal mountains. It was hard for ordinary people to imagine that the divine city of the Stoneman King would be sent flying like this. All the cultivators revealed a shocked expression. However, after the immemorial divine city smashed through a few desolate mountains and ancient veins, it soared into the sky. It was abnormally sturdy and wasn't damaged in the slightest. The master who left behind this divine city has a big plan. The old goat transmitted his voice to Xianxia from the divine map. Normally, when the Stoneman King comes into being, the life of the divine city will come to an end. Only by damaging their own essence can they preserve the divine city. After all, it's a crucial item in the process of the Stoneman King's nirvana. The preserved divine city has unimaginable uses and is a treasure that can slowly grow. Unfortunately, the Stoneman King of the foreign faction was a tragic figure. He was eliminated by King Panga not long after he came to this world. All that was left was a divine city. Xianxia didn't stop and appeared in the depths of the Pure Land in the blink of an eye. He once again attacked the immemorial divine city. He inexplicably fused with the old goat and became a heaven-defying fighter. He didn't want to miss this opportunity and wanted to massacre the foreign faction. Buzz, the huge divine city shook once again. It enlarged by 1,000 times and pressed down on Xianxia. Rise! Xianxia raised the sky with one hand and actually held the immemorial divine city in his palm. He raised the ancient city and smashed it towards the heaven-defying war treasure flickering with primal chaos splendor in the sky. Bang! Just at this time, the Lotus King made his move and grabbed at the immemorial divine city. The moment he grabbed the city, the stone lotuses danced in the sky. The ancient city shook and a yellow radiance soared into the sky. Boom! Corpse chi filled the sky as the stone corpse made its move. The surging black mist rolled towards the Lotus King. It could be seen from this that the stone corpse was biased towards the foreign faction. It didn't forget to help them at this critical moment. The Lotus King stepped on the stone lotus and retreated. He refined the corpse mist and swept it towards the divine city. The ancient city immediately shook violently, but it still didn't shatter. Brat, save some strength. Don't waste it on that divine city. It's hard to break it in a short time. We still need to seize the heaven-defying war treasure later. The old goat reminded. However, he couldn't understand Xianxia's feelings. Xiaochen couldn't control himself and attacked the divine city again. He used his full strength to cover the sky and suppress the sun and moon. The great Tao imprint appeared and slammed down on the king's city below. As if it felt the terror of this power, the immemorial divine city actually pierced through the heaven and earth and moved far away to hide behind the stone corpse. Bang, however, it didn't expect that a scarlet light would descend and hit the immemorial divine city. It was the Scarlet Warrior from the Heavenly Realm's ancient battlefield. Seeing this, the old corpse wanted to make a move again. However, the Lotus King also moved forward to block his path and attacked with a shocking attack. The stone lotus petals were like a world at this moment, the myriad worlds enveloped the stone corpse. When the Lotus King's supreme great Tao Law appeared, the stone corpse couldn't help but change its expression. Boom, Xiaochen made his move at the right time. He appeared in front of the immemorial divine city and sent out a palm strike. At the same time, the scarlet radiance flickered as the warrior attacked the giant city. At the same time, a spiral of mist quickly spread out and enveloped the divine city. A mysterious expert attacked the immemorial divine city. Hee. I also want a share of the leftovers. At this moment, the childlike stone-sharpening beast let out a cold laugh and also made a move. It turned into a ray of light and swooped down, heading straight for the immemorial divine city. The warrior in the scarlet radiance, the mysterious stone-sharpening beast in the spiral mist, and Xiaochen grabbed the immemorial divine city at the same time. The four experts tore at the immemorial divine city with all their might. The originally intact king's treasure suddenly shook and let out a terrifying sound. Cracks actually appeared on the huge body of the city and the majestic city wall. Especially the huge city gate, it actually collapsed with a rumble. In the distance, the stone corpse's eyes shot out two cold lights. He let out a long roar that made people's hair stand on end. He escaped from the myriad worlds and forcibly rushed out of the Lotus world, quickly rushing to the front of the immemorial divine city. Just when the surrounding rogue cultivators thought that the old corpse that existed with the world was going to save the immemorial divine city, he made a move that stunned everyone. Bang, a withered corpse claw tore down and grabbed the huge body of the city. He actually wanted a share of the leftovers. The ruthlessness of the stone corpse could be seen clearly. Even if there was friendship, he could mercilessly erase it in an instant. This was his fickle and terrifying temperament. Since he couldn't protect it, he also wanted to get involved. He simply didn't care what others thought. The five experts attacked at the same time. Even though the immemorial divine city was a precious treasure left behind by a king, it couldn't withstand it at all. Amidst the deafening sound, the king's divine city was torn apart by the five experts. The glaring golden divine splendor illuminated all directions. The treasure was thus destroyed and divided equally among the five experts. Each of them grabbed a section of the city. The divine city of a king was an ordinary object. Even though it had been split evenly in the hands of others, the instant it was torn apart, the eruption of supreme divine power was unimaginable. The five great experts were all shaken by the impact of the divine splendor. They were all suppressed, whether it was the cultivators of the sun star or the experts of the heavenly realm, they were all incomparably shocked. Even though the five experts were just clone imprints, they were still so terrifying that they could tear the king's divine city apart. Such divine might was truly shocking. The supreme ancestor god of the foreign sects carried the experts and disappeared in a flash from the Pure Land. Xiaochen wanted to stop it, but he didn't have the strength to split the city in his hand. The city in his hand was rioting and could collapse at any moment. The mysterious and wooden unparalleled ancestor god, who was as mysterious as a clay figurine, possessed secret treasures and successfully escaped from this dangerous place. They flew very far away from the sun star and descended on the land of the heaven realm. You are all sinners. The supreme ancestor god shouted angrily at the experts of the foreign sections. The destruction of the divine city was a great loss to the foreign sects of the heavenly realm. In the pure land of the sun star, the five experts suppressed the broken city and temporarily refined it into their bodies. Then, they all soared into the sky and went towards the heaven-defying war treasure. The Lotus King was about to succeed. Many lotuses covered the war treasure. Dong, dong, the battle drums rumbled, shaking the heaven and earth. The floating divine island released millions of rays of light and also rushed forward. At the same time, many loose cultivators followed behind the floating divine island and attacked at the same time. They wanted to disrupt the situation and get the treasure. Bang, Xiaochen first clashed with the old corpse. Then, he exchanged a palm strike with the stone-sharpening beast. The impact almost separated him from the divine diagram. They are just clone imprints. Why can't I suppress them? Xiaochen asked the old goat. It's already good enough that we can fight against their clones. After all, our group is only a decoy. We are not the real heaven-defying warriors. You have to seize the opportunity. The old goat responded with a grimace. He borrowed the supreme Tao imprint of the foreign world to connect with the divine formation he carved. He felt very uncomfortable at the moment. Boom, when everyone in the Pure Land made their moves, the heaven-defying war treasure was sent to the center again. Chaotic light shone everywhere. It was hard to figure out. No one could get it by themselves. Bang, just at this moment, the stone corpse suddenly attacked Xiaochen, sending out a origin divine law palm energy. Xiaochen's body shook violently. He turned around and fought back. Dong, just at this moment, the stone-sharpening beast suddenly attacked Xiaochen. Boom, a spiral-shaped mist filled the air. It soared into the sky and pounced towards Xiaochen. The situation was very dangerous. The three experts attacked at the same time. They were simply going to repeat the tragedy of the immemorial divine city. These three sneaky people. Damn it, I will never let them go. The old goat roared angrily in the divine diagram. However, to everyone's horror, a scarlet light flickered. The fighters from the heavenly realm's ancient battlefield also attacked Xiaochen. They obviously wanted to get rid of Xiaochen first. They worked together for a short while and formed an alliance. Xiaochen scolded the old goat in the divine diagram, "Is the second formation finished? If it's still not ready, I'm going to retreat." This was their secret agreement. Xiaochen flew in this space, while the old goat's master secretly made his move. He carved out the second formation that he was so proud of, and captured the heaven-defying war treasure at close range. It will be done soon. Xiaochen could no longer hold on. The four cultivators had all displayed their own great path divine source and were suppressing him. It was as if they wanted to seal him alive here. Alright, let's retreat. The old goat roared. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to retreat. Xiaochen felt anxious. The four experts had confined him in the sky. His body was making creaking sounds. Don't worry. The old goat's voice resounded. At this moment, the Lotus King suddenly made his move and shook the four experts outside. The myriad realms appeared, the Lotus King opened up a path, allowing Xiaochen to establish contact with the outside world, breaking free from the shackles. This was out of the four experts' expectation. They didn't expect the Lotus King to help a competitor at this moment. Dong, dong, the war drum sounded. The floating island appeared. Thousands of divine lights swept over from not far away, blocking Xiaochen's escape route. Floating island, I will remember you, the old goat gritted his teeth and said, it seems like your ancestor is still alive. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant and stop the heaven-defying warrior? Bang, the four experts sealed the space again, isolating Xiaochen inside. Even if the Lotus King made a move, he wouldn't be able to open it in a short time. This time, the four experts were on guard. It was obvious that they wanted to seal Xiaochen first. Open! The old goat shouted. At the same time, the stone lotuses floating around the heaven-defying war treasure all shone brightly. Mysterious patterns appeared on them. It was the second ultimate formation that the old goat had secretly carved. Xiaochen already felt that this old thing had a special relationship with the Lotus King. He didn't expect it to be this far. At this crucial moment, the old guy actually carved the second formation on the stone lotuses provided by the Lotus King. Boom, the heaven-defying war treasure's light soared into the sky. It shook violently and started to fade. It was about to disappear. Oh no, the four experts were extremely angry. They all soared into the sky and used their supreme power to block the heaven-defying war treasure. Let's go, the old goat shouted anxiously. Xiaochen didn't even look back. He quickly rushed out of the Pure Land. When he passed by the floating island, he attacked mercilessly. Bang, a corner of the incomplete divine diagram appeared. It crushed over in an instant. The floating island in the sky immediately crumbled in half. More than 10 figures fell down. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed 2 of them. Then, he crushed them, and 2 clumps of blood mist burst out. Then, he charged past them and retreated from the Sun Astral Palace and out of the Sun Star. Xiaochen dashed out of the Sun Palace like a meteor. His body was blazing with light. He wanted to escape far away and leave this chaotic place. Bang, at this moment, a huge palm suddenly came crashing down from the sky. It was as if the sky was pressing down, covering Xiaochen completely. Clang, this was too sudden. Xiaochen hastily faced the attack. He raised his hands to the sky and raised the boundless claw. His body was on the verge of being torn apart. All kinds of mysterious origin laws attacked him. This was the double attack of divine power and god laws. The situation was very dangerous. This opponent was unimaginably powerful. The sudden attack made Xiaochen lose the initiative. Dong, it was like the beating of a heavenly drum. Dodging, that huge hand struck Xiaochen's body. The world covered by the huge hand immediately collapsed. Everything ceased to exist. Even Xiaochen's body was shattering. A terrifying fighter with boundless divine power and unfathomable laws. It was awe-inspiring. Return to the origin. Xiaochen shouted. He reconstructed the world in the void. His almost destroyed body was quickly repaired. He rushed out with difficulty. It's him. The old goat and Xiaochen recognized the huge palm at the same time. It was the first one to arrive not long ago. It was the one that smashed the stone beast, the Lotus King, and the stone corpse at the same time. Then, the 3 monarchs shattered it and hid. They didn't expect him to block them at the crucial moment. This person was very powerful. Xiaochen felt an unprecedented pressure. He didn't want to waste any more time. He turned into an eternal grain of sand and turned into an immortal world, disappearing from the world. Clang, however, a sound that sounded like it came from ancient times immediately jolted him out. That huge palm grabbed the world and covered the world that Xiaochen formed, forcefully restraining him. At this moment, all kinds of god laws and spells were useless. He couldn't escape from this battlefield. At this moment, the heaven-defying war treasure in the pure land of the Sun Star let out one last dazzling light and disappeared completely. The Lotus King disappeared along with the stone lotus flowers that filled the sky. It was gone forever. The eyes of the monarchs and fighters emitted cold light. They rushed out of the Sun Star immediately. Swish, the spiral-shaped mist was the first to charge out. When it saw Xiaochen trapped, it immediately charged towards the culprit. At this moment, they did not even need to think to know that Xiaochen was in cahoots with the Lotus King. The stone-sharpening beast, the stone corpse, and the fighter flickering with scarlet light followed closely behind. They charged over, wanting to tear Xiaochen to shreds. It's over. You've forced this old man to fight with his life on the line. The old goat shouted and immediately swapped out the supreme origin of the great Tao of the other world, and an unknown great Tao imprint appeared. This was his own great Tao. It wasn't that the great Tao of this world wasn't powerful and profound enough, but rather because only the supreme great Tao he created was most suitable for him. At this moment, Xiaochen's entire body released a divine light, becoming increasingly resplendent, completely suppressing the solar star. On the heaven realm's great earth, many people were looking up, revealing looks of disbelief. Everyone was incomparably shocked. A single person's radiance actually suppressed the great Yang star, illuminating the great earth. It was clear that this powerful heaven-defying battle expert had an extraordinary background. Most likely, his true body had appeared in the King's Star Palace. Was this going to be a decisive battle of life and death? The heaven realm's giants and heaven-defying battle experts normally wouldn't personally descend. They wouldn't casually make a big move to avoid a true life and death battle. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely terrifying and unpredictable. Run. At this moment, the old goat only had this one word. He seemed extremely weak as he struggled to support the great Tao imprint and the divine diagram, allowing Xiaochen to use it. Swish, at this moment, Xiaochen felt even more powerful. The radiance illuminated the sky as he turned into a divine rainbow and rushed forward. Whatever world barrier, great Tao imprisonment, everything was pierced through. Even the huge palm that was covering him was also pierced through by his body. He directly rushed past it and fled thousands of miles away. This unforeseen event was beyond everyone's expectations. The kings and the fighters all revealed a startled expression. After that, their eyes became even colder as they chased after him. This was an unimaginable chase. The kings and the fighters chased after a single target together. This was something that hadn't happened in the heaven realm for a long time. "You bunch of cabbages, why are you chasing after me?" The old goat transmitted his voice through Xiaoqian's body. "The heaven-defying war treasure has already been taken by the Lotus Queen. It is in her stone lotus. If you don't stop her now, she will definitely refine the war treasure soon. From then on, you guys will have no fate with her anymore." Swish, the blood-red radiance flickered. The fighters that rushed over from the ancient battlefield of the heaven realm disappeared instantly. Bang, the spiral-shaped mist also pierced through the heaven and earth. They stopped chasing after Xiaoqian. Dong, as for that huge mysterious palm, after it sent out its final attack at Xiaoqian, it followed the two people and left. 2 of the 5 experts had left, but Xiaoqian still couldn't stop. That was because the stone-grinding beast and the stone corpse didn't intend to let him go. They were still chasing after him. "Are you 2 cabbages crazy? Why are you chasing after me instead of taking the heaven-defying war treasure? Could it be that you really think you can kill me? You should know that people of our level are hard to kill. You are just wasting your energy." The stone-grinding beast and the stone corpse didn't budge. They chased after Xiaoqian and the old goat without any intention of letting them go. Did these 2 people have a deep grudge against you in your previous life? Why are they forcing you like this? It seems like they won't stop until they kill you. Xiaoqian asked the old goat. The old goat replied unhappily, "This old man has many enemies. It can be said that the whole world is my enemy. Why would I care about these 2 cabbages? Let them chase, I will tire them to death." Needless to say, the stone-grinding beast and the stone corpse had sensed the old goat's aura and knew his real identity. They wanted to take advantage of his weakness to kill him. "You are the Stone Emperor?" Xiaoqian asked the old goat. He had already suspected this old goat for a long time. Now, he finally asked. "If I were the Stone Emperor, would I be afraid of these 2 clones? I will just kill these 2 flies." The old goat was very angry. Then, he said, "The Stone Emperor is a supreme character. He never runs and never cowers. He can't afford to lose face. Xiaoqian, this won't do. We have to get rid of these 2 flies. Otherwise, we might really be killed by them." Change direction and rush towards the Lotus King's divine domain. The old goat revealed a trace of anxiety. Xiaoqian knew that this old goat had sensed danger. He hastily rushed towards the east. After flying for more than 1,000,000 miles, a loud sound suddenly transmitted from the front. The chaotic radiance soared into the sky. The aura of the heaven-defying war treasure burst forth once again. Boom, the boundless chaotic radiance completely submerged that place. The Lotus King and the others could vaguely be seen fighting. "Old bastard, you actually put the heaven-defying war treasure in the Lotus King's stone lotus?" The stone-grinding beast seemed very shocked. After that, it didn't delay any longer. It soared into the sky and flew towards the region where the chaotic radiance was flickering. The stone corpse also revealed a startled expression and said, "Damn old thing, the war treasure is actually not with you." It also quickly flew away and no longer chased after Xiaoqian and the old goat. Like I said, these 2 are the most ruthless people. How could they abandon the heaven-defying war treasure for the sake of past grudges? The old goat let out a long sigh. At the same time, he collapsed. He no longer had the strength to support himself. With a flash of light, he fell out from Xiaoqian's body. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. At this moment, his originally grizzled hair had completely turned snow white. Even his body looked a little crooked. Damn it, what a waste. What a waste. This old man will have to train bitterly for a period of time again. The old goat shook his head repeatedly. Xiaoqian cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "You old thing, you made me fight to the death with you, but in the end, you casually gave away the heaven-defying war treasure. Such a big favor, such a valuable gift. Just what is your relationship with the Lotus King? You can ask for some benefits from her in the future, but how are you going to compensate me? Don't worry, no one can get that bunch of cabbages. The Lotus King and I are only using each other. I did give the war treasure to her, but she has no fate with it. Let's return to the Sun Star immediately. The old goat revealed a solemn expression. It didn't seem like he was joking. He was very serious. Xiaochen looked at him suspiciously. However, there was no longer any danger at the moment, so he didn't need to worry about anything. The two of them turned into two shadows and avoided the eyes and ears of all the cultivators on the ground. They rushed towards the Sun Star. In fact, no one was paying attention to the sky at this moment. All the powerful divine sense of the deities were focused on the Eastern Lotus King's divine domain. Xiaochen and the others smoothly returned to the Sun Star Palace. The old goat dragged Xiaochen and rushed into the formation he had carved. He was incomparably excited as he said, "The time to witness a miracle has arrived." "You old thing, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves." Xiaochen already knew what he wanted to do. "Brat, don't talk nonsense. Quickly take out the divine diagram. We will turn the tables now and make them cry. Take back the war treasure from the Lotus King? You have already given it to her. Aren't you afraid that she will come after you in the future? My cooperation with her is only using each other. I have already done what I promised her. After I delivered the war treasure to her, the cooperation has already ended. Now, we will have to rely on our own means to obtain the war treasure." When the old goat said these words, he was full of confidence. He said, "Even though this old man is in a bit of a situation now, I can still laugh proudly in the heavenly realm." However, when he said these last words, he was clearly lacking in confidence. It was clear that his body's condition was not very good. "If I recover, it doesn't matter even if those dead primogenitors return. We are all kings and warriors, who is afraid of who?" The old goat seemed to be encouraging himself as he gradually became more confident. He said, "One day, I will return to this world. If that's the case, is what I see before me a strand of divine sense or a strand of divine sense?" Xiaochen looked at him strangely and said, "Your true body is a corpse? What does a little brat know? Quickly take out the formation diagram and snatch the treasure." The old goat urged, "The heavenly realm is very complicated. Even the primogenitor of the floating island has revived. There might be other warriors who will defy the heavens and return. If the legendary peerless kings also reappear, then it will not be good." Xiaochen did not waste any time. He was also afraid that something unexpected might happen. The formation diagram rotated and appeared in the center of the absolute formation. "Hee, this old man is really a genius. I carved out the positive and negative formations and connected them together. They fought with their lives on the line, but this old man snatched away the fruits of victory. This is called strategizing, deciding victory from a million miles away." Seeing the old goat's narcissistic appearance, Xiaochen had the urge to beat him up. This old man was too thick-skinned. At most, he was treacherous. What strategizing? It was simply nonsense. Buzz, the formation diagram trembled slightly and let out a strange sound. It kept changing in the great formation. "Good, it's coming." Two strange lights shot out from the old goat's eyes. He was so excited that he actually pulled out a bunch of his beard. A terrifying aura immediately spread out from the great formation. The primal chaos radiance flickered as the heaven-defying treasure rushed out. Xiaochen quickly used the divine formation to suppress it and put it away. "Good, haha," the old goat laughed wildly, but then his expression changed. He shouted, "Brat, let's quickly fuse, a few cabbages are rushing over." In the center of the great formation, waves of terrifying aura burst out from a black hole. Some experts were about to rush out. "Stone-grinding beast, return your stone box." The old goat was filled with endless resentment as he threw the stone box into the black hole. The evil creatures in the stone box poured dog blood on the stone-grinding beast and the stone corpses in the black hole. They angrily roared, "You damned old thing. Call beast, old corpse, let's meet again in 30,000 years. Wait for my true return." The old goat did not show any weakness. Then, he quickly fused with Xiaochen and even restrained the great formation into the divine Formation. They soared into the sky. However, even so, it could not stop the kings from rushing out. That black hole did not close up with the disappearance of the Great Formation. The two kings rushed out one after another. Let's go. After Xiaochen and the old goat rushed out of the sun star, they fled for their lives. They exerted the great Tao source law to the extreme and instantly arrived 1,000,000 miles away. Hide. The two directly burrowed into the ground and turned into a ray of light flying in the center of the earth. In the end, they turned back into rocks and remained motionless, concealing their aura. On this day, the heavenly realm was in an uproar. Several kings and warriors fought for the heaven-defying treasure, but in the end, all of them failed. An ordinary-looking little old man got it. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lotus King was obtained and lost again. What a surprise. This is nothing. I heard that the stone-grinding beast and the stone corpses were splashed with dog blood, and those warriors also failed. This is really unimaginable. People were discussing this. In the depths of the heavenly realm, Xiaochen used the Pangu stone medallion to hide his aura. Then, he hid in the divine formation. At this moment, he was asking the old goat about the real identity of the kings and warriors who were chasing after them. If I am not wrong, the bloody light that rushed up from the ancient battlefield of the heavenly realm to the sun star should be the return of the stone golem king called Dan Jun. As for the giant hand that stopped us, now that I think about it, it is very familiar. It must be the ancestor of the floating island. Who would have thought that the ancestor is still alive? And the king hidden in the spiral-shaped mist, if I am not wrong, should be the water king Song Dafei. After listening to the old goat, Xiaochen became silent. The Lotus King, the stone-grinding beast, the stone corpses, Dan Jun, the ancestor of the floating island, and the water king Song Dafei. The 6 kings and warriors of the heavenly realm appeared at the same time. It was really scary. The 6 of them did not show their real bodies. They only used their clones, but they were already unrivaled. If their real bodies came out, what kind of scene would it be? How many kings are there in the heavenly realm? This was the question that Xiaochen was very concerned about. Not many. The heavenly realm has always been a new generation replacing the old. The appearance of a powerful new king would inevitably be accompanied by the fall of the old king. Since ancient times, the number of kings has been very stable. The old goat gave Xiaochen a vague explanation, avoiding the specific number of kings. However, the returning warriors are considered as variables. This sentence made Xiaochen very confused. However, this old fellow was very mysterious and did not explain in detail. Instead, he urged, right now, the most important thing is not to discuss this but to see what kind of heaven-defying war treasure it is. Xiaochen was also very curious. He really wanted to know what kind of war treasure was in the Sun Palace. As the primal chaos light flashed, the war treasure appeared in front of the two of them. Peel off the primal chaos skin. The exterior of the war treasure was covered in the primal chaos stone skin. It was very hard. The two of them continuously hammered on it until the primal chaos stone skin slowly cracked, revealing the treasure inside. It is time to witness a miracle. The old goat was almost drooling. Xiao Zhan was also very nervous as he stared at the war treasure in his hand. Gotcha, the primal chaos stone skin finally cracked. Specks of light flickered and fell off, revealing the war treasure inside. The moment they saw the war treasure, the two of them were petrified. They did not expect that the thing that the giants of the heavenly realm fought so hard for would be so ordinary. The old goat held a stone key that was as long as a thumb. Tears streamed down his face as he said, "This old man used all sorts of schemes and schemes. I used my broken body to go against the heavens to obtain this treasure. I pulled the teeth out of the tiger's mouth, and all I got was this little toy? Didn't they say that the moment one saw a war treasure, a whole new window would open up in one's cultivation world? Could it be that it was this kind of lousy key? Open my ass, this old man can also refine hundreds of lousy keys like this." The old goat could not be blamed for being disappointed. This stone key was too ordinary. Although it was made of stone warrior material and was abnormally hard, it did not have any fluctuations of divine energy. It did not even leave any mark on it. Xiaochen took it and looked at it repeatedly. However, he did not see anything special about it. Damn it, don't tell me I need to take this lousy key to some place and open a door? The old goat felt pity and anger as he said, there is not even a hint. Xianxia was also speechless. This heaven-defying war treasure that he had spent so much effort to obtain was actually a stone key. Perhaps it hid a shocking secret, but it was useless at the moment. Stone key, let me think. At this moment, the old goat suddenly muttered to himself. He kept repeating the 3 words stone key. In the history of the heavenly realm, when did such a mysterious stone key appear? He searched through his memories, recalling all sorts of past events that he had experienced over the countless years. After no less than a quarter of an hour, the old goat suddenly shouted. His expression became very excited as he said, I remember now. What did you remember? Xiaoqian's emotions were also fluctuating. Millions of years ago, when I was still an insignificant person, I was fortunate enough to see 2 stoneman kings playing chess on a heavenly tree. Thanks to the concern of the 2 stoneman kings, I was able to quietly observe for many days. In the end, they said that they were going to a mysterious place to open a door. They mentioned the 3 words stone key. Speaking until here, the old goat was a little absent-minded and said, the reason why I could have 1 day's worth of achievements was greatly related to being able to observe the 2 stoneman kings play chess. I am truly grateful to them, but that farewell was an eternal one. Thinking back to that time, the divine flowers were swaying gently, the 2 stoneman kings were exceptionally outstanding. They stepped on the rain of flowers and ascended to the sky. However, they never returned again, and there was no news from then on? Xiaoqian asked. The old goat heaved a sigh and said, until 30,000 years later, when the heavenly realm was filled with fallen flowers and the sky was dyed with fresh blood, the heavenly realm was shaken. Only then did I know that the 2 stoneman kings had fallen that day. How did they fall? Perhaps only 2 or 3 stoneman kings knew at that time. Although my cultivation was somewhat successful at that time, I was still unable to look up to the giants of the heavenly realm. It was impossible for me to know. I only knew that the 2 unparalleled stoneman kings had truly disappeared forever one day. The heavenly realm had a lot of secrets. Xiaoqian had only been in this world for a short period of time, so his understanding was naturally limited. Now that he heard the ancient anecdotes, he felt that the heavenly realm was even more mysterious. Later on, when my cultivation was finally successful, I went back to look into the past. However, I discovered that the people and matters of the past were already gone forever. Even the few giants of the past had already returned to dust to dust. Everything was annihilated in the past. Xiaoqian felt quite shocked. Because the indistinct and hazy past made him see an even more vast and mysterious heavenly realm. Even if I used a heaven-defying technique and searched through the past and present, I still couldn't find any clues. Everything I wanted to know seemed to have been completely erased and simply did not exist in history. This made me puzzled no matter how I thought about it. Although the old goat's words were very dull, Xiaoqian could feel an extremely unusual aura. The knot in the old goat's heart was related to an extremely terrifying secret history. I don't know why those 2 kings died. Back then, their achievements had already reached an extreme realm that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Even though I later became a king of Xianxia, I was still filled with deep respect for those 2 because the many methods they displayed have not been completely surpassed by the later generations. Millions and millions of years had passed, and the old goat had also reached a similar level. However, when he spoke of these past events, he was still full of respect and reverence. It could be seen just how deep of an impression these 2 people left on him. Although I didn't find out the final result, many things happened during that period of time that made me feel bewildered. At this point, the old goat's eyes suddenly became incomparably resplendent and shot out 2 dazzling rays of light. He said, the alien world and the origin of the 9 prefectures appeared one after another in the myriad of worlds. It was as if 2 worlds were born out of thin air. Not long after, an incomparably great war began, which deeply shocked the heaven realm. Even though I didn't witness that battle with my own eyes, I've heard others speak of it. The setting sun is as red as blood, and the king of the world has fallen. I don't know what happened during that battle, but at the same time, I was meditating under a heavenly tree in the heaven realm. I saw falling petals and divine flowers dyed with blood. That place was the place where the 2 kings ascended to in the past. When they died, it was also the place where the rain of flowers first appeared. During the Great War between the alien world and the origin of the 9 prefectures, the kings fell. I don't know why the 2 kings ascended to the sky in the past, but I think there might be some unknown secret. At this point, although the old goat's expression was indifferent, one could clearly feel that this was a reflection of his heavy mood. In the distant past, I neglected an important clue, and that was the stone key. The 2 kings once mentioned these 3 words vaguely, but they didn't attract my attention. I even mistakenly thought that they were talking about the stone medicine that the stone golem king had refined. Millions and millions of years have passed, and almost all my memories have been sealed by me. Only today, the 3-word stone key jolted me awake like a bolt of lightning. How is it a stone medicine? It's clearly a stone key. This is just the only vague clue. However, even if I completely understand these 3 words now, I still don't know what happened back then. Where did the 2 world-shaking kings go? Why did they fall despite being invincible in the heaven realm? After listening to everything the old goat said, Xianxia pondered for a long time. He kept turning the stone key over and over again, but to no avail. Let's take the stone key and go to the location of the heavenly tree to take a look. Maybe we can find something. Hearing Xiaoqian's suggestion, the old goat nodded in agreement. The 2 of them concealed their tracks and flew underground, quickly rushing towards the center of the heaven realm. The heaven realm was vast and boundless. They had to travel for millions of miles before they reached their destination. When the 2 of them carefully arrived on the surface with the Pangu stone token in hand, the surrounding fresh air immediately blew into their faces. This was a lush, primitive mountainous region. Ancient trees and old vines intertwined, creating a primeval scenery. The heavenly tree of the past could no longer exist. After millions and millions of years, it had already turned into rotten soil. However, Xiaoqian still saw a broken root here. It was as thick as a mountain and was buried underground. However, it had already lost all signs of life, turning into a hard fossil. When Xiaoqian gently knocked on it, it gave off a melodious chong-chong sound. After arriving here, the 2 of them still did not find anything. Knowing that they were about to leave, they used the stone key to knock on the broken root. Only then did something strange happen. The stone key, which originally did not have any fluctuations of divine energy, actually gave off a mysterious aura, calm and indifferent. Splendid light circulated around Xiaoqian and the old goat's surroundings. After that, a hazy blue dome of heaven appeared above them. 2 figures stood there proudly. Then, a window opened in the sky, and the blood-stained divine flowers fell down. The scene was very calm. There was no intense light. It just flashed by, and then there was nothing left. However, the old goat was quite shocked. He murmured, "A window really opened, but what was that?" Xiaoqian was thinking, was the origin of the 9 provinces and the other world related to that window? According to what the old goat said earlier, there seemed to be a certain connection. I knew this old thing was there. Just at this time, the ice-cold voice of the stone grinder transmitted over. It was very inconsistent with its childlike body. It was standing in the sky. I didn't expect this old guy to be so nostalgic. The blood-colored splendor flickered. The heaven-defying warrior, Dan Jun, stood in the void and looked down at the bloody mist that completely enveloped him. Hee, the stone corpse only let out a sinister laugh. In terms of age, it was most likely the oldest here. It was said to exist with the world and had escaped from the heavenly realm's great calamities. Almost all of the cultivators of the same generation had died by now. The spiral-shaped mist was like 2 torrential rivers entangled together. It crossed the sky from tens of thousands of miles away. It was the Water King, Song Dafei. Multicolored light soared into the sky. The stone lotus flower bloomed. The Lotus King had descended. Although it was otherworldly, it still carried a bit of killing intent as it stared at the old goat. Bang! A huge hand smashed through the sky and slammed down towards Xiaoqian and the old goat. It was the ancestor of the floating island, Xiankong. He was the most direct and wanted to kill. "You bunch of cabbages, if this old man's body wasn't in a bad condition, would you dare to look down on me like this?" After saying that, the old goat merged with Xiaoqian again and quickly dodged the attack of the huge hand in the sky. "The treasure you are fighting over is only this stone key. If anyone can explain it, I will give it to him directly." "The heaven-defying treasure is the stone key?" The stone grinder was the first to raise its eyes. It was obvious that it didn't believe it and said, "I don't really believe it." Xiaochen waved the stone key in his hand and said, "The treasure is here and its aura hasn't changed. Why don't you believe it? No matter what it is, even if it can't kill you, I will make you pay a price today." This was the voice of the stone corpse. The corpse mist around him soared to the sky. "That's right, we will have to pay a price to get away with it." Dan Jun also had the same attitude. He was very firm. Even the Lotus King, who had worked together with the old goat before, had a grave and stern expression, appearing very cold. This time, the old goat had deceived everyone and pulled a tooth out of the tiger's mouth, causing the others' efforts to be in vain. He did not have to spend much effort to obtain the treasure. Naturally, the giants of the heavenly realm felt embarrassed and came to denounce him. Naturally, there had to be a conclusion. Flying in the sky and burrowing underground? Xiaochen secretly asked the old goat how to break out of the encirclement. "Now that I've been locked on by him, it will be difficult for me to escape. Even if I manage to break out of the encirclement, they will be able to deduce my hiding place in a few days' time. No one will be able to withstand the combined might of these fellows. How do we end things with 6 giants? Are we just going to wait for death?" Xiaochen frowned. Although these 2 experts were only clones, they could definitely sweep through any enemy. "It seems like there is only one way now, lower realms." This was the old goat's last resort. However, Xiaochen was immediately speechless. If these 6 people followed them to the lower realms, they would turn the world upside down and the 9 prefectures would cease to exist. Of course, if they made use of their strength, they might be able to inflict heavy damage to the otherworldly realm. However, the old goat's next words shocked him. "The ancestor gods can descend, but the kings are afraid." Why? Because in the past, in different eras, there were 2 kings that descended one after another. However, both of them died mysteriously. Even until now, they have not found an answer. This is like a shadow that shrouds the hearts of some of the giants of the heavenly realm. Unless there is an urgent need, they will not descend easily. Xiaochen immediately thought of the 99 stone steps in the otherworldly realm. Then, he thought of the 9 lanterns and the heavenly steel. Finally, he thought of the death world. He felt that other than these factors, there was no other force that could deal with the stone golem king. Dong, at this moment, the 6 giants in the sky made their move. They charged towards Xiaochen and the others. They were disappointed with the heaven-defying treasure and furious with the old goat. They were venting their anger at this moment. Of course, not everyone was disappointed with the heaven-defying treasure. For example, the stone corpse that existed with the world had a fiery passion surging in the depths of its eyes. "Let's go to the lower realm." Xiaochen flew, traveling hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. He flew towards the primal chaos passageway that led to the heavenly realm. This old man has not descended to the lower realm for several centuries. This time, I will go and take a look. I don't believe that the mysterious curse can destroy me. In this critical situation, the old goat agreed. Behind them, the 6 powerhouses were not in a hurry. They followed behind and attacked ferociously. The old goat's eyes rolled back. He supported the great Tao imprint with great difficulty. His expression was somewhat bitter. Meanwhile, Xiaochen's body was on the verge of splitting apart. At this moment, he felt the danger of being destroyed at any time. It could be said that the 2 of them were in a very dangerous situation. At this moment, Xiaochen was shocked to discover that there seemed to be 2 immemorial divine cities towering majestically on the ground in front of him. When they sensed the approaching giants in the sky, the 2 giant cities trembled. And at the same time, the supreme great Tao imprint of the otherworldly realm in his body shook violently. It wanted to leave his body. This was not a good sign. "Is that the region below that is ruled by the giants?" Xiaochen asked. "It belongs to the border of the stone corpse's sphere of influence. This should be an important place for the otherworldly faction." As expected, Xiaochen knew that they had encountered the supreme great Tao of the otherworldly realm. The 2 of them had reached an extremely terrifying level and formed a divine city. "Brat, you can't be thinking of," the old goat was a little shocked. "Of course I am thinking of." Before Xiaochen could finish his words and take action, the divine cities below had already reacted. Dong, the two majestic giant cities trembled violently. After that, they actually rose from the ground and rushed towards the sky. Of course, the foundation of the divine cities was not damaged. They blocked Xiaochen. A lion fighting a rabbit, go all out. Xiaochen went crazy at this moment. He directly pulled out the ancient scroll. A magnificent mountain and river unfolded and swept forward to kill. In front of him, the immemorial divine cities shook violently. Endless divine light swept out to resist. The ancient scroll was hundreds of miles long. Amidst the magnificent mountain and river, the 5 stone puppet kings seemed to have come back to life. It seemed like they were about to step out. At this moment, Xiaochen was comparable to a heaven-defying warrior. Naturally, he could bring out the power of the ancient scroll to the limit. The divine might was vast and mighty in the heavenly realm. Even the few giants at the rear changed their expressions. Bang, a violent tremor sounded. The ancient scroll swept across a divine city, shattering the divine gate on the spot. Half of the city wall collapsed, rumbling in the sky. Great amounts of rubble fell down. It's that ancient scroll. The eyes of the stone corpse widened on the spot. No one was clearer than him about how magical and powerful this ancient scroll was. In the past, it had sealed his 6 great corpses in the secret passage leading to the chaotic land. What a powerful treasure. If I can seize this treasure, it will not be any weaker than a heaven-defying war treasure. The stone-grinding beast's eyes were also glowing. Xiaochen made his move again. The ancient scroll swept across the sky and continued to attack that giant city. Rumble. The immemorial divine cities immediately crumbled in half and flew away in an instant. At the same time, the other divine city also felt that the situation was far from good and instantly fled far away. Xiaochen's back suffered 6 attacks in a row. If he had not reached the heaven-defying realm and fused with the divine diagram, his body and soul would definitely have been destroyed. Even so, he still suffered unbearable injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood and continued to chase. The 2 divine cities in front of him were not simple. They actually dared to fly in the sky and escape underground. Moreover, they were the descendants of the supreme great Tao of the other world. He wanted to risk his life to eliminate them. Like a dream or a flash of lightning, Xiaochen appeared in front of him and intercepted one of the giant cities. The ancient scroll enveloped the city. With a burst of dazzling light, the foundation of that dilapidated divine city was completely crushed. At the same time, Xiaochen's divine diagram and 30-odd war swords flew out and fused with the ancient scroll of his previous self. They swept towards the other divine city. Bang, the foundation of the divine city crumbled and fell down. All of this happened very quickly. The foundation of the 2 divine cities was destroyed. 2 roars of despair resounded. Immediately, divine flames soared to the sky and the 2 divine cities crumbled. 2 incomplete stone men rushed towards the sky frantically and attacked Xiaochen. Boom, at the same time, Xiaochen suffered the attacks of the 6 giants again. He finally could not hold on any longer and fell from the sky. Boom, Xiaochen made his move coldly and mercilessly. He used the ancient scroll to sweep across the land below. In an instant, he destroyed the important land of the other side. He felt that he had killed at least 3 experts of the other side. And at this moment, his body was on the verge of destruction. He weakly escaped into the distance. Xiaochen felt that it was worth it to destroy the 2 experts of the heaven realm who had limitless potential and 3 cultivators from the other side of the heaven realm. Behind him, 8 people were chasing after him. The 6 giants and 2 incomplete stone men could be considered as a super terrifying force. He was getting closer, he was finally getting closer. Xiaochen quickly arrived at the entrance of the primal chaos tunnel that led to the heaven realm. This old man is going to kick the bucket soon. Brat, hurry up. Behind him, the 6 giants attacked unceasingly. Xiaochen's body crumbled a few times, but he was repaired by the divine diagram again. At the same time, the ancient scroll burst out with radiance and absorbed the divine power that swept over. Just like that, it blocked most of the attacks. Swish, Xiaochen finally rushed into the primal chaos tunnel. However, he discovered that the front was blocked. It was that chaotic huge palace. The primal chaos light flickered in the tunnel. The majestic huge palace was blocking the way. This made Xiaochen very anxious. Boom, the 6 experts arrived and shook the primal chaos tunnel. They walked in at the same time. The 2 despairing stone men also followed behind them. They had already gone berserk. Dead end. The old goat immediately shouted, "It's over. This old man is destined to lose a strand of essence. We can only meet again after 30,000 years." Xiaochen ignored him. He took out the divine diagram and the scroll and crashed into the huge palace. It was clearly a wall. However, at this moment, it actually rippled like water, emitting waves. Xiaochen actually rushed in. The chaotic huge palace was the holy land of the past. It had the same origin as the divine diagram and ancient scroll. At this moment, it naturally let Xiaochen pass. What? The 6 giants were furious. They were very afraid of this huge palace and did not dare to get close. They did not expect Xiaochen to escape so easily. Boom, the stone corpse ferociously attacked the huge palace in front. Immediately, the primal chaos surged and shook violently. However, the stone grinder and the Lotus King quickly stopped him. Don't be rash. This huge palace is very mysterious. It's the same as the 99 layered stone steps. Don't touch it easily. The stone corpse said coldly, "Are we just going to let them go like this? Let's work together and capture them." Ancestor Xiankong suggested. All right. The 6 experts quickly sat down cross-legged. In the chaotic land, the black wind was blowing. The scarlet light around the huge palace flickered and destroyed everything. Xiaochen finally returned. He let out a long breath. However, right at this time, the old goat's expression changed. He said, "These 6 bastards actually used this kind of method. Just now, they did something to our bodies. Right now, they are detaining us. What should we do?" "Don't worry. You can return to the 9 prefectures safely. I'll be dead for 30,000 years at most. I'll reappear in the world." At this moment, Old Goat put away his mischievous smile and appeared somewhat solemn. The Stone Emperor has returned. Right at this moment, the voices of the 6 experts echoed throughout the chaotic lands. The Stone Emperor has returned. The old goat's figure gradually became blurry. Xiaochen was startled. He quickly used the formation and ancient scroll to block them. It's useless. When the 6 kings attack, no one in the world can stop them. The old goat was very calm at this moment. He said, "I'm immortal. Even if I'm destroyed this time, I can still return after 30,000 years. Go quickly. Remember, you have to stay alive. You owe me a big favor. You'll have to borrow my divine diagram in the future." The Stone Emperor, Xiaochen, stared at the fading figure, but he was powerless to stop it. Xiaochen was not surprised that the old goat was the Stone Emperor. He had already guessed this long ago. However, at this moment, the Stone Emperor could not remain calm. The Stone Emperor's figure slowly faded and disappeared, about to cease to exist. However, this old fellow died very calmly, showing no fear in the face of death. In the end, he smiled at Xiaochen before vanishing completely. 30,000 years later, another 30,000 years. Xiaochen was very sensitive to this number. At this moment, he remained very silent. Even someone as strong as the Stone Emperor could not control his own future. In the end, people still worked together to capture him. This time, his death was unavoidable. Even though Xiaochen knew that the Stone Emperor's death did not mean that he was completely dead, he still felt very depressed. Xiaochen thought about himself. He was far from being strong enough. He could not compare to the giants of the heavenly realm. How could he resist them? He could only watch helplessly as the Emperor Stone disappeared from sight. The huge palace blocked the primal chaos passageway, cutting off the connection to the heavenly realm. Xiaochen lingered here for a while before leaving with large strides. The 3 blood-red moons glowed with a strange, evil light. On the vast land, a black gale was roaring like a flood. That black giant was running tirelessly, while over 10 broken ancestral god weapons were darting about in the black gale. Everything here couldn't be changed. If one wanted to dissolve the endless resentment of people and deities, it was practically impossible. This was a great hatred from millions and millions of years ago, the blood and tears of a great world's grievances. Xiaochen walked through this land, trying to find his way back. He had already left the 9 provinces for several decades. He did not know what the lower realms were like now. The world did not revolve around him. The stars revolved and the rivers surged, they all had their own trajectories. After so many years, too many things had happened in the original world. It was hard for him to imagine what it was like now. Xiaochen felt very nervous. Even if the other world made a move long ago and wiped out all life, it was not impossible. Not to mention the fact that more than 50 years had passed, even a short year, or even a day, could change many things. The chaotic land was not very vast. It was just a corner of the original source world. Xiaochen walked through this wasteland and looked up at the 3 blood moons. Then, he opened the ancient scroll under the moonlight and shook it. His figure slowly turned blurry before vanishing from this world. After figuring out a portion of the world's origins and sensing the great world's barrier, he used the ancient scroll to tear space and set off on his way back. Xiaochen's return was very calm, it did not cause any commotion. This was a peaceful night. Heavy snow covered everything, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. Silence and deathly stillness filled the land. Xiaochen stepped on the thick snow and passed by many ruins. However, he did not see any life. A bright moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight shone on the snow-covered ground. It was clearly very gentle, but Xiaochen found it somewhat piercing. The moonlight was like water. In his eyes, on the lifeless earth, the moonlight was so pale. Dilapidated cities, desolate wastelands, and no signs of human habitation for 500 kilometers around. The entire land was quiet. Xiaochen had walked through most of the 9 provinces, but he had not seen a single living being. There was a peerless expert who used a giant palm print to forcibly wipe out countless living beings on the ground. Even the pure white snow couldn't completely cover that terrifying imprint. After walking through the entire 9 provinces, other than one place, all the regions were lifeless. The formerly flourishing 9 provinces had been destroyed and turned into ruins. Only one region was filled with radiance. That was the divine capital, Luoyang. There was a powerful aura of life there. It pierced through the heavens. Only those who had reached the ancestral god realm could clearly see the aura of life spiraling around like an ancestral dragon. The only source of life, however, Xiaochen was unable to approach it. He could only watch from afar. That was because there was an otherworldly expert overseeing that place. The aura was naturally released by several experts. When they condensed together, it formed that beam of life that pierced through the heavens. It was something ordinary people could not see. I still came back too late in the end, Xiaochen watched from afar. However, he also knew that even if he came back earlier, he was powerless to change anything. The 9 provinces were completely annihilated. Nothing was left behind. This was the change in the past 50 years. A terrifying change, although he did not experience it himself, Xiaochen could imagine the tragic scene of the end of the world. Swish, Xiaochen shattered the space and left the 9 provinces. He entered the world of Immortals. The sun was shining brightly. In front of the magnificent sea was the vast mainland of Immortals. It was close to the southern wasteland. It was verdant and lush, it seemed to be full of vitality. However, only when he got closer did he realize that other than the vegetation, he could not sense the aura of humans or beasts. Xiaochen rushed towards the celestial city at high speed. But just at this time a cold voice suddenly resounded, "You actually did not die yet." Turning his head to look, it was actually his former enemies, ancestral god Lan Yufeng and Lelupius. They were ancestral gods that had already appeared in the previous civilization of this world. "You are really lucky." The two of them seemed to be very surprised. However, they did not make a move. When Xiaochen unfolded the ancient scroll, their figures had already faded. In an instant, they traveled 10,000 miles and fled far away. Xiaochen unfolded the ancient scroll and followed closely behind them. He passed through the space and flew into the hinterland of the Immortals' mainland at the same time as them. Kill, kill, on the boundless land, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. Was this the current world of Immortals? The land was full of desolation, the mountains and rivers were shattered, the city was covered in grass and trees, it was a scene of desolation. The otherworldly cultivators were not that powerful, they were just ordinary people of this world massacring on the land. This was clearly to nurture their killing nature and not to sharpen their combat skills. That was because there were not many true experts in the world of immortals anymore. Most of the people they killed were ordinary cultivators. Lan Yufeng and Lelupius quickly stopped, because two figures were standing in the sky in front of them, overlooking everything. The two super-ancestral gods, their strength was at the 7th celestial layer of Ancestor God realm. This was the limit of experts that Xiaochen could contend against at present. He had killed a 6th celestial layer Ancestor God in the heavenly realm, but he was chased by an 8th celestial layer Ancestor God. By relying on external items, he was equivalent to a 7th celestial layer Ancestor God. However, there were two people blocking his way. You are really lucky, you did not die even after being sent to the chaotic land. This super-ancestral god looked at him coldly. Everything should end now, I will send you on your way. The other super-ancestral god said indifferently. The 4 ancestral gods surrounded Xiaochen. Looking at the flames of war on the ground, as well as the bleeding corpses, Xiaochen felt a surge of heat rushing out from his heart. The ancient scroll filled the sky, the divine diagram was hazy, the two great killing weapons were unleashed at the same time, sweeping away the 4 experts. However, he suddenly felt danger, as if there were several pairs of eyes watching him from the blue dome of heaven. He immediately thought of the 3 peerless ancestral gods. However, before the peerless ancestral gods could make their move, a few figures had already descended. Another 3 experts arrived, one of them was actually an 8th celestial layer ancestor god, trapping Xiaochen within. Just at this moment, such a voice suddenly came from the blue dome of heaven. At the same time, Xiaochen also felt something strange, there was an extremely special and bizarre palpitation in his heart. Looking at the distant sky, he actually saw a blurry figure, it was himself, it was exactly the same, there was not the slightest difference, it was extremely similar. At this moment, that figure stopped for a moment, then quickly rushed in the direction of the celestial city. That's right, that was his past rushing into the future, it was the hope possessed by Keek's mother that brought his past self to the future. Xiaochen instantly understood what had happened. In the sky, that terrifying divine sense that enveloped him instantly went far away, rushing in the direction of the celestial city. Xiaochen shook the ancient scroll, shook the formation diagram, forcefully opened up a gap, and then passed through the space. The few ancestral gods sneered, they wanted to shatter the spatial passage, cut him off and force him out. However, in that instant, everyone's complexion changed. Xiaochen's aura disappeared, they could no longer catch any trace of him. Could it be that he escaped back to the world of the dead? Impossible, the world of the dead is no longer a secret, we clearly locked on to that world's barrier just now. Xiaochen's figure appeared in the distance, he used the Pangu stone token to completely conceal his aura and disappeared from the eyes of the deities. He didn't need to worry, according to what he knew, the 3 peerless ancestral gods couldn't do anything to the celestial city. Xiaochen flew on the Immortals' mainland, the scene he saw was shocking. The creatures of this world were also destroyed, they no longer existed. After that, he broke into the soul world, but in the end, he discovered that there was nothing left. The originally incomparably desolate land was now torn apart, many regions had already sunk into the sea. Finally, there was the Curse Realm, he was shocked to discover that the entire mountains and rivers were flattened, even the great formation of the Curse Realm no longer existed, it was thoroughly destroyed. He rushed towards the abyss where the heavenly steel was hidden, but he discovered that the abyss had already been flattened, the heavenly steel no longer existed. Everything had already changed, the changes in the past 50 years had exceeded Xiaochen's expectations, it was very thorough. The otherworldly deities had erased all the creatures. Looking at the 9 provinces and the 4 corners of the world, it was completely desolate, nothing was left. Everything in the past had become history forever. This was the terrifying changes in the past 50 years, an era had ended, a civilization had thoroughly come to an end, a reincarnation had ended. Ah! Xiaochen faced the sky and roared, shaking the heavens. He directly killed his way back to the Immortals' world, using the Pangu stone token to hide his traces, he appeared on the completely ruined mainland of the Immortal. The few ancestral gods had yet to disperse. Xiaochen merged the ancient scroll with the formation diagram, sweeping across the sky. Bloody light splashed everywhere. The otherworldly ancestral gods Lan Yufeng and Lelupius were torn to pieces, turning into a bloody mist, and then they were completely absorbed into the ancient scroll. Kill. The other ancestral gods at the side were furious. They attacked at the same time. At the same time, a huge city soared into the sky, followed by 3 ancestral gods. They chased after Xiaochen. Only now did Xiaochen wake up from his grief and indignation. He felt disheartened. He broke out of the encirclement once again. Looking at the 9 provinces and the 4 corners of the world, he was the only one left in the world. He no longer had any attachments. He tore open the space and entered the world of death. He returned to the divine village. That might be his final home. However, when Xiaochen entered the world of the dead and arrived at the divine village, he was completely stunned. It was as if the life force had been sucked out of his body in an instant. There were corpses everywhere, black bloodstains everywhere. The divine village had been flattened by someone. The cultivators from the 9 provinces and the 4 corners of the world, the mountain ranges and plains that they had created with their divine power, were now completely destroyed. The mountains collapsed, the earth shattered, and corpses were everywhere. The tragedy should have happened a few months ago, maybe even a few years ago. The black bloodstains and the ice-cold corpses were telling the story of the tragedy of the past. This place was also destroyed. Everyone was dead. Xiaochen didn't move at all. He fought there quietly. This kind of lonely feeling was indescribable. The world that gave birth to him was completely exterminated, and his second home, the divine village, also completely ceased to exist. His old acquaintances had turned into corpses. This kind of sudden impact was hard for Xiaochen to bear. He faced the sky and let out a long howl like a wounded lone wolf. At this moment, he felt that although the world was vast, there was no place for him to stay. The world is vast, where is my home? In the divine village, there was no trace of life. Only on the mountain range of death in the distance, there was a stubborn cherry tree, as well as a few petals drifting about. Xiaochen flew over and looked at this cherry blossom tree between the collapsed cliff. He still remembered clearly that this was Xianxia's residence. The cherry blossom tree was the divine item in Keek's lost paradise. It was planted together with Xianxia on a whim. A gentle breeze brushed past, the cherry blossoms fell one after another. It was telling the story of the tragedy of the past. The falling cherry blossoms were like the lost years, the unforgettable years. An era had already ended, a civilization had already come to an end, a reincarnation had already been completed, the past events had already turned into smoke, dissipating in this boundless world. The cruel reality didn't believe in tears. Xiaochen was so cold that he was almost numb. He quietly looked at the rotting corpses all over the ground. He looked at the blood-stained cherry blossoms falling. Everything was over. There was no suspense at all. Strength trumped everything. No matter how much effort you put in, no matter how unwilling you were, it was all useless. History wouldn't be rewritten, life couldn't be repeated. The final curtain had fallen mercilessly. The corpses all over the ground. How could one distinguish who was who would be thousands of years later? Where would they be scattered? A rock under the earth, or a piece of soil on the plateau. The old friends were no longer here. They converged into blood and sprinkled on the boundless world. Rumble. The cliff under his feet that was already cracked seemed to be unable to bear the pressure at this moment. It broke apart and let the rocks tumble down. The last cherry blossom tree was also submerged in the dust and sand. In a daze, Xiaochen saw a hazy jade-like body being smashed in the midst of the tumbling mountain rocks. On the cracked ground, Xiaochen walked aimlessly. No miracle happened, other than the broken corpses. He only saw more broken corpses. When he saw the great destruction spear on the battlefield, Xiaochen completely despaired. In the end, he stopped in front of the broken ancestral warship. There were a few bloody claw marks on it. They belonged to Kiki. In a daze, he heard Keek's tender voice again. At this moment, Xiaochen was almost numb. He walked step by step towards the depths of the bloody ground. He didn't look back anymore. His figure gradually became hazy, gradually blurred, and finally completely disappeared. Xiaochen left for 7 years. In these 7 years, he felt despair, grief, disheartened, but in the end, he returned to numbness. This was an unimaginable blow. There were no tears to shed, no complaints to vent. He wandered aimlessly, walking non-stop, trekking non-stop. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would fall to the ground and be buried in this world of death, turning into rotten soil. In the 8th year, when a cold wind blew towards him, he gradually woke up. He didn't know when he arrived at the depths of the continent of death. Is this the beginning or the end of the reincarnation? How similar. Countless years ago, the same thing happened in the world of death. Life began and ended in an endless cycle of reincarnation. Xianxia slowly calmed down and started to walk back the way he came. Another 7 years had passed. He felt like he had experienced 7,000 years, like he had experienced 100 reincarnations. When he returned to the blood-soaked battlefield and arrived in front of the collapsed village, he felt as if his divine sense had been shattered. Then, it suddenly reassembled and instantly burst out with billions of rays of divine light, illuminating the entire outer region of the death continent. Sky-piercing divine light burst out from his flesh shell. He was like a blazing sun, breaking through the endless dark clouds of death in the sky, allowing the sun, moon, and stars to shine again. Xianxia did not feel any joy or worry, appearing as calm as still water. Even though his spiritual sense had improved, breaking through the restrictions and advancing to the ancestor god realm, he did not feel any joy or accomplishment. His face was expressionless as he tried to identify his old acquaintances in the blood-colored ruins. However, in the end, he found nothing. Because the corpses were shattered, the flesh and blood were all rotting together, it was impossible to identify them. He could only see a jade-like body on the cracked cliff, and a few intact blood-colored claw marks on the broken ancestral lord warship. He could not distinguish anything else. Using his finger as a blade, Xianxia sliced the ground, cutting down the blood-colored battlefield. Only the broken ancestral lord warship was left behind. He lifted the entire blood-colored battlefield with one hand. He broke through the barrier of the world and returned to the 9 prefectures. He walked on the death-like ground, continuously shattering the battlefield in the sky, causing the bloody soil and the broken corpses to fall on the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures were buried, these were the cultivators and heroes of the 9 prefectures. Xianxia brought them all back. This should be their final resting place. He did not even know the names of many of them, but that was not important. He hoped that these people could truly rest in peace. The blood-colored battlefield in his hand could be described as a huge pile of corpse soil. All his old acquaintances were buried here. The pale-faced and sickly Lu Mu, which blood-colored corpse soil belongs to you now? The slightly chubby oxman, with a simple and honest smile, how can I forget that you are sleeping in that pile of corpse soil? The stuttering Crisis, who used his vulgar appearance to conceal his true heart, will he still wear his usual peach blossom smile when he died? And where are you buried? The devastatingly beautiful Yan Qingqing, with peerless grace, is that jade-like body under the withered cliff really you? The jade-like you had no choice but to let go of everything, but can you rest in peace? The peerless, beautiful, scheming Empress Zhao Lin heir, you were unwilling to die alone, but in the end, you were buried in the blood soil alone. Is this your final destination? The solitary sword demon, you were a sword all your life, your heart was as firm as iron. Where are you now? Did you also turn into dust? Using this pile of corpse soil to build your grave, do you still have any regrets? The affectionate Chen Feng, you were trapped by love all your life, yet you were willing to retreat for your friend and give up your own happiness. Can you rest in peace now? Which pile of blood soil are you buried in? The gloomy Wu Ming, with the immortal heavenly divine bell above your head, do you still need to scheme? I clearly heard your unresigned cry, I saw the death of Zhong Sui, but in the end, you were not gloomy, but stood in front of your son to protect him. Your blood splashed in the sky, do you want me to take revenge for you? Holding this pile of corpse soil in my hand, I clearly heard your roar, I saw the replay of history. Is this really formed from your flesh and blood? The ill-fated Kiki, that innocent and unaffected, that pure smile, that clear and clean big eyes, and that immature babbling voice, will it really never appear again? The bloody paw print, why do you always get hurt? Xianxia held the bloody battlefield in his hand and slowly shattered them. He scattered the corpse soil all over the land of the 9 prefectures until there was nothing left in his hand. The 9 prefectures were burying all his old friends. Who could bear such a deep pain? There were no tears to shed, no words to say, he could only stare at this land. Finally, he looked at the distant Luoyang. That place was filled with blood qi. It was the only source of life. The otherworldly ancestor god oversaw it, guarding something. Xiaochen stared for a long time before he turned around silently. The northern wind blew, and snowflakes swirled in the air. He left alone. Finally, he shattered space and arrived at the curse world. His spiritual sense had already reached the ancestor god realm. Although he had not grasped the divine law of the myriad realm's origin, he had already become a true war ancestor. He took out the divine diagram and opened the weapon burial valley. He needed to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Clang! Clang! The divine weapons in the weapon burial valley rang together and released dazzling light. They shot up from the dark bottom of the valley and slashed at Xiaochen. At his current level of strength, he had no fear at all. Following the path leading down, he used spatial shrinking to quickly descend. This time, before he reached the bottom of the valley, the ancestor god weapons that had developed intelligence took the initiative to attack him. Xiaochen did not do anything rash. He only took out the divine diagram and put away the resplendent sword light in front of him. A delicate voice came from below. However, Xiaochen did not linger. He turned around and left. He forcefully broke through and charged out of the weapon burial valley. In the sky, a huge skull descended, and then the valley was completely sealed. Although there were a few divine weapons in the weapon burial valley that had developed intelligence and were comparable to ancestor gods, even if they appeared together, they would not be able to fight against the otherworldly realm. Xiaochen had only come here to collect the war sword. Now, he had gathered the 34 war swords. The divine diagram grew stronger again. When Xiaochen returned to the 9 provinces, he saw a rain of blood and war cries shaking the sky. The otherworldly gods were surrounding a figure. However, that person was unstoppable. He charged from the sky to the sky above the divine capital, Luoyang. You dare to kill my child? I will make you regret this for 10 lifetimes. Buzz, the world trembled as if a heavenly drum was beating. That figure casually swung his arm, and divine light swept out in all directions. Immediately, 2 ancestor gods were chopped in half at the waist. Divine blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. No one could stop him. He directly charged into the dazzling divine capital. At the same time, the sky shattered. 10 odd figures rushed down. Clearly, they were the people who had been chasing after him. In this world, no one can withstand the encirclement of 10 super ancestor gods without taking the final step. The person who spoke was the eternal unknown supreme ancestor god. He transmitted a cold voice through the sky. Your heaven-defying clan is no exception. 10 odd figures charged into the divine capital, Luoyang. The cold voice of that figure came from the divine capital, Luoyang. The heaven-defying clan represents heaven-defying. Nothing is impossible. Countless years ago, I could already move unhindered in your otherworldly realm, much less now. We know the origins of your clan. The eternal unknown supreme ancestor god revealed a secret that shocked Xiaochen. You are sinners of the chaotic lands. Even if you have been hiding for many years, you cannot hide from us. Haha, sinners? Are you the one who decided it? That man laughed angrily. Swish, 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 10 odd figures charged into the divine capital, Luoyang. That man's voice was anxious and sorrowful. He kept calling out in the divine capital, my child, where are you? I know you won't die for real. A beam of light soared into the sky. An unparalleled divine ability slaughtered everything. Those who stand in my way will die. This was the spirit of this man. Although he was slender and hazy, he was so majestic that it made people's hearts tremble. A casual divine light broke through eternity, forcing the gods to retreat. No one dared to fight him head-on. They all dodged. Kill. Among the dozen ancestor gods, there were 7 or 8 super ancestor gods. When combined, they possessed unimaginable combat prowess. Everyone shouted, wanting to obliterate the man before them. However, he was like an illusory flower, untraceable. He flickered in and out of existence in the void, appearing and disappearing. It's been many years since I've slaughtered. Today, my hands are destined to be stained with blood, the slender man let out a long roar. His clothes fluttered as he attacked mercilessly like a swimming dragon. 6 paths of reincarnation. A casual strike was already such an unparalleled divine ability. The moment the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, heaven and earth trembled. The sky cracked, and endless divine light blossomed across the 9 prefectures. 6 worlds rotated, and 6 kinds of world might obliterated everything in the world. The cycle of reincarnation began, and no one could block it. PFFF, PFFF, blood splattered, and 3 ancestor gods were crushed on the spot, turning into blood mist. Not even their corpses remained. Not even a trace of their divine sense could escape. This divine ability could be said to be unparalleled, and no one could contend against it. Xianxia watched from afar. This man was too powerful. He was incomparable. All of you deserve to die. The man's voice was extremely cold. Kill him. Leave no one from this family alive. The supreme ancestor god's voice came from beyond the sky. You want to kill me? The man was enraged when he heard this. He said, hand over my child's soul, or I will bathe the world in blood. You 3 supreme ancestor gods are just chickens and dogs in my eyes. Today, I will slaughter you all first. Shameless boasting. This was the day that the supreme ancestor god spoke the most. He kept talking to the man from beyond the sky. Good. Today, I am destined to start a massacre. I will kill the 3 of you first. Even if your primogenitor jumps out, I will go all out. The man in Luoyang was like an invincible king. He soared into the sky and disappeared from Luoyang, reappearing in the sky. That was Ke's father. Xianxia immediately made this judgment. He also soared into the sky and killed his way to the sky. In front of him were more than 10 ancestor gods. Most of them were super ancestor gods. Xiaoqian's killing intent was boundless because of the aura of Ke's father. His old friends in the 9 prefectures, countless living beings, all died. It was all because of these people before him. He took out the immemorial demon city. After this city absorbed part of the foundation of the Heaven Realm's King's divine city, it became immeasurably stronger. It immediately enveloped an ancestor god. Walala, the ancient scroll trembled and spread out in the sky. Boom, the divine diagram was formed by the condensation of 34 swords, and its might was even stronger. Bang, 2 heavenly marks stood tall in the sky like 2 real heavenly monuments, suppressing the firmament. Miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant, 2 people were enveloped by the 4 great killing weapons and shattered in the sky. Xiaoqian had advanced to the true battle ancestor realm, and his strength was even stronger. This way, he could better display the might of the 4 great killing weapons. The ancient scroll was misty and shook violently, absorbing all the blood essence of the 2 people. At this moment, the 5 majestic figures in the ancient scroll became clearer, as if they were about to come back to life. With a thought, Xiaoqian summoned the 5 hazy marks of the great Tao in his sea of consciousness and pressed them down on the ancient scroll. Boom, an earth-shattering sound burst out, and the deathly light beams that were aimed at him were all shattered. The 5 marks of the great Tao instantly overlapped with the 5 majestic figures in the ancient scroll and fused together. Their charm was fully displayed, and they looked very lifelike. The 5 people seemed to have come back to life. Xiaoqian knew that at this moment, this ancient scroll had truly become a heaven-defying battle treasure. When the super ancestor god in front of him charged at him, Xiaoqian used the Panga stone token to conceal himself and disappeared into the boundless heaven and earth. He headed straight for the heavenly book. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: start a massacre. Boom, at this moment, the sky shook violently, and endless waves of blood surged like a roaring river. The sky and earth were dyed crimson, and an endless rain of blood fell down on the 9 prefectures. Supreme Ancestor God. A Supreme Ancestor God has fallen. One of our Supreme Ancestor Gods was actually killed by someone from the Heaven-defying clan. All the deities were shocked. In the eternal unknown, endless divine blood fell down. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. In the eternal unknown, Ke's father's voice was bone-chilling, and it shook the heavens. He used his unparalleled divine ability to slaughter in all directions, fighting against the deities. End of chapter 588. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.